Chapter 1: A world with more women than men. July 3, Pingyao City, Fujian Province, almost a month after the end of the college entrance examination. This summer is hotter than usual. The city is as stuffy as a sauna, and there are hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Only the cicadas chirp incessantly, their calls more enthusiastic than ever before. I have to say, air conditioning is a real blessing in this kind of weather. In the dimly lit room, the heavy curtains not only blocked out the sunlight but also all the noise. Bai Jinxian was wrapped in a blanket and curled up on one side of the big bed like a caterpillar, looking like he might roll off the bed at any moment. It was clear that he was not a very good sleeping person. The air conditioner is mounted directly opposite, blowing cold air continuously. With a soft click, the door was slowly pushed open a crack, revealing a woman in the gap as the light shone through. She quickly opened the door, revealing a narrow gap, and then slipped in like a nimble fish in water before closing the door behind her. Even if she only glimpsed herself in the light for a moment, one could still see the woman's exquisite features and beautiful figure. She stood still for 2 seconds, and after her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she began to slowly approach the bedside without making a sound. She was only wearing black stockings. Soon, the woman came to Bai Jinxuan's side, looked around, pulled out the air conditioner remote from beside the pillow, and then turned off the air conditioner. Bai Jinxian remained silent. Then she went to the window, gently pulled the curtains open a crack to let in a little light, and then opened the window. The moment the window opened, the dense chirping of cicadas became immediately clear. If only the air conditioner is turned off, the cold air in the room won't dissipate so easily, and Bai Jinxian won't wake up so easily. But if you open the window, the temperature in the room will rise in no time, and then you can just wait. The woman with exquisite features, Su Yuning, quietly squatted by the bed, staring at Bai Jinxian without moving, like a machine. As time passed, the temperature in the room began to rise slowly, and Bai Jinxuan's curled-up body stretched out, clearly reaching a suitable sleeping environment. But the room was getting hotter and hotter. Bai Jinxian kicked off the blanket and sprawled out on the bed, pulling his shirt up and placing his well-defined hand on his abs. Su Yuning finally made a move. Her gaze shifted from Bai Jinxuan's face to his abs, her eyes burning with desire, and she unconsciously swallowed. Out of respect for her brother and to avoid having impure thoughts from looking at him too much, Su Yuning hesitantly pulled Bai Jinxuan's shirt back. Bai Jinxian was naturally unhappy. The room was so hot, which was already uncomfortable, not to mention that the cicadas' chirping had become so clear for some reason, which was quite annoying. So he pulled his shirt up again. Su Yuning looked at it for a while, then reached out and pulled the clothes back. After being pulled back and forth like this, Bai Jinxian finally regained some consciousness, but he still didn't open his eyes, only his brows were slightly furrowed. "Xiao Yu, go turn on the air conditioner for me." Bai Jinxuan's tone was impatient, and there was a natural air of imperiousness about him. Su Yuning didn't reply, but obediently turned on the air conditioner and adjusted it to a suitable temperature. When I first entered the room, it was absolutely freezing cold. Seeing that Bai Jinxian was about to go back to sleep, Su Yuning reluctantly pulled open all the curtains, and the intense sunlight immediately shone into the room, falling on the man's perfect, work of art-like face on the large bed. But at this moment, that perfect face looked very displeased. It then opened its eyes and immediately locked its gaze fiercely on the person in front of it. Before Bai Jinxian could vent his dissatisfaction, Su Yuning spoke first. "Brother, you told me yesterday to come and wake you this morning, otherwise you would punish me." Unfortunately, Bai Jinxian is not a reasonable person. He only knows that if he is unhappy, he should vent. He either suffers alone or throws his suffering onto the world or others. "Just because I asked you to wake me up, does that mean you have to do what I say?" This sounds unreasonable and infuriating, but unfortunately Bai Jinxian is a man, and this world happens to be one where there are more women than men. So, I know I was wrong. Although I had expected it and tried my best to avoid it, I still got lectured. Su Yuning remained expressionless, but lowered her head to indicate that she had admitted her mistake. The two had known each other since childhood and understood each other very well, so Bai Jinxian knew that Su Yuning had truly given in. So he didn't hesitate to demand compensation. After all, the loser has to pay the price. "You need to clean my room today, wash my clothes from yesterday, and also complete my daily game quests." That's all for now. I'll tell you more if I remember anything else." Bai Jinxian lazily tilted his head, looking at Su Yuning with a look of pleasure in his eyes. His morning grumpiness from being woken up had almost disappeared. Any man would feel the same way if he saw a stunningly beautiful woman crouching by his bedside, waiting for him to get up. Not to mention his capricious attempt to shift blame, which already showed he was in a very good mood. Can I not wash my underwear? Su Yuning asked softly. Of course not, this is your punishment. If you don't wash, do you expect me to do it? Bai Jinchuan's refusal was perfectly reasonable. He didn't want to experience even the slightest bit of fatigue. If it were something enjoyable, then that would be more appropriate. Okay, brother. Su Yuning sounded regretful, as if she had been bullied, but her eyes, with her head lowered, were full of desire. All right, you can go out now. I'll get up right away. Bai Jinxian waved his hand lazily, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner, and then wrapped himself back in the blanket. As the door clicked shut, Bai Jinxian turned over and lay peacefully. He couldn't help but recall his entire life. Yes, this lifetime. Bai Jinxian is actually a guy who has lived 2 lives. In his first life, he lived on Earth as an ordinary man, with nothing particularly special about him. His life after growing up was filled with work, and he couldn't see any bright future ahead, nor could he walk an endless, winding road. Then one day on his way home, he had a stroke of luck and was killed instantly. He was then reincarnated into this world, a world where there are more women than men, a world that is a boon for men. The male-to-female ratio in this world is 1:10, which is extremely exaggerated. The scarcity of men means that men don't need to worry about dowries or family matters at all. All you need to do is live your own life and marry at least 3 women according to the marriage law to complete the main quest the world expects of you. Then you can choose to complete the main quest you've set for yourself. Chapter 2: Face Your Heart. This world is very similar to Bai Jinchuan's previous life, except that it is called Blue Star and the political system has been unified. Women's physical condition is generally better than men's, and they don't have the negative buff of continuous monthly blood loss, so women can also do heavy and hard work. Women can truly hold up a piece of the sky. If it were just a matter of gender roles being reversed, men wouldn't receive so many preferential treatments. The 1:10 male-to-female ratio is simply too exaggerated. Some people thought, how could it be so exaggerated? The male-to-female ratio is only 1:10. In the fantasy novels I've read, the male-to-female ratio is 1 hour 66 minutes. However, in Bai Jinchuan's previous life, a certain Eastern superpower had a gender imbalance, with the actual ratio of men to women being 104 to 100. That is to say, there are 100 women for every 104 men. So how are women and men treated respectively? A comparison makes it clear how men are treated in this world. If Bai Jinxian were to evaluate his life so far, he would say it's like living the life of a little emperor. Yes, it's that awesome. It's time to get up. Bai Jinxian yawned as he got out of bed, his clothes loose and his demeanor lazy, proving firsthand that comfort was the most important thing. The main thing is to do what makes you happy. Upon arriving at the bathroom and looking at himself in the mirror, Bai Jinxian once again became captivated by his own appearance. True beauty transcends gender. It is beauty that can captivate people of all ages and genders. Her eyebrows were like ink paintings, her eye sockets were deep, and her eyes were like black jade soaking in an icy spring on a winter night. They were extremely cold, but when you looked into them, they would ripple with a subtle, imperceptible emotion, making you feel special. Her nose was high and straight, her lips were thin and sharp, and her entire face was exquisite, exuding an air of aloof nobility. There was also a faint beauty mark at the corner of his eye, which added a touch of gentleness to his cold and silent demeanor, neutralizing his aloof and noble air. Words alone are insufficient to describe it. All we need to know is that Bai Jinxian, thanks to his appearance, has never encountered any difficulties or obstacles since childhood. The whole world has been looking out for him. Compared to the real-world online game that most people play, what Bai Jinxian plays is essentially a hacked version, and a hacked version with a playable experience at that. Everyone genuinely wanted to help him and be considerate of him. Forgot your money when you go shopping? No problem, a stranger will pay for you. Late for school? No problem. Boys just need to take care of their health. After all, they are generally weaker, so we should be more understanding. There was a mistake at work? Sigh, how can there be no mistakes at work? So please don't be sad, we'll fix it slowly. This tolerance towards men is reflected in all sorts of small things in life. So, a year after Bai Jinxian became conscious, he understood one thing: this was a world that was tolerant of men and indulgent towards men with good looks. So Bai Jinxian unceremoniously integrated into this world and transformed himself into a willful bad man, showing no attachment to the survival rules and habits of his previous life. He faced his own heart honestly and chose to follow his heart. I just want to have fun, I just want to be selfish, I just want to be willful, and I just want to be happy. Being reborn into this world is a reward bestowed upon him by heaven. How could he waste it and go against his own heart? So Bai Jinxian ran wildly toward the bad man without slowing down or turning back. After leisurely washing up and carefully taking care of his face, Bai Jinxian finally left the room with satisfaction. Breakfast was already laid out on the living room table, and it seemed to be steaming hot, just in time. Su Yuning sat on one of the two chairs that had been pulled out, while the other chair was opposite her, waiting for Bai Jinxian to sit down. Bai Jinxian walked towards Su Yuning without even looking at her, saying, "It's a good thing I have Xiaoyu, otherwise I really don't know how I would survive on my own." As he spoke, he nestled on Su Yuning's shoulder like a koala, their two equally exquisite faces pressed together, a truly beautiful sight. Su Yuning's face remained expressionless, but the tips of her ears had inexplicably turned red. "Xiaolong Bao, my favorite Xiaolong Bao." Bai Jinxian muttered to himself as he reached out to grab the steamed buns on the table. Because of Su Yuning's thoughtfulness, the best food was all near Bai Jinxuan's side, which was opposite him at the table. So Bai Jinxian had to stretch his body very hard and try to get the breakfast little by little. His chest pressed against the back of Su Yuning's head, allowing her to clearly feel the man's strong body behind her, which made her feel as if her blood was flowing faster. Finally, Bai Jinxuan's two fingers touched the tender white steamed bun. "I got it." His face was beaming with joy, and his slender, delicate fingers complemented the steaming Xiaolong Bao perfectly, making them look like a dish. As Su Yuning looked at the scene, she felt a little confused and unconsciously imagined herself lying on the table while Bai Jinxian gently held a steamed bun between his fingers. "Come on, open your mouth. Of course, you have to be the first to taste the food that Xiaoyu makes." The warm sensation on her lips brought Su Yuning back to her senses. She subconsciously opened her mouth, letting Bai Jinxian slowly push the steamed bun into it. "It's strange, though. Even though the Xiaolong Bao is hot and my body is warm, why do I feel it's icy cold when it touches my tongue and mouth? It's so captivating, it makes your breath catch in your throat. Alright, I'm going to start eating now." Bai Jinxian pulled out the chair next to Su Yuning and took away her bowl and chopsticks, then began to taste the food in front of him one by one. He would eat more of what tasted good and put what didn't taste good into Su Yuning's mouth, which was extremely willful. In his original world, this would have been something that would have been cursed and despised. But in this world, everything became a pleasure, whether for Bai Jinxian or Su Yuning. After a while, Su Yuning looked at the bowls and chopsticks on the other side of the table, then at Bai Jinxuan's satisfied expression, and finally chose to indulge him, saying nothing. This kind of thing that you have to go through every day is both annoying and enjoyable. The joy of it goes without saying, but the frustration stems from a physique unique to men in this world. It is a special gene, a unique gene that arose to prevent the world from being destroyed and to ensure the continuation of the race. Before the age of 18, most men have no sexual desire. In return, between the ages of 18 and 20, men's sexual desire will gradually be released, and the recovery and endurance of their penis will gradually be greatly enhanced. Chapter 3: Making Women Blush, that's what I'm best at. As is well known, the number of offspring is an important metric for whether a race can continue to exist. On Earth, where the male-to-female ratio is extremely skewed, men inevitably bear a significant responsibility in the matter of continuing the lineage. Cows will die from exhaustion, and without proper planning, humanity will eventually go extinct. In fact, this has happened 2 or 3 times in history. The lack of proper planning and the use of men led to the deaths of many men, which in turn caused women to go crazy until a unified government was established, at which point such incidents ceased. Therefore, on Earth today, all men enjoy considerable benefits and have no corresponding responsibilities. Their only duty is to marry at least 3 women in accordance with the law. However, this number is still outrageous. If women are to be satisfied, it will significantly reduce the lifespan of men, which is something no one wants to see. But life finds its own way, and so certain genes in men changed. Before the age of 18, a man's libido is reduced to almost nothing, and all his energy is stored in his body to enhance certain aspects. It wasn't until after the age of 18 that sexual desire began to gradually be liberated, and the body also experienced a significant enhancement. The most obvious characteristics are resilience and endurance. Some people might think, where's the improvement? Isn't this just reckless? I want it to be huge. But in reality, size is not the most important trait. Therefore, if you can improve a certain aspect, I hope that everyone here will be careful not to allocate attribute points to the wrong one, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. After a satisfying meal, Bai Jinxian relaxed and became a hands-off manager, lying on his own sofa, watching Su Yuning finish the rest of the food while digesting his meal. It seemed that his gaze was too direct, causing Su Yuning's movements to become somewhat stiff, and she unconsciously straightened up. This made him want to laugh a little. They'd known each other since childhood, yet the child was still so adorable he really wanted to tease him a bit. "Brother, you can go play games on your phone after you've eaten. Please don't stare at me." Feeling uneasy, Su Yuning quickened her eating pace and finished off the last remaining food on the table. "Why? Doesn't the little servant want me to look at you?" Bai Jinxian propped his chin on his hand and asked curiously. He had many names for Su Yuning, and he called her whatever he felt like, but he often called her Xiaoyu and Zaya Purin little servant. "I hope so, but this makes me feel very embarrassed." Su Yuning began clearing the dishes from the table, and said something quite cute with a blank expression. Bai Jinxuan's smile practically reached the sun, "But I'll be so happy. Besides, little Yuning is just too adorable." Su Yuning paused for a moment, then immediately quickened her packing, grabbed what she had packed and rushed into the kitchen, fleeing in a panic as if she had encountered a chaotic battle. She stumbled a little when she entered the kitchen, which allowed Bai Jinxian to see Su Yuning's panicked eyes, her flushed face, her bright red ear tips, and her head that looked like it was about to smoke. Bai Jinxian laughed even more heartily for the little chef girl. A bad man like him was still far too much. This was a scene he never dared to dream of in his past life. Su Yuning is 1.75 meters tall, which is considered quite tall for a woman in her previous life. She has a perfect figure with curves in all the right places, making her a very pleasing sight to behold. And her appearance is equally exquisite, coupled with her expressionless face and smooth, long black hair. She is exactly the aloof school beauty from a novel. Yet this aloof school beauty suffered a crushing defeat before Bai Jinxian even had a chance to exert his full strength, and being bullied became the norm for her, leaving her with no ability to fight back. This world really is attractive to men. Bai Jinxian turned over again and took out his phone to check the messages. He opened the chat software, and one of the group chat messages, named Grade 12 Class 1 Graduation Group, had already been refreshed to 99+. Bai Jinxian didn't climb the stairs to check instead, he flipped directly to the bottom of the list of important information. "Class monitor, is everyone able to come to today's graduation party?" "Jiazi, of course I'll come. This is our class's last reunion, and the class monitor is even treating us to the whole thing, so I have to come and eat at least one of their meals." Laughs. "Haoran, that's right, but I don't know if His Majesty will come. It's been so long, I miss him terribly." "Yoshiko, come on, I saw you at your graduation banquet a few days ago." "I'm the one who really misses His Majesty." "Haoran, you don't know anything. A day apart feels like 3 autumns." "I'm the one who misses His Majesty the most." The two started arguing about who was His Majesty's strongest lackey. Bai Jinxian was engrossed in reading until another person joined the chat. "Xia Tian, hey, can you guys think as much as the class monitor? If His Majesty doesn't come, the class monitor's plan might fall through." One sentence stopped the two guys in the group from arguing, leaving them with mixed feelings. Of course, there is no such thing as Your Majesty in modern society. This is just a nickname, Bai Jinxuan's nickname. Because Bai Jinxuan's classmates were very willing to play role-playing games with him, directly immersing him in the roles of lackeys and eunuchs, Bai Jinxian experienced the real life of an emperor. That's why, when evaluating his life before, he would describe it as living like a little emperor. The nickname came about quite cleverly. Bai Jinxian is a top-tier man with perfect looks and physique. He has a cool but not arrogant personality and occasionally lets go of his aloofness to enjoy himself with the people. He usually only listens to nice things and has to go along with them. He is also extremely willful, yet he is skilled at using both slaps and sweet talk to make those young female cooks completely infatuated. Because his personality was so similar to that of the emperor, he could only listen to good things and couldn't stand bad things, so he was called the Little Emperor. Bai Jinxian happened to like this title, so everyone played a role-playing game with him for 2 or 3 years. Now that he's a college student, Bai Jinxian feels a little reluctant to leave his court. "Haoran, His Majesty said he would come. If all else fails, we can have the class monitor ask him. Didn't he say he has the best relationship with His Majesty?" WeChat smile. The squad leader who was diving couldn't sit still anymore. "Class monitor, when did I say that? Besides, His Majesty and I have the best relationship, and His Majesty has said so." This kind of left brain right brain conflict made the group members laugh, but no one said anything. The class monitor is indeed a high-quality woman, and her family is very wealthy. Then the class monitor said something like, "His Majesty and I are just good friends, what could I possibly have feelings for him?" He then added something like, "We're just friends," which made everyone burst into laughter. This ridiculous attempt to cover up the truth only makes it seem like a futile effort. Chapter 4: The Responsible Little Servant. Sigh, I thought it was well hidden back then, but now it's just laughable. It really is true that outsiders see things more clearly. Bai Jinxian thought about his actions in his previous life and sighed. With experience from 2 lifetimes, he understood the little thoughts of these high school students all too well. After all, he had gone through the same thing in his previous life, only this time the roles were reversed. Before I could even ask, he sent me a message. Long live the Emperor, don't worry, I will be there on time. The group chat, which had been relatively calm, immediately became lively again. This also shows how popular Bai Jinxian is. Meanwhile, some students who were hesitant about going saw Bai Jinxuan's answer and immediately decided to go. After all, this might be the last time I see Bai Jinxian, so I have to seize the opportunity. Besides, this gathering will also allow me to see some interesting things happen, such as whether the class monitor will confess his feelings and whether he will succeed. They themselves had a full understanding of themselves and knew that success was absolutely impossible, except for the class monitor, who had only a tiny bit of a chance. Su Yuning quietly walked to Bai Jinxuan's side and placed a plate of carefully cut and arranged fruit on the table next to him. Bai Jinxian could get it simply by reaching out his hand. But you can't imagine what life is like for the little emperor. Su Yuning picked up a grape with her slender, fair fingers, carefully peeled it, and then fed it to Bai Jinxian. Brother, try some grapes. I picked them myself at the orchard yesterday. They're very sweet. Bai Jinxian didn't even blink, let alone turn his head. He simply opened his mouth skillfully and accepted the little servant's feeding. The first sensation upon tasting it is its cool, refreshing taste, but not so cold as to chill your teeth. With a gentle bite, the sweet juice and refreshing sensation instantly fill every corner of your mouth. Bai Jinxian felt refreshed. The grapes were probably just taken out of the refrigerator, or soaked in ice water for a while. But in any case, the servant's service was as impeccable as ever. Ah, Yuning, you're absolutely amazing. Bai Jinxian said with a satisfied look, you always manage to find something that makes me feel comfortable. Her expression was fine, and her words seemed fine too, but for some reason, when put together, they felt very strange, making Su Yuning feel somewhat restless. Su Yuning threw away her somewhat wicked thoughts and fed the second peeled grape to Bai Jinxian. This time, Bai Jinxian opened his mouth and took it in one gulp. Su Yuning froze, instinctively pulling her finger away. Moi! She felt a bit feverish, her cheeks were burning hot, and her fingers were both hot and cold, making it impossible to ignore. Bai Jinxian, however, didn't care at all. He squinted his eyes with a satisfied look on his face, completely immersed in the delicious grapes. Wow, Yuning, you're so amazing. I feel like I can't live without you anymore. I want more. What I want are grapes. Bai Jinxian never hesitates to praise women who work hard to serve him. Firstly, it didn't cost any money, and secondly, because he had a conscience and felt he should repay the help he received. Thirdly, he really enjoys seeing women blush when he praises them. They're all like virgins from a past life, unable to handle even a few words, let alone such direct praise. Just like Su Yuning now, she was frozen in place, her expression still cold, but her pupils were dilated, looking like she had broken down. At the same time, the red color started to spread upwards from her neck and reached the top of her head, as if thick smoke was about to billow out at any moment. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jinxian couldn't help but chuckle softly, then uncontrollably collapsed onto the sofa, looking triumphantly at the dumbfounded Su Yuning. This world is so wonderful. He can casually engage in intimate acts with girls and even cruelly tease them like this. The girls not only didn't resist, but they would also shrink into a ball shyly, as if they had taken advantage of him. Bai Jinxian didn't care how men in this world treated women. He was only responsible for himself and only wanted to be happy, so he enjoyed it. It took Su Yuning a long time to recover her senses. She cursed herself for being so weak. It was just a few ordinary words, how could it have turned out like this? As she thought about it, her face turned even redder. When she saw Bai Jinxian laughing uncontrollably, she said with a mix of embarrassment and nervousness, "Brother, are you doing this on purpose? Where did you learn all this?" Because of the physical characteristics of men in this world, they won't be exposed to sex education before the age of 18, since they won't need it anyway. However, if a woman misbehaves before the age of 18, she will face criminal penalties. There are some things that are not discussed in class, but are talked about openly and secretly, namely that sexual relations are prohibited before the age of 18. Women are different. They can use it and feel comfortable with it, so they will find resources on their own. Su Yuning was no exception, so she immediately sensed that something was wrong with what she was saying. It certainly wasn't a good story. She was very worried about this, fearing that her brother would go astray. But Bai Jinxian didn't need to learn anything. In his previous life, when he was a boy, he was already a professional level scholar. He had not only read the works of various teachers, but also savored the writings of various forum moderators. Using excerpts to flirt with the young female chef is something that can be done easily, right? I forgot, and is there something wrong with what you said? Bai Jinxian spread his hands, putting on an innocent expression, and didn't even bother to come up with a reason. But it doesn't matter, Su Yuning will believe it and won't pursue the matter. She will even make up the reasons for him. This is how a little emperor is treated. Su Yuning was taken aback, unsure how to answer, and looked at Bai Jinxian with suspicion. Does my brother really not know what that means? Could he be a born succubus? Thinking back carefully to what Bai Jinxian had done before, and how he would always say things that aroused desire with an innocent and naive expression, Su Yuning felt that she had discovered the truth. But no matter what, she definitely couldn't say such a thing. She didn't want to lead her brother astray. Nothing's wrong, but you absolutely mustn't read those dangerous books, brother, they'll make you less innocent. Su Yuning spoke very seriously. Okay, I understand. Bai Jinxian gave a perfunctory answer and then picked up his phone to play again. Su Yuning didn't say much, only thinking that she should serve Bai Jinxian better and more in the future. As long as we spend enough time with Bai Jinxian, we will definitely be able to stop those hateful books. That's the sense of responsibility she had as a servant. I will protect my brother's safety. Chapter 5 Challenge. With plenty of time before the class reunion, Bai Jinxian wanted to finish everything he needed to do before lunch, such as the AAA game he hadn't yet completed. Xiaoyu, go and get my homework and that PS4. Bai Jinxian gave Su Yuning orders without any hesitation. Good. Su Yuning turned and left, and soon returned with a pile of things. A pile of books, various snacks, and the PS4 mentioned above. She first unpacked the snacks one by one, then arranged them in a circle on the table with Bai Jinxian as the center point, and placed a potato chip clip in the middle to avoid getting her hands dirty. Then she took a frozen glass from the refrigerator, poured an iced tea, added a few iced tea cubes, a slice of lemon, inserted a straw, and placed it next to Bai Jinxian. Finally, Su Yuning connected the PS4, opened the AAA game that Bai Jinxian had not yet finished, and placed the controller in front of Bai Jinxian. Ah, if this doesn't count as living like a little emperor, then what does? Bai Jinxian simply gave an instruction, but Su Yuning completed the task to a perfect 200% perfection, leaving Bai Jinxian extremely satisfied. Honestly, Bai Jinxian said, feigning a complaint, there's no way I can leave Xiao Yuning like this. I'll definitely die without you. Su Yuning, who had already sat down at the table and started doing homework for both of them, replied very seriously, then I'll just stay with my brother. Bai Jinxian simply chuckled softly and remained silent. Su Yuning was a little unhappy. She had been answering very seriously, and that was truly what she thought. I'm serious, don't treat me like a child, brother. And we are not related by blood. Yes, Bai Jinxian and Su Yuning are not related by blood at all, so why do they call each other brother and sister, and why do they live in the same house? This is because the world's peculiar laws lead to peculiar interpersonal relationships. In short, Bai Jinxian and Su Yuning are indeed not related by blood, and he also has an older sister named Su Choyun, who is also not related by blood. However, Bai Jinxian didn't want to discuss these matters with Su Yuning right now. It felt rather strange. It's also possible that he had just turned 18 and his desires hadn't yet been unleashed, so he didn't want to delve into those matters. You're going to university soon, where you'll meet lots of good-looking guys, and as you become an adult, a whole host of problems await you. Bai Jinxian spoke without turning his head, already opening the game. But this kind of question, which was meant to fool a child, made Su Yuning even more unhappy. However, she remained expressionless, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. It seems I haven't executed the useless parenting plan my sister recommended to me perfectly enough. I need to make sure my brother can't live without me. Also, we need to ask what the next step should be. But it's not bad this way. It's because my brother treats me like a child that he's so unrestrained at home, allowing me to take advantage of him all the time. Having come to understand the status of men in this world, Bai Jinxian could be said to have let himself go. Things like conscience and self-respect were long gone, long ago thrown into some unknown trash heap. His favorite thing to do is to tease the young female cook, making her blush and feel embarrassed, and toying with her at his mercy. Although she wanted to say something grand to prove her heart and will, Su Yuning was worried that she would be called a pervert, and that she might not only lose her chance to get what she wanted, but also be kicked out of the house. More importantly, she felt that she was not capable of giving Bai Jinshan happiness, let alone being his wife. She would even have trouble being his concubine. Bai Jinshan felt a little disappointed when he noticed that Su Yuning didn't say anything. "Looks like I haven't been adding enough seasoning," the little servant managed to hold back his reply. The two are not only not related by blood, but also have no clear social relationship. They can be considered half-siblings. After a moment of silence, Bai Jinshan chuckled and said, "There's no need to think about that now, it's still early. But this is not bad either, as it allows me to continue training the little servant until he becomes the person I like best." If Su Yuning really said something incoherent, then Bai Jinshan would not hesitate to verbally attack her, belittle her to the lowest point, and then comfort her with a warm embrace. Once the training is complete, Bai Jinshan will not only have a loyal little servant, but also an adorable puppy. Oh dear, Bai Jinshan is so wicked, he only thinks of himself. By the way, I have to go out at noon and won't be back until evening, so it will probably be quite late. Bai Jinshan said, his gaze still fixed on the AAA game in front of him. At night? Isn't that a bit unsafe? How about I go out with you? Su Yuning stopped writing, looked at Bai Jinshan, and expressed her concern. Although the law offers a series of preferential treatments for men, Bai Jinshan is just too handsome, and some women might not be able to resist making advances. It's okay, this is a society governed by the rule of law, and I will be very careful. Besides, this is a class reunion. What would it look like if I brought you along? Bai Jinshan still didn't care. He wasn't just attending a class reunion, it would be very inconvenient to bring Su Yuning along. Okay, please send me a message every now and then. This is for your safety. To prevent Bai Jinshan from disobeying, Su Yuning added another sentence. Your safety is very important. If your sister finds out, she might cut off your allowance and then keep you under her thumb. Bai Jinshan, who was about to refuse, suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yuning with great displeasure. Although he has always been extremely willful, fearless, and only thinking of himself, his older sister Su Choyun's personality is very annoying, and can be described as cloyingly sweet, making her really difficult to deal with. He wasn't afraid of Su Choyun, but he felt that such a small matter wasn't worth bothering him. Alright, I'll send you a message later. Even if Su Yuning hadn't said that, Bai Jinshan would still have sent the message. Although he felt it was unnecessary, Su Yuning had been his servant for so long, so he was still willing to put in some effort to appease her. But this threat made him very unhappy, and he needed to vent his anger. Bai Jinshan threw away the game controller, ran behind Su Yuning, and pressed himself against her, pinching her cheek with one hand and placing the other hand on her abdomen. But it quickly turned into kneading and squeezing. Bai Jinshan quickly sensed that Su Yuning was getting hot and her breathing was becoming heavier. Su Yuning's pupils dilated again as she began to think about what she would do later, since Bai Jinshan wasn't home. Then Bai Jinshan whispered in Su Yuning's ear, "When I come back, you must still be wearing this outfit, and it's best if you don't smell bad." Su Yuning unconsciously opened her mouth, feeling as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water, but her body was getting hotter and hotter inside. G stands for inch stop. Chapter 6 Sexual Repression. Su Yuning was well aware of her position. She had no control over Bai Jinshan and was always the one being bullied, so she could only bring up her eldest sister, Su Choyun. Although she knew she might be bullied, and that it would be worse than usual, she didn't want anything to happen to Bai Jinshan. But this time, the punishment. That's strange, why would my brother come up with this punishment? He must be very naive, never having been exposed to anything about relationships between men and women. Su Yuning spends a lot of time with Bai Jinshan every day, and she knows most of the things Bai Jinshan has done, but he definitely did not read about matters of men and women. This made Su Yuning feel a little flustered. Had Bai Jinshan come into contact with some bad knowledge that she hadn't seen? But before she could speak, Bai Jinshan said first, "From my observation, little servant, you are very clean, aren't you? You always serve me, which is why you take a shower very late every day. And every time I went out and came back, you were always wearing a different set of clothes, so you must have been secretly taking a shower while I was away." Bai Jinshan said smugly, "I won't let you take a bath today." Su Yuning was stunned, her mouth agape even wider. "Is that so? Isn't that how it is?" Bai Jinshan asked in confusion. Su Yuning came to her senses. "Yes, that's right. I didn't expect my brother to find out. I'm just very clean." Her face turned even redder. "Damn it, how could I let my thoughts wander like that? My brother is so innocent, how could he possibly think about such things? TSK, poor little servant, served by Jin Xian for so many years, and in the end was still manipulated at his mercy. The two remained silent for a moment, one continuing to play the game, the other continuing to do her homework. These assignments are not summer homework, but professional question books that cannot be bought on the market. Unlike Bai Jinxian, Su Yuning is very talented in her studies. If he had the ability, he would certainly like the young servant to learn more. Moreover, to avoid making the little servant feel resentful or bored, he even bought himself a set to study with. However, as a result, Su Yuning got 2 sets of themes, which is a cause for celebration. Bai Jinxian already got up late, and before he knew it, it was noon. Well then, I'm heading out now. The car I called is already downstairs. Bai Jinxian changed his shoes and stood in the entryway, speaking to Su Yuning in front of him. Be careful in everything you do. Su Yuning remained expressionless, but her eyes were filled with worry. Okay. Bai Jinxian took the opportunity to pat Su Yuning's head, earning him a completely intimidating look in return. Because of her childhood experiences, Su Yuning finds it difficult to express her emotions. She usually has a cold face, like someone with a poker face. This only made Bai Jinxian enjoy bullying Su Yuning even more, especially when Su Yuning showed emotional reactions, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. I really want to see if the little servant will have a blank expression when he's in a state of ecstasy. No, he definitely won't. That would be a very interesting and satisfying expression. Su Yuning felt a chill for no reason and couldn't help but look at Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxian responded with a gentle expression, which made her feel much better. Luckily, my brother was there with me. The driver has been waiting for several minutes. I'm going out now. The door clicked shut. Su Yuning hurriedly went to the window to wait, looking straight down at the passageway below. Not long after, Bai Jinxian was seen walking out of there. He walked very fast and disappeared from sight in no time. She watched and watched for a long time, gazing in the direction Bai Jinxian had left, before finally getting ready to do her own thing. I haven't cleaned the house yet, I haven't finished my homework, and I still have daily game tasks to complete. Most importantly, my brother's clothes haven't been washed yet. There is a washing machine at home, but Su Yuning prefers to wash clothes by hand, though only Bai Jinxuan's clothes can enjoy this treatment. Upon entering Bai Jinxuan's room, Su Yuning had an incredibly peculiar feeling. This wasn't her first time entering this room, but this time she was alone. The room was filled with a light fragrance, along with a faint masculine scent and Bai Jinxuan's unique aroma. Sniff. Su Yuning twitched her little nose, took a deep breath, and the blush that had faded from her face reappeared. My brother's flavor. However, she hadn't forgotten her business. After enjoying herself for a while, she opened the bathroom door and went inside. Bai Jinxuan's room had its own private bathroom, and it was quite nice. This man never skimped on his own enjoyment. At that moment, a pile of clothes was placed on the chair in the bathroom. Su Yuning swallowed hard as she looked at the clothes, but then she thought of Bai Jinxuan's punishment, and her usually cold expression actually furrowed. She felt somewhat uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do about it. Forget it, I'll just clear my mind and not think too much. I'll just do the laundry properly. It's just a pity that I only get to be alone once a month. What a waste. Su Yuning frowned again. Why would a dignified, aloof goddess appear sexually repressed? This is all thanks to that wicked man, Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxian usually appears harmless and innocent, but he always says surprising things, making Su Yuning's heart restless and unable to resist. If it were just talking, it wouldn't be a problem, but bad men always like to touch you inappropriately, pinch your hand, pat your head, kiss your face, and pat your leg. Which young female cook could stand it? That's bad enough, but the bad man also likes to have Su Yuning massage him while he does the voiceover. He himself was free from the influence of desire and could simply watch the show from the sidelines. But Su Yuning was in a terrible situation. Every time she was aroused, her face would turn red and her desires would surge, leaving her completely unable to resolve the situation. For a woman who is full of energy, passion, and in her adolescence, this is undoubtedly like dropping a bomb inside a volcano, making it impossible to suppress the eruption. For a period of time, Su Yuning couldn't sleep at night at all, her mind filled with the face and voice of the bad man. But the problem is there, and there has to be a solution. Su Yuning is no useless woman. She will naturally seek out resources when she has needs. Although there are some difficulties, they are not a problem for her. Just like the male Bai Jinxian in his previous life. If a man wants to take flight but can't find the right ingredients, then he should just reincarnate as soon as possible and not leave behind that kind of gene. And this kind of thing is addictive. Once you start, you'll want to do it again. Not to mention there's a bad man in the house who's always playing pranks, and she happens to really like him. How could Su Yuning possibly stand it? Even if she's an iceberg, she can't help it. Chapter 7 Long Live the Emperor. It's still very hot today, but it's okay inside the car because of the air conditioning. The only downside is that the driver keeps looking back, and very frequently. There was a rear-view mirror in the car. The driver first looked in the rear-view mirror, but then, perhaps not believing that there could be such a handsome person in the world, he had to turn his head to confirm it, and then he kept turning his head. This made Bai Jinxian feel very insecure. Actually, it's not a big deal if people look at him. Bai Jinxian has long accepted the fact that he is a handsome man, and he is happy that women are attracted to his charm. However, looking back too frequently is extremely dangerous while driving. Hey driver, can you please watch the road instead of me while you're driving? Bai Jinxian, who had been leaning against the window looking at the scenery outside, looked helplessly at the driver. He was genuinely afraid of getting into a car accident. There were still better days ahead of him, and he couldn't just die like that. Sorry, I've never seen such an outstanding person before, I really can't believe it. The driver quickly apologized, his voice gentle yet slightly strained, completely different from his usual gruff tone. She knew this behavior was wrong, but appreciating beauty was ingrained in her blood, and she simply couldn't stand it. This improved Bai Jinxuan's mood somewhat. It's okay. I wouldn't mind under normal circumstances, but you're driving now, and I don't want an accident. Bai Jinxuan's personality surprised the driver. She thought she would be verbally abused or looked down upon, since that's how men are these days. Moreover, society treats men too favorably. If a woman like her is reported to the police, there is a high probability that she will face a crime. I never expected to meet such a handsome guy today, and he has such a great personality too. He's truly an angel on earth. Thinking about this, the driver also began to focus on driving, deliberately slowing down to ensure safety. No matter how reluctant I was to leave this journey, I still reached my destination. The Lijiang Hotel, one of the top-rated hotels in the city, was also the venue for this dinner. When Bai Jinxian got out of the car, the driver offered to waive the fare, but Bai Jinxian refused. Being a driver is hard work, there's no need to skimp on this little bit of money, and he doesn't want to get involved with a strange woman. Bai Jinxian is a very honest and realistic bad man. But that gaze is way too intense. How long must they have been abstaining from sex? Because of his appearance, Bai Jinxian always attracts attention, so he is quite sensitive to it. Although he doesn't mind being watched, it's rare to see such a gaze that seems to want to devour him. Bai Jinxian, over here. Before I had even taken 2 steps after getting off the bus, a young and pretty girl came rushing out from a distance, waving her arms. She was beautiful and full of energy, with great skin, and wore only luxury goods. Squad leader, why did you come to pick me up in person? How long have you been waiting? Not long after, I also came down and happened to run into you. Squad leader Chao Ainen was panting, then revealed a bright and cheerful smile. But the fine sweat on her forehead proved that she hadn't just waited a short while as she claimed. The hotel definitely has air conditioning, so you won't sweat even if you jog a short distance. It's likely that Chao Ainen had been peering out from outside the gate, which is why she was able to rush over just as Bai Jinxian got out of the car and took a few steps. In his past life, it was always the men who waited, but in this life, it's completely reversed. But it has to be said that this kind of behavior really makes bad men happy, making them feel once again that they've come to the right world. You look exhausted, wipe your sweat. Bai Jinxian handed over a gray handkerchief. This thing can be reused to wipe sweat or used to wrap small items. Most importantly, it can be given away as a small gift. No need, but I brought some toilet paper, so please don't get your handkerchief dirty. Chao Ainen spoke somewhat shyly, but her gaze was fixed on the handkerchief, and a longing unconsciously shone in her eyes. She looked so cute. Even though she really wanted Bai Jinxian, she didn't dare to crave more and only wanted this handkerchief. She's so adorably greedy, completely different from the women of her past life. Then you can take it too. I have plenty of these handkerchiefs. It's okay if you keep this one. Bai Jinxian took Chao Ainen's fair hand and tucked the handkerchief inside. Despite it being an act of taking advantage in her past life, Chao Ainen was filled with shyness, her body so tense that she dared not move, and she didn't even dare to look at Bai Jinxian. Thank you. Chao Ainen suddenly started to stutter a little, but he seemed very happy. It's okay, let's go inside first. It's so hot outside, we'll turn into coal if we stay any longer. Bai Jinxian mentioned it in a slightly exaggerated way. But Xiao Anan took it seriously, fearing that Bai Jinxian would get sunburned, and hurriedly pulled him into the hotel. The dinner was held in room 802. This is a fairly spacious private room with 2 large tables, some sofas, and tea seats, which can accommodate dozens of people to relax and have fun. The room was already full of people, and Bai Jinxian could hear the noisy sounds as soon as he pushed open the door. The first person to spot Bai Jinxian was Jiazi, who was grinning foolishly in the crowd. She was rather thin and was talking to the people around her. Upon seeing Bai Jinxian, he immediately emerged from the crowd and exclaimed with delight, "His Majesty has arrived." She jogged to Bai Jinxuan's side, then deftly flicked off her non-existent sleeves and squatted down like a lackey, saying respectfully, "Thank you for the honor, Your Majesty." Bai Jinxian wasn't embarrassed at all. Over the years, he had been praised and congratulated by countless girls, and he had long since acquired the skill of being thick-skinned. So he was quite happy about it. "Ahem, today is a class reunion, and you're still acting like this. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Although Bai Jinxian said this, he was all smiles and seemed quite satisfied. The other students exchanged glances, then quickly half-squatted on the ground and respectfully shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" Tisk, hey, you guys, sigh. Bai Jinxian kept uttering interjections, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile, almost touching the sun. But he felt guilty for betraying the kindness of his juniors, so he secretly cooperated. Just for a moment. Bai Jinxian instantly got into character. "Alas, you have really made my life miserable." Jiazi raised her head and said with a smile, this was all done voluntarily by the students. They wanted to leave a deep impression on His Majesty. All right. Bai Jinxuan's smile hadn't faded since he entered. "Rise, all of you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The students spoke in unison again, then stood up and looked at each other, all grinning. Chapter 8. A tall, gloomy woman. "Your Majesty must be tired from your journey. Please come inside and sit down to rest for a while." Yoshiko bent down to lead the way, and the people in front of her quickly cooperated and left, leaving the sofa in the middle cleared out. Despite being watched by so many eyes, Bai Jinxian was not intimidated and walked over without any hesitation. He even had the leisure to give each woman a gentle smile along the way. For a moment, it made countless people's hearts stop beating. They felt that coming today was the right decision. Seeing His Majesty's smile, even death would be worthwhile. If Bai Jinxian is a willful and mischievous child at home, he is equally willful at school. However, this bad boy knows how to use his good looks and is not as aloof as other boys. Although he is usually very aloof, he is willing to show a smile if someone respectfully calls him Your Majesty. So when Bai Jinxian said that his life was like that of an emperor, it wasn't an adjective, but a realistic description. "I came into this world to be a little emperor, I'm sure of it." In short, thanks to his bad boy looks and personality, everyone was willing to treat him like a little emperor, and he himself enjoyed it and was generous with his smiles. However, the role-playing game should be over by now, and it's getting late. We should eat soon, so we should talk about other things now. For example, why did the squad leader come up with His Majesty? Didn't he say he was going to the restroom? Did they bump into each other there? The discipline committee member joked that although he was a boy, he knew very well what these girls thought of Bai Jinxian. Xiao Anan glanced at Bai Jinxian first, and when she found that he didn't react, she stubbornly explained, "I went to the toilet, but I felt a bit stuffy after I finished, so I went downstairs to get some fresh air, and that's when I ran into Bai Jinxian." Those present simply smiled at these words, saying nothing, but their expressions conveyed everything. "I don't think so. The class monitor probably wanted to sneak away. After all, he usually has a lot of little tricks up his sleeve to please His Majesty." One of the girls couldn't contain her jealousy and said, "In this world, every boy is a treasure, and treasures are rare and precious, so they must be fought for. Not to mention a national treasure like Bai Jinxian, almost every girl has had thoughts about him, but also knows she can't protect him. They might not be able to get it themselves, but they could certainly make other girls feel bad. For example, Xiao Anan is quite irritable right now. She did intend to confess, but definitely not now. Confessing was the final charge, not the trump card to start. Throwing it out directly will only make you look like a clown." Xiao Anan's expression changed slightly, and she didn't look too good. She then secretly glanced at Bai Jinxian. The bad man watched the scene with amusement, seemingly oblivious to what they were arguing about. It can be quite amusing for women to argue with each other, but it's about time, and we just had a good time, so let's put the argument to rest and avoid hurting our relationship. Thinking it over, Bai Jinxian spoke up, alright, it's almost 12 o'clock. Aren't you hungry? Shouldn't you eat? Xiao Anan, who was about to refute the girl, swallowed her words and gave Bai Jinxian a grateful look. She thought the bad man was helping her. She couldn't help but sigh, realizing that she was indeed Bai Jinxuan's best and most valued classmate. No, they should be considered friends. I'll go and have them serve the food right away. Please take your seats first. Oh, and please save me a seat. The last sentence was spoken by Xiao Anan to her own little follower. The spot reserved for her was naturally next to Bai Jinxian, and she also gestured for the others to keep an eye on things. If Xiao Anan weren't afraid that Bai Jinxian wouldn't come out if she invited him alone, she wouldn't have dragged all the other classmates along. They just know how to hold her back. Thinking about it, she glared at the girls who had dragged her down earlier. Fortunately, Bai Jinxian agreed to come out after all. There are gains and losses, and it's not a big deal. So everyone took their seats amidst laughter and banter, except for Bai Jinxian, who remained lazily leaning against the sofa, motionless, giving off the air of a true emperor. The others only dared to glance at him a few times, but dared not order him to do anything or sit next to him. Because they were not only afraid of being disliked by Bai Jinxian, but also worried about being resented by Xiao Anan. Everyone knows whose home ground it is today. I didn't have a chance to do anything, so I just talked about Xiao Anan. If I went any further, I would really make enemies. As for Bai Jinxian, it's up to him to decide where he wants to sit. Aren't you going to go sit down? Or are you going to wait for Xiao Anan? The discipline committee member came over and asked curiously, but he didn't seem to think as much as the other girls. Because he was also a boy, he and Bai Jinxian naturally had common topics to discuss. I'll go over there later. The sofa is so soft, I want to sit on it a little longer. Bai Jinxian waved his hand, indicating that the discipline committee member should go and sit down first. As mentioned before, he wasn't just there for the class reunion, he also had his own things to do and ideas to share. Bai Jinxian rarely appears outside of his home and school. After all, we have a good-looking and obedient little servant at home, and we have everything we need, so why do we need to go out and play? He came here this time because of a woman he was quite interested in. Not long after, Xiao Anan walked in again, followed by a row of waiters in black and white uniforms. Among them, one female waiter was exceptionally tall and had a striking presence. Why don't you go over to the dining table? Upon entering, Xiao Anan immediately noticed Bai Jinxian sitting directly opposite the door. So she mustered up her courage and walked straight over to sit next to Bai Jinxian. There was no one around at the moment, and Xiao Anan's body stiffened involuntarily, her heart began to race, and she didn't dare to look at Bai Jinxian. In the past, Xiao Anan would not have dared to make such a bold move. She would only dare to steal a few glances or knock down her little follower in front of Bai Jinxian. But after today, everyone will go their separate ways, and she will never see Bai Jinxian again. Although her family is wealthy, the world is so big that there will always be women who are richer and more beautiful. Even a fool would know that once Bai Jinxian got to university, he would only attract more people and bring in countless evil dragons. She really didn't have much confidence. I just want to sit for a while. Bai Jinxian spoke perfunctorily, but his eyes were fixed on the tall waitress. She was incredibly tall, reaching about 1.8 meters even without wearing heels. She was quite thin, had long black hair, a gloomy demeanor, and a scar on the corner of her mouth. What's most striking are her lifeless eyes, devoid of any emotion, like a stagnant lake. Only when they saw Bai Jinxian did they experience any fluctuations. Chapter 9 in Binglan. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Even Su Yuning, who has facial paralysis, can glean a lot of information from her eyes. But the woman in front of me was completely different. Her eyebrows were so thin and long that they seemed to express more emotion than her eyes. Her eyebrows did move, but her eyes were lifeless, as if nothing could move her. Let's go eat. Bai Jinxian deliberately lagged behind, following behind Xiao Anan. Xiao Anan, who had been tense, stiffly got up and went over when she heard what Bai Jinxian said. Since there were quite a few people, and they were all gathered around the dining table, it would be a bit crowded to walk over directly. The waiters did their best to make way and stopped handing out dishes. After all, they are paying customers, and they have no say in when they want to sit down. But this man is really handsome. Good professionalism prevented the waitresses from staring directly at Bai Jinxian, but their innate female instincts made them keep glancing at him furtively. As this perfect man passed by, they all seemed to smell a fragrance mixed with masculine scent, making their blood boil. This was certainly not because Bai Jinxian was wearing perfume, but rather the attraction between people of high-quality bloodlines. And Binglan, the tall woman with lifeless eyes, also followed Bai Jinxuan's gaze. She didn't expect to run into Bai Jinxian here. As far as she knew, Bai Jinxuan's life had always been very ordinary and routine. He went back and forth between school and home every day and rarely appeared in other places. But perhaps it's because we've graduated that we're having a get-together. She thought she would never see Bai Jinxian again after leaving school. Despite Binglan's lifeless demeanor, she had actually met Bai Jinxian many times, and for a period of time, they spent time together every day. If those girls found out, they'd probably be green with envy, and might even do something irrational. But that was a long time ago. And Binglan then turned her gaze to Xiao Anan, marveling at the woman's good fortune in being able to stand beside Bai Jinxian. Unlike her, Xiao Anan was quite famous at school. Firstly, she is very beautiful. Secondly, her family is very wealthy, the kind that truly owns a mine. And thirdly, she is very generous. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Perhaps due to the crowd being too dense, Bai Jinxian seemed to have stepped on something, and suddenly stumbled and fell forward uncontrollably. If nothing unexpected happens, he will likely fall on top of Xiao Anan. But as I said, that's assuming nothing unexpected happens. And Binglan's body reacted faster than her mind. With a quick step forward, she caught Bai Jinxian. Compared to the physical touch, a refreshing fragrance arrives much faster, and just smelling it makes you feel purified. I often smelled this scent when I was walking with this man, but this was the first time I'd been so close. Completely different from my alcoholic father. Lord Bai, are you alright? Xiao Anan only realized what was happening when she saw the surprised expressions on the faces of those around her, and quickly came over to help Bai Jinxian. Playing role-playing games occasionally is fine, but calling him Your Majesty in real life is a bit awkward, so in daily life, people around Bai Jinxian call him Lord Bai. Anyway, he's not embarrassed, it's everyone else who is. With his looks, he deserves that title. Bai Jinxian stood up appropriately, with only one hand still resting on Binglan's waist. Thank you. He gave a gentle smile. It's nothing. And Binglan lowered her head, not wanting to look at that warm smile and eyes, afraid that she would fall into them. But she was so tall that even with her head down, she could see the lower half of Bai Jinxuan's face. Then, after a series of associations in her memory, that gentle person reappeared in her mind. Okay, don't worry, I was just in a bit of a rush and tripped over it. Bai Jinxian once again refused Xiao Anan's help and nimbly sat down in the empty chair. Xiao Anan quickly sat down on the chair next to him, too nervous to say much. But she didn't have that much patience for other people. Hurry up and serve the food, then get out of here. If all the waiters hadn't rushed in at once, Bai Jinxian wouldn't have tripped. And these classmates, who are usually so good to me, still hold me back when it matters. Xiao Anan found fault with everything and was extremely irritable. Taking advantage of the waiter's break while serving the dishes, Bai Jinxian suddenly asked, "How have you been lately? Is everything alright at home?" Now it was Binglan's turn to serve the dishes. Xiao Anan didn't know why Bai Jinxian would suddenly ask him this question, but it was a topic after all, and it was Bai Jinxian who started it. However, it's a good opportunity to showcase the advantages of my home. That's great. My family is doing well too, we bought a new car. Xiao Anan deliberately left the topic unresolved, so that when Bai Jinxian asked her what kind of car it was, she could casually mention that her family had recently bought a new car worth 3 million yuan. Bai Jinxian simply smiled gently without speaking, but his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Binglan. Is this person talking to me? But doesn't something feel right here? When facing Bai Jinxian, all of Binglan's coldness and ruthlessness disappeared, and her usually stagnant eyes began to ripple. At this moment, Bai Jinxian was all he could think about, and he was frantically searching for an answer. And Binglan never imagined that a man as outstanding as Bai Jinxian would take care of her. But the reality is that Bai Jinxian did spend some time with her, even if it was just quietly walking the same road. Most men, let alone chatting with her or walking with her, would probably show disgust upon seeing her, let alone show any concern. But Bai Jinxuan's gaze was so direct in telling him that the question was asked for him, that he was expressing his concern. And Binglan has never cared about the things and people around her, but Bai Jinxian is an exception. So she nodded almost imperceptibly to indicate that she was fine and that her family was doing well. This should be fine, right? Even if I'm discovered, they might think it's a pointless action and not be too embarrassing, or they might mistake me for an ordinary woman. But Bai Jinxian smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good." And Binglan felt a pang of emotion, finally realizing that Bai Jinxian was speaking to her and caring about her. It was as if a small sun had appeared in a dark world, warming even her long-dead soul. But she dared not ask for more, and dared not even take the initiative to get any closer. Just like during that time, she simply accompanied Bai Jinxian for a while, watching over him and protecting him. Someone like her has no right to stand with Bai Jinxian. Even a relationship without a formal title feels like a fantasy. Chapter 10 Panda Doll. But if I had money and power, could I avoid all that suffering, and even touch that warm sun? And Binglan glanced at Xiao Anan. Alright, you can leave once the food is served. It's too crowded here. Xiao Anan waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. These people were really interfering with her conversation with Bai Jinxian. As Binglan left, she took one last look at Bai Jinxian. The other person was chatting with Xiao Anan. To be more precise, Xiao Anan was doing most of the talking, while he was listening. He even laughed, seemingly because he had heard something happy. She didn't think Bai Jinxian was bad, she only blamed herself for being incompetent and inadequate, for not being the one to make him happy. Her actions went unnoticed. In fact, only a minority didn't look at Bai Jinxian. The door was closed, blocking her view, and Binglan returned to a deathly silence, but a small flame ignited in her heart. If I were rich enough and powerful enough, I could probably make him happy too. Today's class reunion is ostensibly a get-together before we all part ways. But in reality, Xiao Anan was afraid that she would be separated from Bai Jinxian and never be able to meet again, so she planned to use this last chance to change her status. Classmates are too common and can't establish effective connections. A girlfriend is a great option, but she doesn't dare to dream about it. Good friends are just as good, and she's even willing to pay for their friendship. If all else fails, she has a backup option, her female buddies. She was content as long as she was by Bai Jinxian's side. Maybe if she stays with him long enough, Bai Jinxian will soften his heart and reward her this once. After all, I keep seeing this kind of screen in the videos I've been watching lately. A simp who licks his boots eventually gets everything, right? It's not that Xiao Anan had low expectations, it's that she was well aware of her own situation and Bai Jinxian's circumstances. Although she was from a wealthy family and was quite good looking, she still felt somewhat inferior to Bai Jinxian. This man is damn perfect. Even a rich second generation like her would unconsciously become a loser in front of him, and wouldn't dare to ask for anything more. She was a woman, and Bai Jinxian was a man. This was a defeat for her. Although she is rich, Bai Jinxian's looks are so good that he doesn't need money to live well. In short, he relies on his looks to make a living, which is a double loss. Moreover, she comes from a single-parent family and has a simple-minded and weak-willed mother. No man would like her, which is a triple failure. But another major reason is that Xiao Anan has too little experience. The first perfect man she encountered was Bai Jinxian, a top-tier ideal woman. Which woman could resist that? We can't take it anymore. Therefore, her ultimate goal is nothing more than to become one of Bai Jinxian's wives, and she is willing to give up everything for this. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while and formed their own little groups. After all, people are obliged to those who pay their bills, so these classmates tacitly left the middle space for Xiao Anan and Bai Jinxian, even though envious and jealous glances were cast their way over from time to time. Even though several envious and jealous eyes were fixed on Xiao Anan, he didn't care at all, and was instead very pleased with himself. Although her conditions were worse than Bai Jinxian's, they were still far better than those of ordinary women. In this environment, perhaps she can still make some requests. Being a concubine shouldn't be a problem, right? She loved Bai Jinxian so much, was so obedient, and didn't ask for much. Only Bai Jinxian had no idea what Xiao Anan was thinking about, as he just kept grinning foolishly. But it's better to be quiet, since he came here specifically for Binglan. Binglan may have a gloomy temperament, but she is very beautiful. Unfortunately, this is a world with far more women than men. There are too many beautiful women, and men have too many choices. If a woman has poor temperament, it's enough to be a death sentence. But it doesn't matter, as long as Bai Jinxian likes it, that's enough. By the way, are you going to the zoo later? I've already booked the whole place. Only our class will be there. They have all kinds of animals, including giant pandas. Xiao Anan finally realized how stupid it was to be grinning like an idiot. How could he waste such a good opportunity on grinning like that? So she quickly came up with an afternoon activity plan, a half-day trip to the zoo. Yingshan Zoo is incredibly large, and renting the entire place cost her a lot of money, but it was all worth it. In such a large place, her classmates would be like fish in the ocean, never even bumping into each other, while she could have some quality time alone with Bai Jinxian. She even bribed the staff beforehand, so that a little mishap might happen, he. Bai Jinxian looked at Xiao Anan speechlessly. Were his friends in his past life also like this when faced with the ultimate beauty? The person is right in front of you, but instead of speaking properly, you're having an internal orgasm. However, even with such a simple woman, he doesn't need to put in much effort to chat. He only needs to respond casually, and she will naturally find a topic to talk about. Family, we guys are getting some gender benefits too. I've put the link in the comments. Just type 2 in the comments and you'll be reborn into this blissful state. The two chatted casually, with Xiao Anan mostly bringing up topics, while Bai Jinxian would respond with a few words. In his past life, he probably would have been slapped. How could you make our little fairy go through all this trouble? Chatting with you is giving you face. And you still dare to be perfunctory. I'm fining you 800 yuan so you can go and pay the bill. But not here. In fact, Xiao Anan would find Bai Jinxian to be incredibly gentle and considerate. Even when the topics were boring, he would respond politely and occasionally even show a smile. My God, what an amazing guy. If I could be his concubine, I would die happy. After resting for a while, Bai Jinxian checked the time again and guessed that the other party had arrived. So he said, "Shall we go now? It's a long way and it will take some time." In reality, Bai Jinxian had simply rested enough and was ready to depart. The women present didn't think too much about it, they just thought Bai Jinxian was so considerate, actually thinking of them instead of only caring about himself. This is just like a little emperor, he can turn bad things into good things and good things into even better things. No matter what he does, he wins. Xiao Anan suddenly coughed, then said casually, "It's alright, I've already had a car prepared, it's waiting downstairs, and we can leave any time." I see. No wonder the class monitor wasn't in a hurry at all. It turns out he had everything prepared in advance. He's so responsible. Bai Jinxian provided ample emotional support, and even though Xiao Anan's behavior was somewhat deliberate, he still didn't hold back his praise. After all, the other party paid money, so what's wrong with him just saying a few words? Xiao Anan couldn't help but smile, trying to suppress it but failing, making her expression look strange. After all, I'm the class monitor, and I'm supposed to serve my classmates. Of course, I need to use my brain more. I also hope that you have a wonderful day and leave with a good feeling. Bai Jinxian looked at Xiao Anan with slight surprise, unable to believe that this woman, whom he had always thought was somewhat stupid, no, simple-minded, would say such a thing. But there's no doubt that this compliment did make him a little happier. Chatting with such silly women every day is quite mentally taxing. He could finally understand how those high-class women in his past life treated men. It was like coaxing a child. But the women here, and the men from the previous life, are unaware of this. Shall we set off now? Bai Jinxian asked. Let's go. Xiao Anan was the first to move. The parking lot downstairs was already full of cars, all of them luxury cars, some costing millions. Of course, these weren't bought, but rented. Xiao Anan rented an entire car dealership and even got a discount. For a high school student to achieve this much already surpasses 99% of his peers, so Xiao Anan was very proud. Lord Bai, please get in this car. Xiao Anan had already pulled over a Land Rover Range Rover SV, which has an official price of over 3.7 million yuan. It looks imposing and exudes an aura of a big shot. Bai Jinxian became interested and quickly sat down. How much did it cost to rent these? He asked Xiao Anan, who was sitting next to him. If it's too expensive, we can split the cost. In reality, it didn't cost much. She only rented it for an afternoon, and she received a discounted price, using funds given to her by her mother. But this isn't a time to consider the cost. Stingy women aren't liked by men, but Bai Jinxuan's willingness to share the expenses with her is truly admirable. He's completely different from other boys. Renting this car is free. Mingming Jinxian asked about these cars, but Xiao Anan answered with this car. Then he heard Xiao Anan continue, this car belongs to my family, and I can drive it for as long as I want. Squad leader Xiao, it's good to occasionally show your strengths, but if you act like a peacock, it becomes somewhat unpleasant. More importantly, Bai Jinxian can't stand others showing off in front of him. He already gave you face earlier, so he won't do it again now. Wow, squad leader Xiao's family is really rich. Your mother must be a strong and powerful woman, right? Xiao Anan was a little unhappy. What she wanted was for Bai Jinxian to praise her, not her mother. But such praise doesn't seem wrong, after all, the mother is the one who supports the family. The driver, who was also the bodyguard, looked at Xiao Anan with some concern in the rearview mirror. Miss really didn't inherit any of her mother's personality, and even her intelligence is, no, these are not things I should be thinking about. Fortunately, Xiao Anan's emotions came and went quickly, and she kept trying to find topics to chat with Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxuan's occasional responses were enough to make her laugh like a complete idiot. Seeing this, the driver became even more worried. Isn't Miss completely being manipulated? She keeps talking about how well and fast the progress is at home, but isn't she being completely played like a puppet? As expected, the patriarch's decision was correct. If she hadn't seen it today, Xiao Anan would probably have been amused into a complete idiot, although there's no difference now. The group soon arrived at Jinshan Zoo, which is the largest and best zoo in the city and even in the surrounding areas. It is home to hundreds of animals and has a complete natural technology system, making it a great place to visit with family. Alright, I've booked this place for myself. Students are free to observe the animals. Just remember to gather again in the afternoon. You can also leave at any time. Remember to send a message saying you got home safely. Xiao Anan had been planning these words for a long time in the car, and she thought that what she said would surely make Bai Jinxian feel more favorably toward her. But among all the responses, she didn't hear Bai Jinxuan's voice. When she looked around, she found that Bai Jinxian had already entered the zoo with several other boys. Jinxian, wait for me. I know this place very well. I'll show you the way. Xiao Anan didn't care about her good friends anymore and rushed inside. When she arrived at the door, she was faced with 3 paths, but Bai Jinxian had already disappeared. Xiao Anan gritted her teeth, chose a road and started running wildly. As long as she was fast enough, she was sure she would run into Bai Jinxian. While the group of boys were chatting, Bai Jinxian quietly left and went to the panda enclosure alone. There was someone there whom he really wanted to toy with. As mentioned earlier, Bai Jinxuan's life has always been a simple routine with few unexpected changes. The reason they agreed to have dinner together this time was not only because of these classmates, but also largely because of An Binglan. According to the information he received, An Binglan would work as a staff member here after finishing her temporary job as a waitress, and she would be working in the panda enclosure. It took quite a bit of effort to find out this information and secretly arrange the team building activity at the same location. Bai Jinxian arrived at the panda enclosure quickly. It was afternoon, and most of the pandas were hiding indoors. Only one panda was outside, lazily lying motionless under the shade of a tree. That won't do, the visitors definitely won't be satisfied. That's how the staff dressed as panda mascots were created. Even though the venue was booked out, they remained dedicated and immediately came over when they saw tourists arriving. Moreover, because the tourist was a handsome man, everyone dressed as a panda mascot became interested and started pushing and shoving to rush over. Wearing a mascot costume can separate genders, and if you run into a handsome guy like this, you can even get a discount. It's totally worth it. Bai Jinxian watched this scene with great interest, especially the tallest and fiercest panda. She was noticeably taller and stronger than the other pandas, so she was the first to rush in front of Bai Jinxian. The panda doll bounced up and down, and you could tell the person inside was panting heavily. Bai Jinxian looked at the panda costume with a smile and gave it a hug without any hesitation. It's so soft and comfortable. The one dressed in the panda mascot costume was naturally An Binglan. Suddenly hugged, she dared not make the slightest movement, or even speak, for fear of being recognized and then disliked. Besides, their rules don't allow them to talk, so how could a panda talk? People dressed in panda mascot costumes looked at An Binglan with envy, wishing they were the ones being held by handsome men. Although it was a pity not to see the lively panda, the presence of a more obedient panda that I could get up close to made it all worthwhile. Come on, let's go for a walk around the zoo. Bai Jinxian took the panda's chubby hand and led it to the next area. Logically speaking, these staff members shouldn't be allowed to leave the panda area, but the person pulling her was Bai Jinxian, and she couldn't muster any strength, nor did she want to refuse. Is it because the weather is too hot and it's made your body too hot, so you can't exert any strength? And Binglan asked herself this question in her heart, and thought that this was very likely. Even my brain is too hot to think. Looking through the narrow eyes of the doll, and Binglan looked at Bai Jinxian, who was holding her hand, and unconsciously recalled their first meeting. We were so lucky back then. Chapter 11, Bad Man or Sheep? Because of her family background, and Binglan's personality was not well liked from a young age. Coupled with the scar on her lip and her thin and tall body, she became a target of bullying. It's quite unsettling to see such a gloomy, corpse-like figure suddenly appear among a group of lifeless high school students. As a result, the boys in Binglan's class were on tenterhooks, while the girls, in order to attract the boys' attention, did not hesitate to make a move on Binglan. She tried to fight back, but it was no use, there were too many people targeting her. Moreover, her resistance was not intense to begin with, and she eventually gave up altogether, unable to find any hope for the future. At that time, she thought that death might be a kind of relief. Until she met Bai Jinxian, the man she already knew as a perfect blend of aloofness and gentleness. What are you doing? Let her go. Faced with Binglan being beaten in the alley, Bai Jinxian stepped forward without hesitation, grabbed a stick, and rushed over. The girls naturally didn't dare to lay a hand on him, they could only explain while dodging. In short, Binglan was belittled to the point of being worse than a goblin, implying that such a person's life is meaningless and only serves to harm others. Even Binglan herself thought so, and these words didn't even hurt her. Her father would say much worse things, which had already left her heart riddled with holes. But everyone has their own reason for being, how can you say that about her? And is bullying others something to be proud of? Did she do something so outrageous? Bai Jinxian questioned him sternly. The girls present were speechless, because apart from her temperament, Binglan had never done anything wrong. On the contrary, they had only acted because they wanted to please men. This was the first time Binglan had heard this question, and she unconsciously began to think about it. I've suffered so much since I was a child that I've become used to it, but now when I think about it, I wonder what I did wrong that made everyone hate and attack me so much? Binglan's first thought was of her father. When the father couldn't please the mother, he took it out on himself. Was it his fault that he couldn't please her? No, that's not it. The cowardly and guilty one is the father who couldn't fight for what he wanted. Are the students attacking me because I did something wrong? No, that's not it. They're just trying to please men and taking it for granted that they can unleash the evil within themselves. After thinking for a long time, Binglan realized that she hadn't done anything wrong and had suffered an undeserved disaster. She had never thought about this kind of question before, and only obeyed her father, hoping that he would return to normal after venting. Are you all right? The girl quickly ran away out of shame, while Bai Jinxian squatted on the ground, looking at her with concern, like a warm son. His eyes showed no arrogance or prejudice, only worry. Aren't you afraid of me or hate me? Binglan didn't hold on to that hand, but instead forced herself to sit up. Have you ever done anything wrong that goes against your conscience? Bai Jinxian asked a question earnestly. Binglan pondered for a moment before replying, no, I can guarantee it. You're such a good person, Bai Jinxian said with emotion. Binglan wanted to laugh in confusion. Although she had never done anything bad, she was by no means a good person either. Then she heard Bai Jinxian continue, you're being bullied like this, and you don't even think about fighting back. Aren't you just a good person like a sheep? Sheep? Binglan felt that this word was more appropriate to describe Bai Jinxian, since no man would approach her after seeing her appearance. You're so naive it's almost foolish. Helping me is like putting yourself on the opposite side from the other students. You'll regret it sooner or later. Binglan leaned against the wall to support herself as she stood up, and without even glancing at Bai Jinxian, she prepared to leave. Although she was a sheep, she didn't want to be a burden to this good sheep. No, someone as insignificant as her is hardly a burden to someone of such importance. Then let's change it to, I don't want to add a speck of dust to that warm, gentle, and dazzling sun. Bai Jinxian simply said calmly, good people never have a good ending. You shouldn't be a good person anymore. Go be a wicked person who does all sorts of evil. Just live for your own happiness. These words were so contrary to common moral values that Binglan couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Aren't you afraid I'll really become a bad person? Would you hurt me? Bai Jinxian walked to Binglan's side. No. Binglan replied, for some reason, she didn't dare to look at Bai Jinxian. She seemed to hear a soft chuckle, and then Bai Jinxian said seriously, actually, I'm just a bad man who only lives for my own happiness. Now, I hope you can take good care of yourself and live happily, together with me. The recollection ends here. Binglan's deepest impression of Bai Jinxian thereafter was that of a kind sheep. Look how kind this sheep is. Just because he likes pandas, he gets so close to the person wearing the panda mascot, without even considering whether the person inside the panda mascot is a man or a woman. Thinking of this, Binglan would worry about Bai Jinxian's naivety. Fortunately, he was strong and healthy, and managed to stop those despicable women and protect Bai Jinxian. Binglan was somewhat happy again. The two visited the lion enclosure, the elephant enclosure, and some bird sanctuaries. Throughout this process, Binglan did not utter a single word, remaining silent as if she were a real doll. Actually, she didn't want to talk. It had been so hot these past few days, and inside the mascot costume, it felt like she was in an oven. It was as if opening her mouth would cause her to deflate, and if she deflated, she wouldn't be able to hold on. But it's worth it. She earns 100 yuan an hour, and if she works half a day, she can earn 500 or 600 yuan. To prevent Binglan from getting dizzy from the heat, Bai Jinxian specially took her to the aquarium, where they could see orcas and walrus shows, and of course, dolphins. The once bustling clubhouse was now empty except for the two of them and a few trainers. Do you know why there are so few people today? Bai Jinxian suddenly asked. The enormous panda head shook its head. She was just a temporary worker, they were short-staffed, so she came. How could she know so much? It's better that there are fewer people, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to leave the panda enclosure and come here with Bai Jinxian. My class monitor has booked this entire zoo, so the only visitors here today will be my classmates. Bai Jinxian gave the answer. Chapter 12. A pitiful woman is manipulated by a bad man. For some reason, Binglan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It was because of this discomfort that she realized that she had been in a happy state just now. But why would Bai Jinxian tell these things to one of her staff members? Was it to show off? At this moment, the zookeeper below was training the walrus to do sit-ups. She would occasionally glance at Bai Jinxian, fantasizing that the two of them might have some unexpected developments. How have you been these days? Bai Jinxian asked again. Binglan thought for a moment, then neither shook her head nor nodded. Looks like things aren't going well for you. Good people never have it too easy, right? After speaking, Bai Jinxian turned his gaze to the walrus and the seemingly cheerful orca, and smiled as well. Since we're here to visit the zoo, the focus should naturally be on the animals. Binglan's mind went completely blank. Did Bai Jinxian recognize him? But he had hidden himself so well, and hadn't even spoken a word. Did he really recognize him? If not, then what about these familiar words? But she soon had no time to think about that anymore, and was overwhelmed by another, more complex emotion. Another woman entered the aquarium, full of energy, dressed in designer brands, and quite good-looking. Jinxian, why did you come here alone? Boys need to be careful when they're out. Next time, come with me, and I'll protect you. Xiao Ainen quickly moved to Bai Jinxian's side and sat down quietly beside him. But the emotions revealed in her eyes proved that she was an admirer of the boy in front of her. She didn't even consider Binglan, who was dressed as a panda mascot, as a person. Binglan felt a wave of desolation in her heart. Although she had planned to hide herself well, why did she feel so uncomfortable in this situation? She wanted to reveal her identity, but she had no connection with Bai Jinxian, and her competitiveness was no match for the woman in front of her. She's even having trouble supporting herself. So Binglan could only empty her mind, not even daring to look to one side, as if she had become a real doll. But, my heart aches so much. She could hear the two people chatting nearby. It was so relaxed and pleasant, so natural and peaceful. Perhaps she shouldn't be sitting here, but somewhere else where she wouldn't attract attention. Didn't you book this whole place? How could something like this happen to me? Bai Jinxian said with a smile. And I believe the class monitor will definitely come looking for me on his own, won't he? Xiao Ainen couldn't resist Bai Jinxian's gentle smile. With that smile, she was even willing to give up her entire fortune. She finally understood why King Yu of Zhou had lit the beacon fires to amuse Bao Si, thus playing a trick on the feudal lords. Handsome men are a source of trouble, truly a source of trouble. Of course, Jinxian. If you are in danger or in trouble, I will definitely come to you as soon as possible. Xiao Ainen blushed and lowered her head, her speech becoming stammering again, but the genuine feelings contained within were undeniable. Anyone who looks at them would think they are a young couple in the ambiguous stage of their relationship just by looking at them. You can feel the beauty of youth. But Binglan didn't think so. Her thoughts seemed to freeze, and her body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. After graduation, she thought she would never see Bai Jinxian again, let alone have a relationship with him. She was content just to be able to see Bai Jinxian's posts on social media. But why is it so painful to meet again? She wished she could have a normal conversation with Bai Jinxian like Xiao Ainen, perhaps even exchanging some ambiguous words when things got interesting. They can spend a long time together. She will treat Bai Jinxian seriously, and they might even fall in love and live happily together, perhaps even having a few children. But the reality is, she can only sit here and watch the man she likes chat with another woman, and she can't even make a sound. Let's go, I'm tired of seeing this place. Bai Jinchuan's voice rang out from the side, and then he stood up and patted off non-existent dust from his buttocks. Xiao Anan also quickly got up, but In Binglan remained motionless as if she were dead. As a doll, that's how she should be. Ideally, no one should notice her, and she should just have some peace and quiet. To In Binglan's surprise, Bai Jinxian actually took her hand. Even though they were separated by a mascot costume, she still felt a warmth that dispelled the coldness in her heart. It seems she's no different from the women I look down on. She can get emotionally flustered by a small gesture from a guy she likes. Poor In Binglan was manipulated by the bad man, her emotions fluctuating wildly. This poor woman didn't even dare to admit that she liked the man in front of her. Perhaps it's because she feels unworthy? Xiao Anan just looked at the panda man out of curiosity and found that Bai Jinxian seemed very happy, so he didn't say anything more. He's just a staff member, and he's even wearing a mascot costume. It's no big deal. The three arrived at the entrance of the aquarium. Bai Jinxian let go of In Binglan's hand and walked with Xiao Anan towards a beverage machine not far away. In Binglan is really like a wind-up doll. It seems that without external force, she would lose her vitality. Just like now, she could only look at the two of them with an indescribable and very complicated expression, but she couldn't move her legs at all, and even wanted to hide in a corner and quietly disappear. And Binglan saw Bai Jinxian buy 2 cans of drinks and then playfully force one of them onto Xiao Anan, which made her feel even worse. I went to give that staff member a drink. She had been wearing a heavy mascot costume and had accompanied me for so long. I felt so bad for her. Bai Jinxian said. Jinxian, you are so handsome and kind-hearted, and so considerate. Xiao Anan praised him sincerely, and also looked at the panda man who was standing there blankly. Honestly, that staff member was really dedicated, like a real doll, showing no human warmth whatsoever. Standing there alone now, I actually feel a sense of loneliness, like a down-on-his-luck dog. Xiao Anan quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of that damned thought. How could I have made such a malicious assumption about someone? It was absolutely wrong of me. You'd better hurry up and go. Look, it's not moving at all. It's probably burning up from the heat. Xiao Anan urged him with some concern. Bai Jinxian hurriedly ran over and handed the chilled energy drink to In Binglan. The other woman held the drink in her chubby hands, but she couldn't feel the chill at all. Her heart was already cold enough. But Bai Jinxian made a rather bold move, which was to hug In Binglan. At this moment, all of In Binglan's negative emotions were dispelled, and all she could hear in her mind was the pounding of her heart. It was as if I was hallucinating. What a poor little dog. I hope you can be happy in the future. Chapter 13. Poor Tom. Poor little dog? Yes, aren't I just like a stray dog? That house, devoid of any warmth, could hardly be considered a home. Her soul wandered aimlessly, and only when she was with the man before her could she feel a sliver of warmth. And happiness? How can I achieve happiness? Forget everything? Let go of everything? She suddenly remembered the dog that had been with her since she was very young. If it were a puppy, there probably wouldn't be so many worries. Yes, and Binglan could only dream of becoming Bai Jinchuan's little dog. She dared not hope for anything more. All she wanted was to stay with Bai Jinxian, protect Bai Jinxian, and never be separated from him. Is there any bond that can be stronger than that of a dog? After all, dogs are man's best friend. Boyfriends and girlfriends argue, and so do spouses, just like her parents. But dogs can't. A cute dog doesn't need to think too much. All it needs to do is be loyal and obedient. If she became Bai Jinchuan's dog, then she would have a real home. She wouldn't be a stray dog anymore, and her soul would have a place to rest. This is something that's exciting just to imagine. By the time In Binglan came to her senses, the two people had already gone far away, and soon they were nowhere to be seen. She walked alone to a shady corner, put down her drink, and took off her headgear. A thick tuft of black hair fell out, revealing a delicate, cold face. Because of the high internal temperature, In Binglan's face was flushed, and there was some sweat on her long eyelashes. She picked up the drink again. Even though it was chilled, she could feel the warmth emanating from it, as if Bai Jinxian was still holding the bottle. So she pressed the drink against her face, as if Bai Jinxian were stroking her face. On a hot summer day, how refreshing it is to have an ice-cold drink pressed against your skin. And Binglan, however, imagined that this comfort was Bai Jinxian caressing her, which was even more pleasurable than the pleasure she had imagined. After all, the cooling effect on beverages is a real phenomenon. This child is probably delirious from the heat and out of her mind. Even though Bai Jinxian isn't there, she's already trying to win him over. Oh nar. And Binglan muttered to herself subconsciously, but was immediately brought back to her senses by her own perversion. She looked around anxiously, and only felt relieved after confirming that she was alone. Although he stopped doing foolish things, he felt a mix of hatred and anticipation towards his own thoughts. She was already disliked, and now she had such strange ideas. If Bai Jinxian found out, she would definitely be disliked. And Binglan was filled with deep worry and resolved to hide her attributes, or better yet, to eliminate them altogether. Also, was that sentence really just my imagination? Xiao Anan had made thorough preparations and was determined to cultivate a good relationship with Bai Jinxian. After all, couples develop from friendships. They are now friends, which is a level above classmates, putting them ahead of a whole bunch of women. Isn't this a testament to the speed of progress? The housekeeper actually dared to say she was talking nonsense. I think she's the one who's talking nonsense. She was just jealous that she could meet a perfect man she liked while she was still in high school. Of course, Xiao Anan's thorough preparations were not some old-fashioned heroic rescue scene. She also couldn't bear to let Bai Jinxian get hurt, even if it was just emotional distress. There are games in the zoo, and the trainers can also make the animals behave well. So Xiao Anan planned to take Bai Jinxian to experience what it means to be the king of luck and the king of animals, leaving a deep impression on him. And throughout the day, she would stay by his side, so in a way, she would remain in Bai Jinxian's mind, becoming one of the people who left a deep impression on him. Isn't this a strategic approach? Indeed, she is a truly intelligent woman. It would be better if she could get rid of her habit of daydreaming from time to time. After Xiao Anan finished laughing foolishly, she realized that Bai Jinxian had already walked far away, so she quickly jogged after him. And so Bai Jinxian did indeed have an impressive day. You can only truly feel joy when all the staff and animals in the zoo are at your service. This is the power of money. It's hard not to laugh. Before we knew it, evening had arrived, and it was time to leave. Xiao Anan also had plans for the evening, which was to invite Bai Jinxian and his classmates to go to a karaoke bar. Since we're at a karaoke bar, we should at least drink and eat fruit. High school students must be curious about these things, right? Even if you're cautious, as long as you're having fun and the atmosphere is right, you'll definitely give it a try, right? Bai Jinxian is such a simple and kind man, he must have never drunk alcohol, right? So, if a man who has never drunk alcohol suddenly comes into contact with it, will he become dizzy and develop inexplicable feelings for her? As he thought about it, Xiao Anan couldn't help but laugh again. What are you laughing at, class monitor? The students had all gathered at the entrance when Xiao Anan's younger sister came up, patted her on the shoulder, and asked a question out of curiosity. Of course it is. Xiao Anan suddenly realized. Go away, why would I tell you? The key to implementing a plan is to take action first, so stop just grinning like an idiot. Ahem. Xiao Anan cleared her throat. This is our class's first team building activity after all, and I wanted it to be memorable, so how about we go to karaoke tonight? Everyone come together, what do you say? Xiao Anan had made these plans long ago, and had even secretly told a few of his underlings, asking them to vote in favor of them. If there are enough people, Bai Jinxian might go along too. This was Xiao Anan's meticulously planned scheme. So when Xiao Anan said that she had already booked a private room and ordered a fruit platter, her little followers wholeheartedly agreed. The others were also high school graduates, the right age, and they were curious about that kind of place. They thought that since so many of their classmates had gone, it wouldn't be a problem for them to go and see for themselves, right? This is the effect Xiao Anan wanted to achieve. But Bai Jinxian wasn't a high school graduate, and he'd been to bars and karaoke before. Yet, he was genuinely curious about the bars and karaoke in this world, wondering if the dancers on the stages were male. It's strange to think about, but I'm also very curious. Perhaps they are no different from the ducks of their past lives, but the men of this world are delicate and pretentious, and it's hard to imagine how they will behave. So, I have no objection, Bai Jinxian said. Chapter 14 Wine Pool and Meat Forest. Xiao Anan couldn't hide her surprise and delight. She had been prepared for Bai Jinxian to refuse, but she didn't expect him to be so accommodating. You should know that Bai Jinxian never goes to unfamiliar places, and places like arcades, bars and KTVs are obviously worse places, so how could he possibly go there? His daily routine was like that of a simple little lamb, never venturing into dangerous situations. It must be because I behaved well today that Bai Jinxian felt safe and was willing to go with me. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Anan was even happier. So everyone immediately got into the car and sped off to the Emperor Bar. The place has a rather rustic name, and the interior design follows the same rustic theme, but as you get to the end, it somehow manages to become elegant through its extreme vulgarity. My God, this place looks so luxurious and huge, and there are so many people here. One of the students couldn't help but say that they had never encountered anything like this before. A waiter quickly came over and stopped in front of Xiao Anan. "Miss Xiao, your private room has been prepared. Let me lead you up." The other party's respectful demeanor made these students, who had not suffered from social oppression, very envious. Some of the male students even had a gleam in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Anan. Xiao Anan was naturally happy. She glanced at Bai Jinxian again and found that he wasn't looking at her at all, but was curiously looking at the men and women on the dance floor below. As expected of the man I admire, his composure in the face of both honor and disgrace is truly remarkable. "Let's go, the private rooms upstairs are where we should be. It's a bit chaotic downstairs." Xiao Anan called out to Bai Jinxian, and the group went upstairs together. But Bai Jinxuan's mind kept replaying the scene he had just seen. The majority of the people below are women, with a male-to-female ratio of approximately 1:15. Under the colorful night lights, everyone's appearance seemed to be enhanced. But that's not the point. The real focus is on the small number of men. They seemed to be having a blast, wandering around the crowd, approaching any woman they liked, and then engaging in relatively intimate contact, sometimes even sharing a kiss when things got heated. All of these actions happened in a very short time. After they were done, the boys pushed each other away as if they had gotten tired of playing with each other, and then went to another target they liked. It was utterly a scene of debauchery, like an emperor choosing concubines, or perhaps a mass gathering. Although he had long been aware that this was a world where the roles of men and women were reversed, seeing this scene still shocked Bai Jinxian quite a bit. After the initial shock comes reflection. As expected, I'm not a bad man. Although I enjoy making women blush, teasing them, and having grand dreams, I know I'm not a bad man. His eyes gleamed with desire and determination, as if he had made a firm decision to race toward his goal. Because so many people accepted the invitation, Xiao Anan specially booked 3 private rooms, hoping that her classmates could have fun and enjoy themselves to the fullest. It was definitely not because she wanted to be alone with Bai Jinxian and have fewer people around her. So in Xiao Anan's private room, there were only 6 people, the other 4 being 2 men and 2 women, all of whom were in a state of ambiguity. After all, they were all high school graduates, young men and women, still fledglings, unlike those who would grow up and rapidly evolve into bad men. At this moment, they were all still shy. Xiao Anan deliberately made sure the number of men and women were equal so that Bai Jinxian wouldn't feel nervous or dislike her. Moreover, with the 2 of them paired up, she would have a perfect reason to sit next to Bai Jinxian, and with the unique atmosphere, she would definitely be able to advance further. Maybe she can become Bai Jinxuan's prospective girlfriend. It was everyone's first time in such a place, and they were all a little nervous and reserved. "Then I'll start by singing a song today." Xiao Anan pretended to be calm and picked up the microphone, but Bai Jinxian noticed that Xiao Anan's legs were shaking. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, Xiao Anan is about the same age as them, and he must have had the help of his family to make these plans. But the fact that she went to such lengths for me is actually somewhat pleasing. Bai Jinxian looked at Xiao Anan tenderly, as if encouraging her. Once he has enough dogs, he might soften his heart one day and let Xiao Anan give him a push. "Bai Jinxian, you are a truly shameless and wicked man. You have no heart at all." A gentle musical accompaniment suddenly began, and judging from the genre, it seemed to be a tender love song. Xiao Anan's trembling feet began to move rhythmically to the music, followed by a gentle and sweet voice. Bai Jinxian was slightly stunned. He likes listening to music, but what he likes most is someone singing only for him, so he probably likes simps. At this moment, Xiao Anan sang while shyly looking at Bai Jinxian. Under the light, Xiao Anan seemed even sweeter, her eyes were watery, and her small mouth moved slightly. Yes, even if he usually thinks Xiao Anan is like a child, she is still a high school girl, at the most innocent and sweet age. When she looks at you with sincere and innocent eyes, no man would not be moved. When the song ended, Bai Jinxian made no attempt to hide his admiration. How is it?" Xiao Anan started stuttering again. Seeing the shocked looks on the faces of her classmates, she lowered her head shyly, like an ostrich. This guy is usually quite bold, and he makes no attempt to hide his feelings for him. Today, he made a meticulous plan, but he ended up being the one who lost first. Forget about whether she could please Bai Jinxian, she didn't even dare to look up at him. "It's very good, I like it very much." Upon hearing Bai Jinxuan's voice, Xiao Ainen quickly raised her head, her face beaming with undisguised joy. I'm glad you like it. As Xiao Ainen took the lead in singing, the others finally relaxed. Some played games, while others continued singing into the microphone. Bai Jinxian was tasting these low-alcohol fruit wines. He had never drunk alcohol before since arriving in this world, so this was a good opportunity to test his alcohol tolerance. Lord Bai, won't you sing a song? Xiao Ainen, also holding a bottle of fruit wine, moved closer to Bai Jinxian. Whether from being drunk or shy, her face was flushed. No, I don't like singing for people. Bai Jinxian only likes others to serve him, he has never liked serving others. I see. Xiao Ainen didn't think it was bad, on the contrary, she thought it was very individualistic, and the decisive refusal seemed like a little bit of capriciousness, which made her even more likable. This is what they mean by beauty is in the eye of the beholder, even though I can't really call her my lover yet. But no matter what Bai Jinxian did, Xiao Ainen would always find an explanation for it, turning bad things into good things and good things into great joy. In short, Bai Jinxian is the best man in the world. Chapter 15 Leg Massage. You, gurgle. Xiao Ainen seemed to want to say something, but dared not say it, so he took another big gulp of fruit wine. Although this stuff has a low alcohol content, if you drink too much or too quickly the first time, it can still make you feel a little uncomfortable. But the saying alcohol emboldens cowards is so widely circulated. Just say what you want to say. If you hesitate, are you even a woman? Bai Jinxian also took a sip of the fruit wine, feeling warm all over and his mind clearer, though his emotions seemed a bit agitated. Seriously, my alcohol tolerance has gotten so low. Is it because of my constitution or bloodline? Because of his exceptionally high looks in this world, Bai Jinxian wasn't in a hurry, since he could sleep with whichever woman he wanted whenever he wanted. But that's really boring, and it gives those women some inappropriate thoughts. So you have to search slowly, find what you like, and then adjust it gradually until it becomes what you like best and what suits you best. Beautiful women are common, but beautiful women with unique qualities are rare, such as Su Yuning or In Binglan. If you find one, you have to nurture her well. However, he can't shake his bad habit of teasing women. I just wanted to ask how you feel about me? Xiao Ainen said in a low voice, her face turning even redder. The man in front of me emanated a fruity fragrance and a unique masculine scent that made me want to inhale more. How does it feel? Bai Jinxian leaned back on the sofa, looking at Xiao Ainen with amusement. Although she was still the same person, she didn't seem as innocent and gentle as before. There was a cunning feeling about her wanting to play a prank. But that makes it even more delightful. Xiao Ainen took another sip of fruit wine, still feeling thirsty and hot, so he unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, which shone brightly under the light. I feel like we're just friends. Bai Jinxian blinked and said those words without hesitation. Xiao Ainen froze, feeling as if her heart was shattering into pieces. Although she had expected this outcome, she still found herself unable to bear it when reality arrived. Friends, yes, of course we're friends, unlike ordinary classmates. Xiao Ainen smiled to make up for and comfort herself, proving that she was different from those classmates, at least 1 or 2 grades ahead. But the sadness on her face was still undeniable. Several classmates around her were restless. They thought it was a good thing to be in this sparsely populated private room, but now it seemed that knowing things they shouldn't know might cause trouble. Shelly asked me to come sing, so I'll go out now. A boy suddenly took out his phone, pretended to have seen something, and quietly slipped out the door while talking to himself. Oh, my friend called me too. Me too. The others quickly made excuses to slip away, leaving the 2 of them alone. Xiao Ainen could even imagine how his classmates would laugh at him, saying that after all his hard work and trying to please them, he had only ended up as a friend. Of course, I'm not saying friends are bad, but there's still room for growth, and she wants to take things a step further. What's wrong? You look a little sad? Bai Jinxian seemed oblivious to the fact that he was the one who caused it, propping his head up as he looked at Xiao Ainen. Being with me makes you sad? No. Xiao Ainen quickly retorted. I'm sad because I'm not with you. But she was too embarrassed to say it aloud, worried that if she did, she would lose even her friends. I remembered something sad. Xiao Ainen forced a smile. Unfortunately, bad men don't know how to comfort women with gentleness, especially the kind of comfort that seems to give others a chance. He didn't want Xiao Ainen to have one of the 3 great illusions of life, that would be very troublesome. Thinking about it this way, maybe he's still a good person, after all. He directly extinguished Xiao Ainen's illusions, However, if we happen to meet in college, and Xiao Anan has developed her looks to the extreme, and she pushes me from behind, well, who knows? Bai Jinxian crossed his legs as if he hadn't seen anything. My legs are so sore from walking all day. My legs are sore? Should I go home? I'm so stupid, I thought of so much but didn't even consider Bai Jinxian. Xiao Anan was truly devoted to Bai Jinxian, and immediately forgot her earlier discomfort, only hoping that Bai Jinxian could be happy. Before she could speak, Bai Jinxian said, "Why don't you rub it for me?" Xiao Anan froze on the spot, all thoughts vanishing from his mind, except for Bai Jinxuan's words still echoing in his mind. Shall I massage your legs? What, you don't want to? If you don't want to, then forget it. Yes, I'm willing. Xiao Anan finally realized what was happening, her face full of righteous indignation. After all, I'm the one who caused your legs to ache, so I should help you. At this moment, I can't even describe how sad I am. It's all because my second sister has taken control of my mind. And as everyone knows, my second sister's emotions have always been nothing but lust and drooling. These are Bai Jinxuan's legs, a man's legs, he. While Bai Jinxian said this, his body did not cooperate at all. He still crossed his legs and took sips of fruit wine from time to time. Then why aren't you moving? This. Xiao Anan was somewhat embarrassed. She had never done anything like this before at home, she was always waited on by others. She wanted Bai Jinxian to stretch his legs out, but seeing Bai Jinxuan's dissatisfied expression, she didn't dare to say anything more. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Anan looked at the empty private room again, got up from the sofa, knelt down in front of Bai Jinxian, gently lifted his legs and put them in her arms. Bai Jinxian hummed with satisfaction and leisurely lay down on the sofa, which would be more comfortable. Xiao Anan no longer hesitated, fearing that the good thing would be fleeting, so she took off Bai Jinxuan's shoes and gently pinched them. How's this level of force? Too light. Good. It's still too light. Bai Jinxian slumped lazily in the sofa, his eyes half closed, like a spoiled young master who made no attempt to hide his temper at the slightest dissatisfaction. He casually kicked his leg forward, the sole of his foot landing squarely on Xiao Anan's chest. Alas! Xiao Anan trembled and let out a very soft gasp, his ears instantly burning red. She quickly increased the pressure on her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly, but she tried her best to keep her tone steady. Is this better? Bai Jinxian relaxed his brows and finally let out a sigh of relief. That's about the right amount of force. He tilted his head back, his gaze lazily falling on the chandelier on the ceiling, the light spreading out in a blurry patch. Chapter 16 Alcohol makes the brain work at an extra fast speed. Alcohol is like some kind of unreasonable high-speed transportation. Once you get on, you can no longer perceive the existence of time and space. Although he is still here, his thoughts have already drifted out the window and floated in the evening breeze. It wasn't until Xiao Anan's breathing became somewhat rapid that his wandering consciousness was pulled back to reality. Bai Jinxian struggled to sit up and look down. She was still massaging his legs, but at some point, his body began to rise and fall slightly, as if he were doing some kind of gentle squatting exercise. The subtle movement from the soles of his feet made him feel a little itchy, and he couldn't help but want to pull his leg back. Before he could move, she gently pressed his hand down with her warm touch. Then her movements quickened, and her breathing became increasingly unsteady. Finally, Xiao Anan froze, and after several slight tremors, he slowly calmed down as if he had lost all his strength. What are you doing? Bai Jinxian blinked, his voice filled with utter confusion. Xiao Anan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. When she looked up, she was met with his gaze, which was as clear as the first snow, and realized that he seemed to have been watching her quietly for a while. Could it be that we've been discovered? At that moment, she was so ashamed that she almost wanted to turn into a wisp of smoke and disappear on the spot. She was flustered and angry, and wished she could bury herself in the crack of the sofa. But upon closer inspection, Bai Jinxuan's eyes were so clear that you could see right through them, without a trace of impurity. Lord Bai is so innocent, he probably doesn't know anything, right? She managed to steady herself, secretly pinching her palm with her fingers. I'm giving you a massage. Why do you need to squat during a massage? He tilted his head, his expression even more confused, like a big cat that didn't understand human behavior. Yes, my legs are a little numb, she said quickly, her voice becoming more and more steady, so I kept switching legs to support myself, making it look like I was doing squats. Is that so? He still seemed somewhat skeptical, but there was a smile in his eyes. Really? Xiao Anan nodded vigorously, as if as long as he spoke firmly enough, he could turn this excuse into a fact. All right. As Bai Jinxian spoke, he gently pulled his leg back. Perhaps because he had been in one position for too long, his leg suddenly twitched, causing him to accidentally brush against Xiao Ainan's shoulder. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Before she could speak, Bai Jinxian said, "Sorry, my leg was a little numb just now, I didn't control it well." It's all right, I just lost my balance." Xiao Ainan quickly waved his hand, his face still flushed and his heart still pounding like a drum. "Why is the floor a little wet?" He glanced down at the floor. "Did you spill the wine?" Xiao Ainan's breath hitched again, his brain racing at an unprecedented speed. Maybe I accidentally spilled a little while drinking. Didn't I get your clothes wet? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "What's the big deal?" she said, trying to remain calm, but her tone was unusually gentle. "As long as Lord Bai is comfortable, I don't care what happens to me." Upon hearing this, Bai Jinxian couldn't help but smile, his eyes crinkling as if starlight had fallen into them. Xiao Ainan was momentarily stunned by what he saw. "All right, get up now. You've had a hard day. I am a little tired." Xiao Ainan replied softly, pretending nothing was wrong as she sat back down on the edge of the sofa. Bai Jinxian gave her a meaningful look, but his face remained innocently gentle. He glanced down at his phone and realized it was already 8 p.m. Time slipped away silently in the midst of alcohol. At this time of day, he should be at home playing video games, but today he has been wandering around outside for so long. "I feel dizzy, I have to go back." Bai Jinxian stood up, swaying slightly. "I'll give you a ride." Xiao Ainan immediately followed. "The driver is still waiting downstairs. The other students haven't left yet, won't you stay a little longer? It is my responsibility to ensure that every student gets home safely." Xiao Ainan spoke calmly and logically, as if the person who had been flustered and blushing just moments before was not herself at all. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed across Bai Jinxuan's eyes. After drinking a little alcohol, she became even more alert than usual. "Let's go then." He flashed a bright smile. Xiao Ainan was stunned by the laughter again. Taking advantage of Bai Jinxian turning to walk towards the door, Xiao Ainan quickly picked up the half bottle of fruit wine he had left on the table, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, then gently put it back in its place. "I'm here. My legs were still a little numb, so I stood for a while," she explained in a calm tone, as naturally as if she were simply adjusting the hem of her dress. Bai Jinxian didn't turn around, but a silent smile appeared on his lips. Bai Jinxian lives in an upscale residential community, but it's a rented apartment. The monthly fee is 5,000 yuan, but the property management fee and water and electricity fees are all waived. 5,000 is a very cheap price in this city, and for a fully furnished 4-bedroom, 1 living room, 2-bathroom apartment, it's practically free. In his previous life, he definitely wouldn't have been able to afford this price. Even if he could, he wouldn't have done something so foolish. He would have been lucky to have a place to sleep for 500 yuan. But things are different in this world. Bai Jinxian truly demonstrated that I am not interested in money. Given his rarity as a male and his top-tier looks among men, he doesn't need to be good-looking to get a job. His appearance alone is enough. Moreover, he doesn't even need to do anything. He can just sit at his workstation and do his own thing. The boss would not only pay him his full salary, but also give him a raise in order to keep him. Bai Jinxian knew what those women were thinking, so when he lost interest in a job, he would quit on the spot. "My most satisfying job right now is being a model for a top-tier art studio. I just lie in bed for half a day, and they pay me 2,000 yuan for that half day, paid on the same day. Moreover, the working hours are quite flexible. The other party will always ask him in advance if he has time. If he does, he will go and lie down for half a day, then collect a sum of money and go home. If he doesn't have time or doesn't want to go, he can stay at home. He never worries about money or work. A man's gender and appearance are his passport." The atmosphere in the car was somewhat somber. Xiao Ainan was probably drunk, or perhaps he had just done something bad, but the wind had sobered him up a bit. He was incredibly quiet at the moment, and no one even dared to look at him. "Okay, park at the entrance of the residential area ahead." Bai Jinxian suddenly spoke up. "Is this where you live?" Xiao Ainan also looked up at the community and saw the 4 characters Lily of the Valley. "Right." The car began to slow down slowly and finally stopped right at the entrance of the residential area, so that people didn't have to walk a few more steps. Bai Jinxian opened the car door, jumped out, and waved to himself. Bye-bye. Chapter 17. I should be under the car. Bai Jinxian felt a little dizzy at this moment, and was even a little unsteady on his feet, let alone turning around to say goodbye. Xiao Anan was about to go down and help Bai Jinxian, thinking that maybe they could go to his house for a drink of water, which would be another opportunity to increase his favorability. But the moment Bai Jinxian got out of the car, a beautiful woman who had been waiting at the gate rushed towards him. Xiao Anan panicked on the spot and scrambled to get out of the car, when she saw Bai Jinxian open his arms and hug the woman. Click! Xiao Anan vaguely heard the sound of something breaking. Was there something wrong with the car? No, it seems like my heart is broken. She leaned weakly against the car door, as if she had been deprived of even the strength to speak. This woman is clearly related to Bai Jinxian, and the two seem to have a pretty good relationship, otherwise Bai Jinxian wouldn't have opened his arms to welcome her so openly. I wanted to ask what their relationship was, but I was hesitant to ask. After all, she and Bai Jinxian were only friends. Damn it, why did they have to hug me of all times? Why did I have to see it? If only you guys had been a little more discreet. I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car or with my wife pretending to be asleep. But now that things have come to this, she can't pretend she didn't see it. That would be too cowardly and spineless. Lord Bai, who is this girl? Xiao Anan asked with an expression that looked like it was about to shatter. Bai Jinxian pressed his entire body against Su Yuning, turning his head to look back. You haven't left yet? Click. Something seems to have become more fragmented? I'm worried about you, so I wanted to see you enter the community. Xiao Anan forced a bitter smile. It would have been better if she hadn't smiled at all, as it didn't look good at all. Su Yuning also sized up Xiao Anan and instantly realized that he was Bai Jinxuan's admirer, but not quite a suitor. She's not bad looking, but not as good looking as me. Her clothes are very expensive, all designer brands. Her family must be quite wealthy, something I can't match. Xiao Anan was also sizing up Su Yuning. It was only then that she noticed how beautiful this woman was. She was the kind of woman who could attract attention at first glance and became more and more beautiful the more you looked at her. Sometimes the difference between A and B is greater than the difference between B and C. The distinction between good and bad looks is whether you can make a judgment at a glance. Su Yuning is the kind of woman that even other women would find attractive. Xiao Anan thought he was making good progress and was quite pleased with himself, but when he saw Su Yuning, he instantly became self-conscious. This woman is incredibly beautiful. She used to have reason to be proud when facing her classmates, but now she has truly suffered a complete defeat. It's okay, you should go now. This is my sister, she will take me upstairs. Bai Jinxian had already twisted behind Su Yuning, putting his arms around her neck, indicating that she should turn her back to him. Women in this world are incredibly strong, and with the monthly negative buff removed, carrying a guy on his back is a breeze. Sister Xiao Anan was taken aback at first, then her face lit up with joy. Sister, you must make sure Lord Bai gets home safely. Su Yuning glanced at Xiao Anan indifferently, feeling somewhat displeased. You don't need to say anything more. Then she easily carried Bai Jinxian on her back and walked into the residential area. Xiao Anan watched the two figures disappear before getting into the car. Miss, you need to learn to use your strengths instead of using your weaknesses to counter the opponent's strengths. The driver started the vehicle and then spoke softly. Your biggest advantage is that you are pretty and your family is rich. You should use your own advantages to beat them, instead of comparing yourself to them in every way. The driver had observed more than Xiao Anan, and this was a friendly suggestion. So everyone saw what I did just now. I was really weak, wasn't I? Xiao Anan was not happy. She was worried about what would happen if she met another exceptionally beautiful woman who had no connection with Bai Jinxian. She knows her advantages are that she is rich and generous, but money can be earned, but how can she improve her looks? Seeing that Xiao Anan wasn't listening at all, the driver shook his head. Miss, you're still too young. You always focus on the surface. Once you enter the workforce, you'll realize how important money is and what your true strengths are. However, since they are high school graduates, it's normal for them to only focus on appearance. In that gentle ivory tower, how many injustices could there be? On the other side, Bai Jinxian lay on Su Yuning's back, doing whatever was comfortable for him, without any concern about taking advantage of her. After all, according to the rules of this world, he was rewarding Su Yuning. Brother, please don't move. Su Yuning lowered her voice and her body tensed up slightly without her noticing. Are all guys' body temperatures this warm? No wonder girls always say they want to hug them while sleeping. The heat emanating from Bai Jinxian seeped through the thin fabric of his clothes, making her want to get even closer. No way. Bai Jinxian not only ignored him, but moved even more violently. He had been uncomfortable before, but now it was purely intentional. He twisted his body, tightening his arms around Su Yuning's neck, like a spoiled child. Are you dissatisfied? No, I was just worried that you might feel uncomfortable. Su Yuning tried her best to keep her tone steady, but she couldn't hide a slight nasal tone, as if she was trying to restrain something. It's best if you don't. You have to listen to me obediently, understand? Bai Jinxian leaned close to her ear and unconsciously rubbed her soft, long hair, from which a faint fragrance wafted. Yes, Su Yuning paused for a moment, then added softly, Lord Bai. She could clearly feel the warm breath beside her ear, and the faint touch, like a feather gently brushing against her. This made her heart beat faster and faster, but she dared not do anything. She could only use all her willpower to maintain a calm appearance and dare not show the slightest transgression. Why do you also call me Lord Bai? Bai Jinxian finally found a comfortable position and asked lazily with his eyes half closed. Don't you like it, brother? Su Yuning's face was expressionless. Bai Jinxian chuckled softly. I like it, how could I not? I like it when people call me Sir. Then I'll call you that from now on. Su Yuning felt a little uneasy, afraid that he would not agree. But Bai Jinxian did not respond further. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, he became too lazy to speak, only letting his soft, even breaths brush against Su Yuning's fair neck. Chapter 18 Contrast. Not receiving a reply, Su Yuning didn't mind. Instead, she moved even more gently, afraid of disturbing him. Bai Jinxuan's little whims were something she had been used to since childhood. Making him happy was more important than anything else. With a click, the door opened. Su Yuning carried Bai Jinxian into the house. After waiting for a while, seeing that he was still not moving and seemed to be fast asleep, she tiptoed into his room. She didn't turn on the lights, but she was extremely familiar with the layout of the room and smoothly and comfortably placed him on the bed. The air conditioner was already on, and the comfortable temperature made Bai Jinxuan's brows relax slightly. Lord Bai, would you like to do a quick cleanse before bed? Let me wipe your face for you. Su Yuning squatted by the bed, speaking very softly. Her heart was pounding louder and louder. She had only been wiping her face. How could this have happened? Bai Jinxian gave a vague which might just be a murmur in his sleep. But Su Yuning took it as a yes. She quietly went into the bathroom, took the blue towel that Bai Jinxian often used, turned on the hot water, and carefully rinsed and wrung it out. The water flowed silently, soaking the towel almost without making a sound. Su Yuning stared blankly at the sink, and couldn't help but think of what had happened at noon. She couldn't help herself again. This made her both happy and guilty, but ever since she crossed the line for the first time, she couldn't stop. He usually appears aloof and very self-disciplined, living what others perceive as an ascetic life. But when facing Bai Jinxian, she seemed to lose her mind, and everything was spiraling out of control. Once desire takes root, it's like a boulder rolling down a hillside, only getting faster and faster, and becoming increasingly difficult to stop. Otherwise, how could it be called desire? Although she felt remorse and blamed herself afterward each time, silently praying for Bai Jinxuan's forgiveness, she still couldn't control herself the next time. Steam rose slightly, indicating that the water temperature had increased. Su Yuning came to her senses, carefully wrung out the towel, and returned to the bedside. Lord Bai, let me wipe your face for you now. Bai Jinxian did not respond. A few seconds later, she began to gently wipe him. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Bai Jinxuan's aura was stronger than usual, carrying a rich, warm fragrance that was both captivating and unsettling. Su Yuning gazed at him quietly. Even in the dim light of the room, she could still clearly picture his face in her mind. Her face was delicate, her nose was high and straight, and her eyes looked innocent and naive when they were wide open, but alluring like a fox when they were downturned. And that always slightly upturned corner of his mouth, everything is just right, as if it were meticulously sculpted. Su Yuning's breathing involuntarily became heavier. She pursed her lips, and once again, an inappropriate thought popped into her mind. But how can we blame her entirely? She is at the age when she is most susceptible to temptation, and she is full of longing for affection and intimacy, making her unable to resist even the slightest provocation. Bai Jinxian was breathing evenly, but Su Yuning felt that even his breathing was seducing her. God knows how much she suppresses her feelings every day. At school, she was seen as a stern and unsmiling senior, but at home, beneath her calm exterior lay a volcano about to erupt. In the end, Su Yuning couldn't help but move. She reached out and touched his cheek very lightly, then quickly withdrew her hand as if it had been touched with nectar, before quietly pressing her palm to her lips. It was as if, in doing so, I had indirectly kissed him. "Good night, brother," she whispered in her heart, tucked Bai Jinxian in, and quietly left the room. I slept without any dreams. Perhaps because he had been drinking last night, Bai Jinxian slept until 10 a.m. He sat up groggily, yawned, and felt weak all over. Why am I still so tired? His physical condition is too weak, even worse than in his previous life. He can't handle the slightest irregularity. Isn't it said that your physique improves after 18? I haven't felt it. Do I have to experience it in actual combat? Stao Yu. Bai Jinxian called out towards the door. Almost immediately, the door was pushed open. Su Yuning walked in, wearing a black and white dress, her face still expressionless, looking as beautiful as a delicate doll. "Are you hungry, Lord Bai?" Bai Jinxian responded lazily, still sitting on the edge of the bed trying to wake up. "The food is all prepared and kept warm. You can eat after you wash up," Su Yuning said. Bai Jinxian looked up at her, his expression a mixture of approval for her looks and approval for her abilities. She's practically the perfect housekeeper, handling even unexpected situations flawlessly. "No." He yawned again before slowly getting up. "Could you run me some hot water in a bit? I want to take a shower after I finish eating. I feel like I smell a bit." Su Yuning is a very capable maid, and most importantly, she is very emotionally stable and can meet any request Bai Jinxian makes. For example, you can enjoy a Manchu Han imperial feast without leaving home. Of course, it wasn't actually that exaggerated, but the breakfast on the table was still very luxurious, with both Chinese and Western dishes, just to satisfy Bai Jinxian's picky palate. "I really don't know what I would do without you." Bai Jinxian picked up a shrimp dumpling with a worried expression and fed it to Su Yuning. As usual, the chef eats first. Su Yuning chewed slowly and then swallowed. The food seemed to taste even better after being fed by Bai Jinxian. Then she said, "I can stay with you forever." Forever? Unlike Su Yuning, Bai Jinxian was not reserved. He spoke before swallowing his food, making his words unclear. There is no such thing as forever. Chewing, swallowing. How adorable, Su Yuning thought. "What will happen to your future husband?" Bai Jinxian asked another question. Su Yuning has answered this question many times, and although her answer is not the best one, she still has no intention of changing it. Just don't look for a husband, women don't necessarily need men. "Haha, you want to be my servant for life?" Bai Jinxian laughed out loud and stated his understanding directly. But I felt a little relieved. Although this wasn't the answer I most wanted to hear, it was still acceptable. The plan is progressing steadily, and if it continues, the little servant will be successfully trained sooner or later. But he doesn't have that much time now. Before, he was too busy having fun to take care of his health and to train his children. Moreover, upon closer reflection, I realized I had too many little fish servants and needed to deal with them quickly, at least by taking down the little servants to ensure logistical stability. Now that he's about to go to university and will soon be free, and some of the genes in his bloodline have begun to awaken, Bai Jinxian has been experiencing erections some mornings lately. I wonder how many little fish I'll meet when I get to university. It's a bittersweet feeling. Chapter 19. I was born to enjoy life. Eat quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Su Yuning did not answer. She wanted to be a servant, to serve Bai Jinxian forever, but she also wanted to be in another capacity, so she could not give an answer so quickly. She didn't want her identity to be fixed, but she couldn't change it, at least not now. She had to wait until Bai Jinxian was fully developed. Before this, she couldn't even show the slightest bit of romantic feelings, otherwise it would affect her subsequent development. You still haven't answered my question. Are you trying to rebel? Are you suffering as my servant? Bai Jinxian ate while complaining, his mouth bulging out. It's not a good habit, but he feels comfortable with it, and there's no need to exhaust himself at home. He can just do whatever makes him happy. Su Yuning wouldn't laugh at him if she did. Bai Jinxian would bully her mercilessly. A mere servant should be punished for doing something he shouldn't have. No, I have never felt wronged. Bai Jinxian wanted to say something more, but Su Yuning had already brought over a small plate with a large steamed bun with a skin as thin as white jade on it. Didn't you say you wanted to eat large crab roe buns? I tried making them, and they turned out pretty good. You should try them. Bai Jinchuan's attention was immediately drawn to the delicious food in front of him. This is what happens when you're willful for too long. You get angry over trivial things or inexplicable events, but there's always someone to comfort you. You can also quickly shift your attention to trivial matters or things you like, never letting negative emotions linger. Bai Jinxian, a dignified and respectable man in his past life, has fallen to such a state in this life. It's truly enviable. The huge steamed bun in front of me had a thin skin and plenty of meat, and it was bouncy and chewy. It was still steaming hot, and just looking at it made my mouth water. Bai Jinxian picked up his chopsticks and pressed them against the thin, translucent leather bag. With a little force, he made a hole, and a thick, golden red mixture of crab roe and crab fat flowed out, carrying steam. Then came the unparalleled fragrance, which filled my nostrils. Bai Jinxian swallowed hard, unable to resist any longer, and leaned in to take a small bite. The scalding hot broth explodes in your mouth, the umami flavor crashing against every part of your palate like a giant wave. The rich and creamy crab roe and crab paste intertwine with the delicate fragrance and sweetness of the crab meat, creating a delightful experience that leaves you speechless. Bai Jinxian truly couldn't care less about Su Yuning this time, and ate heartily. Su Yuning felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched this scene, knowing that all her hard work in creating this finished product had paid off. Bai Jinxian finished eating quickly, feeling a bit full, and leaned back in his chair with a happy look in his eyes. Then, as if he had thought of something, he stared at Su Yuning with regret in his eyes. This made Su Yuning somewhat uneasy, wondering if she had done something wrong. Did your clothes get your own smell because they weren't cleaned properly? Did they find out about my little tricks yesterday? But I clearly didn't even change my clothes, and I tried my best to keep the smell from increasing. Just as Su Yuning was frantically trying to figure out what had happened, Bai Jinxian suddenly spoke up. How come you're my sister? These words were like a sharp sword, piercing Su Yuning's heart, causing both pain and a sense of pleasure and joy. Yes, how am I your sister? But if you weren't my sister, how could I get close to you, and how could you not hate me? But after a short while, Su Yuning became happy again, because the two of them were not related by blood, and did this mean that Lord Bai also had those kinds of thoughts about me? After thinking about it, she realized it was impossible. Bai Jinxian is such a simple and kind person, he doesn't know much about relationships between men and women, how could he possibly have such thoughts? He's still just a simple child. So he must be worried that after I find a husband, I won't be his servant anymore and won't cook for him. Su Yuning quickly came up with a reasonable explanation, although she didn't like it. While Bai Jinxian finished eating and was about to take a shower, Su Yuning was still sitting in her seat, her mind replaying what Bai Jinxian had just said. Although you can't tell what's on Su Yuning's mind from her face, her eyes sometimes reveal more. At this moment, Su Yuning's eyes widened slightly, undoubtedly indicating that she had fallen into deep thought and begun to drift off into thought. Bai Jinxian smiled softly with his back to her. He said this on purpose, of course, to train a qualified servant. He could certainly eat the little servant directly he had the ability, and the little servant would be more than willing. But as I said before, you can eat directly, but you have to pay, wipe your mouth, and consider whether it suits your taste. However, if you personally oversee the entire process, and decide on the ingredients and the final product, then this will definitely be a delicious dish that suits your taste. So, I'm sorry, but for the sake of my future comfort, Bai Jinxian didn't hesitate to become a bad man and chose to continue to manipulate his servants. What a despicable, immoral, selfish, and wicked man. Ugh, I'm so tired after taking a shower. I still have to dry myself and blow dry my hair. It's such a hassle. Bai Jinxian stood up from the bathtub, creating splashes of water. He looked at his perfect figure and his ultimate second brother in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. But the thought of the troubles to come still troubled him. He's really useless. In his past life, he could stay up for 3 consecutive nights, but in this life, he doesn't even want to wipe himself down. Bai Jinxian lazily hooked the towel around his neck and said helplessly. But this also proves that I was born to enjoy life and can't endure any hardship. At noon, the already sweltering summer heat becomes even more intense. You can feel the heat surging from all directions just by standing on the roadside. And Jinxer wiped the sweat from her forehead and exhaled a breath of hot air. We're almost done collecting the rent. There's only this one left. Honestly, why do I have to do something as simple as collecting rent? I just want to stay home and play video games. My mom is so awful. And even though I could just transfer money via mobile phone, they made me collect from each bank individually, and they deducted my allowance if I didn't listen. That's just too much. And Jinxer muttered irritably as she walked into the residential area. Once she entered the building, a cool breeze hit her face, which finally made her feel much more comfortable. Phew, thankfully she finally agreed to let me live alone. I can keep 1/5 of the rent and buy the perfect model, hee hee. She looked at the document on her phone, which clearly stated how many places she was going to visit, how many rents she would collect, and included a brief description of each property and the rent to be collected. This location is so good, and it's fully furnished, yet they only charge such a small fee, and they even waive the property management fee and utilities. Has Mom lost her mind? The house that Jinshur was referring to was the one rented by Jin Xian in the Lily of the Valley. Chapter 20: The Little Landlord. This residential complex was completed just 2 years ago. The interior design is very much in line with modern aesthetics, and the location is excellent with good feng shui, making it a highly valuable upscale community. Even her mother, a seasoned landlord, only managed to snag 2 apartments, one of which was already rented out. And Jinshur also has another apartment that she plans to live in, and she intends to renovate it to her liking in the next few days. I think Mom is really getting old. She actually wants me to reduce the rental fee. If the rental fee is reduced, who will buy my games and my models? That's ridiculous. And Jinshur remembered what her mother had told her, smiled dismissively, closed the document in her hand, and wondered how much she would have to raise the rent. It should be increased to at least 7,000. Let's forget about the property management and utilities, since my mom reduced those costs. But if he only pays this little rent, he must be broke. If I raise the rent to 7,000, he'll definitely leave on his own. Okay, let's do it this way. Now that she's the landlady, Mom's unreasonable rules should be changed. Building 2, Unit 805, this is it. After reviewing the document and confirming the room number, Jinshur rang the doorbell without hesitation. Soon, the door opened, and a handsome man with slightly damp hair, wearing a white bath towel, appeared. Jinshur stood there, her eyes widening, a blush spreading from her neck to her forehead. Who are you? Jin Xian asked with some confusion. If it were any other woman, he would probably just close the door, since a boy needs to protect himself when he's out and about. But the woman in front of him bore a slight resemblance to his landlord, only a smaller version, and even more adorable. I am Jinshur. The woman in front of him stuttered even more severely than Xiao Anan, and she was also quite short, only about 1.5 meters tall, with a brown curly double ponytail. But she has big, bright eyes, fair and smooth skin, and a small frame, just like a delicate doll. You're so cute, where are your parents? Jin Xian squatted down, revealing his delicate and alluring collarbone. His eyes, brighter after his bath, looked at Jinshur with curiosity. He said I was cute. Jinshur's head was steaming, and she subconsciously ignored the second half of the sentence. Her height was something she hated most about being commented on, and because of it, she suffered a lot of ridicule from her peers. Later, he simply stopped reading books and only thought about spending his life with pornographic games and models. But I never expected to meet such a handsome guy today, who even complimented her on being cute. Could it be that he likes me? Jinshur's brain is a bit overloaded. Jin Xian found Jinshur's performance even more interesting. Jinshur was wearing a small and exquisite suit, with a white shirt underneath, and a short skirt with black tights. Jin Xian was increasingly delighted as he looked at her. He had never seen this type before. He thought that legal lolis only existed in games or comics, but he never expected to see one in real life. So cute, I want to. Without hesitation, Jin Xian reached out and hugged Jinshur, giving her a hard kiss on her fair and soft face. In my past life, if someone had seen this behavior, they would definitely have been punished with a pair of silver handcuffs. But here, if other women saw it, they would only be jealous of why they weren't the ones being kissed. Jinshur had no idea what was happening. She only felt herself being embraced by a furnace, followed by a rich fragrance and masculine scent, and then a wet kiss on her face. And the slightly damp ends of her hair brushed against her neck, making her feel itchy and tingly. Looking at Jinchuan's smiling and appreciative eyes, Jinshur finally realized that she had been kissed by the handsome man in front of her. She subconsciously touched the spot where she had been kissed, her mind filled with disbelief. How could any man like a short woman like her? I also like her petite figure. He even gave me a kiss at the end, and he was such a handsome guy. Oh dear, why is your nose bleeding? Jin Xian suddenly exclaimed. You wait here, I'll go get some toilet paper to plug it up. As he spoke, he turned and walked back, without even closing the door. Jinshur subconsciously touched her nose and saw that her fingers were covered in blood. Her face turned even redder, like a monkey's bottom. Me? I actually had a nosebleed? And in front of a handsome guy? A strong sense of shame overwhelmed her, making it impossible for her to stay there any longer. And Jincher took off running, her two tied pigtails bouncing like springs. As he ran, some blood dripped onto the ground. Behind her, a warm and pleasant voice called out, "Hey, I haven't wiped you clean yet." And Jincher ran even faster, skipping the elevator and rushing through the manual passage to her home, which was just one floor below by Jinchuan's. Upon reaching the door, she quickly pulled out her keychain and began searching for the key to the house from among the pile of keys. "It's not this one, and it's not this one either. Where is the key?" The keys clattered together, making a tinkling sound. And Jincher's hands were shaking so badly they looked like she had Parkinson's disease. Finally, she stopped looking and followed the man-made passage downhill, rushing out of the community like a little rocket. And Jincher's petite body is filled with enormous energy. In such hot weather, she actually ran all the way from Bai Jinchuan's doorstep to her own home, which was 3 kilometers away. And there was no pause along the way, not even a feeling of fatigue. She had only one thought in her mind: she couldn't lose face any longer and had to hide in her room as soon as possible. When they arrived at their destination, she felt as if her heart was about to explode, and her whole body was incredibly hot, as if her blood was boiling. She pounded on the villa's door until her mother, Enyuju, impatiently opened it. It's here, stop knocking, have we encountered a ghost?" As soon as the door opened, Enyuju realized that it was Jincher, who had vowed that morning never to go home again. Faced with her pitiful yet adorable daughter, Enyuju initially intended to make a few sarcastic remarks, but upon seeing the blood all over her mouth and nose, and her panicked and anxious expression, it was as if she were truly being chased by a ghost. She panicked and let out a sharp scream. "Jincher, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 21. It's so hot in summer, nosebleeds are normal. Her daughter hadn't left the house in a long time, spending all her time playing games and shopping online. She felt this wasn't a good thing, so she sent her to collect rent, so she could take a walk and earn some pocket money. How did collecting rent end up like this? Are the tenants causing trouble? Enyuju's face showed a fierce expression, but then she looked at Jincher pitifully. "Regardless of how the injury occurred, we need to get to the hospital immediately." Without even glancing at her worried mother, Jincher nimbly slipped inside from the side and exclaimed, "I'm fine, don't worry about me, it was just an accident." His voice was full of energy, as if he had taken medicine. Only Enyuju, who was half squatting and intending to examine Jincher's wound closely, was left standing there awkwardly. Enyuju couldn't just let this matter rest. She had to find out exactly how she got the injury, otherwise she wouldn't be able to face her deceased husband. So she quickly followed Jincher upstairs, trying to open the door, only to find it locked from the inside. "Jincher, what happened to you? How could you have lost so much blood in an accident? Don't be afraid. As long as it's not your fault, Mom will definitely avenge you. No one can help you." And Jincher was so embarrassed she felt like she had to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Why didn't she clean up her bloodstains on the way? "Now look what's happened, my mom found out, and I have to explain myself." But how should she explain it? Is it because she saw a very handsome guy that her nosebleed couldn't stop? This is so embarrassing, it'll make you lose your mind. This will never be her safe home again. But Enyuju persisted in knocking on the door, determined to get to the bottom of things. And Jincher hurriedly went to the bathroom and cleaned up the bloodstains. If she doesn't explain things clearly, her mother will have to find out the cause and effect of the matter herself. At that point, it won't just be social death at home, it will be death in society. The thought of being pointed at and whispered about if she went out made Jincher quicken her pace and shout, "Wait a minute, I'll be right to open the door." At the same time, her brain was racing, hoping to come up with a reasonable explanation. She racked her brains trying to recall the knowledge she had learned, only to find that all that popped up were visual novel options. Oh no, the downsides of not going to school are showing. But since things have come to this point, even if the reason is absurd, she has to find one. And Jincher quickly cleaned herself up, with only a few drops of blood still stained her white collar. She opened the door, and Enyuju rushed in, afraid of being locked out. She observed carefully and found that Jincher had no external wounds. The blood seemed to be flowing from her nostrils. "So, did someone punch you in the nose? But there shouldn't be absolutely no red marks." Enyuju's years of life experience seemed to have lost their effectiveness, and she was unable to see what had happened to her naive daughter. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" And Jincher pretended to be calm, turned around, and sat down in the chair. First of all, this was an accident. I wasn't bullied by anyone. The problem lies entirely with myself. And Yuju walked around to Jincher's side, observed her for a while, and found that there were indeed no external factors. But her last sentence was a bit strange, as if other people were involved, but she insisted on taking the blame herself. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more confused I get. Where did this blood come from? It's a bit hot outside. I couldn't stand it after walking just a few steps. That's probably why I got a nosebleed. And Jincher came up with a reasonable explanation and said it. And Yuju was clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, but she couldn't figure out the reason either. She planned to investigate it herself later, since Jincher's route should be the route of the rent collection map. By checking the surveillance footage from various locations, we can identify which segment had the problem and then investigate further to resolve it. "Heh, so you've got a secret to keep from me too." And Yuju remarked lightly, then changed the subject, "How's the rent collection going?" And Jincher breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was over. "I received them all, but it's okay, I've collected them all." She paused for a moment halfway through her sentence, but then became firm again. And Yuju was now certain that the problem lay with the tenant, but instead of alerting them, she continued to ask, "Was the price charged according to the document I sent you?" "Yes, not a penny more, not a penny less." "How much?" 25,450. And Yuju did some mental calculations and realized that there was a missing amount of 5,000 yuan, which was exactly the same as the house where she had reduced the rent by the vast majority of the fees for that handsome boy. How does it feel to collect rent? It's not bad, just a little tiring. Have you encountered any attractive tenants? There's one that's slightly better looking. Now Yuju understood. For this child to praise someone in real life as good looking, that person must be extremely good looking. She guessed it must be Bai Jinxian. Thinking about it, she took out her phone and sent a message to Bai Jinxian. "Did anyone ask you to collect rent today?" "No." And Yuju was a little confused. After a while, another message came from the other end. "But I ran into a little girl, she was really cute, I don't know why her parents weren't watching her." And Yuju keenly noticed the woman radical in the character. "Curly pigtails? How did you know?" "Alright, the result is clear, the handsome person Jincher mentioned is Bai Jinxian. But what could be causing the nosebleed? Could it really be because of the hot weather?" While Yuju was still pondering, Jincher spoke up impatiently. "Alright, I already said it was an accident, so please don't pursue it any further. I've already collected all the rent I owed." The child looked at the long list of numbers and couldn't even count them himself, so he assumed his mother couldn't count them either. Besides, 5,000 is just the price of one of her small models, so missing it isn't a big deal, right? Looking at Jincher, Yuju felt that the child had been spoiled too much at home. She was such a grown-up, yet she acted like a little child. She's naturally shy and doesn't like interacting with normal people. Will she be able to find a husband in the future? How should she pass on these properties to her descendants? Therefore, Yuju has no intention of playing any more hide-and-seek games with Jincher. "Your nosebleed is because of Bai Jinxian, right? You mean that tall, gentle-looking, and incredibly handsome guy? He lives in apartment 805, building 2, Lily of the Valley Garden." Chapter 22. Easy and enjoyable work. Fearing that her daughter would find another excuse to deny it, Yuju simply described all the information. Jincher froze, completely bewildered as to how her mother had confirmed it. Upon seeing her daughter's behavior, Yuju realized that her guess was true. At the same time, they also made some guesses about the source of the nosebleed and understood their daughter's attempt to cover it up. No wonder they didn't want me to investigate or know. Yuju suddenly chuckled, young people do have a lot of energy. It's normal for them to have nosebleeds in this hot weather. Well, Jincher was completely frozen in place, feeling as if she had died. However, Yuju wasn't trying to mock Jincher, but rather to make her daughter more realistic, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to become someone else's concubine in the future. "Do you like him?" Upon hearing Yuju's question, Jincher hesitated and dared not speak, feeling that it was too embarrassing. "That means you like it." Yuju answered for her, she knew her daughter too well. "That boy's name is Bai Jinxian. He just turned 19, is a high school graduate, and is about to go to university. Currently, he lives with only one younger sister." Yuju looked at Jincher, who was listening intently with her ear tilted to the side, and realized that her daughter had fallen in love. Honestly, we've only met once. But it's alright, she fell in love at first sight too. And Jincher noticed that Inyuju was silent and couldn't help but ask. Does he have a girlfriend? Of course, a friend of mine wants to know. Inyuju looked at Jincher with a disgraceful expression. If you like someone, just be open about it. Is our family short of money or something? And Jincher fell silent. Inyuju knew that she was troubled by her height. Alright, that kid said he really likes you, he's very cute. Inyuju slightly altered what Bai Jinxian had said, otherwise Jincher might have been too ashamed to go. Although Jincher is short, she is very beautiful. Many boys like her now. Why bother remembering those things from elementary school? After hearing Inyuju's words, Jincher's eyes lit up, as if she had seen an exquisite and rare model. Real? Real. Inyuju answered decisively, then looked at Jincher in shock. No, why are you bleeding from your nose again? It's because it's too hot. Jincher replied, embarrassed and angry. On the other side, Bai Jinxian was lying on the sofa playing games. After he finished eating, Su Yuning cleaned up the dishes and went shopping. Bai Jinxian always eats only the best, so all the ingredients are purchased on the same day. Although it was quite troublesome, Su Yuning felt it was all worth it to see Bai Jinxian's happy smile. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again, and Bai Jinxian was certain that Su Yuning had returned. He quickly ran over to open the door and found Su Yuning standing there with large and small bags in her hands, her forehead covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Although women are generally healthier, it's just too hot outside. Come in and get some fresh air, you look so hot. Bai Jinxian tried to take the thing from Su Yuning's hand, but she nimbly dodged it. Let me put my things away first. It has to be said that if someone is willing to go out for you during the hottest part of summer, that's definitely true love. Bai Jinxian took out a wet tissue and quietly stuck it behind Su Yuning, who was tidying up in front of the refrigerator, and then gently wiped away her sweat. Su Yuning had a lot of fine sweat on her body, but it didn't smell bad. Instead, it had a slightly stronger fragrance. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Su Yuning felt like her already hot body was about to explode, but she dared not move at all, like a statue. Bai Jinxian, on the other hand, seemed to let loose, hugging and wiping sweat with his arms before finally letting go. Phew, it's clean now. You can get back to work. After saying that, he went to the sofa to continue playing games. Su Yuning was finally able to control her stiff body and continue working. She vowed that next time she would buy more of the food that Bai Jinxian liked to eat, and choose the best quality food, even if she was sweating profusely. Bai Jinxian watched this scene with a smile. This was exactly the effect he was aiming for. The little servant had been busy for him for so long, so it wouldn't hurt to give him a little reward. And they smelled delicious, and the bodies felt soft and supple. It was a reward for everyone, and everyone was happy. Ah, Bai Jinxian, you're such a bad man. You kissed a little girl and then hugged and cuddled an icy older woman in just half a day. I can't even imagine what other outrageous things you'll do in the future. Xiaoyu, I want to eat cola chicken wings, braised pork, and soy sauce flavored spare ribs for lunch. Bai Jinxian rattled off a long list of dishes as if reciting a menu. And Su Yuning has never disappointed him. Okay. Bai Jinxian has a larger appetite than the average boy, while Su Yuning, being a girl, naturally has a large appetite. However, there were still too many dishes to make, so Su Yuning always made small portions and more delicate dishes. If Bai Jinxian liked it, he would eat it all. If he didn't, he would leave it to her to clean up the mess. Su Yuning cooks only for the two of them every day, and she has already mastered the exact amount of food to prepare, so it is always just right. Just then, my phone received another message. Are you free tomorrow? The message was from the head of the art studio, probably asking him to come and be a model again. Bai Jinxian didn't rush to reply, but instead checked his bank balance first. 58,340. It seems a bit too little. Then he returned to the chat page and sent a message, I'm free this afternoon. Even when it comes to work, he makes sure he gets a good night's sleep and has fun in the morning, so he has to give up his afternoon time. But even though he was so willful. Sure, but this time it will be a little longer, 4 hours. Bai Jinxian frowned, and then the other party sent another message. 4,000. Make a deal. Bai Jinxian always put his own enjoyment first. Making money was important, but it had to come second. Normally, he would only stay in the studio for 2 or 3 hours at most, just to rest, but 4 hours was indeed a bit long and could easily make people impatient. But this time the other party was exceptionally generous with the price, so that was a different story. He originally charged per session, with each session not exceeding 3 hours, so he always joked that he had a 4-figure hourly wage. In reality, it wasn't that high, just a little less. He was initially reluctant to take on this job, but the other party was sincere and had never been late in making payments during their long collaboration, so Bai Jinxian relented and gave in. Lord Bai, just this once, 4 hours is too long. I won't agree to it being this long next time. Chapter 23 Night Raid. A normal workday is 8 hours, 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. That's the rhythm an ordinary person should have. But now that Bai Jinxian has come to this world where there are more girls than men, how can he not live an easier life? Therefore, he has always regarded working no more than 8 hours a day as his life motto. In reality, he actually works no more than 4 hours a day and isn't tired at all. After all, he's still just a soon-to-be freshman. Studio manager Xiao Qixi, don't worry, it won't take this long next time. And if you do well this time, I'll personally give you an extra 2,000. Lord Bai, that's great. Just watch how I perform. I'll treat you to milk tea then. Bai Jinxian has never liked pretense. If you're willing to give, he'll accept it without hesitation. As long as he keeps his promises, he'll take the money with a clear conscience. It is precisely this straightforwardness that makes him so popular. Xiao Qixi, then I'll wait and see. By the way, do you need me to pick you up tomorrow? Lord Bai, no need, I know the way very well. I've already charged you so much, how could I trouble you any further? Bai Jinxian typed with a smile. He could sense that the studio director had feelings for him, but he wasn't so easily conquered. Take it slow, tease gently, and then accept her as your dog. That's his preferred rhythm. Xiao Qixi, okay, then call me anytime if anything happens. The two chatted for a few more minutes until a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lord Bai, I'm hanging up now, time for lunch. Bye. Su Yuning had just brought the last dish to the table. Lord Bai, the meal is ready. You may dine now. Bai Jinxian almost jumped up. Su Yuning's cooking was really delicious, and more importantly, the presentation was exquisite, with a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Just looking at it made one's mouth water. The same old rule applies: the servant will test the poison first. He picked up a piece of soft, chewy braised pork and held it to Su Yuning's lips. Lord Bai, didn't you call me a chef last time? She chewed on the dish she had made, slightly puzzled. Little servant, don't worry about the details. What I say goes, and what I say at this moment is the truth. Bai Jinxian said confidently. Okay, Su Yuning replied obediently after swallowing her food gently. Look, what a civilized and well-mannered girl. Unlike Bai Jinxian, who sits and stands improperly, doing whatever is comfortable. When it comes to food, if it doesn't suit your taste, it's naturally pushed to Su Yuning's side. Su Yuning not only didn't mind, but secretly hoped that he could be even more willful, preferably not even willing to take a bath himself. In that case, she would surely become his favorite and indispensable little servant. Late at night, Su Yuning turned over again and finally sighed softly in the darkness. All was quiet except for the low hum of the air conditioner. Even though the temperature was already set low enough, she still felt waves of heat on her back, as if Bai Jinxian was still holding her. The image of him holding her at noon kept replaying in her mind, the scene of him gently wiping away her sweat. The more I think about it, the more awake I become, and these sleepless nights are becoming more and more frequent. Thinking about it carefully, these sleepless nights started last winter break and have become more and more frequent this summer. Brother, you're too naive. Su Yuning recalled Bai Jinxian's various behaviors and realized that he was really different from other boys. They are completely unguarded with people they trust, and hugging and touching are very natural. They never think too much about it. She used to be overjoyed by this, but as she got older, she gradually felt disappointed. He seemed to treat her only as a younger sister, not as a girl. Thinking of this, Su Yuning couldn't help but sigh again. You're too naive, so naive that it almost makes me want to corrupt you, and then. Her cheeks burned even hotter, and she unconsciously recalled the little stories her sister had given her before. The innocent younger brother, the gentle older brother series. Damn it, I swore yesterday I'd never watch those again. Even if Su Yuning is usually aloof and like an iceberg, she still can't hide her surging emotions in front of the person she likes. If not controlled properly, it could even burn yourself. Finally, a small glimmer of light appeared in the darkness. Su Yuning entered a website address from memory and clicked on a familiar forum interface. She skillfully typed in the keywords, and in an instant, countless related stories popped up. She bit her lower lip lightly, chose an article that interested her, and began to read it intently. It's quite hot tonight, we need to do some cooling down activities. But at this very moment, with a click, her door was gently pushed open. Su Yuning immediately shoved her phone under her pillow, trying to calm her breathing. She was as stiff as a stone. Only one person will enter her room at this time. The soundproofing was so good that she didn't hear Bai Jinxian walking over at all. Why would my brother suddenly come looking for me? Long ago, Su Yuning could occasionally sleep with Bai Jinxian, but as the two grew older, such opportunities became less and less frequent. Although they still often played games in the same room until late, when it was time to rest, they eventually had to go back to their own rooms. Su Yuning didn't know why Bai Jinxian had come at this time. What she had just read made her think all sorts of things, even though she knew they were unrealistic. Soon, she sensed Bai Jinxian standing quietly by the bed, looking down at her. Then I heard him mutter to himself, "So you can kick off the blankets, huh? Your upper body isn't even covered properly." In that instant, gentleness almost banished all distracting thoughts. Just as Bai Jinxian gently pulled the blanket up for her, he whispered, "Why does it smell so strange?" Su Yuning froze completely, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. "Never mind, it's normal for a girl's room to have a strange smell. Let her tidy it up herself tomorrow." Su Yuning breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time seriously considered whether she should lock the door. If she locks the door, Bai Jinxian might get upset and even use it as an excuse to tease her. If we don't lock it, although there's a small chance that tonight's situation will repeat itself, on the bright side, there might be a very small chance of triggering some special plot. "Little sister, I know you've grown up, but that's too bad for your health. Let me." Chapter 24. This is simply an angel. Su Yuning wanted to cover her face. Oh my god, what am I thinking? At a time like this, I'm still overthinking things. Is something really wrong? If she were to be discovered, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. Bai Jinxian might look at her with disdain and even kick her out of the house. Bai Jinxian actually had no idea what that taste meant. In his previous life, he had never even been in a relationship, so how could he possibly recognize that kind of hidden aura? He only came over on a whim when he went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, wanting to see how Su Yuning was sleeping. Besides, isn't it exciting to suddenly visit someone's room late at night? He might stumble upon some little secret, and then he can play the role of a righteous police officer. In the old world, any man who dared to enter a girl's room in the middle of the night would probably get beaten up and sent to the police station. But it's different here. Bai Jinxian can even lie down naturally next to Su Yuning and hold her as they fall asleep. The next day, he could still innocently claim that he was sleepwalking, and then blame Su Yuning. "You didn't wake up even when someone was holding you? It's all your fault." Su Yuning felt a sudden pang of guilt for no reason and couldn't help but worry. Had Bai Jinxian noticed something? However, Bai Jinxian wasn't that bored. He still preferred his own big bed, where he could roll around freely as he pleased. "All right, good night, little servant." Bai Jinxian gently kissed Su Yuning's cheek. It's cool, soft, and has a faint fragrance. He went back to his room satisfied, leaving Su Yuning behind, whose heart was racing again. She really couldn't take it anymore. Bai Jinxian had only been gone a short while when she couldn't help but take out her phone again and open the novel she had been reading. Not long after, a very faint, suppressed rustling sound came from the quiet night. Bai Jinxian woke up promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning. In this comfortable and carefree world, he has long since given up the habit of staying up late. With so many fun things to do during the day, he naturally wants to dedicate his nights to sleep. However, today, the little servant didn't even kneel by the bedside to wait for him to wake up. That's really dereliction of duty. But considering how diligent she usually was, she only failed to do it once or twice a month. Bai Jinxian generously decided to forgive Su Yuning. Su Yuning, she was supposed to finish yesterday, so why did she work so late again? Don't some people have any sense of responsibility? How could anyone possibly get up at this hour? Bai Jinxian finished washing up and went out of his room. The living room was much warmer than the bedroom. "Turn on the air conditioner. Turn on the air conditioner." He turned on the living room air conditioner, looked around, and checked the shoe cabinet. Su Yuning was indeed still in bed. Sigh, it seems the little servant was really exhausted yesterday. He's still not up. Yeah, nobody can stand going out to buy so much stuff in this heat. Bai Jinxian expressed his understanding and decided to make breakfast himself. Back in the previous world, when he first started working, he cooked all 3 meals a day to save money. But here, everyone pampers him and doesn't even let him into the kitchen. I don't know if my skills have become rusty. He opened the refrigerator and carefully selected ingredients. In the end, he chose a bundle of noodles, 2 eggs, and some shredded meat. He planned to make a bowl of shredded pork and egg noodle soup. This dish is simple but requires skill, and its light yet comforting flavor makes it perfect for breakfast. It was a rare opportunity for Bai Jinxian to cook again, and he felt it went quite well. Moreover, when the little servant tastes the noodles he cooked himself, he will surely be moved to tears and become even more loyal to him in the future. Just thinking about it filled him with motivation, and he put extra care into every step, trying his best to recreate that taste of home. Su Yuning suddenly opened her eyes in the room, her eyes still bloodshot. I had been suppressing my emotions for too long last night, and it took me too long to release them either. By the time I finished cleaning up, it was almost midnight. Oh no, what time is it? The alarm hasn't gone off, it shouldn't be time yet, right? She pulled her phone out from under her pillow, the battery was long dead. No wonder the alarm didn't go off. Su Yuning hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, changed into a decent set of clothes, and tidied herself up. As a competent servant, she had to maintain a perfect appearance at all times in order to satisfy Bai Jinxian. After quickly getting ready, she hurriedly pushed open the door. Then I saw a gentle figure wearing white loungewear and a blue apron. Just then, he placed a steaming bowl of noodles on the table, and the morning light fell on him, as if coating him with a soft halo. The angel noticed her too, turned around, and smiled slightly at her. You're up? Come and have breakfast. What does a woman need most? It's nothing more than a husband, children, and a warm bed. It's nothing more than coming home to a hot meal and his tender, caring attention after a long day at work. At this moment, Su Yuning, who hadn't slept well, suspected that she had time traveled to 10 years in the future, whereby Jinxian had become her husband and prepared hot meals for her every day. Otherwise, why would Bai Jinxian be so gentle, and even go into the kitchen to cook for himself? She knew perfectly well that Bai Jinxian had never stepped into the kitchen, let alone cooked or prepared dishes. Bai Jinxian noticed that Su Yuning hadn't come over for a while, so he turned his head and found her standing there blankly. He was immediately dissatisfied. I was kind enough not to disturb your sleep and even gave you the noodles I made, and this is how you treat me? You're already scared before you've even eaten? Su Yuning, get over here and eat right now. This expression of dissatisfaction brought Su Yuning back to her senses. I knew it. This is the real Bai Gij. Although he looks very gentle, he is actually a willful and restless guy. Being yelled at a couple of times felt much better. It felt like I was back in reality. Chapter 25. I really want to taste it. Coming. Su Yuning quickly walked over and sat down in the chair, explaining, I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm still a little groggy. Bai Jinxuan's reply was lukewarm, as if he didn't care. Just as Su Yuning was about to try to coax him, she noticed that he was staring at her in the noodles. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his somewhat slow-witted mind, and he immediately understood what Bai Jinxian meant. She quickly picked up a mouthful of noodles with her chopsticks, blew on it, and then put it in her mouth. For a moment, Su Yuning was stunned. What is this smell? It feels so warm. Just like when I was a child, I would wake up groggily and my sister would bring me a bowl of noodles. It was just a simple bowl of noodles, with no fancy ingredients, but holding that bowl of noodles and squatting next to the TV brought me unparalleled peace of mind and warmth. Su Yuning's eyes were a little moist, probably because the bowl of noodles was too hot. Delicious, and so comforting. Su Yuning picked up another chopstick, blew on it twice, and then put it in her mouth. His gluttonous appearance seemed genuine, which genuinely satisfied Bai Jinxian. This is probably why Su Yuning usually spends so much time cooking for him. Of course, he doesn't want this kind of satisfaction, but it's okay to have it once in a while. Bai Jinxian also tried to bite himself. Although it tasted good, it wasn't that exaggerated. Slurping sounds rang out from the side, and before long, Su Yuning had finished the whole bowl of noodles, including the meat and eggs, leaving not even a drop of soup. Bai Jinxian looked at Su Yuning and thought that this girl was particularly sensible. No wonder she was the little servant he had trained for so long. Actually, Su Yuning was too tired yesterday and lost a lot of water, so she didn't want to waste any of the noodles or soup. He had just finished eating the bowl that was staring at Bai Jinxian. Sai, since you're my little servant, I'll give you this one. Bai Jinxian pushed the noodles he had only eaten a tiny bit of to Su Yuning. No need, I'm just a little dazed. Once I'm more awake, I can make myself something to eat. Su Yuning didn't want Bai Jinxian to go hungry, and at the same time, she felt a little guilty, since usually at this time, the two of them would already be sitting together eating the food she had cooked. But when Bai Jinxian heard what Su Yuning said, his eyes lit up. "You are my little servant, how can you work on an empty stomach? Eat quickly, you are not allowed to refuse. After you've eaten your fill, you can make another dish I like, and we can take turns eating it." Bai Jinxuan's true intentions were revealed when he finally showed his true colors. The noodles were warm and fragrant, but there were many more delicious foods waiting for him. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian with a grateful expression, feeling that Bai Jinxian was really too good to her. "Lord Bai, I want to be your servant for life." After saying that, Su Yuning started eating noodles again. Bai Jinxian couldn't help but smile. This was exactly the effect he was aiming for. "Eat slowly, no one will take it from you. After you finish eating, rest for 2 minutes before you go cook for me." Bai Jinxian is such a selfish guy, he demands 5 times the profit for every little thing he gives. Su Yuning nodded happily, feeling that Bai Jinxian really cared about her, afraid that she would overeat, and even let her rest for 2 minutes. Seeing that Su Yuning had finished both bowls of noodles, Bai Jinxian finally picked up his phone and went to lie down on the sofa to play games. He did another good deed today. A good man like him shouldn't be too much to marry 7 or 8 wives, right? After washing the dishes, Su Yuning got busy. This time, we only need to do Bai Jinxuan's portion, so it will be relatively easy. The time spent playing games and the time spent busy went by just as fast. Bai Jinxian felt like he had only been playing for a short while when Su Yuning brought over a delicate breakfast. "I haven't finished my game yet." Bai Jinxian originally intended to ask Su Yuning to wait a while, but then he remembered that he had asked her to do it. If she didn't get to taste the delicious food right away, wouldn't that be a waste and an insult to the chef? Putting himself in her shoes, if Su Yuning dared to treat his work like that, he would definitely punish her severely. But the game can't be paused, otherwise he'll have to fight a battle to protect his parents, even though he still doesn't have parents in this life. Bai Jinxian quickly came up with a plan that would benefit both sides. Although his 2 hands were busy playing games, Su Yuning's hands were free, so she could feed him. Even though he's such a grown man, it sounds a bit embarrassing that he still needs a beautiful woman to feed him. However, Bai Jinxian always prioritized enjoyment, and he figured Su Yuning wouldn't dare to reveal such a thing. "You feed me." Bai Jinxian glanced at the breakfast next to him, which consisted of dumplings and other easy-to-pick-up dishes. Su Yuning was waiting quietly. After all, isn't it normal for a woman to wait for a man? Some men take more than half an hour to put on makeup, and that's the minimum time. At least Bai Jinxian would give a specific time, such as finishing a 20-minute game or going to the toilet for 15 minutes. "Shall I feed you?" Su Yuning felt her heart beating a little fast, and sincerely believed that the waist-raising plan her sister had recommended to her was very successful. "Otherwise, hurry up and feed me, I'm still hungry," Bai Jinxian said with dissatisfaction. Su Yuning didn't hesitate this time. She carefully picked up a crystal-clear shrimp dumpling and slowly fed it to Bai Jinxian. The shrimp dumplings, filled with generous amounts of filling, burst with a rich aroma and juicy flavor. Su Yuning stared at Bai Jinxuan's lips, thinking, "Those glossy lips, I really want to taste them." Chapter 26 Affection Enhanced. Bai Jinxian felt that working for 4 consecutive hours in the afternoon was too long, so he decided to rest briefly after lunch before setting off, arriving at the studio at around 12:30. This way, he can take a nap there, relax for 2 hours, and finish his work for the day around 5 o'clock. "I'm going out now. Be good at home by yourself, little servant, and don't miss me too much." Bai Jinxian gently patted Su Yuning's hair and left in a cheerful mood. Being patted on the head by a boy would normally be a bit embarrassing for Su Yuning, but if the other person is Bai Jinxian, it's a completely different story. Besides, he was like an older brother to her, so patting her head was nothing. She lowered her head in agreement, so it wasn't a big deal. The door closed gently, and Su Yuning quickly walked to the window and looked down at the passageway. Not long after, she saw Bai Jinxian come out with an umbrella. Perhaps because of the hot weather, even he, who was usually leisurely, quickened his pace and soon disappeared around the corner. Su Yuning sighed silently. If only she could grow up a little older, then she could go out to work like her older sister and earn money to support her brother. His work was so boring and tiring, yet he was willing to spend his time on these trivial and uninteresting things for the sake of his family. He should have been able to sleep in until he naturally woke up every day, eat the meals she carefully prepared, play games, listen to music, and spend each day leisurely. But now, he has to work hard, and even take care of her. Like many campus goddesses who appear aloof and have excellent grades, Su Yuning comes from a complicated family background. She is a native of Pingyao City. Her grandmother's generation had a mine, but it declined by her mother's generation, though they still had considerable wealth. Thanks to her outstanding looks and family wealth, Su's mother became a man's wife and lived a very happy life, giving birth to two sisters, Su Yuning and Su Choyun. However, their good fortune didn't last long. Because the family had no additional source of income and Su's mother herself was not very capable, the family fortune was quickly squandered. Su's mother, along with her two sisters, were abandoned by that man without hesitation. So the two sisters experienced ups and downs from a young age and went through a rather difficult period. If things proceed as planned, the two sisters' futures are practically predetermined. However, due to policy changes and her mother's good fortune, she unexpectedly took off again and acquired considerable assets. It was during this period that she met a very handsome man she fell in love with at first sight. This man is Bai Jinchuan's father. And so a new family came into being. But the plot is always the same: assets that are not matched by intelligence will eventually flow into society. Su's mother was abandoned once again, and this time even Bai Jinxian was abandoned. Unable to accept the blow, Su's mother started fooling around with her girlfriends again and got involved in a series of vulgar things. She had no time or energy to discipline her two daughters and didn't even provide them with the most basic financial support. Bai Jinxian, being male, received better treatment, earning a small amount of living expenses. Although Bai Jinxian had come to understand the truth of the world, he still had some habits from his previous life. He couldn't bear to see the two sisters go hungry and cold, nor could he bear to see them being subjected to Su's mother's venting of anger. It was during that time that the two sisters completely accepted Bai Jinxian, even though Bai Jinxian only wanted peace of mind and didn't actually need this acceptance. But life goes on, so what about the money? Going to school and eating both require money. Although the two sisters showed remarkable intelligence from a young age, they had never entered society and had no idea how to handle things. Bai Jinxian left early and returned late every day, giving the two sisters plenty of pocket money, buying them all their school supplies, and even hiring a tutor to give them extra lessons. Bai Jinxian hasn't let up on his studies yet. Bad men are not interested in learning themselves, nor do they want to learn, but they are quite interested in supervising others' learning. The idea that learning from the previous life was the key to success hadn't changed, so he simply left it to the two sisters to complete. The older sister, Su Choyun, went to a top-tier university, and Su Yuning will likely get in as well. To be honest, without Bai Jinchuan's help, Su Yuning might still be working hard somewhere, let alone continuing her studies. Therefore, she doted on and indulged Bai Jinxian almost without reservation. Even if he says he wants the stars, she will try her best to do it instead of saying, "I can't do it." Aside from not being able to repay him with money for the time being, Su Yuning took the most meticulous care for Bai Jinxian in every other aspect. To be honest, even if Bai Jinxian took out all the money he had spent on her, he probably wouldn't be able to find a personal butler as meticulous, considerate, and loyal as her. Although recently, this loyalty seems to have quietly undergone a slight change. Why don't we observe him more often at night and see if there are any changes in the little servant? You ask Bai Jinxian if he's not afraid of being discovered? He doesn't care about that at all. If he falls asleep in the middle of the night, let him observe. Staying up late at night must mean they're up to something bad. Arrest them immediately and interrogate them. Pretending to be asleep in the middle of the night? You're definitely up to no good. Arrest and interrogate. Whether there's a problem or not, if he says there is, then there is. The only important thing is that Bai Jinxian will definitely not have any problems. Bai Jinxian is a person with a slightly wicked personality. Because he is good looking, the girls around him are happy to indulge his little whims. However, the reason these girls indulged him wasn't just because he was good looking. He kept thinking like this until he reached his destination. Bai Jinxian got out of the car and looked up at the elegantly decorated art studio in front of him, Tianqi Art Studio, with a delicate sign hanging at the entrance. The fact that the studio is located in the city center and occupies such a large area speaks volumes about the strength behind it. What's even more remarkable is that the area is spacious and there aren't many students, making it completely unlike what you'd expect in the city center. A woman noticed Bai Jinxian and quickly ran over with an oil paper umbrella to shield him from the sun. Why aren't you using an umbrella in this heat? What if you get sunburned? Her tone was slightly reproachful, yet unusually gentle, as if she were afraid of disturbing him. I brought an umbrella, I just haven't opened it yet. Bai Jinxian shook the umbrella hooked on his little finger. But Sister Qi, I told you not to come pick me up, and you're still waiting downstairs in this heat. Aren't you uncomfortable? Qi Yueton's gaze inadvertently swept over his fair fingers. The umbrella swayed gently, its movement possessing an indescribable liveliness and beauty. But she hit it well, and Bai Jinxian didn't notice. I'm fine. What's a grown woman like me afraid of getting sunburned? It's all worth it to be able to wait for you. Let's go inside and talk. There's air conditioning inside. Shi Yuetong is very tall even in flat shoes. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall. But she has a gentle and graceful temperament. When she stands next to others, people often overlook her height and feel that she is a woman who has stepped out of a Jiangnan ink painting. Every word and action is full of natural gentleness and consideration. It's so hot today, let me give you an extra 1,000 yuan for the high temperature allowance. I can't let you feel like coming here is torture and never want to come again. Bai Jinxian was surprised to receive such good news as soon as he got out of the car. He had only heard of high temperature subsidies in his previous life, but never actually received them. This was the first time he had ever received one. Sister Qi, you are such a kind person. My respect for you has grown even more. He said it from the bottom of his heart. Having worked so many part-time jobs, he has never encountered such a wonderful job with high pay, easy work, and a kind and considerate boss. Chapter 27 Hyper-Realistic Role-Playing. At this moment, Shi Yuetong seemed even gentler in Bai Jinxuan's eyes, like a delicate woman who needed a strong man like him to protect her. Although the other person is still holding the umbrella for me right now, there's no need to worry. There will always be a time when a real man will step in. Upon entering the studio hall, a cool breeze immediately greeted us, instantly shutting out the heat outside. Although there was only one door separating us, it felt as if we were in two different worlds. Bai Jinxian breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. Shi Yuetong closed the oil paper umbrella in her hand, held it to her side, and called out to the receptionist, "Xiao Wang, pour a glass of iced cola and bring it up. This upscale place doesn't actually have drinks like cola." Shi Yuetong, who looks rich and good-looking, prefers to drink tea and boiled water. And the other customers here have similar tastes. They consider drinks like Coca-Cola or Sprite to be something only children like to drink, and they wouldn't bring them to formal occasions. The only time Bai Jinxian mentioned wanting a Coke was a few times before, and when he found out they didn't have any, he looked disappointed. Then a small refrigerator appeared here, specifically for storing Coke and other drinks. Thank you, Sister Qi, you understand me so well. Bai Jinxian revealed an excited smile. Nothing is more delightful than an ice-cold Coke on a hot summer day. If there is anything, it's adding lemon juice to the Coke and then creating a beautiful presentation. Bai Jinxian likes to call it the Coca-Cola Plus, an iced Coca-Cola that only high-end people drink. This undisguised, genuine smile made Shi Yuetong slightly distracted. Physical appearance is so superficial. People attracted by physical appearance will eventually leave because of it. But that shining, pure soul will be forever etched in everyone's heart that is true beauty, which does not fade with diminished physical appearance. I'm glad you like it. Shi Yuetong revealed a genuine smile, no longer the standardized smile produced on an assembly line. She felt that Bai Jinxian was different from all other men. He possessed a pure and genuine nature, and was not as cunning or manipulative. I specially prepared Coke for you, not so that you would say those wasteful, false things, or act as if it's your right. I'm not asking for anything in return for doing this. I just hope you'll give me some emotional feedback, like a genuine smile or a thank you. But it is precisely this simple request that so many men fail to meet, as if they feel they have suffered a great loss if they give a woman even a kind word. She originally thought her pickiness only applied to women, until she met Bai Jinxian. The art studio is on the third floor. It is an extremely spacious room, with half of the space usually used for setting up scenes and the other half for students to paint. The half used for setting up the scene is always exquisitely crafted, as if a real cultural relic had been repaired and then moved over. Even though Bai Jinxian had been shocked many times before, he was still shocked when he entered this room. The student's drawing on one half was alright, but the other half. The dim yellow light of the oil lamp flickered on the walls of the stone chamber, illuminating the huge bed that occupied a corner of the sleeping quarters, making it look like a lurking sacred beast. It is not the light and airy four-pillared structure of later generations, but rather carries the unique weight and divinity of ancient Egypt. The deep color of ebony is its base, and it feels cool and smooth to the touch. The most striking feature is the towering, arched headboard, which rises from the foot of the bed like a solidified, graceful black wave, almost touching the low ceiling. At its top, a bouquet of papyrus made of pure gold shines alone in the shadows, each delicate petal flowing with the warm gold of candlelight, like solidified Nile sunlight. This inward curve cleverly supports the owner's shoulders and neck when leaning back, representing the most luxurious interpretation of comfort by power. The four uprights supporting the bedboard are thick and strong, firmly rooted. Their bases are not simple wooden feet, but four fierce, roaring lion claws, cast in gleaming bronze and covered with gold leaf. The lion's claws, muscular and sharp as hooks, are gripping the sphere symbolizing the earth, their fierce aura suggesting they could tear apart the encroaching darkness at any moment. This is not just support, but also a silent declaration and protection. The bed frame was not made of wood, but rather of tough linen ropes dyed deep red, crisscrossed and taut like a drumhead. In the details, ivory and lapis lazuli inlays on ebony outline mysterious geometric patterns and scarab beetle motifs representing immortality, occasionally reflecting a faint glow. The entire bed is a throne of bedding that combines divine symbols, mythical beasts as guardians, and exquisite craftsmanship. It sits firmly in the depths of the bedroom, like a solitary and proud island in the darkness. The only incongruous thing was a glass on the bedside table next to me, filled with black liquid, with a thin straw inserted in it, a lemon slice on the rim, and a parasol stuck in it. It was none other than the chilled cola that Bai Jin Xian had been waiting for. Sister Qi, every time I think I'm mentally prepared, I'm still shocked every time I come here. Bai Jin Xian was surprised for a while before saying this. Qi Yuetong imprinted Bai Jin Xuan's expression into her mind and felt extremely pleased. Go change your clothes. Everything is ready for you. This scene will only be perfect with you, and that will make it even more shocking. Bai Jin Xian also became interested upon hearing this. With such high looks, dressing up became a pleasure, especially this kind of extremely expensive dressing up. He himself couldn't afford it, but as long as someone else could afford it, that would be fine. I'll go right away. Unable to contain his excitement, Bai Jin Xian took a sip of iced cola before leaving, then entered the changing room through a small door. Seeing Bai Jin Xuan's performance, Qi Yuetong couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling her mood improve. However, listing him as a boyfriend is a bit hasty. We need to observe him further until we confirm that he is suitable, and then we can go from boyfriend to husband to spend our lives together in one go. As for whether other women would try to steal Bai Jin Xian from her, Qi Yuetong was perfectly at ease. In a society where we are still in school, how many people can compare to me? Even in the real world, there won't be many people who can compare to me. Qi Yuetong is very confident about this, and she is even more confident about her appearance and figure. Not long after, Bai Jin Xian walked out of the small door in a very natural and confident manner. She wasn't as shy as Qi Yuetong had imagined. But she was quickly captivated by Bai Jin Xuan's handsome appearance, forgetting even to breathe, let alone her little thoughts. Chapter 28 Handsome God. Bai Jin Xian wore a uniquely designed and exquisitely detailed outfit, mainly made of light gauze, with a uniquely textured bandage decoration on the chest. He wore several elegant gold rings and necklaces on his wrists, ankles, and neck, inlaid with warm jade. This outfit not only accentuates his superior physique but also brings out a temperament that combines classic and lively elements. He didn't ask Qi Yuetong if he was pretty, because her adoring gaze and undisguised admiration were the best answer. Bai Jin Xian was neither the shy boy most people knew, nor was he frivolous and flamboyant. He simply remained true to himself, not to please others, but to showcase his own unique style. He was very satisfied with Qi Yuetong's reaction. He sat down on the edge of the bed in a relaxed manner, crossed his legs leisurely, and sipped a glass of iced cola. The coolness refreshed him, and even the air seemed to become pleasant. Qi Yuetong has always been an elegant and self-possessed woman. Even when facing Bai Jin Xian, who was so handsome, she usually behaves calmly and indifferently, just like she would treat an ordinary person. Only occasionally do I reveal an undisguised amazement and fondness. But that's far from enough. Qi Yuetong is also one of Bai Jin Xuan's targets. What he wanted was for her to have no room for anyone else in her eyes. Today, Qi Yuetong wore a dark green cheongsam, a style that is very demanding on the figure, especially requiring long legs and a graceful posture to pull off, and she perfectly fits the bill. Her nearly 1.8 meter height largely comes from her straight and slender legs, and her skin is as smooth as jade. Bai Jin Xian never hesitates to cast admiring glances at her. Qi Yuetong never hides her advantages. Being noticed by such a handsome man is a silent compliment to her. Looking upwards, one can vaguely see the toned waist and abdomen, and further up is a well-proportioned and graceful figure. Her swan-like neck, delicate and elegant face, and updo that complemented her makeup all contributed to her classical charm. 2 strands of hair fell naturally, adding a touch of liveliness. Bai Jin Xian chose this unique outfit not only to express himself, but also to attract Qi Yuetong's attention. To possess such beauty and not make good use of it, wouldn't that be incredibly unwise? Bai Jin Xuan smiled deepened slightly. Sister Qi, what are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking about something wonderful? Your mouth is watering. Bai Jinxian said with a smile, his eyes curving into a beautiful arc. Chi Yuetong suddenly snapped back to reality and subconsciously raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. Of course, there was nothing there. She then realized she had been slightly teased, but strangely, she wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, I felt that being joked about by him like that was a rare kind of intimacy. He's simply my muse. She thought to herself, and for the first time, the thought of keeping him by my side came to mind. But she was still unwilling to easily admit her feelings. She told herself that this might just be an artist's possessiveness of beauty, rather than a genuine liking for it. She hasn't yet distinguished between being moved and longing to possess. Where are your students? Aren't you going to let them in? Bai Jinxian leaned back on the bed frame very naturally, settling in comfortably, as if this valuable antique bed had been prepared for him. Since he came into this world, he has believed from the bottom of his heart that he deserves all good things, especially something as rare as himself. He took another sip of cola, completely relaxed like a true aristocrat enjoying life. Chi Yuetong hesitated for a moment, which was uncharacteristic of her. She was somewhat reluctant to let others see him like this, as if he were a treasure that belonged only to her. But she was, after all, a teacher, and couldn't forget her responsibilities. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and went out to call for someone. After an unknown amount of time, just as Bai Jinxian was about to fall asleep, the door was pushed open again. A group of young girls filed in carrying art supplies, but the moment they saw him, they all stopped in their tracks and let out a chorus of soft gasps of amazement. This is simply a god of handsomeness descended to earth. I've got an inspiration. It's so beautiful, like someone stepped out of a classical painting. These repeated exclamations brought Bai Jinxian back to his senses. As expected of an art student, even their compliments are so creative. Before he had even fully opened his eyes, a smile had already crept onto his lips. This smile drew another round of praise. True beauty can transcend prejudice, and these girls who study art know even better how to discover and appreciate beauty. Every time they saw Bai Jinxian, they were amazed, but today, he seemed to radiate light, as if he were an embodiment of beauty and nobility from an ancient civilization. Quiet. Chi Yuetong's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an inherent authority, instantly silencing the commotion in the room. I'm here to paint, not to talk. There was a hint of displeasure in her tone that she herself was unaware of. What exactly is she nervous about? And what is she dissatisfied with? She couldn't explain it. When she looked at Bai Jinxian, her gaze revealed an increasingly obvious concern and appreciation. Chapter 29: Hot Weather, Dry Mouth, and Tongue. Chi Yuetong was unusually irritable today, probably because it had been quite hot these past few days. However, she was, after all, the owner of this art studio and the teacher of these guys. Disciplining these students was none of Bai Jinxian's business, and it was not appropriate for her to interfere. Pfft, ah ha ha ha. But a soft laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. Sorry, I just couldn't resist your clothes, ha. Chi Yuetong looked at Bai Jinxian with a mixture of dissatisfaction and helplessness, but in the end she said nothing. However, seeing his smile actually made her feel a little better. The students below, feeling the low pressure, also felt a sense of relief. Chi Yuetong appears gentle and often has a smile on her face, but this kind of woman is actually more terrifying. In any case, the students are extremely afraid of Chi Yuetong. Bai Jinxian laughed so hard that his sleepiness disappeared. The students' outfits below were truly hilarious. Seemingly to match the occasion, they were all dressed in dark, coarse cloth, like low-level painters who painted portraits for nobles. Bai Jinxian lay there leisurely, a coke straw beside his mouth, feeling the joy of being an emperor or a capricious nobleman. Just thinking about it made him smile. Chi Yuetong wouldn't mention Bai Jinxian, but she wouldn't be so polite to these students whose eyes were shining. Alright, you've been watching for so long, it's time to start drawing. If anyone doesn't draw well today, humph. This simple and direct threat was very effective. The students quickly sat on the small stools they had brought and observed Bai Jinxian, thinking about how to describe his handsomeness. Bai Jinxian immediately remained quiet and did not move. He's here to work, to be a model. He can be willful, but not too willful, or he won't be able to live with himself. Then Bai Jinxian fell asleep in this quiet atmosphere. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of moving around a lot while sleeping. His body just rose and fell from time to time. He lay on the curved headboard, displaying his perfect body, as perfect as a classical Greek sculpture. Perhaps the bed was too comfortable, or perhaps Bai Jinxian was too carefree in this unfamiliar place. he actually slept for 3 hours straight, leaving his mind completely foggy. There are usually time limits for afternoon naps, and Bai Jinxian would usually set an alarm. But I'm working right now, so my phone is already on Do Not Disturb mode. But where are all the students below? Bai Jinxian opened his eyes groggily and saw Qi Yuetong standing very close to him. Hey, come here and give me a rub on my head. Qi Yuetong paused in her drawing, tilting her head to look at the bewildered boy. Although he usually appears very magnanimous and thick-skinned, almost like a woman, he unexpectedly revealed a willful, little man side this time. Moreover, he looked around first and only acted this way when he found me to be the only one there. So, does this mean that he also has feelings for me? Qi Yuetong felt that she had lost her mind, that she could actually think of this. As a successful second-generation heir with a powerful family background, she never categorized herself with ordinary people, and she even looked down on other second-generation heirs. Only Bai Jinxian first attracted her attention with his appearance, and then made her gaze linger on him with his personality and soul. This is a man unlike any other. Qi Yuetong had investigated Bai Jinxuan's background and found that he had a complicated family background, but that was all over now. He now lived alone in a big city, with only his younger sister for company. My sister did manage to make a small splash in the big city, but it wasn't enough. Aside from his appearance, she believed that Bai Jinxian surpassed an ordinary person in every way. Therefore, Qi Yuetong didn't actually care about Bai Jinxian. Instead, she treated him like a canary or a treasure to be collected. It's more about possessiveness than love. But as an artist, she also knew the value of freedom. Without freedom, even a canary would fall into depression, and a treasure would be covered in dust, never to regain its former brilliance. Therefore, Qi Yuetong used enough money to attract Bai Jinxian, euphemistically calling it hiring him for work. In this way, the world became the breeding ground for Bai Jinxian, the canary, and she remained the keeper. Bai Jinxian may not have realized it himself, but all the wealthy people and bosses who had harassed him in the past had been warned by Qi Yuetong. In this city, anyone with a bit of money or power believes that Bai Jinxian has already been labeled, and his current behavior is just a little flirtation between their owner and his pet. However, neither of the two individuals involved admitted to this identity, and they were completely unaware of the speculation. Seeing that Bai Jinxian had already frowned in dissatisfaction, Qi Yuetong finally put down her paintbrush, walked step by step to the edge of the bed and sat down, gently massaging Bai Jinxuan's temples. The hands were icy cold, and the pressure was just right. Bai Jinxian quickly let out a comfortable groan. Although he wasn't at home, Bai Jinxian, who was used to being willful, didn't choose to restrain himself in his dazed state. Bai Jinxian quickly regained his senses and realized what he had done. But Qi Yuetong didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she continued to rub his head. So Bai Jinxian didn't rush to get up. Instead, as if he had just thought of something, he suddenly asked, "Do you know how a puppy barks?" Qi Yuetong's fingers paused for a moment. How does a puppy bark? Does he want to be my puppy? Unconsciously, an image of Bai Jinxian obediently crawling at his feet, looking at him with teary eyes, flashed into his mind. No, this is not the kind of love she desires. Get up now that you're awake. Lying down like this won't be comfortable. Qi Yuetong licked her lips. It was a bit dry that day, making her heart race. However, she clearly misunderstood Bai Jinxuan's meaning. It's hard to guess who wanted whom to lie on the ground. Bai Jinxian pushed himself up from the bed with his hands. Lying down for too long was indeed a bit uncomfortable, even though the bed was very soft. Despite having a strong, muscular body, it displays cat-like flexibility and extra benefit of housekeeping max. After all, cleaning certain small corners requires very complicated and difficult movements. Have all your students finished drawing? Bai Jinxian didn't rush to get out of bed. Instead, he turned over and lay on his side. The thin gauze was haphazardly wrapped around his body, looking somewhat loose and adding a strange allure. Qi Yuetong was already regretting not bringing a glass of water with her. Even though she was in the room, she was already parched from the heat. Chapter 30. It is my honor. Yes, they've finished drawing and left. Qi Yuetong returned to her seat, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure, much to Bai Jinxuan's delight. Moreover, she also noticed Bai Jinxuan's gaze. Such a simple, straightforward gaze, without any attempt to conceal it, was hard not to notice. But as I said before, it's a woman's honor to have a handsome man stop for her. So Qi Yuetong cleverly crossed her legs, supported her thigh with one hand, and held a paintbrush in the other hand like a pipe. You've already received your wages for today. You can take a look. Bai Jinxian immediately went to get his phone. Women are nice, but money is more important. His daily expenses are quite high, and he also has a servant at home to support. Sure enough, a text message arrived on my phone confirming that 10,000 renminbi had been deposited into my account. Why did you transfer 10,000 to me? You did well today, and with your looks, you're worth it. If only the first half of the sentence were mentioned, Bai Jinxian would definitely back down a bit, because if these women want to give you a lot, they must be craving even more. Although Qi Yuetong is also one of his targets, he has more than one target. If he wants to get them all, he has to be careful and take it slowly. But after hearing the last sentence, he agreed with it. That's right, with my looks I'm worth the price, you have good taste. Bai Jinxian was never ashamed to talk about his good looks. Instead, he regarded it as one of his strengths and proudly praised it. There was still almost an hour before the end of the workday. Although all the students had finished drawing, Bai Jinxian had no intention of leaving early. After all, the salary is too high. It was initially agreed to be 4,000, but it has been increased all the way to 10,000, which is more exaggerated than the previous times. Qi Yuetong deliberately extended the time, wanting to spend more time with Bai Jinxian and take the opportunity to exchange feelings. But at that moment, there was a knock on the studio door. Qi Yuetong frowned in dissatisfaction. She had already told those students not to bother her, so why were they so oblivious? Excuse me, I'll go see what's wrong. Qi Yuetong first smiled gently at Bai Jinxian, then turned around and her face turned gloomy. What a remarkable change of expression. When I opened the door, the person standing outside was Xiao Wang, the receptionist. As soon as Qi Yuetong saw her, she knew it was something important, otherwise this girl wouldn't be so oblivious as to bother her. After thinking carefully, she said, Shin Yorua is here? Xiao Wang, the receptionist, nodded, while nervously watching Qi Yuetong. She came here out of sheer desperation. Alright, I'll handle it. Go tell her I'm coming right away. Qi Yuetong closed the door in annoyance, then turned around and resumed her gentle expression. She chatted with Bai Jinxian for a few minutes, and when she felt it was about time, she said, let's call it a day. You can go back now. So early? Then I've hit the jackpot. Bai Jinxian said, then sat up on the bed. Yes, but this kind of thing doesn't happen often, so don't get too excited too soon. Qi Yuetong checked the time again. You know how I got out. I still have guests to attend to. You can ask Xiao Wang to give you a ride. As she spoke, Qi Yuetong frowned again. Can you drive? Probably not, after all, you've only just turned 18. Bai Jinxian didn't know what was wrong with Qi Yuetong, but he wasn't stupid, he should know how to call a car. Go ahead and get busy. It's not like I won't go home. Don't worry. Qi Yuetong wanted to say something more, but in the end she didn't say it. She just said, text me when you get home, and then she left. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a short-haired woman leaning against the wall, holding a painting in her hand. What are you doing here? Shin Yorua didn't answer, but instead asked, who is the person on this? Qi Yuetong then noticed that it was a realistic painting of Bai Jinxian. Damn it, those students who are more trouble than they're worth. She wasn't worried about students or anyone else vying for Bai Jinxian, because she knew those people weren't qualified to compete with her in any aspect. But the woman in front of him was different. She was not only qualified, but also quite attractive. Shin Yorua was leaning against the wall, looking very relaxed, but she exuded an aura of superiority, the kind of presence only a person in a position of power would have. Even a dozing tiger is terrifying. Can't you tell? Despite having no real relationship with Bai Jinxian, Qi Yuetong surprisingly didn't want to tell her friend Shin Yorua about the person in the painting. But the other party is very smart, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to build such a large company, so she has to come up with an answer, otherwise it will be too late if she waits for them to find it themselves. Just a small model. It seems my students are quite good at drawing. They can draw real people in such a way that even you are attracted by their skills. Qi Yuetong has confused concepts, emphasizing her students' skills while implying that no one in reality could be that handsome. I see. Shin Yorua handed the painting to a student beside her and stopped paying attention. Although the person in the portrait caught her attention at first glance, it's easy to imagine how someone could be so handsome. These artists are really hinsai, so engrossed in their own fantasies. Seeing that she had fooled Shin Yorua, Qi Yuetong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you suddenly come here? Aren't you busy at the company? Busy? How could I not be busy? But people aren't machines, they need to relax sometimes. Such a big company giving me a day off won't kill me. Shin Yorua wanted to go to the art studio for a while, but Chi Yuetong seemed not to notice and just happened to lean against the door. Okay, it's fine to stand and chat for a while, anyway, she came for her best friend. Those old hags in my family are always nagging me. What does it matter to them whether I find a man or not? As long as I have money, I'm not afraid of not finding one. Shin Yorua stood up straight, and people could clearly see the red highlights in her short hair. She was wearing a red suit with a white shirt underneath, black tights, and red-soled high heels. This color is extremely difficult to pull off, let alone with short hair, but Shin Yorua wore it perfectly, looking like a queen, surrounded by a terrifying aura. I really want to throw those old geezers out. They can't offer any help and only cause trouble. Chi Yuetong just listened without saying a word. That was their way of getting along. Shin Yorua came over only to complain a couple of times, not expecting any help, and she didn't need any help anyway. Alright, I feel much better now that I've said that. I'm leaving. You can continue playing your pretend game. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tease Chi Yuetong a little. She truly is a good best friend. Chapter 31, 3 million a month. Bai Jinxian was fairly familiar with the layout of the studio, at least knowing how to get out. After changing his clothes and grabbing a bottle of iced cola, he walked out with great enthusiasm, holding an umbrella. 10,000 yuan for 4 hours, who wouldn't laugh? Even in this world, it's considered one of the best jobs. Just as Bai Jinxian was about to book a ride-hailing service, a luxury car suddenly stopped in front of him. The car window was rolled down, and a woman who looked like a carnivore stared at Bai Jinxian with great interest. Handsome, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Bai Jinxian raised his head, first stunned by the powerful aura, and then attracted by the beauty. This is yet another high-quality beauty, and a completely different type from Chi Yuetong. Bai Jinxian's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the car door and got in. Bad men don't have many hobbies, but women with unique qualities are one of them. Shin Yorua was momentarily stunned, but then she laughed, moved a little further inside, and gave up her seat. Master, to the lily of the valley garden. He closed the car door as if he were taking a ride-hailing car, rather than some luxury car worth nearly 10 million. Shin Yorua looked Bai Jinxian up and down and found that he was even more handsome than in the painting. She also discovered Chi Yuetong's little thoughts. So, is this a case of finding a favorite treasure and wanting to hide it away? Seriously, we're best friends, this is so heartbreaking. What are you staring at me for? Never seen a handsome guy before? Bai Jinxian frowned. He did not dislike women's gaze, but Shin Yorua's gaze was too intense and gave him a creepy feeling, as if he were being stared at by some large carnivore. I've seen them before, but I've never seen anyone as handsome as you. Shin Yorua smiled radiantly, looking exactly like Chi Yuetong, as if they were produced on the same assembly line. It all seemed so fake. Your praise is so straightforward, just like your way of looking at people. Bai Jinxian twisted open the iced cola he had brought and poured it into his mouth. Shin Yorua became even more interested after hearing this, feeling that this man was different from any man she had ever met before, and at least for now, he seemed quite pleasing to the eye. I'll give you 3 million a month, and you'll be my man. Put. Cough cough cough. Bai Jinxian suddenly spat out the cola he hadn't even swallowed yet. Shin Yorua wiped the cola off her face, her expression somewhat displeased. Okay, now she doesn't really like this man anymore. Bai Jinxian didn't know whether he should complain first or apologize first. I never expected to meet such a genuine domineering CEO in real life. Weren't we praising each other just a second ago? How come they're suddenly asking to be kept by a sugar daddy sugar baby? It wasn't that he hadn't met women like that before, but none of them were as straightforward as Shin Yorua, and the two had only known each other for less than 3 minutes. Now you can only get 2 million. No, did I say I was open to being kept by a sugar daddy? Bai Jinxian looked at Shin Yorua speechlessly. Although she was a high-quality woman, what he wanted to do was become the man of the harem king, not just belong to one woman alone. That would be too narrow-minded for his universal love, and he wouldn't be able to save more and better women. Wouldn't that be a waste of the perfect looks and physique that God has bestowed upon him? Shin Yorua did not reply. She would find a way to get Bai Jinxian to agree. Right now, she was just letting him prepare. The only difficulty is Chi Yuetong's attitude. Although it is somewhat difficult, it is not particularly difficult. Things in this world must be earned through one's own efforts. Chi Yuetong, you've become so slow-witted from playing house. I should take control of this treasure. Shin Yorua was clearly even worse than Chi Yuetong. She truly treated Bai Jinxian as an object for mere display. TSK, I really want to see someone like that groveling at my feet, barking. Bai Jinxian thought maliciously to himself. Yes, Bai Jinxian is no innocent girl, he's a wicked man who's always been proud of that label. Neither of them spoke. The middle of their seats was stained with their drinks, forming a barrier. They both looked out the window, each lost in their own thoughts. Other women are fine, but Bai Jinxian, with his personality and looks, can easily win them over. But people like Shi Yuetong and Shin Yorua are harder to handle. These powerful and influential people won't become his dogs just because of his appearance, they might even be thinking of turning him into a dog themselves. Very bad. Or maybe I should also put on an act, pretend to be innocent and pure first, win over both of them, and then reveal my true nature. But this doesn't seem fun, and it's also quite annoying. If it were the early Bai Jinxian, he might have done the same for a greater goal. But now he's used to being willful and would never allow himself to be wronged, let alone pretend to be a wronged innocent girl. My goodness, raising dogs is such a difficult job. You have to take good care of them and also protect yourself from being bitten. Isn't there an easier way? Meanwhile, Shin Yorua had already obtained detailed information about Bai Jinxuan's family and had begun to review it. A true domineering CEO always acts more than he says. If he says he's going to take you down, he means it, and he'll do it no matter what. Whether you're happy or sad, it's up to you, as long as you're still in my hands. An orphan? Has an older sister and a younger sister? Shin Yorua felt she was in a bit of a predicament. She could use even more extreme methods, but that wouldn't work if it involved Bai Jinxian himself. This was a treasure, and she had to keep it safe and sound. However, if we start with people around us, we can't pinpoint them, except for the younger sister and older sister who are related but not by blood. But if I were to take action against the feelings that were cultivated in that environment, wouldn't it backfire? Shin Yorua wasn't quite sure, so she decided to take a different approach, targeting the enemy who killed Bai Jinxuan's parents. The car quickly arrived at its destination. Just before getting out of the car, Bai Jinxian suddenly called out to Shin Yorua, "Let's add each other on Fishin." Shin Yorua was taken aback, then smiled. Maybe she doesn't need to think so much. She's so rich and beautiful, how could a little guy who's just turned 18 possibly resist her? This is the path to heaven that will ensure his future security. Shin Yorua watched Bai Jinxian jog away into the distance, then looked at the contact information she had just added. Ding dong! A red envelope was sent from the other end, with a note that read transportation fee, clothing cleaning fee, and tip. A tip? What do they take me for? In an instant, Shin Yorua was furious. She didn't even bother to check how much money was in the red envelope and sent a question mark instead. Then a more prominent red exclamation mark appeared before the question mark. Chapter 32A Reward for 2. Ha, they really have some nerve. Although Shin Yorua still had a smile on her face, her eyes gradually turned cold. Did she amass such a vast fortune by putting on a smiling face? What gives a boy with no family or friends, who is only good looking, the right to treat her like this? Shi Yuetong? Probably not, their relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. Student status? That's possible, after all, they're still in the ivory tower, unaware of the complexities of the world. Or perhaps he's just a loner, uninhibited. Judging from the information, he is indeed very different from other boys, so it's normal for him to act boldly when he's alone. But that's fine too. It's more interesting to tame something by your own hands. If it's really like a docile canary, it'll be boring. But the current situation is indeed difficult to handle. We need to get him to willingly give in, but we can't let him feel any resistance. Otherwise, even I would have a hard time explaining it to my superiors. How about, we try addressing his parents' old grudges first? And we need to do it as soon as possible. Doesn't Bai Jinxian know that Shin Yorua is not someone to be trifled with? Even if he had lived 2 lives, or even if he were just an ordinary student, it would be obvious that the other person was either rich or powerful. Not to mention the luxury car worth nearly 10 million and the professional driver, the license plate with 88s alone is a symbol of status. This is no small place, it's a first-tier city. Anyone who can get this kind of phone number is no ordinary person. But Bai Jinxian did it without hesitation, taking the initiative to provoke this tiger that he shouldn't mess with. He never wanted to be a canary or a good boy, he wanted to be a bad man and a master animal tamer. To become a tamer, he had to get close to wild beasts. He knew his own worth best. His appearance and temperament were the very reasons Shin Yorua had approached him. She wouldn't easily destroy what she wanted, nor could she. In this world, men are very precious, and the government has several laws to protect them. Even if someone truly has power and influence, once their secrets are exposed, they're still doomed. Therefore, Shin Yoruwa must have thought things through carefully before taking action. Of course, there is a slight chance that Shin Yoruwa might actually get angry, feel offended, and then act against him. If that's the case, Bai Jinxian is prepared. He can also go to Chi Tong, who is also a capable person to rely on. It was precisely because he had thought all of this through that he dared to make such a bold move. To see if someone cares about another person, just look at how much emotion they invest in that person. Whether he likes her or is annoyed by her, as long as she takes it to heart, that's his chance. Since she didn't actually get angry or target him directly, she's very likely to start by targeting the people around him. Unfortunately, Bai Jinxian seems to be born with an unidentifiable label. He has no gambling father, no debt-ridden mother, and no younger sister who is still in school. Although Su Yuning lives here as a cousin, they are not related by blood. Bai Jinxian would never be coerced because of her. Doing so would not only fail to achieve his goal but would also completely enrage him. This does not mean that Su Yuning is completely risk-free, but rather that the risk factor is relatively low. If something unexpected really happens, Bai Jinxian can probably only pray for her silently and then thoughtfully comfort her. There was nothing he could do. Although he liked Su Yuning and treated her gently, and was occasionally mischievous, he ultimately cared most about himself. Everything is for a more comfortable life. When she got home, Su Yuning was mopping the floor with her head down. Her black and white dress reached above her knees, revealing a pair of black flat shoes and white socks. She always seemed to have endless things to do, managing the household perfectly. Bai Jinxian quietly closed the door, tiptoed behind her, suddenly jumped up and pounced on her back, hugging her tightly. Su Yuning paused slightly, but she wasn't frightened. It wasn't that she didn't hear the sound of the key opening the door, and only the two of them had the key. She thought Bai Jinxian would play another prank, such as suddenly lifting her skirt, tickling her, or deliberately messing up her hair. Unexpectedly, he simply lay quietly on her back, his arms wrapped around her, without moving an inch. Lord Bai, did something happen outside? Su Yuning's face was expressionless, but Bai Jinxian could hear a hint of concern in her tone. Ah, the little servant is definitely the easiest to understand. If she takes care of him for a while longer, she might even be able to warm his bed, although she'd probably be willing to now. No, it's just too hot outside. Bai Jinxian stretched out on her back and said lazily. Su Yuning quickly put down the mop, turned around and supported him, afraid that he would slip down. Although she received an explanation, she didn't quite understand the connection between hot weather and suddenly pounced on someone. But it's alright, what Lord Bai said is all correct. Would you like to go back to your room to rest, Lord Bai? She had misjudged when Bai Jinxian would arrive home. The air conditioner in the bedroom wasn't on yet, and she would have to wait a while for it to cool down. No, I want to stay here. Bai Jinxian wrapped his arms around her neck, his cheek pressed against her cool hair, and sighed comfortably. Su Yuning was physically strong, and carrying him was not difficult for her at all. Bai Jinxian not only did not resist this intimacy, but also observed her slightly trembling eyelashes and sparkling eyes with great interest. Although both were dressed normally, their backs were pressed together, and they could still clearly feel each other's body temperature. Su Yuning felt her breathing become erratic. She tried to control it, but her thoughts drifted uncontrollably to certain images. This is a reward for you. Bai Jinxian smiled and nuzzled her hair. He thought that the little servant might encounter some trouble in the future, and was really pitiful, so he might as well give her some comfort in advance. If nothing happens, that's fine too, since this reward is good for both of them anyway. Snort. Su Yuning trembled slightly from the friction and let out a soft hum uncontrollably from her nose. Bai Jinxian peeked out from the side, curiously examining her evasive eyes, and slowly asked, "You wouldn't?" Although he didn't say it explicitly, both of them understood what he was asking. How could Su Yuning possibly admit it? How could a girl admit to something like this? No, nothing like that, she stammered. It's just that I felt a little better just now. But I haven't said what it is yet. Bai Jinxuan's smile deepened, his eyes shining as he looked at her. Chapter 33 Honesty. Faced with such teasing and slander, Su Yuning naturally had to refute it, but she also knew that it was useless, because Bai Jinxian was deliberately trying to tease her and wanted to see her helpless. So Su Yuning decided that you do your thing, and I'll do mine. In a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted out, "Lord Bai, you." This strange feeling made both of them realize that something was wrong with the current environment and atmosphere. Bai Jinxian quietly jumped off Su Yuning's back, feigning composure, but those close to him could immediately tell something was wrong. Su Yuning showed no change. If it weren't for her humming just now, it would have been as if nothing had happened, and it would have been as if she hadn't said those words. Don't overthink it, it's just playing around. Bai Jinxian defined his actions just now and gestured for Su Yuning not to overthink it, but this only made it seem like he was trying to cover something up. Alright, I'm going back to my room to rest. Call me when the food is ready. After saying that, Bai Jinxian turned and walked towards the room, looking no different from usual if you ignored his awkward movements. Su Yuning felt flustered the moment she spoke, fearing she would be called a beast and kicked out. After all, Bai Jinxian held the status of an adult and controlled everything in this household. Her panic made her overlook the fact that Bai Jinxian was also responding to her. Bai Jinxian isn't impotent, and he's already over 18. How could he not react when such a beautiful, aloof, and icy goddess does this? Isn't that even worse than a beast? Although Bai Jinxian is usually very gentle, he is actually a very opinionated person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect the two sisters, earn money on his own, and live a stable and happy life until now. So Su Yuning ultimately didn't take a step, but stared at Bai Jinxian with a secret yet fiery gaze until the door closed. Su Yuning snapped out of her daze and hurried towards the bathroom. She needed to process the evidence quickly. She didn't want to be labeled as incompetent and be ridiculed by Bai Jinxian for a very long time to come. Bai Jinxian returned to his room and leaned against the door, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Su Yuning would suddenly attack him. The difference in physical fitness between men and women in this world is quite significant, not to mention that his physical fitness is weaker than that of the average man. It is quite possible that he could be locked in a room and drained for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, his authority remained, and even though her physical abilities were inferior, Su Yuning did not dare to make a move. If Su Yuning could get her food so easily, how would he raise dogs? How would he raise a whole pack of dogs? The reward scoring should be done step by step. If you try to get the best score all at once, it will be difficult to control the score later. Moreover, this matter must be done under my own initiative. Even if that's not possible, it must be an order I give. After all, the most important thing about dogs is that they have to be obedient. After calming down for 2 minutes, Bai Jinxian couldn't resist going out to tease Su Yuning again. He opened the door and peeked out, finding the mop still standing there, while Su Yuning seemed to be heading back to her room. Aren't you going to mop the floor? Bai Jinxian asked curiously. Su Yuning stuffed a piece of fabric deep into her pocket and then straightened her clothes. I just want to slow down. Bai Jinxian grinned mischievously. You didn't sneak off to the bathroom, did you? Su Yuning really wanted to ask how she knew, but she held back. She was expressionless, so it wasn't easy for her subtle expressions to be noticed. Even if she were discovered, she wouldn't admit it. No, Lord Bai, you should go and rest. I'm going to start mopping the floor. Su Yuning gave up on entering the room and, despite the chilly feeling, picked up the mop and continued mopping the floor. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she acted quickly enough, otherwise she would have ruined her reputation. However, she didn't expect it to be so fast. At that moment, she felt extremely excited. Her mind was blank, and then she felt a wave of pleasure wash over her. Shouldn't we practice this kind of thing? It would be too embarrassing to fall to the ground without firing a single shot if I ever had the chance to go to the battlefield. Thinking about this, Su Yuning felt aroused again, and her lower body felt even colder, especially in the already low-temperature living room. But it just wouldn't stop. Who would have thought that the little servant's expressionless face contained such a rich inner world? Even her body language conveyed emotions more effectively than her face. Seeing that Su Yuning seemed to have regained some of her senses, Bai Jinxian, forgetting his mistake, ran out. It's more comfortable to play games in the living room, especially since I can see Su Yuning busy at work. Su Yuning appeared to have no reaction, but in reality, her body was already tense, and she quietly moved away from Bai Jinxian. Although Bai Jinxian was very authoritative in her eyes, he was like a child in daily life, not caring much about sex and acting quite boldly. Of course, it could also be called being mischievous. Su Yuning was genuinely worried that he would secretly touch her from behind, lift her skirt, and discover what was underneath. Just thinking about Bai Jinxian's disgusted look as he called her a perverted beast made Su Yuning excited again. You can say whatever you want about her, just don't say she's a younger sister or cousin. Fortunately, Bai Jinxian didn't have any mischievous thoughts at the moment. After all, they had just sparked a little conflict, and if he wasn't careful, it could really be a volcanic eruption. So while seeking thrills is fine, you still need to be careful when necessary. Time passed by, and Su Yuning finally finished cleaning. However, looking at Bai Jinxian, who had been playing games and had fallen asleep at some point, she couldn't tell whether she felt relieved or slightly regretful. This peaceful and warm daily life is nice, but she wants something different. Taking a blanket from the room and covering Bai Jinxian with it, Su Yuning looked at the person she had been thinking about day and night, and her breathing became even heavier. But in the end, she didn't have the courage to do anything. She just went back to her room to get a set of clothes and then went to the bathroom. She still had some time. She wanted to take a shower and release her pent-up desires. Chapter 34. A door apart. There are 2 bathrooms in the house. One is in Bai Jinxuan's room, which is a small bathroom, and the other is in the living room, which is a large bathroom and even has a bathtub. Therefore, Bai Jinxian usually prefers to take a shower in the bathroom in the living room, and only takes a shower in the bathroom in his own room when he wants to save time or is busy. Su Yuning couldn't go to the bathroom in Bai Jinxuan's room, so she could only go to the bathroom in the living room. Because he had slept long enough at noon, Bai Jinxian only slept for a short while before waking up. He sat on the sofa, somewhat dazed, watching the sun gradually set outside, realizing that he had returned home and that it was almost evening. People who wake up at this time usually feel a sense of loss. Bai Jinxian experienced this firsthand. He instinctively looked around, wanting to find his little servant to hug, but unfortunately, he couldn't find him. So he went to the servant's room without any hesitation, but there was nothing there. His own room was the same, and the kitchen was even worse. You could see straight through it. Is it in the bathroom? But the lights are off, and there's not a sound. Bai Jinxian tiptoed to the bathroom door, pressed his ear against the glass door, and listened for any sounds. Although he was very willful in this life and could freely enter and leave the servants' rooms, the idea of a bathroom was still a bit excessive. Even if he were a boy, it wouldn't be good for him to do something like that, unless it was done to a servant. There was no sound of water coming from the bathroom, but there seemed to be other subtle noises. Bai Jinxian was a little confused, but he didn't think about knocking on the door. He just continued to listen. They quickly realized, somewhat shocked, what was happening inside, though they were eager to see something special. But this isn't a real game. After pushing open the bathroom door, there's another door inside, and beyond that door is the shower area. The outer cubicle is where you go to the toilet and wash up. Therefore, the scene that everyone wants to see will not be what you see as soon as you open the door. But bad men only want to do bad things. They don't really think about anything else. So he knocked on the glass door without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound immediately filled the entire bathroom. In fact, if Su Yuning had simply turned on the water in the bathroom or made a sound immediately, Bai Jinxian definitely wouldn't have gone in. But whether she was out of her mind or what, she immediately chose to remain silent, pretending that no one was there. If Bai Jinxian knocked on the door again and gave her another chance, Su Yuning would definitely tell him that she was inside. But how could a bad man like Bai Jinxian give her a second chance? He didn't even want to give them a first chance. If there hadn't been another door inside, he wouldn't have even knocked. So as soon as Bai Jinxian knocked on the door, he pressed the doorknob, and the glass door opened directly. The inner door was indeed closed, but it was a sliding door, and the most important outer door was not locked. Alright, I was just thinking of scaring the little servant, but now I have no choice but to do it. Evil grin. Strange, where did Xiaoyu go? She was just here a moment ago. As Bai Jinxian spoke, he approached the sliding door. Inside, Su Yuning felt no fear, only intense tension and excitement. There was really no other way. Her clothes were all outside, and there was no privacy in the bathroom. She had no choice but to pray. Just as the figure behind the glass door got closer and closer, even touching the glass, it suddenly withdrew its hand. So she forced herself not to think about anything, biting her lip tightly, calculating 1007 in her mind, trying to stay rational. Bai Jinxian outside made a sound again. Hey, really, you sneaked away and left me all alone. Su Yuning's confused gaze fell on the shadows just across the door. Bai Jinxian seemed to have stopped next to the toilet, followed by a series of sparse sounds. Is this going to the toilet? The moment this thought crossed Su Yuning's mind, she felt her blood rushing. Her mind went blank, and time seemed to move so slowly that it took her a long time to come to her senses. She listened carefully to the sounds coming from the other side of the door and realized that Bai Jinxian had already left some time earlier. Thinking about her current situation, she mustered up her courage, opened the sliding door, and then quickly went to the bathroom door and closed it. The air outside is so cool, just getting close to it makes me feel chilly. Su Yuning hesitated before placing her hand on the door lock, but ultimately withdrew it. Although I might have to explain why I came out of the bathroom later, the more important thing now is to clean myself up and get this place clean. I wonder if I can use the excuse of disappearing into the world to get away with it. Su Yuning finally turned on the water valve, quickly cleaned herself up, changed her clothes, tidied herself up, and mustered up her courage to open the bathroom door. Chapter 35: Getting Slapped. Bai Jinxian wasn't in the living room. Su Yuning breathed a sigh of relief, but felt inexplicably down. This is because the current environment is too mild, and the relationship between the two is too mild. She wants to change it, but she is also afraid of change, so she can only hope that an accident will happen so as to change the relationship between the two. Simply put, she hopes for some unexpected events that will allow her identity to expand beyond that of a servant or cousin. Regardless of whether the relationship is improving or deteriorating, she cannot tolerate the current mundane state. But at this moment, Su Yuning did not fully understand her own feelings. She tidied up the things in the bathroom and then went to the kitchen to make dinner. Bai Jinxian quietly opened the door a crack and cautiously peeked out, listening intently. Only after hearing the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen did he feel relieved enough to leave. "Xiao Yu, when did you get back? And why didn't you tell me you were going out?" Bai Jinxian feigned displeasure, as if he genuinely didn't know where Su Yuning was. This wicked man, knowing full well that Su Yuning was doing something naughty in the bathroom, still deliberately went in to scare her, and now he's jumping out pretending not to know anything to express his dissatisfaction. Su Yuning's mind was still in a mess. Even a genius would probably be unable to calm down and think things through after experiencing something like this. Otherwise, she would have noticed something was wrong long ago. Her clothes were right outside the cubicle, how could Bai Jinxian not have noticed? When pressed for answers again, Su Yuning instinctively went along with it. "I just remembered I forgot to buy some groceries, so I went out for a quick trip. I'm back in no time, aren't I?" Judging from her earnest explanation and the fact that she even had the nerve to ask questions, it was as if she had really gone out to buy groceries just now. Of course, her face remained expressionless, only her eyes were a little moist. "Sorry, you were asleep just now, so, Before he could finish speaking, another clear sound rang out. "Why did you hit me again?" Su Yuning's lips trembled slightly, and her breathing became heavier. "If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. You should admit your mistake, not make excuses. Bai Jinxian is such a willful guy. He bullies his devoted servant without any mercy or consideration. Moreover, Bai Jinxian didn't open that sliding door, saving Su Yuning some face. He did so much, is it a problem to slap him? No." Su Yuning must have thought so too, because she shook her head aggrievedly and said, "No. After doing something bad, you have to run away. Even a puppy will bite when cornered. Although it won't cause harm, it might get overtaken." Bai Jinxian quietly left, closing the kitchen door behind him. Su Yuning's already confused mind became even more confused. Although her mind was not clear, Su Yuning still did her best to prepare a large table of delicious dishes. "Now you can't see anything unusual. A blank expression can be an advantage at times. You simply can't understand what this person is thinking." This is also why Bai Jinxian always wanted Su Yuning to experience intense emotional fluctuations. "How many years have we known each other?" At the dinner table, Bai Jinxian suddenly asked a question. "It's been 13 years. Su Yuning replied that Bai Jinxian came to her home when he was 5 years old. When he first arrived, he was arrogant and acted like he was the boss. This world may be extremely gentle for men, but for women, the pressure is immense. Like Su's mother, once she was no longer of any use, she was immediately abandoned, and the two sisters were also left to fend for themselves, sometimes going hungry and sometimes hungry. If it weren't for Bai Jinxian, the two sisters wouldn't be as beautiful as they are now. They'd probably be working as bricklayers on a construction site." Looking back now, she realized she could never repay Lord Bai's kindness. Being bullied was nothing as long as Lord Bai was willing. She was happy to be bullied forever. "How long do you think you can stay with me?" Bai Jinxian looked at Su Yuning. His eyes, which seemed to hold countless emotions, were so tender that Su Yuning felt her heart almost stop beating, just to freeze this moment. "Forever." Su Yuning repeated subconsciously, "Forever." Unlike her older sister Su Choyun, Su Yuning had long ago set her sights on Bai Jinxian and had taken on the role of his servant ever since. This time, Bai Jinxian didn't refute anything, but just showed a sly smile. This guy did something wrong and wanted to make amends, so he quickly asked for a promise. He didn't know if it would work, but at least he felt at ease. Would you still like to ride horses with me? Bad men have no sense of pity. When Su Yuning was to become his little servant, he thought of many interesting little games and put them into practice on the spot, just to satisfy his perverse tastes. Take horseback riding, for example. Chapter 36 Hospitality. Horse riding? Su Yuning raised a questioning voice. She certainly understood what Bai Jinxian meant by riding a horse, but was it a bit inappropriate for people of their age? And isn't this a bit embarrassing? But when faced with Bai Jinxuan's expectant gaze, Su Yuning thought to herself, since there was no one else in the room, it wouldn't hurt to play around. Just as she was struggling with her decision and considering taking action, Bai Jinxian suddenly said, "Forget it. It seems a little embarrassing. I shouldn't have made that request." Although he said it was fine, his expression clearly showed that he was unhappy, and he left after finishing his meal, not staying in the living room to play games. Su Yuning was left alone with regret, regretting why she hadn't agreed immediately. Those who are favored become fearless, and Bai Jinxian, being a bad man, understands this all too well. And he knew that the bottom line was being lowered step by step, but that required him to use his cunning. So far, it seems to have been successful, but it's still quite a distance from the ultimate goal. Perhaps it's time to consider changing the scenery and location, and transforming the relationship between the two. Bai Jinxian posted photos of his studio today on his WeChat Moments. It's a photo of him leisurely lying on the bed, wearing a sheer dress that's so exquisite it could be published. However, this photo wasn't meant for friends, it was for a specific person. That's in Binglan. The higher and more perfect he appears, the lower in Binglan will become. Once she's reached a certain level of weakness, Bai Jinxian can then make his move, properly nurturing her and unlocking her potential. Although in Binglan possesses exceptional looks and height, her life is not very fulfilling due to her personality. Bai Jinxian didn't engage in any deep conversations. His mere touch was enough to surpass the behavior of the boys who treated in Binglan much worse. All I can say is that this world was incredibly kind to men in their past lives. Even ordinary men from their previous lives can be called little angels in this world, and this is not an exaggeration. This is the answer Bai Jinxian got from his selfish father. Some things that men considered normal in their past lives become abnormal in this world, such as splitting the bill, expressing sincere gratitude, or giving small gifts in return. This is simply paradise for men in their past lives. If they deduct 1 point and are reincarnated, there's a chance they'll be reborn with perfect looks. Bai Jinxian replied to several classmates' messages as usual, as well as Chao Ainan's. He treated everyone equally. If someone wasn't good-looking enough, they could only be a friend to him. They are good-looking, but lack unique keywords. They are also friends, but only slightly better, like Chao Ainan. The lively and cute school beauty is outdated. Bad men don't need women like that, but she's great as a friend. The landlord then unexpectedly sent a message. My good-for-nothing daughter will be coming to your place tomorrow to collect rent. She's a bit timid, so I hope you can entertain her and toughen her up a bit. In return, you can try to get her to reduce the rent. Her word is equivalent to my word. Bai Jinxian was overjoyed. With his looks, getting a rent reduction was a piece of cake, wasn't it? It was practically free money. I'll treat the landlady well. By the way, what does she look like? You'll see when you meet him tomorrow. He's a very cute child. Bai Jinxian smacked his lips. Usually, when someone has no other words to praise someone, they will say the word cute. If the landlord is not good looking, he would rather not reduce the rent than talk to him. Bai Jinxian is just that realistic, that awful. He's really too bad. This kind of man should be locked up in a house or supermarket by a group of beautiful women. Okay, I'll try my best. The landlord was extremely kind to him. He was gentle, chatty, and, more importantly, reduced most of his rent. Therefore, Bai Jinxian reluctantly agreed to Enyuju's request. However, when it comes to cuteness, he remembered the girl he had met before, who was like a child but was clearly an adult. He wasn't so oblivious as to miss that when he kissed the little thing, he simply couldn't resist because it was so adorable. If the landlord is this guy, then he would be quite happy to accept it. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, that guy might very well be the landlord. Bai Jinxian flipped to the question Enyuju had asked him before, looked at it carefully, and became even more convinced of the possibility. If the little landlord really is that adorable girl with nosebleeds, then I've got another fun toy, hee hee hee. The bad man let out an evil laugh that was terrifying to hear. Alright, I've done all I can to help. If you still can't handle this, then there's nothing I can do. Enyuju said to Enyuju. She was really worried sick about this otaku daughter, and even tried to find ways to get Bai Jinxian to take the initiative. She didn't think her daughter could make Bai Jinxian fall in love with her, but Bai Jinxian seemed quite interested in Jincher, which was quite rare. She doesn't even dare to dream of being a legal wife. Being a concubine wouldn't be so bad. Moreover, with Jincher's petite and cute appearance, what boy could possibly like her? I'm afraid you couldn't find one even if you offered money. This world is different from the last one. While looks are important, body shape is even more important, just like how women in the last life always had to be 180 centimeters tall. But Bai Jinxian is different from the men in this world. His hobbies are extremely specific. He likes good-looking things, and things that are rather unusual. For example, a little girl who has grown up. I understand, I will try my best to get it. And Jincher cheered herself up, her mind filled with thoughts of that kiss. Bai Jinchuan's face seemed etched in her heart, making it impossible for her to concentrate on playing games and building models. You can go there at your own pace tomorrow. Also, I've already had the downstairs floor cleaned up. You can move your things over there and then you can move in. And Yuju said. After thinking for a moment, she added, Bai Jinxian is too handsome. You're not the only one who likes him. There are plenty of beautiful and rich girls who like him too. So, you have to do your best during this time. And Yuju was referring to Chi Yuatong, of course. Others might be afraid, but she wasn't. Her confidence stems from the hundreds of properties she owns. In fact, her properties here could be counted by the street level. For her daughter's sake, she wouldn't be afraid even of Chi Yuatong. I see. And Jincher spoke with more force this time, if you ignore her small stature and baby face. Chapter 37 was easily won. It's another sweltering day. Luckily, it's a holiday and I don't have to go to school. Bai Jinxian, dressed in his pajamas, sat on the sofa, looking at the glaring sunlight outside and sighing. It's only 9 a.m., and the outside temperature is high enough to fry an egg. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Bai Jinxian got up curiously. Didn't Xiaoyu just go out to buy groceries? She's back so soon. No, it should be someone else, but who is it? Bai Jinxian went to the peephole and looked out, and then saw a cute little thing. The only person who came here today was the landlord, and the familiar guy outside proved that his guess yesterday was correct. The cute little girl I bumped into before is actually my landlady. So Bai Jinxian opened the door and looked at Jincher with feigned confusion. Oh dear, isn't this the little kid who was running around before? What brings you here this time? I. And Jincher had already prepared her thoughts in her mind, but when she saw Bai Jinxian, she couldn't say anything. Fortunately, she remembered what her mother told her yesterday. If we don't strive for it now, we'll only be able to watch with tears in our eyes later. I'm the landlord, here to collect the rent. And Jincher said loudly, this looks like a cute Kirby holding a knife. It doesn't look intimidating at all, it just looks adorable. Landlord? Bai Jinxian squatted down. The landlord seems to have mentioned this to me, but why did he send a kid like you? I'm not a child, I'm already an adult, I'm 19. As if to encourage herself, and Jincher spoke in a louder voice. Really? Bai Jinxian teased, if you admit you're a child, I can kiss you without any pressure. So, are you a child? Upon hearing this, and Jincher's mind went completely blank, and all she could think of were the scenarios from the erotic games she played. If a stunningly beautiful woman spoke to you like that, and all you had to do was admit you were a child to get a kiss, would you do it? Alas, Bai Jinxian, a top-tier succubus, is still far too much for Jincher. He only needs to make a slight move to beat her senseless. Come in first, it's too strange to chat standing at the door. Bai Jinxian took Jincher's hand and felt that it was soft and delicate, just like a real doll, but even more comfortable. And Jincher became incredibly popular, almost to the point of being radiant. According to her own understanding, she likes to wear suits to show her maturity, so that everyone won't say she's a child. But her mother sternly objected and forced her to change into a blue and white school uniform, with leather shoes underneath, a shoulder bag slung over her shoulder, and a beret on her head. But this kind of feeling was too childish, and Jincher really didn't like it. However, when Yuju said that Bai Jinxian would like it this way, Jincher obediently followed the order. After all, she's a married mother, so she definitely has more experience than her. And just as her mother had said, Bai Jinxian looked at her with eyes full of affection, as if he had found a fun toy. Okay, don't be shy, just sit on my lap. Bai Jinxian spoke teasingly with a serious expression, slapping his thigh as he did so. And Jincher, who had intended to sit on the sofa, froze, her ears turning as red as if they were about to bleed, and her mind going blank. All my experience with visual novels has vanished, and I'm completely unable to make any choices. Upon seeing this, Bai Jinxian revealed a pleased smile. However, he hadn't forgotten his important business. The first was naturally paying the rent, and the second was to train in Jincher. When Yuzhu asked him for help with her training yesterday, he didn't quite understand what that training meant. But now he understands a bit. Isn't it just social anxiety? Getting teased a few more times will make you less socially anxious. And Jincher forced herself to calm down. If things continued like this, she would only be utterly defeated. Forget about dating, she would probably be treated like a dog. Although being treated like a dog she'd played even stranger games before, but in real life. In any case, she has to take action and seize some initiative. My name is Jincher. And Yuzhu is my mother. I live downstairs. My job is collecting rent. My hobbies are playing video games and building models. I don't usually like to go out. And Jincher's idea of taking the initiative was to give herself a self-introduction and say everything she could. Bai Jinxian seemed thoughtful. He could tell that this child really wasn't good at communicating, and judging from this introduction. A homebody? And Jincher's body stiffened, and her hands, which were resting on her thighs, unconsciously clenched. She had longed for romance before, and had chatted online many times. But when the guys found out she was a homebody who liked playing visual novels and collecting model kits, they all cursed her for being disgusting and told her to go away. And Jincher felt wronged. She was just honestly expressing her hobby, which was just a game, not reality. So she rarely interacted with others after that, completely immersed in her own world, hiding in her small room all day, and now she's as white as a toy doll. Thankfully, she has a strict mother who supervises her, making sure she goes to bed and eats on time every day and gets some exercise. Otherwise, she would have become a complete shut-in, not to mention her exceptionally cute appearance now. And Jincher's thoughts drifted away unconsciously, and she felt dizzy, as if the flame of love she had just ignited was about to be extinguished. However, these are disadvantages for boys in this world, but advantages for Bai Jinxian. A cute, otaku girl who can play games with you and loves playing with models will only have eyes for you once she falls in love with you. You can make any request you want and do whatever you want. Just thinking about it is exciting, isn't it? I do play games, but if I'm playing alone, I can't finish many single-player masterpieces. I also know about visual novels, but the type of games I like might be a bit special. Bai Jinxian neutrally expressed his feelings, adding that he had some understanding of it and had even played it himself. But it was this neutral demeanor that made Jincher's eyes light up. This was the first boy who had heard about her hobbies and didn't dislike her. You don't hate me? And Jincher couldn't help but ask, fearing that the other party was deceiving her. But Bai Jinxian just smiled and replied, they're just some little hobbies. Why would I hate you? Besides, I also have some little hobbies that I might not be able to tell anyone about, and maybe I'll be hated by others for them too. Hearing such comforting words, Jincher immediately stood up and walked uncontrollably to Bai Jinxian, her face full of excitement, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. The women in this world are so easy to win over, it's perfect for someone like me. Bai Jinxuan's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 38 Treasure Vault. And Jincher was surprised that Bai Jinxian not only didn't dislike her after learning about her personality, but also comforted her. This handsome guy is such a kind person. The young woman was almost instantly captivated, already fantasizing about the wonderful life she would lead in the future. What are you thinking about? Why are you suddenly spacing out? Bai Jinxian pinched Jincher's soft cheeks with 2 fingers, his face full of satisfaction. It's so tender, soft, and comfortable. What man could resist such a test? And Jincher came to her senses and didn't think about leaving. She just stood there quietly, looking at Bai Jinxian with her wet eyes. If I disturb Bai Jinxuan's good mood now, he'll definitely be angry, right? That won't do. I can't let such a good person get angry. In a matriarchal world, women are responsible for working and earning money, which means they tend to have higher self-esteem. It's rare to see someone as cooperative as Jincher. However, this is how otaku are. They are always immersed in their own mental world. If they can confirm someone they like in the real world, they will become the most humble existence. By the way, you mean you live downstairs? Bai Jinxian suddenly asked. And Jincher nodded. Some of her things had already been moved over now, she just needed to continue filling the place. Let's go to your house to play. I'm quite interested in models, and it would be even better if you had any AAA games. Bai Jinxian showed some excitement. There's only one reason why he doesn't like playing Eroge in this world: all the male-oriented games here have become female-oriented. The types of games he likes are very few, and finding one he likes within those few types is like finding a needle in a haystack. Although the genders are swapped in this AAA game, the game quality is still guaranteed. If you ignore the gender, it's still playable, but you'll probably be alone most of the time. Then some people might ask, what about Su Yuning? Doesn't she accompany you every day? That's a good question. As we all know, when someone walks with ease, it means that someone else is carrying a heavy burden. Given that Bai Jinxian lives a very leisurely life, who bears the burden? Su Yuning not only had to cook elaborate meals, but also clean the house every day. In her spare time, she also had to take on extra work in her studies and help Bai Jinxian with his summer homework. With this whole process, where is there any free time during the day? It would be more or less possible to achieve this if Su Yuning were to become two. Go to my house? And Jinshi exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time a boy had ever asked to come to her house. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? Although she said that, she didn't mean to refuse. She just looked at Bai Jinxian in a panic. These little toys are so fun. I want to fulfill your requests, but I also worry about whether you'll get angry. Plus, they're so innocent and adorable. Although Bai Jinxian was very happy inside, he didn't show it on his face. This was the self-cultivation of a bad man. I just went to your house to hang out. Why is it progressing so fast? Could it be that you? Bai Jinxian drawled out his words, looking at Jinshi with suspicion. As expected, the little toy became anxious and waved its hands repeatedly. No, how could I have such thoughts? I just feel that a man and a woman alone in a room together would damage your reputation. Before Bai Jinxian could say anything, Jinshi had already revealed everything. Jinshi is somewhat similar to the women of her previous life, but she lacks the oppressive and domineering nature that women here are accustomed to. Su Yuning also has it, but she won't show it to Bai Jinxian. Currently, Bai Jinxian is the head of the family, controlling the finances and having the final say. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Bai Jinxian stood up from the sofa. Let's go downstairs and play games. He didn't want to spend the summer vacation bored, so he wanted to have something new to do to relieve his boredom. Moreover, it's a one-man one-woman situation, so it's hard to say who's taking advantage of whom. Bai Jinxian doesn't feel he's at a disadvantage, and Jinshi certainly won't either. Having no other choice, Jinshi had to take Bai Jinxian downstairs. The area here is about the same size as where Bai Jinxian lives, but the layout and structure are very different. The living room is very bright and has a balcony with a sliding door. There are hanging chairs and tables and chairs outside, which looks very homey, which doesn't seem to fit the image of an otaku. Do you want to look at the models or play games? Jinshi gently closed the door and asked in a low voice. Let's look at the model first, and see how much you've accumulated. Bai Jinxian has a fondness for model kits, but some of the nice ones are too expensive, so he usually doesn't buy them and only watches model kit enthusiasts assemble them. So Jinshi led Bai Jinxian to the first room on the left after entering the room. The room looks normal from the outside, but once you open it, you're immediately greeted by a life-sized mecha model, with lights illuminating its imposing and cool appearance. Bai Jinxian was completely stunned. His gaze shifted slightly, and he could see densely packed models displayed on both sides of the counter, stretching all the way forward. This is simply a paradise for model enthusiasts. My god, this is too exaggerated. Bai Jinxian felt his heart racing, and his affection for Jinshi increased by 10. I originally just planned to browse around, but when these things were actually placed in front of me, the sense of shock was unparalleled. So exquisite, so beautiful. Wait, there's even an armor transformation belt. Bai Jinxian's eyes were already shining, and his breathing became a little heavy. He turned to look at Jinshi nervously. Can I play with the things inside for a while? I'll be very careful. Model enthusiasts naturally value their prized possessions highly, but Bai Jinxian was someone she liked very much, and also someone who loved models. That gleam in their eyes can't be acted out, nor can it convey that cautious and cherished attitude. An ordinary person might just glance at it or treat it like a regular toy. She had previously brought her favorite model to school to share with her friends, but neither the boys nor the girls seemed to cherish it, and it got bumped and scratched, which broke her heart. Some boys even directly mocked her, saying she was too old to play with these toys, and that she should be ashamed. Since then, Jinshi has rarely brought her things to school to share with others, and later she simply stopped going to school altogether. Anyway, her job is now fixed as a landlord. In short, Bai Jinchuan's attitude made her very happy, so she was willing to share her treasures with him. Then the glass display case door opened, and countless models tempted Bai Jinxian. Chapter 39 Hot. Bai Jinxian was indeed as careful as Jinshi had imagined. He treated her model toys with great care, and even after playing with them for a while, he would wipe them with a wet wipe before putting them back. The model is fun, but there's something even more fun right now. A lone man and a lone woman, ha ha ha. After spending this short time together, Jinshi lost her initial nervousness and was at least able to avoid looking directly at Bai Jinxian as he spoke calmly. So she led Bai Jinxian to a room across the street. The room was a bit small, but it was fully furnished, with game controllers connected to a game console placed on the floor. There are beanbag chairs on the floor, so you can lie down and play, or lean back or sit, truly taking enjoyment to the extreme. There was also a computer on the side, mounted on a device that resembled a recliner, so you could lie down and use the computer. There was also a pushcart next to it, with drinks on the top shelf and snacks on the bottom. There was also a refrigerator in the corner. You can imagine what was inside. Moreover, it's quite dark inside, with only the dazzling colors emitted by the machines, making it a particularly comfortable place to play games. Bai Jinxian fell in love with the room at first sight, especially when he saw the latest computer and the most high-end accessories. Even for him, carrying these things was a bit of a strain. This place is simply paradise. Just looking at all this makes me want to fall in love with you. Bai Jinxian sat down on the beanbag chair on the floor very naturally, then leaned back, feeling as relaxed as if he were at home. Meanwhile, Jinshi's mind was still racing because of falling in love with you. Fall in love? Does he love me? Does he like these things too? The little toy was a bit overloaded again. A single sentence pierced its armor, leaving it standing there dumbfounded, trying to cool down. The little one is so cute, but if I make him cry? Bai Jinxian looked at Jinshi with a wicked grin, feeling his destructive urge surge wildly. But he quickly came to his senses and looked around. Although the room was well equipped and had many nice items, it was designed to serve only one person. In other words, if there was another person, the enjoyment would be lost. Moreover, there's only one beanbag chair underneath. You can find the game controller, but it won't be so easy to tidy up the other things. However, there are always more solutions than problems, and the current environment can hardly be described as difficult. Hey, Shaoan, come sit down and play. Bai Jinxian shouted, slapping the beanbag chair in front of him with one hand, making a loud thud. Jinshi was called twice before she realized that Shaoan was calling her. She felt her face getting hot, took 2 steps forward, and then stopped. There was only one place to sit, and that was between Bai Jinchuan's legs. But wouldn't that be too? Jinshi felt like she was a small furnace today. The outside was almost smoking from the heat, let alone the inside. Of course, that's an exaggeration. After all, practice makes perfect, and Bai Jinxian will try it himself next time and then prove it. What's wrong? Come and sit down. Bai Jinxian sat back a little, making room in front of him, and gestured for Jinshi to come over quickly. The little toy seemed unable to process such rapid progress. It couldn't even think straight, let alone take any action. Bai Jinxian had no choice but to add fuel to the fire. If his brain was fried, he wouldn't need to think anymore. He was just too smart. You don't look down on me and don't want to sit with me, do you? Upon hearing this, Jinshi indeed became more sober. No, how could I look down on you? I like you very much. The conversation abruptly ended. What? Bai Jinxian asked knowingly. Jinshi bit her lip, not daring to answer. She forced herself to move and sat stiffly in front of Bai Jinxian, even curling her body into a ball, afraid of any physical contact. Even though she was in an air-conditioned room, she felt like she was in a small furnace, about to die from the heat. Bai Jinxian wasn't so shy. He naturally put his arm around Jinshi, pulling her back closer to him to make her more comfortable. Seriously, don't be so nervous, it's just playing games together. Jinshi is very light. She really feels like a doll when you carry her. She also has a pleasant scent, somewhat like oranges. But Jinshi below didn't react, or even make any movement. Bai Jinxian moved closer and peeked out from the side, only to find that Jinshi's eyes were closed and her face was peaceful, as if she were asleep. It's broken already? Bai Jinxian pinched Jinshi's chubby cheeks, but Jinshi still didn't react. Ugh, this is so unchallenging. Bai Jinxian had no intention of taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. That would be too boring. So he simply leaned back on the beanbag chair and started playing games. And Jincher has a really large game library, and the equipment is of good quality, making the game very smooth and lag-free. Most importantly, when Bai Jinxian got really angry, he could squeeze the doll in his arms to vent his frustration, and Jincher's little face turned red from being pinched. Bai Jinxian only stopped playing the game when Su Yuning sent him a message. "Where did you go if you're not home? I'm at a friend's house, I'll be back soon." Ellipses kept appearing on the phone's chat screen, and finally Su Yuning only sent one sentence, "Okay." Bai Jinxian revealed a satisfied expression. The best kind of maid knows what to ask and what not to ask. If I want to tell you something, I will tell you naturally. If I don't want to tell you something, you'd better not ask any more questions. Bai Jinxian is truly heinous. Look what he's done to the high-quality women around him. He deserves to be expelled from the supermarket. Why aren't you awake yet? You've been sleeping for almost 2 hours. Bai Jinxian put down the game controller, placed both hands on Jincher's face, and rubbed it repeatedly. But soon, he felt a heavy breathing on the edge of his palm. He realized that Jincher had woken up, but he didn't know why she was still pretending to be asleep. What a naughty little toy. But since you're pretending to be asleep, don't blame me. Chapter 40 Cat Toys. Bai Jinxian easily turned Jincher around, so that the two were facing each other. The petite Jincher nestled against his chest, her body temperature rising rapidly, her whole body tense. With a mischievous smile, Bai Jinxian hugged her tightly, affectionately rubbing his cheek against her hair and cheek, while repeatedly saying, "So cute, how can you be so cute?" It is said that when humans encounter overly cute creatures, their brains activate a protective mechanism to prevent excessive fascination. They may exhibit emotions contrary to their inner feelings, and even feel a slight urge to bully the creature. This is probably why so many people always want to rub a kitten's face or pinch a puppy's paws. Bai Jinxian was in this state right now, rubbing against her one moment and giving her a light kiss the next. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. In the end, he couldn't resist and gently bit her soft cheek. "You're pretending to be asleep? Then keep pretending. If I catch you, you'll be my toy." And Jincher didn't dare open her eyes. Her mind was blank, she only felt hot and fragrant, and her whole body felt dizzy. Bai Jinxian ultimately did nothing more outrageous. You say kissing and rubbing against each other isn't too much? In this world, however, his behavior is more like a reward to women. There's a young servant waiting at home, so we can't delay too long. Finally, as if savoring a dessert, he gently bit Jincher's cheek, then licked it with a smile before placing her back on the beanbag chair like a giant doll. "I'm leaving." Bai Jinxian said to the sleepy Jincher, "Be good by yourself, and remember to think of me." Only when she heard the door close did Jincher finally relax and gasp for breath. Some people are happy, but they leave behind a mess and don't solve it, which is pretty bad. There was no other way. The situation was what it was, so I had to take it on myself. However, I won't go into those details. The two houses were only 1 floor apart, and Bai Jinxian arrived at his own door in no time. He didn't rush in. Instead, he first sniffed the smell on his clothes and then carefully checked his body for any inappropriate marks. There is a slight smell, but there's no way to deal with it now. It doesn't matter if it's discovered, a little fragrance doesn't mean anything. There can't be any traces, it will upset the little servant. Fortunately, he was the one who took the initiative throughout, and he didn't leave any suspicious traces. As for that little kitten, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Since she lives alone, she probably doesn't need to explain herself to anyone, right? It seems we need to speed things up. My physical condition is still too poor. Bai Jinxian raised his hand and knocked on the door. I was lying down and playing for a while, and when I got up I felt dizzy. I'm so fragile. Hopefully, his body will become super stronger after his genes awaken, otherwise, how can he realize his grand ideal of a better life? We also need to carefully consider the candidates. Currently, the most mature one we've trained is the young servant. It's time to add some catalysts. Bai Jinxian already had a vague plan in mind. The door suddenly opened, interrupting his thoughts. Su Yuning stood at the door dressed in a refreshing and cute maid outfit which immediately attracted Bai Jinxuan's attention. He's always had a fondness for beautiful things, and the clothes he customized for Su Yuning were all his favorite styles. So cute! Without thinking, Bai Jinxian pounced on her and started rubbing and kneading her again. This one action instantly soothed Su Yuning's initial unease and suspicions. She wrapped her arms around him and closed the door behind her. "You've come back just in time, the meal is ready." Just then, Su Yuning suddenly smelled an unfamiliar fragrance, one that did not belong to this house, nor to the scent that Bai Jinxian usually used. Was it on a friend? Was it on a woman, or? She didn't ask, but a quiet weight settled in her heart. But the next second, Bai Jin suddenly kissed her on the cheek. He had just done something bad and was in a high mood. In a moment of impulse, he did what he wanted. Su Yuning froze on the spot, her cheeks flushing red. Ahem, let's eat. Bai Jinxian pretended nothing had happened and calmly walked to the dining table and sat down. Unlike other shy people, he was very easygoing and forgot about the little incident that had just happened shortly after he started eating. Anyway, he and Su Yuning have grown closer over the years, so a kiss wouldn't hurt. He could just consider it a reward for his little servant. Su Yuning, however, fell into deep thought because of the kiss. Bai Jinxian is becoming more and more relaxed in front of her, which should be a good thing, right? She was approachable but didn't make any further moves, so she didn't dare to take the initiative and only dared to make some subtle small gestures. Should we change our strategy? For example, perhaps we could deliberately leave a slight flaw, letting him perceive her feelings, her fluttering heart. The meal ended quietly as the two were lost in their own thoughts. Bai Jinxian had a great time in the morning and had used up a lot of energy, so he felt sleepy after lunch. I'm going to take a nap, don't bother me unless it's important. He stretched, left a message, and went back to his room. In the sweltering summer, what could be more comfortable than sleeping wrapped in a blanket in a cool, air-conditioned room? It's a pleasure comparable to an ice-cold cola. Chapter 41 Photos. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Jinxian spent these 3 days in a very leisurely manner, so leisurely that he was somewhat bored. After the day she was violated, and Jinshi didn't dare to come to his door anymore, and he didn't collect the rent for this month either. She guessed that she would only dare to come and play with him after the marks on her body had disappeared. Xiao Anan knew his personality and dared not bother him unless it was something important, for fear of being disliked. Chi Yuetang also didn't have any work, apparently because something happened at home and she left the city. And then there's Shen Yoruo. Bai Jinxian thought this woman would be unable to hold back and come knocking on his door the next day, but so far there's been no movement. It seems the emotional turmoil that day wasn't intense enough. Oh, and there's N Binglan. The poor little dog seems to still be working part-time, and even busier than before. Occasionally, when I make a phone call, I can hear clanging and fighting sounds on the other end. I wonder what kind of part-time job she's doing. How boring. Am I just going to waste my summer like this? Bai Jinxian lay sprawled on the sofa, his upper body drooping to the ground, his shirt slipping down uncontrollably, revealing his stomach. Su Yuning was studying at the table next to her, but her gaze kept involuntarily drifting this way. She doesn't feel relaxed at all. Her time is completely filled with all sorts of things to do every day. Seeing that Su Yuning was ignoring him, Bai Jinxian felt uneasy and wanted to do something naughty. Xiaoyu, did you wash my clothes yesterday? Su Yuning was doing her homework, but she paused, then calmly said, yes, what's wrong? I feel like you didn't wash it properly, it has a strange smell. Su Yuning was now in a state of turmoil, but fortunately, she was expressionless and couldn't show too many emotions, otherwise Bai Jinxian would have been extremely happy. What does it taste like? Her voice trembled slightly, but so slightly that most people wouldn't notice. Unfortunately, Bai Jinxian is not among them. Su Yuning is clearly expressionless, looking cold and emotionless, but her body language is more honest. Of course the clothes you wash will smell like you. Bai Jinxian gave a very serious answer. Su Yuning felt her emotions were like a roller coaster, going up and down. It was incredibly exciting. She was terrified when she heard the first sentence, fearing that her actions would be discovered, but when she heard the second sentence, she realized that Bai Jinxian was teasing her again. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian with dissatisfaction. Seeing his smiling expression, she began to wonder if Bai Jinxian really knew something. The little servant was thus caught in a mental whirlwind, and his gaze began to wander. Bai Jinxian was very happy, as this was exactly what he wanted to see. This wicked man is really too much. He wants the body, but he also wants the soul. Moreover, he likes to attack other people's weaknesses and make them panic. Su Yuning is a good example. Whenever Bai Jinxian is bored, he bullies the little servant. However, he did know what Su Yuning had been doing every night these past few days. I originally planned to take it slow, but I found that the little servant seemed to be very skilled at that kind of thing and cleaned up very well. I'm afraid he started using him or his clothes as side dishes a long time ago. The previous thought resurfaced in my mind. Should we change the environment and the relationship between the two of us? Big cities are nice, but there are too many rules and regulations here, and the little servant can't relax. Moreover, big cities are quite oppressive, and the servants are now all habitually repressed. It's truly pitiful. Bai Jinchuan's previously forgotten thoughts resurfaced, and his eyes darted around as if he had come up with a good idea again. Thump! Ouch, that hurts. Bai Jinxian understood at this moment that being too complacent would lead to misfortune. He was lying on the sofa when he saw Su Yuning's appearance. He was so happy that he twisted and turned around, but he accidentally slipped and fell, his head making intimate contact with the floor. Then his whole body slid down, and his buttocks were seriously injured. This body is too fragile. Even such a small accident caused Bai Jinxian a lot of pain, which is completely different from his previous life. He was in so much pain that he didn't know where to cover himself, and he was writhing like a caterpillar. But suddenly a photograph flew out from between the pieces of the table and slowly floated to the ground. Startled by the sound, Su Yuning came to her senses and, seeing Bai Jinchuan's miserable state, quickly got up and went over. They easily scooped Bai Jinxian up in the most convenient way and placed him on the sofa. "Are you all right? Does anything hurt?" Su Yuning asked worriedly, while quickly returning to her room to retrieve her first aid kit. A real man would never show weakness because of such a small pain. Unfortunately, Bai Jinxian didn't consider himself a real man. He wanted to be a villain, a bad man, a weakling. None of these titles were associated with an upright man. Of course, if a man can have a harem, then being a man is fine too. So he naturally started complaining that his whole body was in pain, and he also blamed Su Yuning for it. Yes, it's all my fault. I will express my remorse afterward and make amends. So now, can you tell me where you hurt? That way I can apply the medicine for you. Su Yuning was already used to Bai Jinchuan's willfulness, and since it was just talk, it wouldn't cause any real harm. Bai Jinxian has helped her so much since she was a child. She's just trying to appease the man in front of her. What's the big deal? The pain was still in Bai Jinchuan's body, but Bai Jinxian wouldn't use this incident to cause her trouble afterward. It was nothing more than washing clothes, mopping the floor, and doing homework. But that was her daily task, and she actually wanted to be severely punished, like, "My head hurts, my butt hurts, and my back hurts." After being coaxed by the beautiful woman, Bai Jinxian immediately revealed his vulnerability. He needed to apply medicine, he needed to be comforted closely, and he needed to indulge his own willfulness to alleviate his pain. "Okay, let me massage it for you first." Su Yuning used one hand as a pillow for Bai Jinxian to lie on, and gently rubbed the back of Bai Jinchuan's head with the other hand. But at that moment, her mind was on something else. Lord Bai said his whole body aches, especially his buttocks. So, if they apply medicine later, should I? Su Yuning, at this moment you really look like a lovesick woman. Photos before chapter 42. Fortunately, Su Yuning will soon no longer have to worry. No matter what, Bai Jinxian was a real man. Even though the world had made his body weak, his spirit remained strong. I've already vented, so although the pain is still there, it's bearable now. Su Yuning asked again, "Is there anywhere else that hurts? I can apply some medicine and massage it for you." If she directly said that she wanted to do those things, such as rubbing someone's buttocks or applying medicine to a private area, Su Yuning felt that it would be too obvious and could easily be misunderstood as perverted. But this indirect approach is good. As long as Bai Jinxian says that he still has pain somewhere in his body, she can legitimately go and apply the medicine. Anywhere is fine? Bai Jinxian pressed his hand against Su Yuning's, looking at her with slightly moist eyes. Su Yuning felt as if she had been dealt a severe blow to her heart, and even her usually expressionless face was about to burst out laughing. No woman could resist such a handsome man who was also feigning helplessness. "Of course, as long as it is your wish, Lord Bai." Su Yuning's voice became exceptionally gentle, but upon closer inspection, a slight tremor could be detected, as if she were anticipating something. But Bai Jinxian was a little unhappy. He felt that Su Yuning was too restrained. Even at this point, she still asked for his opinion. He wouldn't have said anything if she had just gone ahead directly. Probably, should be. In short, with all those little tricks going on every night and so many busy things to do during the day, how can the body possibly keep up? This is the harm of sexual repression. Bai Jinxian, who was the source of the repression of the icy beauty, was completely unaware of his own actions. If he hadn't been so unrestrained at home, a beauty as cold as Su Yuning wouldn't have had to work so hard every day. "Master Bai?" Su Yuning called out again because she noticed that Bai Jinxian had spaced out while talking. Could he have damaged his brain? As she thought about it, worry returned to her eyes. Bai Jinxian was puzzled by the strange look in the eyes, but whatever it was, he could just pass it on to the servant. Little servant, this is your fault again. Take the blame for this. Okay, I feel much better now. Bai Jinxian removed Su Yuning's hand again, truly showing a tendency to use people only when needed and discard them when not. Now only my feet are still a little sore, could you massage them for me? Su Yuning was silent for a second, not understanding why her foot hurt after falling to the ground. She strongly suspected that Bai Jinxian was bullying her again. She didn't mind being bullied, and some of the bullying was even a reward to her, but her injuries still needed to be treated, at least with some medicine. But Bai Jinxian didn't think that far ahead. He just glared fiercely at Su Yuning. Do you want to rebel? The stay-at-home emperor, Bai Jinxian, issued a stern warning. Left with no other choice, Su Yuning, as Bai Jinxuan's personal servant, had to obey orders. She sat on the sofa, placed Bai Jinxuan's legs on her own, and then gently massaged them. However, while she obeyed orders, there were still some things she had to say. Lord Bai, it's best to apply some medicine after a fall and injury. Bai Jinxian, however, seemed completely unconcerned. It's nothing, it was just a light fall, what's the big deal? Besides, even if I'm in so much pain I can't move, you'll still take care of me, won't you? Su Yuning originally wanted to try to dissuade him again. Bai Jinxian was good in every way, but sometimes he was too willful, just like a child. You have to go along with him, or he'll throw a tantrum. But when she heard the next sentence, she couldn't say anything anymore. Lord Bai, is he relying on me? Does he have me in his heart? In fact, Su Yuning was thinking too simply. How could a good-for-nothing like Bai Jinxian, who had received top-notch care, be someone to rely on? He was someone she couldn't live without. If you ask him to cook, do laundry, clean, and do his homework, he probably wouldn't even last a day. So, if he does nothing all day but rely on women, isn't that too despicable? Of course not. Bai Jinxian wants to do something that is most important and something that women cannot afford to lose. That is praise, heartfelt praise, giving them enough emotional value. Some men do no housework at home and don't go out to earn money, all they do is nitpick at their wives. Compared to these men, Bai Jinxian was a true treasure. When this precious gem praises you wholeheartedly, coaxes you, and wears a radiant smile, no woman can resist offering help. They would even kick a cow aside and then go to plow 5 acres of land, just to get a smile from Bai Jinxian. Actually, this is no different from how men and women interact in the past life. Women only need to provide emotional value, but many people can't even do that. And in this world, many men also can't do it. Although Bai Jinxian was lazy, he never denied it, and he would directly seek help from women and offer them his emotional support. Of course, he wouldn't ask for help casually, it still depended on relationships and looks, with looks being the most important. Moreover, there are some things that are not easy to ask others for help with, such as washing clothes or cleaning. Su Yuning is perfect, whether it's her status, looks, or connections. If you were to ask Su Yuning whether she feels irritable living such a hard life every day, the answer is naturally no. Imagine this: when you were a child, you suddenly had an older brother out of nowhere. You hated him, but there was nothing you could do about it. But later, a change occurred in the family. Not to mention going to school, it was difficult to even get enough to eat, and he also had to suffer beatings from his mother to vent her anger. The brother who is not related by blood can live a carefree life and even has living expenses. But in those dangerous moments, that older brother always stepped forward. You might think he's exchanging something or asking for something, but he only says it's for his own psychological comfort and to protect you, and that it has nothing to do with you at all. And that's not all he did. Despite being a child himself, the older brother whom he disliked was able to muster the courage to go out, find a way to earn money, and successfully bring it home. Only then do you realize that this guy not only has a unique personality, but is also very handsome. In gratitude, you voluntarily took on the duties of a servant. He readily accepts it and even likes to tease you in a cute way, making you do things, but will praise you gently afterward. Would you be willing to be teased like that? The answer is self-evident. This is why, in this female-dominated world, Su Yuning is still willing to be bullied by Bai Jinxian and obeys him in every way. Bai Jinxian suddenly rolled over, groped around on the floor with his hands, and quickly picked up a photo from under the sofa. Su Yuning looked at the blank photo with a puzzled expression, while Bai Jinxian did not explain, but simply held it up and stared at it blankly. There were 2 people inside. A man with a cold expression was standing in the garden with a boy, who was smiling. Behind them was a beautiful little villa. Chapter 43. The countryside is so boring, there's nothing fun to do except for me. It's been so long since I've thought of him. Bai Jinxian recited it unconsciously. He wasn't a soul transmigrated person, nor was he a body transmigrated person, rather, he was a reincarnated person. The memories of his previous life were more like the awakening of his innate wisdom. Before the age of 4, he was in a state of confusion, like other children, and acted entirely on his physical instincts. After he developed self-awareness, only that man stayed with him in the countryside. The place they lived in was the small villa in this photo. Although that man was selfish and self-centered, just like other men in this world, he ultimately managed to support Bai Jinxian, who was in poor health, and found a new partner before choosing to leave. What's wrong? Su Yuning noticed that Bai Jinxian's mood was off. He seemed somewhat depressed, but this was not due to physical pain. It's nothing, I just thought of that man, Bai Jinxian said. Su Yuning suddenly wanted to slap herself twice. Why did she have to talk so much? She couldn't solve this problem, nor could she say anything about it. Both he and she were victims, and talking about these things only made things more painful. The only thing she could do was to move on. He should be pleased to see your life now, Master Bai. You've taken such good care of yourself and your grades are so good. Please don't let sadness harm your health. Of course, Bai Jinxian was heartbroken back then, but he never really mistreated himself. You can tell by looking at where he lives now and what he eats every day. A handsome man with the wisdom of an adult can easily make some money. I wouldn't say I'm sad, it's just... Bai Jinxian couldn't quite describe his current feelings. Everyone knows you have to look forward, but those sad things felt like an inescapable fog. You keep walking forward, seemingly unaffected, but the fog keeps lingering on you, gathering more and more, yet it feels light and airy. It wasn't until a certain moment that you realized the mist on your body had turned into water droplets, enveloping you and making you wet. The men in this world are truly heartless, even more terrifying than the women of my past life. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. We can talk about it when we're more capable. Besides, we're both doing well now. I heard that Sister Chiu even started a company. She didn't even tell me. Bai Jinxian adjusted quickly. A bad man never lets negative emotions accompany him. At worst, he'll just bully the little servant to vent his frustrations. Su Yuning's eyes were full of worry, but she didn't say anything. She just stayed quietly by his side and listened attentively. She knew what Bai Jinxian needed. When I was a child, I was in poor health, so I lived in the countryside. It was very bright there at night, and there were fireflies and all kinds of small animals in the woods. Most importantly, there are so many things to do there. We can play in the streams, catch cicadas in the woods, and run around with a group of kids. Even without a cell phone, I can play from dawn till dusk and then go to sleep peacefully. The old folks there are very kind. Every time they see me, they give me something delicious to eat, and then I share it with my younger brothers. As Bai Jinxian spoke, his mood improved, and he even became somewhat excited. Although I was in poor health back then, I could bring out a lot of things that they had never seen before, so I naturally became the leader of the kids. That was truly a memorable time. It sounds so cheerful. Lord Bai must have had a happy childhood. That's wonderful. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian tenderly. Many things happened to Bai Jinxian afterward, and none of them were good. She was a burden, which is why Su Yuning was willing to become his servant, because she felt sorry for him. Of course, she likes Bai Jinxian now. No, she has always liked him, but she only recently realized that it wasn't just liking, but love. So, Lord Bai, would you like to return to the countryside for a while during the summer vacation? Su Yuning suddenly said. Bai Jinxian's face first flashed with excitement, then he hesitated. I haven't been back to my hometown for many years. The house is probably filthy, and I can't take care of myself if I'm alone. As a man from a past life, how could he not take good care of himself? But in this world, he knows that men should occasionally show their vulnerability and tenderness. Just like now. Then please allow me to accompany you to the countryside. I will take good care of you. Su Yuning spoke very seriously, her voice slightly louder than usual, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Can. Bai Jinxian was still somewhat hesitant, though he was only pretending. The small house, which has been uninhabited for many years, is probably overgrown with weeds. It will likely take some time for anyone who wants to renovate it to be able to move in. This was no simple project, and he was afraid that Su Yuning wouldn't be able to handle it. Please believe me. Su Yuning spoke louder, as if that would make her seem more reliable. Alright, Bai Jinxian finally agreed, but are you really willing to stay with me in the countryside where the internet is terrible for a while? It's not as convenient as in the city. We can only go to town to buy groceries, and the rest no one to chat with. It's just the two of us together, of course, if you want to chat with the old folks. And there were no games, no TV, so we could only spend our time together in the living room or go play in the stream? Su Yuning nodded thoughtfully. Now that the advantages had been explained, what about the disadvantages? She usually doesn't even have time to watch TV, let alone use a computer or mobile phone. The only one who truly needs the internet and games is Bai Jinxian. Once those two things are gone, Lord Bai will have no choice but to play with me to pass the time. And it would be even better if no one else took up Lord Bai's time. Even if Lord Bai is bored, he can only keep me company. If this continues, with a man and a woman alone together for so long, their feelings will definitely intensify rapidly. Not to mention, the place she's staying in is one of Lord Bai's most cherished memories, and now that she's joined that memory, things are only getting better. Su Yuning was getting happier and happier, and she couldn't wait to pack her bags and set off with Bai Jinxian. She was initially saddened that Bai Jinxian was being sent back to his hometown in the countryside, saddened that the two of them could no longer be together. She couldn't very well say that she wanted to go, as it would make her seem too ulterior motives. But now it's all good, since Lord Bai personally invited her over. Alright, both of them felt they had gotten the better deal and achieved their goal. Congratulations! Chapter 44 Double Enjoyment. When do we set off? Su Yuning asked. Tomorrow or the day after? Bai Jinxian answered uncertainly. Why did the little servant seem more excited than him? He went back to his hometown in the countryside, not the little servant's hometown. Besides, the little servant would have to be a slave there anyway. I really don't know what she's so happy about. Then let's do it tomorrow. We can pack everything up in the afternoon. Su Yuning always puts her words into action, and her young servant is the most capable. Okay, I'll do as you say. Bai Jinxian lifted his foot to let Su Yuning go out and pack her things. Su Yuning will be in charge of packing. She will bring everything that needs to be brought. Bai Jinxian only needed to pack his clothes and buy his train ticket. Then I'll start booking the tickets now. You get everything ready, and we'll leave tomorrow morning. We should arrive around this afternoon. Bai Jinxian had a very good impression of his hometown, but it was also because he hadn't been back for a long time. In fact, he hadn't been back since he moved to the city to live and study. I'm a bit unsure about the route and time, but a day should be enough. I'll stay at a hotel in town. After posting a message on his WeChat Moments that he was going back to his hometown to stay for a while, Bai Jinxian started packing his things. The things he needed to pack were quite simple: a few sets of summer clothes, a few sets of clothes for Su Yuning's magical little gadgets, and that was it. He could just buy whatever he needed later. In the afternoon, and Jinshi, whom I hadn't seen for 2 or 3 days, suddenly came to knock on the door. Who is it? Su Yuning was still thinking about whether she had forgotten to bring something. I'll open the door, you can continue tidying up. Bai Jinxian, who had been sitting idly on the sofa, quickly got up. He figured that at this hour, only his targets would be knocking on the door. Looking through the peephole, sure enough, it wasn't Jinshi. So he quickly opened the door. How could the landlord bear to come to see me? We live so close by, and I haven't seen you come to visit me for 2 or 3 days. Bai Jinxian took the initiative and struck first. Bad men like to bully women, which always gives them great satisfaction. And Jinshi's already panicked expression became even more flustered. No, I just... She didn't know how to say it, too shy to approach them. It was just too difficult to talk about. Moreover, revealing it would expose that she wasn't actually asleep but was just pretending, which would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, there are still some faint red marks on her neck. She originally planned to wait until all these marks disappeared before pretending nothing had happened and coming to find Bai Jinxian. But plans can't keep up with changes. Suddenly she saw that post on her WeChat Moments, and without knowing what she was thinking, she rushed over in a panic. Bai Jinxian chuckled softly. He was quite satisfied to see the women troubled because of him. He wouldn't chase after them to kill them, that would only get him locked up in a dark room. Alright, I was just kidding. Is there something you need from me? No, I just saw your post on WeChat Moments and wanted to ask you if you need any help. And Jinshi spoke haltingly and seemed unsure of how to express herself, which made her appear silly, but also made her even more adorable. Bai Jinxian squatted down. I'm just taking advantage of the summer vacation to stay in my hometown in the countryside for a while. I'll be back later, so don't worry. This trip is just to relax. I see. And Jinshi breathed a sigh of relief. Although most people might post on social media for the same reasons as Bai Jinxian, and Jinshi was afraid there might be something hidden, so she couldn't help but ask, essentially expressing her concern for Bai Jinxian. Then, I won't bother you. If you need any help, please be sure to contact me. And Jinshi was wearing a white dress and bunny slippers today, looking like she was in a hurry to leave. Her hair was simply tied up, and her face changed from initial worry to a sigh of relief. So cute, I want to. Bai Jinxian couldn't help but say. Huh? And Jinshi raised her head, a question mark appearing on it, and began to wonder if there was something wrong with her ears. Bai Jinxian didn't care about all that he wouldn't be able to see his little cutie for a while. Thinking it over, he quickly moved closer to Jinshi and bit down on her fair and round little face. And Jinshi was like a rabbit that had encountered its natural enemy. She was stiff as a doll and didn't move at all until Bai Jinxian released her. Alright, go back now. You're all in such a hurry, you're a complete mess. Bai Jinxian gently pushed in Jinshi. Wah! Like a wind-up toy, and Jinshi ran away in a flash. Bai Jinxian smiled broadly, finding the little gadget incredibly interesting. But when he turned his head, he met Su Yuning's resentful gaze. The little servant hadn't said anything, yet it seemed as if she had said everything. This made Bai Jinxian feel inexplicably guilty. Even though it happened at his own front door, and in front of his little servant, he did that to another cute little toy he liked. But he only made the mistake that every man makes. The train tickets are booked, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Have you packed everything? Bai Jinxian ignored Su Yuning's gaze and asked. But the little servant didn't speak, and his resentful eyes turned into a look of grievance. Oh dear, this can no longer be ignored. The little servant is extremely respectful to me, and has done a great job, both in terms of merit and hard work. Even a bad man like Bai Jinxian couldn't ignore the pitiful little servant. Tisk, there's just no way around it. He's such a grown man, yet he still competes with kids for attention. As Bai Jinxian spoke, he quickly approached Su Yuning and pulled the little servant into his arms. There are still doubts about what he said about a child, but if you want to fool others, you have to fool yourself first, so Jinshi is a child. Su Yuning's mouth moved twice, as if she wanted to speak but couldn't. She wanted to say that she wasn't stupid, but she was also worried that Bai Jinxian would push her away in his anger, and then she wouldn't even be able to enjoy a warm embrace. It must be said that the little servant knew Bai Jinxian, that scumbag, quite well. Seeing that the little servant in his arms had fallen silent again, Bai Jinxian assumed that the little servant was still aggrieved, so he had no choice but to back down again. Alright, I can't do anything with you, so I'll kiss you too. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jinxian saw Su Yuning raise her head in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Did he fall for it? Chapter 45. This world erodes a man's will. It's terrifying and wonderful. Bai Jinxian regretted booking the train ticket for 8 o'clock. This was his usual wake-up time, and sometimes even later, but now he had to get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. To be precise, it was exactly 7 o'clock. How about we change trains? After sitting on the bed for 10 minutes, Bai Jinxian, looking unhappy, uttered his first words of the day. But that would be a waste of money. The ticket won't be fully refunded. Besides, you're already up. If you don't mind, I'll help you wash up. Su Yuning, who had been instructed yesterday to call her name, said. Bai Jinxian had no expression and didn't want to use his brain. As for his body, he just wanted to lie down and sleep for a while longer. Bai Jinxian pondered for a long time, but actually he wasn't thinking about anything. His thoughts were just delayed, and he didn't even know what he was saying. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Su Yuning reached out and picked up Bai Jinxian in a comfortable position. Even though Bai Jinxian was determined to enjoy the best service in this life, the prince's embrace still made him blush and feel shy. After all, he was a man from the normal world in his previous life. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. As for him now, he simply shifted comfortably, rested his head on Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, and closed his eyes comfortably. Su Yuning cheered inwardly, great! I've successfully swallowed up a part of Lord Bai's life once again. As long as I keep doing this, Lord Bai will never be able to leave me. Even if he were to marry, he wouldn't abandon his personal maid like me. After all, how could any wife I married be as understanding as Lord Bai? Perhaps it was because the warmth and softness were too comforting. Bai Jinxian was still somewhat dazed even after being carried to the wash basin. He really didn't want to get out of this confused state. Forcing someone who usually sleeps until they naturally wake up to get out of bed is just too cruel. Bai Jinxian used his legs to lift himself up and stood on the ground, leaning his upper body entirely on Su Yuning. This is undoubtedly a sign of great trust, because if Su Yuning were to move aside even slightly, Bai Jinxian would have to make close contact with the ground. This trust made Su Yuning even happier. The thought of arriving at Lord Bai's rural hometown today to spend time together with him made her even happier, so happy she felt like she could fly. Lord Bai, please rinse your mouth first. Su Yuning gently picked up the cup and held it to Bai Jinxuan's lips. Very good. Please spit out the water in your mouth after rinsing. Gurgle, gulp. Bai Jinxian smacked his lips contentedly. This mouthful of hot water felt so good that I swallowed it without even realizing it. Su Yuning was very helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Lord Bai, please open your mouth. I'm going to brush your teeth for you now. Don't swallow this time, it doesn't taste good. The toothpaste is actually swallowable, but the taste isn't great. Bai Jinxian will probably wake up after eating it. Fortunately, Bai Jinxian wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't do anything foolish even in his confused state. Okay, just rinse your mouth and spit it out. Put. Very good, Lord Bai is very clever. Bai Jinxian suddenly felt something was wrong. What was with the tone of voice used to coax the child? Although it sounds pleasant and enjoyable, I can't help but feel a burning sense of dignity. Oh, I don't have such a thing. That's all right then. While Bai Jinxian was lost in thought, Su Yuning suddenly covered his face with a hot towel and gently wiped it. This feeling of being out of control made Bai Jinxian uncomfortable, and he quickly came to his senses. Unfortunately, his personal hygiene had already been completely completed. Alright, Lord Bai, all you need to do now is change into your favorite clothes and have breakfast before we head out. Do you need my help? Su Yuning finally mustered up her courage and added one more sentence. Don't want. Bai Jinxian refused directly. This is a reward, how can you just give it to a little servant like this? If rewards and punishments are not clearly defined, the servant will eventually rise up in rebellion. So let's wait until the little servant becomes a beloved little servant puppy before letting the other person help us with these more intimate matters. Alright, I've prepared breakfast. Please hurry, Lord Bai. Su Yuning's face was expressionless, always appearing indifferent, but a hint of regret could be seen in her eyes. After the servant left, Bai Jinxian looked at himself in the mirror and sighed deeply. Only then did he realize what he had just experienced. Bai Jinxian, how could you have fallen so low? First, she stopped cleaning herself, then she stopped cooking, and later she even stopped washing her clothes. Do we now need someone to help us get out of bed? How could you be so decadent and degenerate? Bai Jinxian wasn't always like this. As a man who was born as an ox or horse in his previous life, he knew a little about everything, let alone small things like cleaning, cooking, and washing clothes. But in this decadent beautiful world, he was quickly corrupted by its rules, especially when faced with the unusually proactive Ice Queen Su Yuning, he retreated step by step. Now even the right to get up, brush my teeth, and wash my face has been taken away. This is so cruel beautiful. Sigh, fine, this is the only time, and it will not be allowed to happen again. I, Bai Jinxian, cannot continue to be so depraved. Lord Bai, how are these pan-fried dumplings? Tasty. Try this soup dumpling next, be careful it's a little hot, let me blow on it for you, okay. Bai Jinxian obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the perfectly warm steamed bun. This is delicious too. Su Yuning thoughtfully brought over the soy milk, just before Bai Jinxian finished eating. Without a second thought, Bai Jinxian pressed himself against it, took a sip of the perfectly warm soy milk, and let out a satisfied sigh. So comfortable. He nestled contentedly in Su Yuning's arms, rubbing against her and adopting the most comfortable position, before drifting into a hazy, half-asleep state. For someone like him who is used to sleeping until he naturally wakes up, being woken up early really leaves him feeling sluggish. If you don't have enough energy, you can't do your own things, let alone something as important as eating. In addition, the young servant insisted on serving him, as if he would lose the meaning of life if he couldn't serve him. There was no other way, he couldn't very well disappoint the little servant's kindness, so he decided to indulge her a little. However, Bai Jinxian still sternly warned himself in his heart that this was a one-time exception and should never be repeated. Lord Bai, please try this crab roe bun again. Ah. Should we reward him for chapter 46? Bai Jinxian bought a high-speed rail ticket, with the departure time at 8 a.m. He was woken up at 6:50. He spent 10 minutes spacing out, then 10 minutes washing up, 10 minutes eating, and 40 minutes left. Lord Bai, the luggage is ready, we can set off now. The car I called is waiting. Su Yuning approached Bai Jinxian, who was lying on the sofa again at some point, and said, "You've already called a car, where did you get the money?" Bai Jinxian forced himself to cheer up. Usually, Bai Jinxian is responsible for all tasks in the household that require money, because Su Yuning is still a student and does not have any additional source of income. Although Bai Jinxian was also a student, his gender and good looks brought him many advantages. Making money was incredibly easy for him. Currently, Su Yuning's only source of income is the living expenses sent by Bai Jinxian, as well as the red envelopes he sends when he's in a good mood. The allowance you give me is too generous, so I've saved some. Alright, let's set off then. Bai Jinxian stood up unsteadily and picked up his packed suitcase. With 2 people and 3 suitcases, the homecoming leisure trip officially began as the gate closed. Fortunately, Bai Jinxuan's residence was not remote, and it only took him about 10 minutes to reach the high-speed rail station. He then continued to sleepwalk, leaving everything to Su Yuning. If anything unexpected happens, as a mature man, he will naturally step in. Unfortunately, Su Yuning has managed everything perfectly so far, which makes Bai Jinxian, who just wants to stay comfortable and has been lying on Su Yuning's lap, act like a child. The train arrived at the station quickly. The 2 boarded and found their seats. One was extremely excited, while the other was still dozing off. If an hour is wasted in the morning, it often takes several hours to make up for it. The high-speed train was smooth and quiet, and there was a soft cushion next to him. Plus, he had just had a delicious breakfast, so it was hard for Bai Jinxian not to fall asleep. It took them 2 hours to reach the station, and then they took a taxi to the train station. Bai Jinxuan's hometown is very remote. You have to take a high-speed train to a second-tier city, then a train to a town, then a car, and then a tricycle or something similar, if they still exist in this day and age. Trains travel much shorter distances than high-speed trains, but take significantly longer. All along the way, there was the rumbling sound of train tracks. Bai Jinxian didn't find the noise bothersome. On the contrary, it gave him a sense of nostalgia, as if he had taken a train when he left that place. I was quite sad at the time. After all, I had to go to a strange place, leave my little one behind, and all those beautiful memories. Bai Jinxuan's outfit today was quite simple, just a pair of white shorts and a white short-sleeved shirt. Perhaps he was too dazed in the morning and didn't want to choose carefully. Su Yuning sat opposite him, wearing a white dress, staring blankly out the window, seemingly lost in thought. This was the first time she had ever traveled so far, and it was also the first time Bai Jinxian had ever traveled so far alone, even though this time it was just to go back to his hometown. Does Lord Bai have many friends in the countryside? Su Yuning suddenly asked. Yes, but they should all be gone now. Apart from the better environment, that place has no pillar industries. There are fewer and fewer young people. When I was there, only the elderly, children and a small number of young people still lived there. It's foreseeable that there will be even fewer people in the village when we return home this time. Maybe the whole village will only have the 2 of us and a group of ghosts living there. Bai Jinxian said with a wicked smile. Su Yuning didn't pay attention to what was said afterward. She was only concerned about the fact that only 2 people lived there. As she was thinking, her thoughts wandered and she started to drift off. Seeing that the little servant was not frightened, Bai Jinxian felt a little bored and began to recall memories he had almost forgotten. Summer breeze, cicadas chirping, frolicking in the stream, catching insects, playing hide-and-seek, eating popsicles together in the open hall. It suddenly occurred to me, and I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. It took 2 hours by high-speed rail and another 4 hours by regular train. Including the 1 hour spent in a car, it was already past 3 p.m. From the train station to Linquan, the times are indeed developing rapidly. There is even a direct bus to such a remote place. As soon as Bai Jinxian exited the train station, he saw a bus and pulled Su Yuning onto it. He is currently in a state of longing to return home, eager to see the house he remembers in his mind. Linquan is the place Bai Jinxian is going to. It is said that a hot spring was discovered there, but it was later proven to be a rumor. Although Linquan doesn't have the spring behind it, it has plenty of forest and a very beautiful environment. This is why Bai's parents brought the frail Bai Jinxian here to recuperate. However, Bai Jinxian seemed to have misjudged the distance in his memory. At first, it should have been almost 2 hours, but later it took him 4 hours with a blank look in his eyes. The car finally stopped when it was close to 8 o'clock. We've arrived at Linquan. Passengers who wish to get off, please do so immediately. Bai Jinxian got up somewhat dazed and pulled Su Yuning, who was also somewhat dazed, out of the car. Only the two of them remained in the car, indicating the remoteness of the location. The driver drove off quickly, leaving the two bewildered guys staring at each other. Have we arrived yet? Su Yuning asked doubtfully. I guess so? Bai Jinxian replied uncertainly. He hadn't been here for too long, and he had only actually taken the route once, when he came and when he went back. In addition, times have changed, and he had never seen a cement road paved here before. However, being a reliable man, Bai Jinxian quickly found the old road signs and directions, and began to move forward with Su Yuning. Honestly, I don't remember it being that far at all. Am I embellishing the story? Bai Jinxian thought to himself, somewhat puzzled. Actually, he was so young back then, and he wasn't in charge of driving. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. He only knew that he arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. How could he not be fast? Fortunately, the women in this world are different from those in the previous world. They are as calm as the men in the previous life. Bai Jinxian glanced at Su Yuning, who was walking obediently, then turned back, his expression revealing nothing of his inner turmoil. How about we reward the little servant today? After all, he had made a mistake he shouldn't have made. Even staying in town for a day and asking for information would have been better than running around like this. Chapter 47 Rewards. It was getting late, and only the occasionally broken streetlights illuminated this dilapidated cement road. To be honest, Bai Jinxian himself was not quite sure if this was the way back to his hometown, as it seemed quite different from what he remembered. The place he went to should be deep in the mountains, so how could there be a cement road there? Even if the road is rather dilapidated. Bai Jinxian slowed his pace and quietly leaned against Su Yuning. Yuning, if I lead you the wrong way, will you be angry? Su Yuning glanced lightly at Bai Jinxian, who looked somewhat nervous. It's rare to see Lord Bai like this. Usually at home, he always acts self-righteous and arrogant, even when he's not in the right. He's always willful and haughty. If two people have a good relationship, they will usually call each other by the first character of the name, followed by a smaller character or a repeated character. For example, Xiaobai, Xiaoxiu, or Bai or Xiuxiu. But Bai Jinxian insisted on calling her by the middle character of her name, and he never changed his ways. Now, he was feeling guilty and called her Yuning. No, it was my request to accompany Lord Bai this time. How could I possibly blame you? As a woman, Su Yuning believes that one must have great tolerance when dealing with the man she loves. Secondly, she really knows Bai Jinxian. If she were to blame him now, Bai Jinxian might not say anything, but he would definitely hold her accountable later. It would be better to retreat in order to advance. No matter how bad Lord Bai is, he will feel guilty. She has already figured out his willful personality. There's nothing we can do. Although Lord Bai has a bad personality, it's just that he's mischievous. He's not inherently bad, on the contrary, he's quite gentle. Not to mention, Lord Bai is really handsome, so it doesn't matter if he's teased. She was content just to see the man smile. As expected, Bai Jinxian looked very sorry to her. Is there anything you want? I'll buy it for you. This is like a woman trying to appease a man, buying him things to cheer him up when he's angry. Su Yuning walked silently, her thoughts unreadable. I want more than just these simple things. I don't want anything. Lord Bai has been good enough to me. I have never felt indebted to him. That's true. It must have taken a lot of effort to raise a girl from a poor family to be so tall, strong, and confident. Bai Jinxian scratched his head, somewhat unwillingly asking, really, there's nothing you want? Su Yuning pondered for a moment. If I had to say, it would be that I want to be closer to Lord Bai. These words were somewhat vague, but for a dutiful, law-abiding servant who always maintained a restrained and polite demeanor in front of Bai Jinxian, it was already quite audacious. Lord Bai had already given her so much, yet she still greedily wanted more, even Lord Bai himself. Su Yuning thought this was wrong, but her heart and body were beyond her control. Every week she would secretly do something bad. Last time in the bathroom, she even gave up and thought that it was okay to expose herself like this. Then neither of them spoke until Bai Jinxian casually said, "It's too late today. If we can find a place to stay, let's sleep together. After all, it's not safe to be out here." Su Yuning was stunned at first, then felt her whole body heat up. Her body, which had been tired all day, suddenly became radiant, as if she could go back to till 5 more acres of land. She knew Bai Jinxian definitely didn't mean that he just wanted to sleep together, like when they were little. Even so, it was enough to make Su Yuning's heart race. It is indeed getting late. Lord Bai must be tired. Let's quicken our pace. Su Yuning remained expressionless, but forcibly snatched the suitcase from Bai Jinxuan's hands and sped up as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Bai Jinxian watched Su Yuning triumphantly from behind. The little servant's thoughts and words were completely different. Did she really want more time to sleep with him, or was she genuinely worried about him getting tired? It was truly hard to guess. Su Yuning turned her head and glanced at Bai Jinxian. Although her face was expressionless, her eyes were frighteningly hot, as if she could pick up Bai Jinxian and run away with 3 suitcases. Women's physical abilities in this world are truly astounding, while fully developed men can take on 3 men at once. It's unbelievable how incredible that is. Could they really play a game all day long? Bai Jinxian quickly put this issue aside. After all, the real purpose of his return to his hometown was to devour the little servant, and the plan had already begun to be implemented. The little servant probably thought he was a simple little white rabbit. Even though he was given a chance, he didn't even take a bite. He just licked him lightly. He was very restrained. Bai Jinxian has memories of 2 lifetimes, so surely he doesn't really think he's some kind of simple man? That willful and arrogant demeanor was all an act, done to select suitable women. Only by understanding his personality and being willing to cater to it can you continue to cultivate the kind of person he likes, such as a little servant. At first, he was just pretending to be willful, but later he got used to it and the mask really stuck to him. In their past lives, the elders taught boys that they were never allowed to shed tears and had to be strong, that men should grow into pillars of society, and that men should give way to women, and so on. But that would be too tiring. If given a choice, I think everyone would want to be a child again, carefree and unrestrained. Ultimately, men are human too, and humans get tired. They're just bound by rules and regulations, their insides hollowed out, yet they still have to stand. So, I'm so lucky to have been reborn into this kind of world. Bai Jinxian sighed inwardly, then happily followed the little servant. It's a pity for my male compatriots. I hope that after a lifetime of hard work, they can be reborn into a world like this in their next life. Type 2 to receive a reincarnation bonus, allowing you to enter the same world as the male protagonist. I don't know how long we walked, but finally we saw some lights ahead, and it seemed that we had arrived at a market town. Su Yuning quickened her pace, urging Bai Jinxian on from time to time. Bai Jinxian glared back, somewhat annoyed. Don't you know that boys are physically weaker? He sat in the car all day, his butt must be killing him. Now he's walked for so long, he's already exhausted. If he hadn't seen the little servant dragging 3 suitcases, he would have wanted the little servant to carry him. Aren't you tired? Then I'll make you ride my horse. Bai Jinxian thought angrily to himself. He did feel indebted earlier, but didn't he make amends? So now he's acting self-righteous again. The servant had no choice but to slow down, since he was already close to getting the reward, and accompanied Bai Jinxian at a leisurely pace. Chapter 48: A Slight Move. As he got closer to the light, Bai Jinxian finally sensed a certain familiarity. Although things have changed a lot here, some things haven't changed, like the little shop with its warm yellow light bulb still shining outside. Seeing this means that he is very close to his home, and it will only take him about 10 minutes to walk there. Bai Jinxuan's exhausted body suddenly surged with new strength, instantly surpassing Su Yuning. It was nearly 10 p.m., and in a remote village, everyone should be asleep by then. I don't know why this little shop was still open. It wasn't until he reached the door that Bai Jinxian understood why. Inside the convenience store, a young blonde woman sat behind the counter, playing a game. Next to her was a steaming bucket of instant noodles, and she muttered something from time to time. That's not surprising. Young people these days don't have the habit of going to bed early, and it's even more so if they have a computer. Moreover, Bai Jinxian recognized this woman. She was one of his former lackeys. Jiang Lishuan. Bai Jinxian shouted excitedly. In ancient times, a reunion after a long separation should have been a joyous occasion, but in modern times, it often only brings awkwardness and discomfort. Living in the city for a long time, when you meet your childhood playmate again, it's as if there's a thick barrier between you, and the carefree joy of the past is gone. Urbanization has caused modern people to lose a great deal of their human touch because they think too much, are under a lot of pressure, and are full of utilitarianism. Logically speaking, Bai Jinxian should have become heartless, but the bad man was so confident in his looks that no woman could resist his enthusiasm. Not to mention childhood playmates. Hearing someone call her name, Jiang Lishuan subconsciously glanced up, thinking it was a villager coming to buy something. But when she saw a super handsome guy, she couldn't take her eyes off him. This man was incredibly handsome, completely unlike any of the country folk. Even though she was well-read, she had never seen such a dashing man before. He was like a fox spirit from a storybook, or a male ghost that sucked away people's energy. However, as a modern person, she believed that good looks were everything, so she wasn't afraid of whether the man was a monster or a ghost. Her mind was filled with embarrassment. I won't call for a Taoist priest, and you shouldn't call for the police. Let's have a fair fight. What's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me? Bai Jinxian had already walked in through the glass door, and said with a smile. Jiang Lishuan, whose mind was filled with random thoughts, suddenly came to her senses and carefully examined Bai Jinxian. This man seemed to know her, but she didn't have any recollection of him. Besides, she had never left this small place. If we're talking about good-looking boys, then it's only when they're little. Jiang Lishuan's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Your brother Bai?" Bai Jinxian snapped his fingers. "That's right, it's me." Then he said with a sigh, "This place has changed, but not much, which is good, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find this place." Jiang Lishuan had already stood up. Her figure was extremely voluptuous, and she stood up so quickly that she made a bouncy sound. Bai Jinxian glanced at him discreetly, sensing that he was a dribbling expert. Jiang Lishuan's face lit up with surprise, ignoring the sentimental remarks, and she went straight to the point. "Why did you suddenly come back? Didn't you go to school in the city? And Uncle Bai came too?" Bai Jinxian acted very naturally, and this naturalness infected Jiang Lishuan. The two, who had been separated for a long time, did not feel any awkwardness at all. Jiang Lishuan couldn't stop talking. "After you left, those kids cried so hard, especially Shijiji, who cried the longest, and we always laughed at her." "And you, did you cry for me?" Bai Jinxian, however, tilted his head and looked at Jiang Lishuan with a smile. "I." Jiang Lishuan blushed and suddenly couldn't speak. It was obvious at a glance whether she had been crying or not. A bad man is a bad man. When faced with a high-quality woman, he can make her blush and be at a loss in no time. If he puts in a little more effort, she will immediately lie down on the bed. Thankfully it was nighttime, and Bai Jinxian was already exhausted, otherwise he would have definitely teased his former follower. The little servant Su Yuning had also caught up and was standing at the shop entrance, looking at Bai Jinxian with a resentful expression. They were just complaining about being tired, but now they're having a great chat. "Alright, now's not the time to chat. I'll come find you after I've settled in. I'm just back to rest for a while now. After all, I had a wonderful time here, and I can't help but reminisce about it occasionally." Hearing Bai Jinxian say this, Jiang Lishuan felt more relaxed. Even though the boy from back then had become more handsome and had lived in that big city for a long time, he hadn't changed much for them, his old friends. "That's true, now is not the time to chat." Jiang Lishuan's expression softened, even though she looked like a delinquent girl, and even though the voice channel on the computer screen was greeting her parents. "The house you used to live in is maintained every week, but if you want anyone to live there, it will probably need to be cleaned up a bit more." Upon hearing this, Bai Jinxian was slightly surprised. "Who helped take care of it?" "Of course, it's the villagers. We take turns coming. After all, your family has made so many contributions to our little town." Jiang Lishuan spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, but Bai Jinxian was not quite sure. He was too young then, how could the adults tell him everything they did? Moreover, he never expected that man to do such a thing. He didn't seem as selfish as other men in this world. Or perhaps, like him, they are only concerned with their own convenience or satisfaction, without caring about others. "Why don't you stay here tonight? I do have some spare rooms," Jiang Lishuan said hesitantly. Her hesitation wasn't because she was unwilling to make the effort, but because they were both the same age, and it wouldn't be appropriate to make the invitation so abruptly. "No need, I'd like to go to my place first. If I can't stay there, I'll come back to you." Bai Jinxian chose to refuse at that moment. He was really eager to go home and see his family. "By the way, you should have Fishin, right? Add it so we can chat more easily." "Good." The two quickly exchanged contact information, and Bai Jinxian said goodbye before leaving, heading forward along the road with his servant. It was only then that Jiang Lishuan realized she hadn't asked the woman about her relationship with Bai Jinxian. But even if there is a connection, it has nothing to do with me, right? He's a city person. Not only is he good looking, but his clothes are also nice, unlike someone like me. Jiang Lishuan looked at her old white shirt, pressed down on her chest, and looked at her hot pants, feeling a sense of frustration rising involuntarily. No, I can't be the only one who's sad. I have to tell them both so we can be sad together. With that, Jiang Lishuan sat back down, opened her chat software, and began a barrage of telecom attacks. Chapter 49. Good night, little dog. That was my friend, one of my childhood friends. Walking on the cement road, Bai Jinxian explained. I thought all those guys had gone out, but I didn't expect some to stay. Well, I guess that guy can still run a small shop after all. As he spoke, he sighed again. The changes here are not significant, but travel has become much more convenient. I remember that the roads here used to be dirt roads, which would get filthy when it rained. It's much better now. We should be able to get there in a little while. My home is at the end of the road, which is quite far. It's about halfway up that small hill in front of us. The purpose of coming to this remote little place was to experience the natural environment and to facilitate Bai Jinshuan's recuperation, so it was specially built in a secluded part of the village. As they walked, Bai Jinxian suddenly understood what Jiang Lishuan meant by the contributions his father had made. These roads weren't sponsored by my dad, were they? The servant boy laboriously carried the luggage, while Bai Jinxian talked to himself. Before long, the two finally arrived at their destination. It was an old but exquisite Western-style building, surrounded by an iron fence with a large iron gate in the middle, but it was not locked. Looks like we've arrived. Su Yuning was filled with excitement. Although she looks energetic now, she is actually very tired and can't wait to go to bed and rest with Bai Jinxian. She really was exhausted seriously. Bai Jinxian couldn't contain himself any longer and burst through the iron gate, holding up his phone's flashlight. Su Yuning was startled. Lord Bai, wait for me. It's so dark here, don't rush, you might fall. It was nighttime, and this wasn't a road, but a small hill. There were no streetlights, and it was pitch black. But soon, the lights inside the room came on. Bai Jinxian held something in his hand and waved to Su Yuning, signaling her to come over quickly. However, he couldn't wait any longer and used the key he found in the old spot to open the door. Although many things have been forgotten, the circuit breaker and the key hidden in the crack in the wall remain vivid in my memory. This was a spare key that Bai's father had prepared in case of an accident, and no one except the two of them knew where it was. Inside the room, all the furniture was covered with dust cloths, and there wasn't much dust on the floor, so it seemed that someone did come to clean it regularly. Finally home, I can finally go to bed and rest for a while. Bai Jinxian felt inexplicably relaxed and at ease as soon as he entered the room, even though it hadn't been tidied up yet. Su Yuning had already opened her suitcase and started packing, and stopped Bai Jinxian from sitting anywhere. Please wait a moment, Lord Bai. I'll clean the room first, and the rest can be done after I wake up tomorrow. Please sit on the suitcase for a while and rest. Okay. Bai Jinxian didn't stand on ceremony. Compared to Su Yuning, he was genuinely tired. Although he hadn't done any heavy work, it was just that men in this world were generally weaker. Then he watched as Su Yuning busied herself, tidying up the dust cloth, patting the dust off the mattress with a tool, tidying up the room briefly, and laying out the bedding she had brought. Finally, turn on the old-fashioned standing air conditioner in the room. In this hot summer, especially in the countryside, it would be impossible to sleep without air conditioning. Xiao Yu, you're really capable. You're amazing. Now I want to take you with me wherever I go. The bad man watched longingly, constantly encouraging the servant, completely manipulating him until the servant became more and more energetic. The room was quickly cleaned up and was at least habitable. Bai Jinxian couldn't wait to jump onto the bed, reliving the wonderful memories he had of it. Su Yuning stood to the side, like a doll. What are you standing there for? Come and get some sleep. Aren't you tired after a whole day of traveling? Bai Jinxian patted the spot next to him, making a slapping sound. Although Bai Jinxian had promised to reward Su Yuning, the little servant felt very nervous and stiffened at the last minute. She lay down next to Bai Jinxian as if completely obeying orders. Bai Jinxian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little servant's appearance. He secretly takes his equipment to do bad things every week, and last time he even did it in the bathroom. Now he's pretending to be serious. Bai Jinxian turned over, reached out, and turned off the room light, plunging the room into complete darkness and an eerie silence, so quiet that the chirping of insects outside could be heard. Su Yuning felt her heart racing again, especially when a man next to her suddenly hugged her. It felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Why is your whole body so stiff? Are you too tired or frozen? The bad man groped around without any regard for the consequences, while pretending to be unaware and asking questions. This old-fashioned standing air conditioner has an amazing cooling effect. In just a short while, the room temperature has dropped rapidly. Su Yuning dared not move, only feeling Bai Jinxian pinching her stomach and her hand, but ultimately not going too far. This behavior, which resembled that of someone treating a child, made Su Yuning want to say something, but she couldn't refuse this proactive contact. Now is not the time to devour the little servant. We need to nurture him further. The bad man said this to himself. Moreover, he was indeed very tired today, not in good condition, and had no desire to go into battle. He was content with just having a little fun. This rural experience has allowed both of them to relax, and perhaps Su Yuning will soon be able to understand her own heart. That will be the time to truly save her life. Then we can play some advanced mini-games. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Overjoyed, Bai Jinxian kissed Su Yuning's cheek hard, finding the touch wonderful, cool and refreshing, with a pleasant fragrance. Good night, puppy. After saying that, he fell asleep peacefully, leaving the little servant staring wide-eyed, stiff as a puppet. Su Yuning was stunned by this sudden attack, and it took her a long time to recover. Even under the air conditioning, she felt a little hot. A young virgin is no match for a bad man. Even after spending so much time together and developing a resistance to his good looks, she is still easily defeated. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuning suddenly realized that Bai Jinxian had just said puppy. A puppy? Is the puppy calling me? Su Yuning wondered to herself. I'm not a puppy. Even if Lord Bai kissed me, I would. Chapter 50. The first day in the countryside. After teasing the little servant, Bai Jinxian waved his hand and fell asleep, looking incredibly comfortable. But the little servant Su Yuning was in a terrible state. Her mind was filled with lewd thoughts, and she couldn't sleep at all, especially in the dead of night. Although Bai Jinxian was still sleeping soundly next to her, he was having a terrible time in Su Yuning's mind, being subjected to all sorts of torture. Suddenly, Bai Jinxian nuzzled against Su Yuning and buried his head in her neck. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive skin, leaving ripples in her heart. The air conditioner was surprisingly effective at cooling, making people feel quite cold, which is why Bai Jinxian moved even closer to the little servant. This action made Su Yuning feel hot and bothered, but she couldn't cool down manually in this environment, so she could only endure it. Thinking about it, she tilted her head slightly and leaned it against Bai Jinxian's head, feeling its softness and fragrance. He's clearly a boy, but he sleeps with a girl like me so naturally. Does he still think of me as a child? Su Yuning was somewhat unwilling, but thinking about where they were now, she had a premonition that their relationship would gradually change. Bai Jinxian was indeed exhausted and slept until the morning of the next day. He sat up groggily, still wrapped in his blanket, and without noticing Su Yuning, he instinctively called out, "Xiaoyu." The door was quickly opened, and Su Yuning appeared before them. What's wrong? Are you hungry? She was still wearing that white dress with a decorative black bow tie at the chest, and her hair was tied in a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. There was a little sweat on her forehead, as if she had just been busy. A little, Bai Jinxian said, somewhat confused. He didn't actually have anything to do, he just wanted to call out to Su Yuning. Now that he saw the little servant, he felt much more relaxed. Su Yuning closed the door and enjoyed the cool air in the room, which made her feel much more relaxed. I've almost finished tidying up the first floor of the house, and I've also organized the toiletries. However, because there's no gas cylinder in the kitchen, I'll have to go to the village to find breakfast. This is, after all, a relatively old building. Although the things inside were quite advanced for that era and can still be used today, some necessities still need to be prepared. Su Yuning had prepared everything she needed, but some things couldn't be brought along easily, such as gas cylinders. Besides, gas cylinders weren't used in the city, natural gas was used instead. Bai Jinxian scratched his head and then heard that they were going to the village. I'm going to wash up now. We'll go to the village together to buy some things later. The village store has everything. Calling it a convenience store is an understatement, it's more like a general store. In this remote place, it's a multi-purpose building where you can buy almost anything you want. Good. Su Yuning was a little happy. In the city, Bai Jinxian would never accompany her shopping. The house has a large bathroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a large bedroom on the first floor. The space is very spacious, the furniture is complete, and the arrangement is very beautiful. The door was open, and stepping out, one could see the lush greenery outside and hear the cicadas chirping even more clearly. Chirp, chirp. Nothing could better prove what summer is like, if there is one, going to play in the water and fishing for crayfish. Su Yuning continued cleaning, while Bai Jinxian slowly went to the washroom, which was also the bathroom. However, he didn't want to stay inside any longer. He picked up the water cup that Su Yuning had brought in advance, filled it with water, squeezed out the toothpaste, and squatted down at the door, brushing his teeth while staring at the garden with only a few weeds. Glug glug, plop. Bai Jinxian spat out the mouthwash, poured some water into his hand, wiped his face haphazardly, and then put the toothbrush into the cup with a little water left to clean it. This reminded him of the past, but now that he's an adult, he has to wash again in the bathroom. Xiao Yu, we should get going. After washing up, Bai Jinxian felt much more awake and started calling for his servant again. I glanced at the time on my hand, it was only 8 a.m. I looked at the sun in the sky again, but I couldn't tell it was 8 o'clock at all. Su Yuning took a tissue, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and quickly came over. Let's go, but I'm not familiar with this place, so I'll have to ask you, Lord Bai, to lead the way. No problem, but Xiao Yu, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Right. It's okay. Maybe the pressure in the big city is too much. It's just the two of us here, so relax a bit. You'll soon enjoy the leisurely life here. Bai Jinxian continued walking forward without realizing it, until he stepped out of the shadows and into the sun. He immediately felt a scorching heat, as if he were about to be roasted alive. But soon another shadow blocked his view, and when he turned his head, he saw Su Yuning holding an umbrella. The bad man flashed a bright smile. Thank you, Xiao Yu, it's so good to have you. Su Yuning could hear her heartbeat again, and she felt that she would never be able to leave Bai Jinxian in her life. This damn man is so good at it, he doesn't hold back in using his good looks to show off his charm. There were no living people in the village. Given that this is a rural area, they were probably up and working early, or perhaps they were hiding indoors to avoid the sun. But no matter what, there are still too few people. Most of the young people have left this place, and it feels like there are hardly any elderly people left. Bai Jinxian sighed, but his mood wasn't too bad, since he still had his little servant with him. Moreover, it seems that his three best friends from childhood are still living in the village. The two soon arrived at the convenience store from yesterday, where an old man had replaced the person behind the counter. Noticing someone approaching, he adjusted his reading glasses, squinted, and then gave a surprised look. You are a young man from the Bai family? You recognize me, eunuch Jiang. Bai Jinxian greeted him with a smile. Wow, it really is you. It's been so many years since we last met. When did you come back? Eunuch Zhang's joy was palpable. No one in this village dislikes Bai Jinxian. He's handsome, speaks kindly, is wealthy, and contributes to the village. How could anyone not like him? I saw Zhang Lishuan last night. Where is she now? Last night? Upon hearing this, eunuch Zhang frowned. That stupid girl didn't even tell me, so I could have helped you tidy up the house. Ugh, she's driving me crazy. And don't even think about seeing her during the day. She's become incredibly powerful, she's evolved into a nocturnal animal. She doesn't wake up during the day and doesn't sleep at night. As he spoke, he became even angrier. Jinxian, you were the leader of the kids back then, you really have to help me control her. Look at her now, all sloppy and with dyed yellow hair. Well, we're all adults here, so it's not really my place to interfere in this kind of thing, is it? Bai Jinxian felt a little embarrassed. The story of the king of children was from so long ago, it sounded strange now. Before the old man could say anything more, Bai Jinxian quickly interrupted. By the way, do you have a gas cylinder? The house isn't ready yet, and we need to buy a lot of new things. And Zhang Lishuan, if I can manage her, I will definitely help you manage her, but if she throws a tantrum, you'll have to help me beat her up. If that girl dares to bully you, come find me, and I'll break her legs. The old man and the young man chatted without any sense of distance, as if the scene of the children making a ruckus was just yesterday, and today was just another ruckus. Chapter 51. Two hearts fluttering together, bad boys never regress. Lord Bai really gets along well with the people here, he's much more lively than he was in the city. Su Yuning stood quietly behind her, thinking to herself. Don't be fooled by Bai Jinxuan's lively and willful nature at home, which makes him seem like a child. In public, he is aloof and rarely interacts with people or goes out. But here. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian, who was laughing heartily, and felt that returning to her hometown this time was really the right decision. Oh, I forgot to ask who the child behind you is. The old man looked at Su Yuning, who had no expression, with a puzzled look, and then at Bai Jinxian with concern. Su Yuning did not answer, but silently looked at Bai Jinxian. She didn't know why she didn't answer, but she just didn't want to. Fortunately, she remained expressionless, appearing to be the kind of person who is not good with words and is taciturn. Her? Bai Jinxian looked at Su Yuning with a smile, is just a younger sister that I quite like. Oh, I see. The old man suddenly realized. That's true. Jinxian is almost an adult now, it's time for him to consider those kinds of things. But does he only like this one little sister? Let me tell you, men need more options. What's that saying again? The more options you have, the fewer heartbreaks you'll experience. So the two started chatting again, and surprisingly there was no generational gap at all. Su Yuning remained expressionless, but her mind was in turmoil, filled with the phrase, my beloved younger sister. Of course, the more likely explanation is that Lord Bai is teasing me again. He always likes to do that, so naughty. Ah, half an hour has passed. Eunuch Jiang, I must go now. The room isn't cleaned yet. Bai Jinxian had already taken quite a few things, and it seemed like everything was complete. He took out his phone and prepared to scan the code to pay. But Eunuch Jiang stopped him, saying, alright, it's your first day back, so consider these things my congratulatory gift to you. Besides, I feel a little guilty for not cleaning the house for you beforehand. Bai Jinxian was still thinking of paying, but Eunuch Jiang already had a cold face. Little Jinxian, don't make me feel uncomfortable, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. These are just cheap things, nothing compared to what your family has contributed to the village. Take them with you. Having said all that, Bai Jinxian had no other choice. Alright, I'll accept it then. I'll come see you again and chat with you once I'm settled in. That's great. Eunuch Jiang laughed again. And that gas cylinder, I've already arranged it for you. It should be delivered to you in a bit, no need to rush. Thank you so much. Bai Jinxian tossed everything in his hands to Su Yuning, but Su Yuning was still thinking about that sentence, like a human robot. You've left, why are you spacing out? Su Yuning came to her senses and went out with Bai Jinxian, then opened her umbrella. Walking uphill on the cement road, you can see the heat waves in the distance, as well as fields of rice and sunflowers. Look! Bai Jinxian pointed into the distance. A breeze blew by, turning the crops into golden waves that rippled across the landscape, and then the fragrant breeze caressed the two of them. Su Yuning held the thing she was carrying in front of her white dress, and the hem of the dress began to sway like waves. Little servant, you are so insensible. Bai Jinxian watched as Su Yuning's skirt fluttered, revealing a small section of her delicate, fair legs, but he stopped there, as Su Yuning pressed him down. At this point, you should remove your hands and the things you're carrying, let your skirt flutter, and then show a shy expression. Su Yuning tilted her head and looked at Bai Jinxian, who was pretending to be angry. If you want to see, I can lift it up, it's not a big deal, but shyness makes it a little difficult for me, I can't do it. How shameless of you, little servant. Even if you try to please me, I'll still bully you. Bai Jinxian remained silent for a moment before quickly using his tone to cover up his guilty conscience. The little servant usually has a blank expression and is so obedient that he looks easy to bully, and in reality, he is always the one being bullied. This is so wrong. This is so wrong of me to leave my conscience from my past life here. Shouldn't he have been abandoned when he was a child? Su Yuning put down what she was holding, brushed her sweaty hair aside, and said seriously, it's not about trying to please you. I'm willing to let you bully me. It was like this before, it's like this now, and it will be like this in the future. In an instant, Bai Jinxian took 2 steps back, looking at Su Yuning in disbelief. When did the little servant learn the art of language? Damn it, why is my non-existent conscience stirring up again? And this trip back to his hometown was supposed to be about hunting down the young servant, so why does the situation seem to have taken a turn for the worse? Bai Jinxian thought to himself about his grand ideal, to turn all the high-quality women he liked into his little dogs. Only in this way can they completely belong to themselves, including their bodies and their hearts. After thinking it through, Bai Jinxian finally felt a little better, but he was still a little restless inside. So he forced himself to keep a cold face and aggressively pressed down on Su Yuning. Su Yuning just stared blankly at her. Are you angry? Why? Why? Because you wretched little servant, have made my heart flutter. Bai Jinxian violently hugged Su Yuning. Before the little servant could even react to the beautiful scene, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by something. "Pa, it's salty." Bai Jinxian glared at Su Yuning. "This is a lesson for you. Don't say those flirtatious things in front of me." Bai Jinxian ran off after saying that, leaving behind only the words, "I'm going back to enjoy the air conditioning." Su Yuning simply touched the spot where she had been bitten, feeling how hot it was. She was still a little confused as to why she had been reprimanded, but had she really moved him with the heart-stirring words that Lord Bai had mentioned? Su Yuning, belatedly realizing what was happening, felt her heart pounding wildly, as if she were about to drown in a sea of scalding love. Bai Jinxian on the other side didn't know what expression to make. Damn it, is my conscience from a past life still haunting me? If he wanted to make these women his own, he would have done so without hesitation, and he has already done so. But when he faced a gentle, submissive woman who offered herself to him, his heart fluttered, and he began to regress from a bad man to an ordinary one. He can only marry 3 wives in his lifetime. Suddenly, Bai Jinxian stopped in his tracks and saw a familiar figure in the field not far away. He was initially a little unsure, but when he saw the guy straighten up to drink water, he became certain. In order to suppress my own decline, I must find a suitable target, and this little guy with the straw hat on his head is just right. Chapter 52 Little Follower, Gigi Bear. When Bai Jinxian was a child, this area was the domain of the kids. Firstly, he is good looking, his family is wealthy, and he is willing to share. Secondly, he has memories of his past life. Although he is physically weak, he is a man of action and knows a few tricks, so he naturally became the leader of the children. Moreover, in the eyes of these girls, Bai Jinxian was different from those boys. He was good at everything, from climbing mountains to swimming in rivers. In the end, it was actually these girls who were more worried about his health than Bai Jinxian himself. Among the group of kids who followed Bai Jinxian, there were 3 best followers. One was Jiang Lishuan, whose family ran a small shop. The other was Shi Jiji, the crybaby, who was also the one standing in the field not far away. Shi Jiji. Bai Jinxian waved enthusiastically. Shi Jiji, who was in the field, first looked over with a puzzled expression, then squinted her eyes uncertainly, stared at it carefully, and finally widened her eyes, turned around and ran away. Bai Jinxian was stunned. "As a friend, after a long separation, I greeted you warmly, so what did you mean by turning around and running away? You're not satisfied with me?" Staying in this place, Bai Jinxuan's instinct as a leader of the children was aroused, and he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. To turn and run away when faced with someone as handsome as me is so tasteless. Since arriving in this world, Bai Jinxian has changed quite a bit. One of the changes is that he has become somewhat complacent and self-satisfied. This is because there are too many perks for men in this world, and he is also very handsome. No one can refuse him, no one at all. But right in front of him was one of his former friends. The friend saw him and turned and ran away. How could Bai Jinxian tolerate this? Absolutely not. Standing on the high slope, Bai Jinxian looked down at the surroundings and ran across the ridge on the side of the field. He was aware of his own physical condition. He knew he couldn't catch up, and even if he did, he wouldn't have the strength to punish that wretched little follower. Wearing a straw hat and carrying sunflowers and rice stalks, Shi Jiji kept rushing forward. What a coincidence to run into Lord Bai here, when I was working in the fields, all dirty and disheveled. No, I need to get home quickly, wash myself, change my clothes, and then go explain to Lord Bai. Shi Jiji had originally planned to visit Bai Jinxian with 2 other good friends in the evening, but she bumped into Bai Jinxian in the morning. As the rice stalks suddenly disappeared, Shi Jiji rushed out of the field and looked up to see the fierce-looking Bai Jinxian. "Ah, Lord Bai." Shi Jiji slammed on the brakes and turned to run away again. At such close range, Bai Jinxian finally confirmed that the guy in front of him was his best friend and follower. "I was a little unsure when I was chasing them earlier, because we used to be such good friends. How could they possibly think of running away as soon as they saw me? But now he's certain, and he's even angrier." "Stop." Bai Jinxian took a big step, then pounced like a hungry tiger. Shi Jiji sensed something was wrong and turned around, only to see Bai Jinxian rushing towards her. Afraid that he would fall, she quickly stopped and opened her arms to catch him. Thump! Bai Jinxian successfully pinned Shi Jiji down beneath him. Moreover, this guy was fleshy and soft, so sitting on her didn't hurt at all. The straw hat on Shi Jiji's head flew off, and her hair fell down, revealing her chubby, soft, and delicate little face. "Tell me, why do you run away when you see me?" Bai Jinxian interrogated him fiercely. Shi Jiji's face was covered in sweat, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Bai Jinxian with teary eyes. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was planning to visit you this afternoon, but I'm like this now. The girl spoke pitifully. She also knew Bai Jinxian well, so she admitted her mistake immediately after being caught, otherwise, she would have faced even harsher punishment. Bai Jinxian immediately understood the reason, but he felt no guilt. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? All you do is run away and cry, just like before. I didn't cry, my butt hurts a little. Shi Jiji retorted softly, her hands, which were being held by Bai Jinxian, twitched slightly. Could you let me tug on my clothes? They're touching the ground. Her clothes were all rubbed open. All right. The bad man watched for a while, then kindly offered to help. Shi Jiji let out a touched exclamation, making people want to tease her even more. No matter what, it's your fault. Bai Jinxian delivered the final result. Get up. You think you can run away from me? You're really overestimating yourself. Bai Jinxian stood up and patted the weeds off his clothes. Shi Jiji got up from the ground and looked at Bai Jinxian with a wronged expression. I just wanted to dress nicely before seeing you. Given our relationship, do we really need all this? Would I possibly laugh at you? Shi Jiji nodded. Bai Jinxian pretended to raise his hand again, and Shi Jiji quickly shrank her neck. I was wrong, I was just talking nonsense. Actually, she wasn't making things up. The bad boy's true nature was already evident when he was a child. When you see a cute doll, you want to play with it, but you can't just rush up to it. You have to build a relationship first, right? To build closer relationships, you should help others solve their problems. What if there are no difficulties? Why not just create difficulties? So, when bad boys were young, they helped their little followers solve many problems and even offered them thoughtful comfort. But as for how those problems came about, don't ask, it might just ruin our relationship. Come to my place for dinner later. Bai Jinxian said, then carefully observed Shi Jiji. I never expected that even now that she's grown up, Shi Jiji, this little toy, is still so cute. And for some reason, she looks rather erotic, even though her figure is just right and her clothes are very simple. Shi Jiji is 155 centimeters tall, only slightly taller than Jincher, but their figures are quite different. If I had to describe her in one word, it would be plump, so plump that it always feels like there's something hot inside. Moreover, her face is rather chubby, yet her features are delicate. I really want to bite her or pinch her cheeks and see her expression. Chapter 53 Little Bear Jiji. No, no. Shi Jiji spoke with a trembling voice, her voice firm. No? Bai Jinxian narrowed his eyes, and the oppressive aura of a child king immediately followed. I've already made plans with Jiang Lishuan to meet you this afternoon, and I'm all dirty right now without any nice clothes to change into, so it won't work. Please. What a fine way of putting a hard word into a soft one. You seem so tough, I thought you wanted a beating. But this new personality of his is even more fun. I really want to tease him again. However, given that this was their first meeting after a long separation, Bai Jinxian didn't want to leave a bad impression on the little bear toy. He figured he should at least wait until the next day. Oh, since Shi Jiji and Jincher have some overlap, but both look like small toys, Bai Jinxian made a distinction between them. Jincher is a kitten toy, and Shi Jiji is a bear toy. They are distinguished by their size. Then you'd better come over on your own this afternoon, or I'll have to come knocking on your door. Bai Jinxian shook his hand. Yes, yes, please rest assured, Lord Bai. Shi Jiji breathed a sigh of relief. Although they played together as children, that was childhood. Now, Bai Darren is a city dweller, while she is still a country person who has to help out at home in her spare time. The two have long since become clearly different. Although Shi Jiji still wanted to get to know Bai Jinxian, she was afraid of being disliked, so she made an appointment with Jiang Lishuan and another friend to go over together in the afternoon. But now it seems that their relationship is still the same as before, and Bai Jinxian does not treat her differently. This is wonderful. Why are your eyes wet again? Did I hurt you sitting on me just now? Bai Jinxian squatted down in front of Shi Jiji, feeling a little embarrassed. No. Shi Jiji stared wide-eyed, trying not to let the tears fall. I'm just so happy that Lord Bai hasn't forgotten me. How could I forget you? You're my favorite little brother and follower. Bai Jinxian smiled and pinched Shi Jiji's cheek. If I forget you, I'll have fewer toys to bully, right, Jiji Bear? This reveals part of Bai Jinchuan's bad boy personality. Although the gender roles are reversed in this world, many terms of address remain the same. Generally, girls call boys brother or younger brother. But Bai Jinxian insisted that these people call him master to highlight his superior status. Not only that, he also liked to give his subordinates nicknames and then bully them. Shi has been called by this name countless times, but every name she has been called is very fitting. At first, I was a little sad, but after being called that for a long time, I actually felt a unique kind of joy. Why did Lord Bai give me a nickname but not other children? It's because he cares about me. Now that she's been called by a nickname again after so long, Shi is so happy she almost cries. Master Bai. Okay, stop crying. Remember to come over this afternoon. Bai Jinxian gently rubbed Gigi's teddy bear cheeks one last time and placed the straw hat on her head. Remember to wear underwear, how shameless. Gigi blushed and didn't dare to say anything. It's just too hot outside. It's very stuffy to wear the clothes underneath when I'm out working. Moreover, strong women don't need to hide themselves like men do. In fact, Bai Jinxian could have forced Gigi to go back with him. Although the little bear toy might have been shy and sad, so what? Bad men love to bully women. So what if you don't have any clothes? I'll wash them for you and give you a new set. It's okay to be shy. You can pretend to be asleep. This has been proven effective in practice. But the reason he didn't force the little bear in the end wasn't because of a change of heart, but because he remembered that the gas cylinder hadn't been delivered to the house yet, and there was no way to cook at home. I'm leaving now. Remember to come over this afternoon. We haven't seen each other in so long, we should spend some quality time together. Bai Jinxian waved his hand and then walked towards home. When he arrived home, Su Yuning was talking to a strange woman, and there was a tricycle next to her with a gas cylinder on it. This must be the gas cylinder delivery person that Grandpa Jiang helped call, but they seem to have arrived a bit too quickly. Just then, the two finished their conversation. Bai Jinxian saw Su Yuning pick up the gas cylinder and walk steadily toward her home. He once again realized the incredible physical strength of women in this world and affirmed the purpose of his return home. Bai Jinxian jogged after him. Do you know how to use a gas cylinder? Yes, I've seen tutorials online. Su Yuning, without panting, set up the gas cylinder and casually asked, Did Lord Bai encounter any trouble on the way? It's nothing, I just ran into a childhood friend and we chatted for a bit. Also, they're coming to visit us this afternoon, there are 3 of them in total. 3? I understand. I'll clean the first floor first. Let's clean together, it'll be faster that way. The 2 of them grabbed their tools and started cleaning. First, they removed all the dust cloths, then wiped away the dust, and then wiped it clean again. This whole routine takes 2 hours to disappear in an instant. However, the result was good. The entire first floor has become very clean, only some details are missing. They mainly cleaned the rooms on the first floor, since those are the places they use every day. Bai Jinxian lay on the sofa, covered in sweat and panting heavily. He had never suffered such hardship at home. Sometimes, when he was tired from playing, he didn't even want to cook for himself and left everything to the servants. But this was his hometown after all, and his childhood friend had come in the afternoon. Bai Jinxian couldn't just watch Su Yuning take action alone. Otherwise, how would he boast to his 3 childhood friends in the afternoon? I've done so much for you, you must be touched, right? This doesn't make much sense, since this is Bai Jinxuan's house, but what can you do when this is a world where men and women are reversed? The 3 little followers know how to speak properly. Lord Bai ate some snacks this morning, and now that you've been working so hard, you must be hungry. I'll go cook first, and after I finish cooking, I'll clean the first floor again. Lord Bai can just lie down and rest. Su Yuning only had a thin layer of sweat, but even that thin layer of sweat made her thin white dress stick to her body, revealing her perfect figure. This place doesn't feel like a city. The living room here only has a fan, not air conditioning. Alright, little servant, go ahead. Now that you mention it, I really am hungry. Bai Jinxian waved his hand. Today's workload was too much. First, I chased after the teddy bear, and now I have to do a big cleanup. I'm really struggling to keep up. Chapter 54 Little Coal Balls. In rural areas, fresh fruits and vegetables are never in short supply, but if you want to eat meat, you have to go early. You can only buy it if you go to the market in the early morning. Unless you ask the vendor to reserve it in advance, you will basically not see any meat on the table if you go out at this time. As expected, the lunch table was filled with vegetarian dishes. Fortunately, Su Yuning was a good cook, and her tomato and egg stir-fry had a touch of meat in it, so Bai Jinxian didn't say much. I just worked up a sweat, and my body feels sticky. The bathroom was ready, and he planned to take a shower before his 3 lackeys arrived. Take your time eating. I'm going to take a shower first. You can take a shower later too, you look so hot. Bai Jinxian went back to his room, turned on the air conditioner, grabbed a change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. Houses in the countryside are not as soundproof as those in the city. Whenever Su Yuning calmed down, she could faintly hear the sound of pattering water and couldn't help but imagine Bai Jinxian's well-proportioned and slender figure. At times like this, she would shovel down a few mouthfuls of rice. She didn't know if she had been influenced by some bad guy, but now just hearing the sound of water could whet her appetite, and she ate with extra relish. Not to mention that she could use the bathroom he had just used later. As Su Yuning thought about it, she silently added another half bowl of rice. Not long after, Bai Jinxian came out, his body steaming with cool moisture. You can't stay in the bathroom for too long in the summer, as it's too stuffy. He walked towards the room while drying his hair, saying, I'm done washing up, you can go now. Su Yuning quickly finished the rest of her food before getting up, completely satisfied. Her stomach and heart were both full. After washing the dishes, she took her clothes and went into the bathroom. The first thing I noticed when I looked up was the clothes he had changed out of in the basket, and the only bath towel on the wall. Although Bai Jinxian was not short of money and was usually thoughtful, he did not bring double the amount of some things when he returned to his hometown this time. For example, the bath towel on the wall was one he brought himself. It was definitely the right decision to come back with Lord Bai. I already have such a perk on the first day. When the weather gets hot, it seems like even my thoughts become more active. Su Yuning walked gently to the bath towel and carefully sniffed at the crisp and familiar scent hit her face, making her heart beat faster. No. Lord Bai's friend will be here soon, it'll be too late to do anything bad now. But, if we go faster, it should be okay, right? Su Yuning's self-control in front of Bai Jinxian has always been extremely weak. In the end, she buried her face in the towel, took several deep breaths, and felt weak all over. Then, her gaze quietly shifted to the clothes in the basket. It's okay, as long as I'm careful, as long as I wash everything thoroughly afterwards. Bai Jinxian was scrolling through short videos in the room, occasionally sending messages to urge Jian Lishuan. He has only added this one assistant's contact information so far, so he can only urge her. Although the main purpose of this trip back home was to win over the young servant, if the childhood friend is also good, why not take him in? After all, they were girls who had followed him since childhood and let him bully them, so he actually wanted to keep them by his side forever. He never expected that the usually stern-faced servant would be so bold. He had only arrived last night, and by noon today he couldn't resist. Who would have thought that Su Yuning, who always seemed expressionless, was actually suppressing her emotions to such an extent? It's just past midnight, and Jian Lishuan, that lazybones, has only just gotten up. By the time she gets the other two together, they probably won't arrive until 2 or 3 o'clock. The thought of bullying little bear Gigi again made Bai Jinxian unable to contain his anticipation. He rolled over in bed, gazing out the window at the lush greenery and the chirping of cicadas, and suddenly murmured to himself, I wonder how that little Cole is doing now. He simply got up and went outside. This house is well located, warm in winter and cool in summer. On hot days, a fan is enough to keep you comfortable. He sat by the door, gazing at the scenery outside, and couldn't help but recall the past, a feeling of leisure and comfort welling up within him. When you get to the countryside, it's definitely more comfortable to go outside and get some fresh air. Ha! That's... Bai Jinxian suddenly came to his senses and looked at a figure under the shade of a tree in the distance. She was a tall woman with a slightly darker complexion, who looked to be about 1.8 meters tall, and had a sturdy build. She was wearing black trousers, a sports bra over a thin jacket, and her toned abs were faintly visible. Her hair was short, just reaching her neck, and her face was beautiful, but her eyes were sharp, possessing a dangerous beauty like that of a wild animal. Without a second thought, Bai Jinxian waved enthusiastically at her. The woman was clearly taken aback for a moment, then walked towards him, quickening her pace as if she couldn't wait, but ultimately stopped outside the iron gate. The door's unlocked, come right in. Bai Jinxian called out. The woman pushed open the door and entered, arriving in front of him in a few steps. Her sharp eyes were fixed on him, as if she had locked onto her prey. Before Bai Jinxian could speak, she said first. Long time no see, Lord Bai. Bai Jinxian was taken aback. He didn't recognize the face, but those who addressed him that way were probably his former lackeys. He waved just now simply because he thought the other person had an outstanding demeanor and was in the village, so he assumed they must know him. As a bad man who aspires to save thousands of high-quality women, how could he not take the initiative to get to know such a high-quality woman? But he never expected that the other party actually knew him? Bai Jinxian quickly searched his memory for people who matched the characteristics, and soon a name and a bold guess came to mind. Are you Little Coal Ball? It's me, Zhou Yumeng. Hearing the familiar address, the woman's gaze softened noticeably, and she repeated softly, "Long time no see, Lord Bai. You've changed so much. You've really become the person you always wanted to be." Bai Jinxuan's two sentences were sincere, and Zhou Yumeng's heart trembled as she listened. In a daze, she seemed to return to her childhood, and those beautiful moments resurfaced once again. But Bai Jinxian couldn't afford to reminisce. Faced with the impressive abs in front of him, he almost instinctively reached out his hand. How could memories compare to the tactile sensation of reality? Wow, this feel is amazing. He sighed and laughed like a cat that had just stolen some fish, even trying to get closer. Before Zhou Yumeng could even get lost in her memories, his actions pulled her back to reality. She was nervous and shy, and unconsciously tensed her body, making her abs even more defined. And this only made the bad man even more excited. Chapter 55 Daily Teasing. Wow, this feels so good. Bai Jinxian was completely ruthless, treating him like his own cat or dog, and started to bully him. But there's nothing I can do about it. Bad men have seen many beautiful women, but this is the first time they've seen someone like Zhou Yumeng, so they can't help themselves. And you were wearing a black sports bra and a jacket, looking both dangerous and alluring. What man could resist such temptation? Such slightly overly intimate behavior is quite normal in this world, but it is limited to women who have feelings for you, or to people you too know. Secondly, men who came into this world like basketball players, such as Bai Jinxian, can do the same as long as they let go of their pride and old-fashioned ideas. Some people might call this a perverted act. But thinking about it carefully, in Bai Jinxuan's previous life, if a beautiful woman and a boy were friends, and the beautiful woman simply hugged the boy, then all the men would think that this was a perk, and it would be a very normal thing. If you switch the genders in that story, it will work the same way in this world. So Bai Jinxian is giving out benefits. He didn't even take any money or ask Zhou Yumeng to be grateful to him. No, don't do this. Zhou Yumeng held her hands high, somewhat at a loss, not daring to touch Bai Jinxian. Her sharp eyes were also somewhat unfocused, as if she were in a dream. Looking at Zhou Yumeng's innocent and confused appearance, and recalling her fierce and sharp demeanor just now, a sense of contrast arose spontaneously, and the mischievous man's playful side was aroused. Bai Jinxian pressed against those hard yet soft and warm abdominal muscles, rubbing his way up to Zhou Yumeng's cheek. Then, staring at Zhou Yumeng with a puzzled look, avoiding her gaze, he asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Don't do anything wrong?" No, Lord Bai, I." Zhou Yumeng was so nervous that she could barely speak, and her sharp eyes from the beginning were nowhere to be seen. "How can you not explain it clearly? We haven't seen each other for so long, don't you have anything to say to me?" The bad man looked aggrieved, but his words were soft while his meaning was harsh. "I've always been thinking about little Cole. Is it because I've become the person I once longed for that you're starting to dislike me?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yumeng suddenly came to her senses, but her brain still felt hot. "No, how could that be? I've been thinking of Lord Bai as well." Bai Jinxian smiled happily. "That would be wonderful." This scoundrel clearly didn't recognize his childhood friend and lackey at first glance, but now he's spouting nonsense and saying whatever comes to mind. But what he says is exactly what women want to hear, what they love to hear. After hearing it, they are happy and naturally won't bother to investigate the answers that might hurt them. All we women want is an attitude. Since you've shown your attitude, I won't pursue it further. I'll just assume you're thinking of me. If the roles of men and women were reversed, which man could resist such a charming and coquettish attack from a beautiful woman? Alright, come in and let the fan cool you down. You're so hot you're burning up. As Bai Jinxian spoke with concern, he poked at the other person's abs with his little hand. Like a puppet, Zhou Yumeng was pulled to the front of the fan by the thoughtful Bai Jinxian and sat on a small cushion. That's just how virgins are. A bad man can easily make them lose their rationality, though they're usually quite intelligent. The moment Zhou Yumeng sat down, she distanced herself from Bai Jinxian, clearly indicating that she was aware of her own weaknesses. "I've been in a daze for a while now. My brain is trying to think, but my second sister keeps controlling the controls and won't give way, saying, 'Just give up now.' They even said that the eldest sister has been in control of her reason for so many years, so it's time for my second sister to take the lead. People shouldn't be too selfish and should also think about others. Seeing Zhou Yumeng leave him, Bai Jinxian could only sigh regretfully. I originally planned to act for a day and then reveal my true nature the next day, but I broke my own rules in less than 2 hours. It's all Zhou Yumeng's fault. In short, it's heaven's fault, earth's fault, your fault, his fault, but it can't be my fault. Thinking this way, Bai Jinxian relaxed again. It wasn't his fault, so why should he be so hard on himself? By the way, didn't you say the three of you would come together this afternoon? Why did you come alone first? Zhou Yumeng is one of the 3 little followers, the other 2 are Jiang Lishuan and Shi Zhizhi. But before Zhou Yumeng could speak, the bad man continued, I understand now. You must have been so eager to see me that you couldn't contain your excitement and came to find me ahead of time, right? Faced with Bai Jinxuan's happy and joyful gaze, Zhou Yumeng opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the bad man didn't give her the chance and continued. Just like I wanted to see you all, I worked hard all day to barely clean the first floor, and I only managed to eat a little bit, all to give you a better environment and make our long-awaited reunion more meaningful. Bai Jinxian worked so hard all morning, all for this moment. As expected, Zhou Yumeng's armor was directly broken. Regardless of what she was trying to say before, now, she only has one answer. Yes, Lord Bai, I just couldn't contain my excitement, so I wanted to come and see you beforehand. This is wonderful. We are connected by thought. Bai Jinxian excitedly rushed over, grabbed Zhou Yumeng's hand, and looked at her with deep affection. Since coming into this world, the second improvement bad men have gained is thick skin. Knowing his own good looks, he could always stare intently and boldly into the eyes of the person he liked. Zhou Yumeng's heart was directly burned by this intense emotion. She trembled and turned her head away, afraid that if she looked any longer, she would fall in love with the man in front of her. Lord Bai, you are being too intimate. This kind of thing is something a man should be more conservative about. In order to protect the rights of boys, the government will naturally have various protective measures. One way to prevent girls from doing bad things to boys is to start teaching boys from elementary school that boys are different from boys, that boys are precious, and that every girl should take good care of them. To be more precise, this regulation only applies to women, not men. Currently, there have only been cases of girls molesting boys, but no cases of boys molesting girls. The state encourages men to have multiple wives, while prohibiting women from possessing men, and in this somewhat distorted world, this regulation is national policy. With so many rules in place, there are both advantages and disadvantages. Many boys have also come to accept the idea that men and women are different and will not make unwanted physical advances, since everyone is a civilized person. But is Bai Jinxian that kind of person? Of course not. So he moved even closer, close enough to smell Zhou Yumeng's peculiar scent, and his breath could patter against her face. Just as Zhou Yumeng was about to lose control and become delirious with passion, he heard the man in front of him say, Even if you like someone, you can't be this close to them, right? Chapter 56 I am your possession. In short, I can make high-quality women lose their minds for me. Zhou Yumeng's mind went completely blank after hearing those words, and the phrase I like you kept echoing in her mind. She actually liked Bai Jinxian a lot, but she never dared to say it. Even when chatting privately with her 2 other close friends, she didn't dare to show her feelings. There is only one reason: she was too insecure. Yes, Zhou Yumeng, who looks dangerous, strong, and muscular, is actually insecure. Although so many years have passed, her insecurity has long since dissipated thanks to her excellent physique and appearance. But when she mustered up the courage to face Bai Jinxian again, she found that her childhood playmate was still perfect, whether in appearance, body, or personality. She also realized that her inferiority complex had never disappeared. However, this inferiority complex only surfaced when she was facing Bai Jinxian. The man before her was simply too perfect, at least compared to her. Why aren't you looking at me? Bai Jinxuan's voice drifted over from the side, gently seeping into her mind. I. Zhou Yumeng couldn't say it and didn't dare to say it. She just stubbornly turned her head away, not daring to look over at all. It's like believers worshipping a god. It's as if straightening up or raising their eyelids even a little bit is disrespectful. This really annoyed a certain bad man. I took the initiative to say sweet words just to see your shy expression, and then to be defeated in front of me. But now that you've forcibly regained your senses, you're not even looking at me. Is this a decision made by your brain? That's absolutely infuriating. To put it bluntly, the bad boy's tried and true tactics failed, which made him very unhappy. Normally, with his looks and shamelessness, no high-quality woman could escape him, but one appeared before him, who was the little follower he had bullied since childhood. Bai Jinchuan's expression turned cold, his tone calm yet dangerous, like a cat poised to pounce at any moment. "Look at me, little coal ball." The familiar tone and the cold atmosphere instantly transported Zhou Yumeng back to her childhood. There's a reason she's called Little Coal Ball. When Zhou Yumeng was a child, she was thin and dark-skinned, and while she wasn't exactly good-looking, she was certainly ugly. This resulted in Zhou Yumeng always being bullied among the children, because she was thin and ugly. Even she herself thought so. Moreover, her family didn't have a convenience store like Zhang Lishuan's, nor did they have the same good interpersonal relationships as Shi Ziji's family. She had nothing, and coupled with her appearance, she was attacked every day without any way to defend herself or fight back. Until a wealthy family came to the village with a handsome young master. The young master was good-looking, rich, generous, and most importantly, got along very well with the children. Zhou Yumeng still remembers the other person handing her a piece of beef jerky. It was the first time someone had shared snacks with her, especially such an expensive one. For some reason, this gentle and handsome young master seemed to really like her and the other two girls. Actually, it's understandable that Zhou Yumeng and everyone else liked the other two, but what makes her liking them? Zhou Yumeng didn't understand, and neither did the other kids, so they secretly attacked Zhou Yumeng, hoping she would back down. But those who touch the light for the first time can never return to the darkness. Even when she was bullied, Zhou Yumeng just endured it, as long as she could continue to stay by Bai Jinchuan's side. The village children said she was a toad trying to eat swan meat, that it was wishful thinking, but Zhou Yumeng didn't really think that much. She just wanted to stay quietly by Bai Jinchuan's side, and it was enough for her to just watch and feel the insignificant sunlight that the sun shared with her. But one time, she was so badly bullied that the scars on her body couldn't be hidden and were seen by Bai Jinxian. This was the first time she had ever seen the gentle sun rage. Its once warm and gentle rays now seemed capable of scorching people. It was also the first time the village children had learned what a rich young master was. Less than half an hour later, the village chief led the children who had bullied Zhou Yumeng over to apologize. But this made Zhou Yumeng feel panicked. She felt she didn't deserve such good treatment. But Bai Jinxian just stared at her coldly and said, "You think I did this for you? I did it for my little follower, for all that I own. You're mine. If you're bullied, it's a disgrace to me. Tell me, shouldn't I fight back, you little coal ball?" The last word, little coal ball, was spoken calmly, as if addressing an object, or as if a needle were piercing Zhou Yumeng. Yet she found peace of mind in this pain. Yes, she didn't ask for much, just to be by Bai Jinchuan's side, so being treated this way was what she deserved and what was reasonable. Even though the sunlight was no longer warm, it still shone on her, preventing her from sinking into darkness. So, does this bad man really think that way? Does he truly treat Zhou Yumeng as an object? Of course not. He just knew that only by acting this way would Zhou Yumeng not feel uneasy and accept his kindness. And he did feel angry at the time. Those kids really went too far. It's just unexpected that Zhou Yumeng has grown from that annoying little coal ball into the dangerous rose she is now, yet she still retains her old personality. Refusing a toast means you'll have to drink a penalty shot. Look at me, little coal ball. Bai Jinxian said coldly, but this made Zhou Yumeng tremble and slowly turn her head around. He gently stroked Zhou Yumeng's face, but as he got close, he suddenly pressed down hard, as if slapping her. "Why are you avoiding me? Tell me, don't hide anything from me." Zhou Yumeng's body trembled again, followed by an eerie sense of relief. "I'm sorry, I just felt I wasn't good enough. I thought I had changed, but..." Her mind was a complete mess, and she didn't even know what she was saying. "I mustered up my courage and came alone, but I never expected to be so pathetic." But that's normal. After all, feelings of inferiority only appear in front of someone you like, because that person is so wonderful that you feel unworthy of them. Bai Jinchuan's hand on Zhou Yumeng's face tightened. "Calm down, clear your mind, don't think so much. Think about our relationship. What kind of relationship do we have? Once you understand that, you won't feel inferior." Zhou Yumeng's mind went blank, and her pupils began to dilate, as if Bai Jinxian was the only person in the world. She began to recall all the moments she shared with Bai Jinxian, and then she started to ponder the questions raised by the bad man in front of her. What kind of identity would prevent her from feeling inferior? Zhou Yumeng quickly found the answer. "I am your property." Chapter 57. Do you like me? Bai Jinxian was stunned for a moment after hearing the answer. This trip back to the countryside wasn't just for relaxation, the main purpose was to devour the little servant who satisfied all his demands. But to his surprise, all the little followers he remembered from his childhood have developed quite well, and now he has set them all as his goals. This also includes Zhou Yumeng, the little coal ball. However, during their first meeting, Bai Jinxian did not recognize Zhou Yumeng. This guy is tall, has a cold expression, and a great physique. He looks like he's been training for a long time. Especially when he walks over, his aggressive aura makes him seem like someone who's easy to get along with. But Bai Jinxian took a liking to her immediately. He thought she would be the most difficult one to win over, but now it seems like she was given away for free. Is it true or false? Although I am very handsome and we had some relationship when we were young, we haven't seen each other for so long, or even talked. Now you give me away as soon as we meet. Moreover, Zhou Yumeng seems to have some McDonald's-like qualities. A normal person wouldn't use the word ownership even if it were given away for free, right? Although the beginning, middle, and end of their meeting were all unexpected, Bai Jinxian, this bad man, was no normal person either. It only took 0.1 seconds to accept the current situation and change the answer in my mind. If it's McDonald's, then it's okay to go a little overboard, right? Bai Jinxian pounced on Zhou Yumeng, pinning her down and sitting on her firm yet supple abs. He placed his hands on Zhou Yumeng's shoulders to prevent her from moving. Ah! Zhou Yumeng was startled by the sudden attack, her body slamming onto the hard floor, and she let out a painful groan. But Bai Jinxian's gaze, fixed intently on her, made her forget her pain, yet filled her with tension, unsure of what Bai Jinxian was about to do. The bad man did nothing but slowly bend down and gently approach Zhou Yumeng. This put increasing pressure on Zhou Yumeng, who felt a mix of shyness and nervousness, and her strong body trembled uncontrollably. Bai Jinxian stopped going downwards only when they could feel each other's breath. The previous actions were intended to pressure Zhou Yumeng and see if she would reveal any weaknesses. To the scoundrel's shock, Zhou Yumeng offered no resistance whatsoever, only her eyes glazed over and her body trembling. Alright, now we can confirm that the little coal ball was indeed given away for free. However, we still need to test the waters. The bad man felt a surge of excitement. It was hard to say whether he wanted to play around a little longer or was testing the waters. Do you love me? Bai Jinxian asked his first question. The warm breath brushed against Zhou Yumeng's face, and a sweet fragrance seemed to surround her. She trained hard and gained a strong and beautiful body in order to fight against the malice from others. But now that Bai Jinxian was pressing her down, she couldn't muster any strength in her body, as if she were still that fragile little lump of coal. Does she love him? Zhou Yumeng herself didn't know. All she knew was that her previous life consisted of nothing but exercising and missing Bai Jinxian. This monotonous life had continued until now. She had imagined many scenarios of meeting Bai Jinxian, some where Bai Jinxian returned, some where she went to the city to find Bai Jinxian, and others where they were all strange and unusual. Whenever she exercises or relaxes, she thinks about meeting Bai Jinxian and how to make sure he doesn't dislike her. Now that we've actually met, my mind is completely out of control, and I've said a bunch of nonsensical things. So, does she love Bai Jinxian? Zhou Yumeng didn't know, but besides exercise, you are the only thing in my life. Before this, I missed you all the time. After this, I don't want to miss you anymore. I want to stay with you forever. It's as if I said nothing, yet it's as if I said everything. Unlike Su Yuning's words that could be considered a confession on the street, Bai Jinxian didn't have much of an impression of Zhou Yumeng. After all, she used to be a real little coal ball. So when faced with words that could also be considered a confession, he didn't lose his composure and still retained some rationality. However, genuine emotions cannot be ignored. Even though Bai Jinxian didn't have much of an impression of Zhou Yumeng, when he faced her watery, emotional eyes, some feelings that were more important than words reached his heart. This left Bai Jinxian with mixed feelings. Although the bad man was bad, he would not ignore sincere emotions. You. Click. Before Bai Jinxian could finish speaking, the sound of a door opening rang out. The sound came from the bathroom, indicating that someone was about to come out. The next instant, he felt himself fly up, and then everything around him became a blur. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already outside the door, being held by Zhou Yumeng and leaning against the wall. Zhou Yumeng's face was flushed, and she was trying hard to suppress her breathing as she nervously looked at Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxian turned his head and looked at the overgrown garden next to him, only then realizing what he had been through. He gained a real understanding of the power of women here once again. He was just pressing down on Zhou Yumeng's abdomen a moment ago, how did he suddenly fly up and get pulled out? This interrupted his plans to have fun, which made him very unhappy. As is well known, bad men need to vent when they're in a bad mood. Who gave you the right to carry me out? Zhou Yumeng was a little overloaded and thought Bai Jinxian hadn't heard the sound just now, so she whispered, "It looks like someone is about to come out of the bathroom." So what? Did I give you permission to act? Bai Jinxian also lowered his voice, looking at Zhou Yumeng with displeasure. Zhou Yumeng wanted to explain, but the bad man continued to scold, "Didn't you say you were my property? So did I let you do as you please?" At this moment, Zhou Yumeng is dreaming back to her childhood. She remembers that after the incident where she was bullied, no child could bully her anymore, except for Bai Jinxian. Moreover, Bai Jinxian always had to come up with an excuse when he bullied her, and these excuses were always ridiculous, like today when she stepped through the door with her left foot. Unlike her two other followers, Zhou Yumeng had no intention of explaining herself from the start. She was happy to be bullied by Bai Jinxian, since it didn't hurt her at all and it even proved that the two had a good relationship. They are much better than the other children in the village. Therefore, she immediately admitted her mistake. "I was wrong, please punish me, but don't make a sound." The next second, a very small but rather crisp sound of meat hitting meat rang out. Zhou Yumeng's head tilted slightly out of control, and her face felt hot. But her eyes lit up instantly. Su Yuning opened the bathroom door. The living room was empty, except for the electric fan facing the door, which was still running. She breathed a sigh of relief. "You can't let them find out what you've done." To be honest, Bai Jinxian felt a little regretful after finishing the fight. In this world where there are more women than men, women occupy the vast majority of important positions in society. This has resulted in them having fewer of the feminine characteristics of Bai Jinxian's previous life and more of the masculine characteristics. If a girl gets slapped, most girls would feel embarrassed, unless it's during flirting. Otherwise, if a girl gets angry, the guy will get in trouble. But Bai Jinxian was so willful that Su Yuning never argued back or resisted him. Even if she was slapped, she would probably just look at him with sparkling eyes. His own lackeys, like Shi Zhizhi, are even less inclined to resist him. If they are slapped, they will probably just stare at him with resentful eyes instead of actually doing anything. Logically speaking, Zhou Yumeng, who was also his follower, should have been bullied by him, but Zhou Yumeng was now very tall and had a perfect figure, and looked very strong. In a head-to-head fight, the bad guy is definitely no match. However, it is quite fun to win against a stronger opponent, but you have to plan carefully. This is not something to be afraid of. Thinking about it this way, Bai Jinxian might actually be a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. However, you only need to rub it on the edge once or twice. Otherwise, if it catches fire, it will really burn your body. If someone gets pinned down once, I guess this kind of thing will happen often in the future. Therefore, we must resolutely prevent the first time from happening, because once it happens, it will happen countless times. Seeing Zhou Yumeng tilting her head and staring blankly, Bai Jinxian wanted to ask her if it hurt, but the words that came out of his mouth were, "Was it good?" The bad man was spoiled. Today was the first time he had reunited with Zhou Yumeng after a long separation, and she said that she was his possession. Then the bad man started to test his bottom line like crazy. Are they really not afraid of getting ripped off by the supermarket? Bai Jinxian used very light force. After all, what he wanted was not to hurt the person, but to hurt their self-esteem. Does Zhou Yumeng have self-respect? Yes, and quite strongly so. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to train so intensely over the years and develop his physical potential to this extent. Those kids who bullied her when she was little, do you think they dare to say anything to her now? But Bai Jinxian is different. When Zhou Yumeng was a child, she was completely dependent on Bai Jinxian. Calling her a lackey is too kind. But that unparalleled sense of security was something no one else could give, including the self-esteem he felt at that time, which was also given to him by Bai Jinxian. So, Zhou Yumeng took Bai Jinxian's hand and placed it on her face. "Don't worry that I'll be angry. I've been thinking about what I'm about to say for many years. Maybe I should have said it a long time ago, but I only met you today. Just like when I was a child, I was your possession." Perhaps it was the intense sunlight, but Zhou Yumeng's face felt hot, and the heat rushed from her hand to Bai Jinxian's heart, making the bad man feel a little overwhelmed. He was speechless for a moment. All the witty remarks and interesting ideas he had come up with vanished. You. Words can be faked, but what about emotions? Bai Jinxian looked into Zhou Yumeng's eyes, but only saw his own reflection and the heat that seemed to be conveyed through her gaze. He couldn't hold on any longer and rolled off Zhou Yumeng. This is my home, and my sister is inside. Don't be afraid or worried. He then went inside, sat on the cushion by the door, facing the fan, trying to dispel the heat from his body. Are bad men bad? He's probably a bad person. His favorite thing to do is bully women. He enjoys watching them indulge him and feel helpless. Sometimes, on a whim, I'll go up and get close to him and tease him properly. Moreover, before coming to the countryside, he had already thought of many ways to have fun, all of which he had never experienced in his previous life. He initially judged it to be sexual repression, just like Su Yuning. Everything is ready, all that's left is for the little servant to grow into his full potential. But when he tried to flirt with Su Yuning on the street, he was stunned by her sincere words and fled in panic. Now, Zhou Yumeng, who gave it away for free, has defeated him so badly that he can't even form a coherent sentence. How could this be? When he first met in Jinshi, he made her flee in panic, and the second time she was completely unable to resist. This is a bad man, yet the bad man by Jinxian suffered a second defeat here. Maybe I'm not sexually repressed, but rather, emotionally repressed? Bai Jinxian was not stupid, he quickly understood his own situation. He was capable of being aroused, but when faced with that burning heart, he simply couldn't calm down. After being exposed to the fan for a while, Bai Jinxian finally calmed down a bit. He quietly turned his head to look at Zhou Yumeng, but Zhou Yumeng quickly looked away and lowered her head. Even on dark brown skin, some redness can be seen. TCH, you were so enthusiastic about bragging just now, and now you're getting shy? Upon noticing Zhou Yumeng's shyness, Bai Jinxian mustered his courage again. This is the theory of shyness relativity. If two people are both shy, and one person is more shy, then the other person will be less shy and may even do things that they wouldn't normally dare to do. Zhou Yumeng was also sitting on the cushion at this moment. Her coat had been taken off at some point, leaving her only in a sports bra. The defined abs look incredibly beautiful, but they don't feel particularly hard to the touch. Instead, they have a firm yet soft feel, combining aesthetics and practicality. Her arms are also muscular, a little thicker than the average girl's, but she hasn't over-exercised, which is a unique kind of beauty. Although her skin was dark, it had no pores or freckles, and looked very smooth with a pearly texture. She's usually a cool and confident girl, but now she's shyly tilting her head, her pretty face covered in fine sweat, and you can tell her body is very tense. I really want to go up and pinch it to see how it feels. The bad man by Jinxian thought this way, and he did it. He slowly crawled over, intending only to pinch her arms and touch her abs, but as he got closer, for some reason, his hand unconsciously touched Zhou Yumeng's face. Then, with a little force the other person to look into your eyes. Hey, do you like me? Chapter 58 Kiss. When Bai Jinxian asked about love earlier, he was serious but emotionless. Now, when he asks about liking someone, he's not so serious, but rather earnest and infused with his own emotions. This time, Zhou Yumeng didn't say anything else, but simply answered, I like it. No one can dislike Bai Jinxian, just as every man loves to look at beautiful women, and a truly beautiful woman can make every man discover her beauty. Even if they say they don't like it, they're just being stubborn. Bai Jinxian was well aware of this. His experience from 2 lifetimes had given him a deep understanding of both men and women. I like you too, but only because you're good looking. Zhou Yumeng wasn't disappointed. Her looks were her own, and she was happy that Bai Jinxian liked her. She was even happier that Bai Jinxian had directly told her he liked her. Bad men may be bad, but they're definitely not stupid. When he said he liked someone, he also said it was only because of her looks. It's unclear whether he was saying it to Zhou Yumeng or to himself. But why think so much? The more you think about it, the more annoyed you get. Just let him behave like he used to, being mischievous and willful. Think about it, what is he really thinking? Bai Jinxian understood instantly, so he said, I'm going to kiss you. Instead of seeking opinions or asking questions, they directly stated what they wanted to do. Zhou Yumeng didn't speak, but her eyes showed a hint of shock and a rapidly spreading anticipation. She was eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Bai Jinxian slowly approached, his heart pounding. It's just kissing a woman, nothing serious, it's not like he's never done it before. He would kiss things like the little servants and the cat toys whenever he wanted, without even telling them beforehand. It was just teasing. But this time, I don't know why, I just felt nervous. The sun outside was shining brighter, and the cicadas were chirping louder, making it impossible for anyone to find peace of mind. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to get even hotter, and my whole body felt like it was on fire, but my heart instantly calmed down. After a long while, the two separated, pulling out a crystal-clear thread, which then quickly broke apart. Zhou Yumeng had already leaned against the wall, her eyes fixed on Bai Jinxian, unconsciously licking her lips as if she was still savoring the moment. Bai Jinxian muttered lust at first sight and went to turn on the fan. It was unclear whether he was saying it to himself or to Zhou Yumeng. Su Yuning had just finished dealing with her chores and came downstairs. "Lord Bai, is that your friend?" "Yes, her name is Zhou Yumeng, she just arrived a little while ago." Su Yuning felt guilty about what she had just done, so she didn't ask Bai Jinxian where he had been. Bai Jinxian was also savoring the feeling from earlier, and didn't mention how Su Yuning came down from upstairs. The upstairs area hasn't been cleaned, but the furniture is still there. "Why are you letting your friend sit on the floor? There's a sofa here, and if it's too hot, there are chairs in the room." Su Yuning, who had been Bai Jinxuan's servant for so many years, has now quickly settled into a homely lifestyle and is acting like the master of the house. "I'll get you a drink. It's so hot outside, why don't you come inside?" As she spoke, she quickly went into the kitchen. Zhou Yumeng's gaze shifted from Bai Jinxian to Su Yuning. After they went inside, she asked softly, "Just my sister?" Bai Jinxian, still with his mouth open like a child blowing on the fan, said, "You're my sister too." When Su Yuning came out, Bai Jinxian was still using the fan by himself, while Zhou Yumeng leaned against the wall next to him, seemingly lost in thought. "Have a cold drink, I just bought it this morning." Su Yuning first handed a cup to Bai Jinxian, and then handed another cup to Zhou Yumeng. It was at this moment that the two saw each other's full appearance. This guy, although he's a bit pale or dark, isn't he a little too handsome? A formidable rival. Don't assume that just because there are more women than men, a man can marry several wives and be safe. If it were that easy, Bai Jinxian wouldn't be holding back, he'd be happy Superman by now. Surely everyone knows what a female harem was like in the past life, right? If you don't know it, I suggest you watch Empresses in the Palace. Women in this life have acquired some of the traits of men from their previous lives, making them even more terrifying when it comes to vying for favor. On the surface, everyone is friendly and amicable, but behind the scenes, you trip me up, and I trip you up. Everyone has emotions and desires, not to mention possessiveness. Who would be willing to share their treasures? If they were sisters, that would be one thing, but would two beautiful women who don't know each other really be so kind as to share a husband? Bai Jinxian wanted everyone to live happily together, not to stab each other in the back. He also has his own plans for this, one of which is to raise dogs, so that no one will fight for the top spot and he will be the boss. No, it should be called the master. Secondly, it improves physical fitness. We must see beyond the surface to the truth. The idea that men in this world are physically weaker, and that the work one day, rest one day policy is just a deception perpetrated by higher-ups to mislead men. Did you really only go once? Does once refer to the number of times or the duration? Which man can withstand such exploitation? For Bai Jinxian, this world, though ridiculously beautiful, also has its own underlying rules. Raising men in a free-range manner, giving them a series of benefits, is actually cultivating them into something useless. All the men need to do is provide the seed. He's good-looking, has a great personality, and knows exactly how to make women happy. If he also has physical strength, then his boudoir will never be ablaze again. "Hey Bai Jinxian, we're here." A loud sound suddenly came from outside the door. Bai Jinxian looked over and saw that it was Zhang Lishuan. The other person was wearing a JK uniform with a strange skull pattern, and her yellow hair was tied into twin ponytails. She hopped around while waving her hands. Behind her slender, fair legs were a pair of chubby little legs, with white stockings pulled up to her thighs, squeezed together. "Gigi, why are you always hiding behind me? You're wearing new clothes, so why don't you come out and show them off to everyone?" Zhang Lishuan pulled Gigi, who was hiding behind, out of the way. The bear toy's lower body is dressed in white stockings and a short skirt, while her upper body is a brown short-sleeved shirt with a bear pattern. She also wears a sun hat that is so big that it completely covers her face. Perhaps it was this outfit that made her very shy. "What are you standing there for? You used to bring it up every day, but now that we're face to face, you don't dare to say a word." Zhang Lishuan lifted Gigi's hat, revealing her delicate chubby face and helpless expression. Sir, it's nice to see you again." Chapter 59 Explicit and straightforward. Both of their outfits were eye-catching, especially Gigi's, whose clothes were obviously a bit too small, perhaps because she had gained some weight. In short, it was very eye-catching, making Bai Jinxuan's hands itch to do something naughty. In the city, although he is willful, he is also bound by invisible rules. But in the countryside, especially in the countryside where he used to be the king of the kids, he really let loose. He hadn't even been staying for a day or a night, and Bai Jinxian had already done countless bad things. Just a moment ago I was immersed in a strange emotion, but now I've completely forgotten about it. Bai Jinxian quickly went over and opened the unlocked door. Why are you two here so early? And what are these things? He pointed to several large bags next to the two men's feet. Sigh, don't even mention it. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly the elders in my family beat me up and then dumped all this stuff on me to take to you, saying that since you just arrived, there must be a lot of ingredients that haven't been prepared yet. As for arriving early, I did arrive earlier than I said, but now it seems I wasn't early enough. Zhang Lishuan gritted her teeth and stared at Zhou Yumeng. We clearly agreed to come together, but you sneaked off like this. No wonder you haven't been replying to my messages. Of the three people, one arrived early, one brought a gift, but Shi Jiji, who met them halfway, had nothing. At this moment, she felt depressed and ashamed, and had a feeling of wanting to run away. Ugh, didn't we agree to come visit together? One of us sneaked off, and the other prepared so much stuff. Bai Jinxian naturally knew why Zhang Lishuan had been beaten, but he wouldn't say it. Let bygones be bygones. Since his attention had been focused on Shi Jiji, he could now notice the teddy bear's unhappiness and quickly understood what was going on. This guy is still so reckless and stupid, he's always been easily fooled. Don't stand here in the sun. Go inside and enjoy the air conditioning. Your presence is the best gift. Why bring so much stuff? Bai Jinxian wasn't just being polite, he genuinely felt that the arrival of these three people was the best gift, and it would be even better if they could be given to him directly. I'll carry the things, they're a bit heavy. Zhang Lishuan grabbed two large bags first. Zhou Yumeng, who came out, wanted to help, but she dodged her and even glared at her. Then Su Yuning caught it on the other side. Let me help you. I'll take you to the kitchen and we'll get everything organized. Zhang Lishuan had met Su Yuning just last night, but the two didn't talk in detail, they only looked at each other through the glass door for a while. She then noticed that Su Yuning had the air of a hostess, and only then did she begin to ponder Su Yuning's identity. I've never heard of Lord Bai having a younger sister before. Since you're new here, it's best to keep a low profile. So Zhang Lishuan carried her things and went into the house with Su Yuning. Shi Jiji, who was behind, also wanted to go in, but was blocked by the bad man. Everyone else brought gifts, but you only brought yourself. Are you planning to give yourself to me? Ha? What are you saying, Lord Bai? Shi Jiji was startled by these words, and felt her face burning. She immediately forgot all her previous emotions. You must give me a gift today before you can come in. Bai Jinxian quickly grabbed Shi Jiji's chubby little leg and pinched it. Wait, something seems off? That seems to make sense, since people use their legs to run away, so to prevent others from running away, you have to grab their legs. Suddenly being so close to a man, especially with this proactive attack, made Shi Jiji tense up, yet she dared not do anything to Bai Jinxian. She could only say, feeling wronged, I forgot, I'll make it up to you next time. Then, remembering Bai Jinxian's personality, he quickly added, no, I'll give you 3 gifts next time. So, could you please let go of my hand first? Shi Jiji is completely different from the women in the city. She has always lived in the countryside, where there are few people and not much conflict. It can be considered a peaceful paradise. I usually go to school, play games with friends, and help with farming at home. That's how my days go by. This is why Shi Jiji remains innocent, or one could say simple or honest. If other women encountered Bai Jinxian acting like scoundrels, they would probably act even more scoundrels than Bai Jinxian. Only in front of Shi Jiji can bad men find pleasure. 3. Okay. Hearing Bai Jinxian agree, Shi Jiji breathed a sigh of relief, but found that the hand on her leg was still not loosened. Lord Bai, what's wrong with you? You haven't given me a present yet. But didn't I promise to give you 3 next time? That's for next time, you still have to give it to me this time. Bai Jinxian rubbed his hands together. I want both of them. If you don't give them to me, just wait. Why? Whether it was the feeling in her legs or the feeling of being bullied again, Shi Jiji made a sound like she was easy to bully again. But Lord Bai, I really didn't bring anything with me today, please let me go. Zhou Yumeng couldn't stand it anymore. They were clearly 2 adults, yet they were acting like children. What kind of plot was this, where Fat Tiger was bullying a kid? It was mindless bullying. Sigh, there's just no way around it. Zhou Yumeng turned her head away, avoiding Shi Jiji's pleading gaze. Yumeng, aren't we childhood friends? Why won't you look at me? Shi Jiji felt somewhat desperate. Zhou Yumeng also had something to say. For the sake of my happiness for the rest of my life, I'll have to trouble you to put up with this. Besides, if I help you, then there will be one more person being bullied. Bai Jinxian is not one to talk about reason. It's almost time. If you don't give me the gift soon, Zhang Lishuan will come out and laugh at you after she puts the things away. You don't want to be stared at like this, do you? To be honest, I'm not afraid of losing face. As for you, little bear, well, he. Bai Jinxuan's behavior at this moment really resembled that of a villain. I wonder what he's been watching all this time, that he's imitated it so perfectly. However, I am a magnanimous person and know that you did not bring anything, so please satisfy my curiosity. Shi Jiji breathed a sigh of relief, then heard Bai Jinxian continue, there's a little bear on your shirt, I wonder if there are any other little bears anywhere else. Good heavens, Bai Jinxian isn't even pretending anymore. In the past, when he flirted with women, he always did it secretly, using an innocent demeanor to do bad things. But now, facing Shi Jiji, he was so blunt it was almost blatant. He was clearly a man, but he acted like a female hooligan. Chapter 60 Zhou Yumeng, Loyal and Obedient. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiji's eyes widened. She looked up and found that Zhou Yumeng had turned her back to her. Wait, what's going on? Zhou Yumeng, why are you pretending not to see or hear anything? Didn't you hear what Lord Bai said? My childhood playmates, when we met again, they had turned out like this. Shi Jiji couldn't help but think of her childhood, Bai Jinxian back then. Wait, he seems no different from now. She then realized that Bai Jinxian hadn't changed at all since he was a child. He was still that bad man who liked to bully others. Why did Zhou Yumeng pretend not to see it? Was she being threatened? Yes, if it were Lord Bai, Zhou Yumeng's reaction would be understandable. After all, if I were in his shoes, I would also pretend not to see it. This is the true value of Bai Jinxuan's reputation as a leader of children, and a bully returning here is like returning to his own fiefdom. At this time, Shi Jiji was unaware that her good friend had become someone else's lapdog, and was still thinking of asking Zhou Yumeng for help. But then a bad man made her completely give up. Little coalball, go check if those two are done tidying up. If they are, leave it for a while. Good. Zhou Yumeng walked into the house without even looking at anything. She didn't ask for much, because she didn't have much to begin with. Everything she cherished and possessed was given to her by Bai Jinxian. This also includes what she desires most right now. Now only Bai Jinxian and Shi Jiji were at the door. Little bear, I don't have time to wait for you. Do you want to come by yourself, or should I come? Bai Jinxuan's hand slowly moved upwards, and his mischievous grin made Shi Jiji make a quick decision. If Bai Jinxian comes, who knows what bad things he might do again. In the end, I'll be the one who suffers. I can do it myself. The bad man immediately showed an expectant expression after hearing this, looking at Shi Jiji's shy, aggrieved, and helpless expression. It's okay, just treat it like going swimming when you were a kid, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Shi Jiji slowly stretched out her hand and then lifted it upwards. There was a freezer in the kitchen. After all, this place was in a remote rural area, and Bai Jinxuan's home was in a remote mountain area. We need to purchase a lot of supplies every day, otherwise, it would be a waste of time to go shopping every day. The freezer was empty, there was nothing inside. Su Yuning took the items out of the bag, sorted them, and arranged them one by one. The room was mostly filled with fresh vegetables, as well as some meat. Su Yuning even saw a chicken and a duck inside, and they looked very fresh, probably having been prepared that morning. That was raised by my grandfather. It's all natural and pollution-free. It was just slaughtered this morning. He said it was to give Jin Xian some nourishment. Zhang Lishuan spoke from the side, her tone natural and warm, as if she had a very good relationship with Bai Jinxian. Su Yuning didn't say anything and continued putting things away, but she glanced at Zhang Lishuan. Zhang Lishuan is asserting her presence. After all, their childhood playmates have all grown up, and they all have some normal thoughts when they see Bai Jinxian. The fact that Bai Jinxuan's feelings for them remained unchanged deeply moved the three of them. They felt that it would be even more touching if these feelings could be elevated to a more profound and meaningful level. She wasn't worried about her other two friends, after all, they were childhood friends and she knew them well. Shi Jiji is short and simple-minded, making her the least guarded person. Zhou Yumeng was quite ordinary when she was a child, but she has grown up to be more and more beautiful and has a great figure. She also has an account with nearly 1 million followers on short videos. Although she had never expressed her feelings for Bai Jinshan and had always remained silent, she was, after all, a woman, and one had to be wary. However, there is no need to be overly cautious. Only women like herself, who are good-looking and willing to take the initiative, have a high probability of winning Bai Jinshuan's favor. Therefore, I see that Shi Jiji is not wise and Zhou Yumeng is harmless. If I get what I want, I might as well help them out. After all, the national limit is 3. Let's keep the profits within the family and have the 3 of us join in. The person we need to be most wary of right now is Su Yuning, this woman who appeared out of nowhere. She is beautiful, quiet, and most importantly, we don't know what her relationship is with Bai Jinshan. Then I thank your family on behalf of Lord Bai. I will diligently prepare these ingredients to your satisfaction. Su Yuning retaliated without making a sound. This made Jiang Lishuan somewhat anxious, as this guy seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Bai Jinshan as well. No, we have to test the waters. What is your relationship with Jinshan? How come you were able to come to our hometown with him? It's nothing, it's just about taking care of him and keeping him company at home. Su Yuning answered. Jiang Lishuan's expression changed after hearing this. Are you living together? You're not wrong to say that, Lord Bai can't do without me. Jiang Lishuan's expression turned even more surprised, especially when she noticed that Su Yuning was expressionless when she said those words, which made her feel even more that this was a formidable enemy. A few words from him can throw me into a frenzy, and he remains completely expressionless. He clearly doesn't take me seriously. No, I need to be more gentle. I still know too little. It's easy to fall into a disadvantageous position. You can cook? Lord Bai really enjoys the food I cook. Another blow. Jiang Lishuan steadied herself against the freezer, feeling that she had no redeeming qualities other than her appearance. Give me the bag you're carrying. Su Yuning folded the empty bag in her hand and put it aside, then took the bag from Jiang Lishuan. It must be said that the people here are truly friendly and hospitable, or perhaps they genuinely like Bai Jinshan. The things they brought were all kinds of things, and they were very fresh and plentiful. Some of the things couldn't be bought in the city, such as free-range chickens and ducks. Su Yuning was already thinking about how to cook for Bai Jinshan, and then she thought of Bai Jinshuan's satisfied smile, who might even say something like, I really can't live without my little servant. I can listen to it every day, but I never get tired of it. The 2 large bags of things were quickly packed up, and when the 2 turned around, they found Zhou Yumeng leaning against the doorframe watching them. Why are you here? Jiang Lishuan asked. How's your handling of this going? Shouldn't you check it again? Zhou Yumeng straightened up, unconsciously blocking half of the passage. Knowing full well what bad things Bai Jinshan was going to do, she still chose to help and cooperate. Zhou Yumeng is really loyal and obedient. Presumably, the wise Bai Jinshan will reward her once he learns of her actions. Chapter 61. It's not just that the clothes are too small. Jiang Lishuan was not familiar with Su Yuning and wanted to find out more about her secretly. Su Yuning, too, wanted to secretly learn about Bai Jinshuan's little followers. Before she even arrived, she had already heard many of their stories from Bai Jinshan. I thought they were all easy to deal with, but now that I've met them, I realize they're all formidable rivals. Only that shorty Shi Jiji seems a bit easy to bully. Among them, she felt that Zhou Yumeng was the most threatening, which was a woman's intuition that told her. She exudes a powerful and wild aura, like a hungry wolf. Although she is beautiful, I doubt that Lord Bai would be able to like her. Su Yuning's thinking wasn't wrong. Bai Jinshan was indeed a guy who enjoyed putting collars on everyone he liked. He wanted to hold on to everything, unlike most men. However, she will be staying in the countryside for a long time, possibly until she goes to university, so she has plenty of time to get to know the place and there's no need to waste it now. Let's go find Lord Bai first. However, Zhou Yumeng occupied half of the entrance and exit area and showed no intention of making way. Su Yuning frowned slightly, but inwardly she smiled disdainfully. Is this some kind of show of force? Do they think I'm easy to bully just because I look fair and delicate? How ridiculous. Did you think taking care of Lord Bai was an easy task? There are 24 hours in a day. If you subtract 13 hours for school, 1.5 hours for grocery shopping and cooking, and 0.5 hours for washing up, she only has 9 hours left. To maintain good sleep, she must finish housework within 40 minutes, including washing dishes, doing laundry, mopping the floor, cleaning, and then spending 20 minutes exercising. You must get a full 8 hours of sleep every day. Su Yuning handled all these tasks with ease, never becoming flustered or overwhelmed. She managed to excel in her studies, household chores, and exercise, making her a truly capable and perfect maid. My will and body have become incredibly strong through daily planning. As Lord Bai's indispensable maid, I can do anything. As if sensing a threat, Zhou Yumeng tensed up but still did not move aside. After a long separation, I will not let go of the matter that Lord Bai entrusted to me so easily. As Lord Bai's possession, to be disliked and to see that look of disappointment in his eyes is my greatest sin. Sparks flew between their eyes as they looked at each other, and Jian Lishuan had no idea what these two expressionless people were communicating about. But it's good to let the two of them meet first. Bai Jinxian definitely won't like two violent women who act recklessly. I'll just watch quietly from behind. It really is a drama with three women, each of them has their own plans. Hey you guys, you've already put your things away, what are you all doing blocking this place? Bai Jinxuan's lazy voice came from behind. The tense atmosphere vanished in an instant, and everyone extended goodwill to those around them. Lord Bai, what brings you here? Su Yuning quickly slipped away from Zhou Yumeng and went to Bai Jinxuan's side. Who told you three to be so slow, stuck here in the heat? After saying that, he walked into the living room, sat on the sofa, and enjoyed the cool breeze from the boss's fan. Shi Jiji sat upright to one side, looking as if she had done something wrong, without glancing around. Bai Jinxian looked up at the ceiling, but his mind was filled with the scene he had just witnessed. So it wasn't just the outer clothes that were too small, the noodles. He's getting a little agitated by aesthetically pleasing things. Did I really visit the site in person, and not just look at pictures of fully furnished apartments? If Zhou Yomeng's kiss was a powder keg, then the shy expression he just saw on Shi Jiji was like throwing a spark into it, causing the bad man's carefully controlled desire to suddenly explode. The three people inside came out quickly. Zhou Yumeng glanced at Shi Jiji with a gloomy look in her eyes, thought to herself, good luck, and then stood aside to recall the feeling of that kiss. Su Yuning, on the other hand, had a blank expression and only had eyes for Bai Jinxian, so she simply sat down next to him. However, he seemed to notice Bai Jinxuan's absent-mindedness, so he didn't say anything more. Jian Lishuan also found a seat, intending to chat, but found that her two friends seemed to be preoccupied and didn't look at her at all. This infuriated her. Friends should be united in their efforts, so why was everyone having their own problems? Everything that the bad man Bai Jinxian does is purposeful. He bullied Shi Jiji to see if the teddy bear was still as easy to bully as it was when he was a child. If she refused, he would have to think of another plan. In front of Zhou Yumeng, he wanted to see if little Coalball was as obedient as she claimed. Everything was planned perfectly, except for one thing I hadn't anticipated, my own desires. That makes sense, though. Bai Jinxian is an adult now, so it's normal for him to have adult desires. It would be strange if he had teased her without any lewd intent before. It's possible that male hormones develop more slowly in this world after all. If someone with a weak body engages in premature and reckless behavior, it can easily damage their health. Therefore, genes are programmed to stimulate desires in large numbers only in adulthood. Jian Lishuan finally couldn't stand the silence anymore. Although everyone was immersed in their own quiet, she just felt that she was the only one excluded. I said, is the first floor of the house still not cleaned? I see dust in many corners. Although Su Yuning was somewhat wary of these powerful rivals, she couldn't let things go wrong because the house was clean for Bai Jinxuan's more comfortable life. Lord Bai and I only arrived last night. Including this morning, we've only cleaned part of it. The second floor hasn't been cleaned at all, which is why some corners look dirty. Well, since we're all here, let's help Lord Bai clean up so we don't get nagged when we get home. Jian Lishuan quickly suggested that even doing things in the summer would be better than sitting here and enjoying the cold and exclusionary atmosphere. Zhou Yumeng quickly came to her senses. Okay. Shi Jiji, a bit slow to react, quickly agreed. Her mind was in turmoil, and she felt she wouldn't be able to calm down without doing something. Besides, she didn't dare look at Bai Jinxian right now. Bai Jinxian also came to his senses. After all, these people were helping him clean his house, and it would be impolite to lose focus at this moment. Although his looks might make him forgivable for anything he does, bad men do have their own moral code. So he generously gave a grateful smile, and perhaps because of what he had just done, his eyes were like spring water, making every woman present feel her heart pound, wishing she could clean the house spotless and then go to the fields to plow 5 acres of land. Chapter 62. Come closer to me. The group immediately sprang into action, each one single-mindedly trying to please Bai Jinxian, hoping he would see their hard work and then look at them differently, ideally increasing his favorability towards them. Truly attractive people will never become more attentive to someone just because they work hard, nor will they increase their likability because of your self-sacrifice. That will only move yourself. Just like the beautiful woman in the past life who manipulated the two-faced turtle and boiling sheep, a few sweet words could make them run wild, and they even enjoyed it, thinking they had met their true love, not knowing that they were just Tom being played. Fortunately, Bai Jinxian is not that kind of person. Although he is bad and likes women to surround him, he will not give these people unattainable fantasies. We will clarify what needs to be clarified and provide compensation elsewhere. As for what is not clearly stated, we will take action. Then I'll go prepare some chilled drinks for you. If you're tired, just sit down and rest for a while. There's no need to rush. That being said, no woman would actually stop to rest. Bai Jinxian had no choice but to turn around and go to the kitchen. He also needed to drink some chilled beverages to cool down. I'll go clean upstairs. You guys are more familiar with the downstairs area, so you can clean up the first floor. With that, Zhou Yumeng led the flustered Shi Jiji upstairs. And so, the two of them worked upstairs and the two of them worked downstairs, taking turns cleaning. Zhang Leshuan wanted to chat with Su Yuning, but the little maid went to clean without any expression. Nothing was more important than providing Bai Jinxian with a comfortable environment, and she wouldn't waste her time on idle chatter. Zhang Leshuan, holding her anger, also went to clean, vowing to do a good job so that Bai Jinxian would look at her differently. In the kitchen, Bai Jinxian first rinsed his face with cold water, which made him feel much more refreshed. It feels like things have gotten a bit out of hand these past few days, but it's okay, we can just start earlier if necessary. Having just arrived in the countryside, there wasn't much food in the refrigerator, let alone drinks. I could only use the iced tea I bought that morning. Fortunately, there were fresh lemons available. Adding some ice and juicing them made a truly delicious treat. Although my hometown doesn't have much food, it has a full range of household items and everyday necessities. If we can improve the quality of our drinks, then we can improve the quality of our everyday items. Bai Jinxian rummaged through the cupboard and found a set of glass drinking utensils. After finishing, I poured drinks, took the bag, and went out. As soon as you come out, you can see the little maid Su Yuning lying on the ground wiping the corners and edges. Her maid outfit is raised high, completely revealing her calves and white socks. Moreover, the raised area is very shapely, making bad men's hands itch. Ugh, I just calmed down, isn't this forcing someone to make a mistake? Fortunately, I'm not a very determined person, and I won't hesitate for too long. Since you've already done it this way, then I'll do it too. Bai Jinxian quietly slowed his footsteps, then placed the tray and the drinks on it on the small tea table, making a soft sloshing sound. He immediately glanced at Su Yuning and saw that she was cleaning very carefully and attentively, and had not noticed what had happened, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. In reality, Su Yuning paused for a moment while wiping, but she pretended not to notice anything and continued wiping. She knew Bai Jinxian very well, especially Bai Jinxian when he did bad things. Even his quiet footsteps were so familiar. She could sense him slowly approaching her, but she didn't know his exact location. It's easy to guess what Bai Jinxian is up to. It's definitely not something good. She wiped even more carefully, but suddenly couldn't sense any movement behind her, which made her a little puzzled. Strange, could I be imagining things? Thinking about it, Su Yuning prepared to get up, and then she was attacked by the bad man, and a crisp sound came from behind her. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she immediately looked around and realized that Zhang Leshuan, who was with her, was not there. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Then she gave Bai Jinxian a light glare. You're sweating so much, why don't you try my chilled drink? Bai Jinxian didn't care at all, and picked up a cup and pressed it against Su Yuning's face. Su Yuning's expression suddenly relaxed. Bai Jinxian turned around as if nothing had happened and said, I'll go see where Zhang Leshuan is. Su Yuning held the drink in her hand, her pearl-like eyes following Bai Jinxian's movements. She felt that her relationship with Bai Jinxian was getting increasingly strange, or perhaps she was overthinking things and had a misconception. But, good things are all good things. Zhang Leshuan was cleaning the room. She didn't want to be with Su Yuning. Only by cleaning by herself could she let Bai Jinxian see her efforts. They cleaned it pretty quickly, and it's quite clean. Bai Jinxian's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Zhang Leshuan quickly got up, revealing a smug look on her face. Of course, I'm very serious. The room had only been roughly cleaned. Bai Jinxian had gotten up late in the morning, and Su Yuning hadn't come in to disturb him, so some corners were still not very clean. But Zhang Leshuan handled it very well, and Bai Jinxian also showed a gentle smile. I'm so tired and hot, quickly try the drink I made to cool down. Thank you, Lord Bai. Jiang Lishuan blushed as she accepted the drink. The two of them were alone, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Both felt that the other had grown up. Bai Jinxian glanced at Jiang Lishuan's patched up top and then reluctantly looked away. I'm going to deliver drinks to the others. If you're tired, you can rest for a while. Don't rush. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Lishuan watched Bai Jinxian walk out, inwardly cursing herself for being so weak. She clearly wanted to spend more time with him, so why did she kick him out right away? But there was nothing that could be done, so they could only continue cleaning. At least they got a drink made by Master Bai himself. Jiang Lishuan wore a cheerful expression, carefully took a sip, and felt her heart soar. As expected of Lord Bai, it's delicious. Bai Jinxian took the drinks and went upstairs to the second floor. The second floor has a completely different style from the first floor. It's a minimalist style. The living room is spacious and free of clutter, and it faces the balcony directly. The sliding door over there was opened, and the thin curtains fluttered in the wind. This used to be Bai Jinxuan's territory. He could do whatever he wanted on the entire second floor. It was more like a bedroom than a living room. Zhou Yumeng was bending over and mopping the floor, fine beads of sweat trickling down her body and sliding onto the ground from her angular and wild form. The air was thick with the scent of hormones, which was even more intense in the summer. You did a great job. Bai Jinxian placed the tray on the table, picked up a drink, and walked over. Zhou Yumeng straightened up, not panting heavily, but her breathing was very deep. She mopped the floor with great effort and care. It's what I should do. I just want you to be happy. Zhou Yumeng stared intently at Bai Jinxian. The physical differences between men and women in this world are quite significant, not to mention someone like Zhou Yumeng who has been trained for a long time. She could probably hold Bai Jinxian down with one hand. At this moment, her eyes were deep, but an even stronger emotion was surging forth from them, like a carnivore eyeing its prey. But the bad man showed no worry or fear, as if he had figured out this ferocious creature, and slowly approached. I think I should give you some reward. Suddenly, the bad man stopped and turned around, sitting lightly on the sofa. He didn't say anything, he just beckoned with his finger. Chapter 63. Good children should be rewarded, right? Zhou Yumeng put the mop down and nervously approached Bai Jinxian. Closer and closer, until they stopped in front of Bai Jinxian, with only 3 fingers' width between them. She was afraid that her dirty appearance would soil Bai Jinxian, so she didn't dare to get close to him. Zhou Yumeng had a peculiar smell, probably from sweat mixed with shower gel or shampoo. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't pleasant either. It was just something that made it hard to resist smelling. Men have hormones, and so do women. Perhaps that's what gives it that strange smell. Bai Jinxian didn't look up, but looked straight at Zhou Yumeng, his gaze naturally focusing on her abs. You're too tall, I can't see you. The next moment, Zhou Yumeng knelt on one knee, slightly raising her head to meet Bai Jinxuan's gaze. She doesn't say much. She prefers to express herself through actions. Everything was so decisive and efficient, and so obedient that it softened one's heart. The bad man was extremely confident in his looks and personality, but Zhou Yumeng's behavior made him lose confidence. It's like I've drunk some kind of love potion. But he shouldn't think too much about it now. Since Zhou Yumeng is willing to play along, he should just go along with it. Moreover, his brain wasn't really in the mood to think at the moment. It was a bit sluggish, and he wanted to just do whatever he wanted. A tiny drop of sweat caught Bai Jinxuan's eye. The drop slid down his forehead, touched other drops, and merged with them, falling even faster. It quickly reached the tip of Zhou Yumeng's chin and then fell off. Bai Jinxuan's gaze followed the drop of sweat until he discovered that it had fallen into the gap between the 2 objects being squeezed together, without seeping in. The bad man had an unspeakable thought. But now is not the time. There are other people and things to do, so let's do something else. Bai Jinxian ran his finger along Zhou Yumeng's neck. Little Coalball's skin was really smooth, and after a few drops of sweat, it was as smooth and moist as if he had applied soap. The fingers continued moving upwards, to the chin, then the profile, and finally resting on the lips. Ah woo. Zhou Yumeng subconsciously opened her mouth and carefully savored the taste. Originally, the bad man had many things he wanted to say to flirt with Zhou Yumeng, such as asking about the taste or feeling, or teasing Zhou Yumeng about her boldness. But for some reason, he himself became somewhat restless and irrational. This irrationality made it impossible for him to completely control himself, which made him somewhat irritable, so he forcefully grabbed Zhou Yumeng's chin. Good children should be rewarded, right? Zhou Yumeng remained silent. Everything she wanted to say was contained in her eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. When your emotions are so intense that they cannot be hidden, they will express meaning more directly than your words. Bai Jinxian picked up his drink, took a sip, and then lowered his head. In the instant he bent down, Zhou Yumeng caught a glimpse of Shi Jiji peeking from the back room. She wanted to say something, but now her means of communication had been confiscated, and he quickly succumbed to this tenderness. The wind outside grew stronger, the white curtains fluttered high, and the lush trees rustled, but they couldn't stop the cicadas from chirping. But at this moment, Zhou Yumeng could hear nothing, remember nothing, and had only one person in her eyes and heart. Bai Jinxian raised his head, saying this, but his expression was very satisfied. Zhou Yumeng had forgotten how to breathe, and was panting through her mouth, looking at Bai Jinxian with watery eyes, like a little puppy. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't help it." Bai Jinxian took another big gulp of his drink, but this time he didn't try anything funny and just drank it by himself. This disappointed Zhou Yumeng somewhat. "Alright, get up. There are still people around, we can't mess around," Bai Jinxian urged. I only intended to tease Zhou Yumeng a little, thinking that time would pass quickly, but I didn't expect to waste so much time without realizing it. Fortunately, the bad man had strong willpower and did not linger. He took the last drink and went to find Shi Jiji. Zhou Yumeng stood there, holding the mop, still recalling the smell from just now. "Wait, is there something you forgot to mention?" But she couldn't remember anything after thinking for a long time. Her mind was completely out of control, filled with images of Bai Jinxian. Never mind, it shouldn't be a big deal. Bai Jinxian didn't ask where Shi Jiji was, but instead searched room by room, since the place was only so big. He quickly found Shi Jiji in the pillow room. This place used to be Bai Jinxuan's paradise. Apart from a large bed that lay on the floor, there were pillows and dolls everywhere, but now they have all been compressed into bags and stuffed into cabinets. Shi Jiji was wiping the wall with a rag, her movements stiff and seemingly lost in thought, not even noticing that Bai Jinxian had already entered. "I just looked at the teddy bear, is it really necessary to be like this now?" But this only made the bad man more interested in bullying people. I had the same thought I had when I treated the little maid. I wanted to see what kind of expression Gigi Bear would make if she was bullied even more. But no matter what, that would definitely be very interesting. He moved quietly closer to Shi Jiji, finally touching her head. "What are you thinking about?" "Ah." Gigi Bear was startled. "Ha, how come you're still such a coward?" Bai Jinxian smiled happily, all his previous emotions vanished, replaced only by satisfaction at the success of his prank. "Master Bai, I'm thinking, what we can drink later." Gigi Bear stammered, and the last sentence took a sharp turn, as if she hadn't meant to say that at first. "You've been here for half a day, and I've been watching you wipe this one spot so much it's almost shiny." Bai Jinxian handed the drink to Shi Jiji. "Are you slacking off or what? You look like you've lost your soul." Shi Jiji dared not tell the truth, and she even dared not look Bai Jinxian in the eye. Her mind was filled with images she had seen that she shouldn't have seen. She can do it, so can I. Chapter 64. Let's get involved too. Shi Jiji may have thought about it, but she didn't dare to do it. She was just a timid and honest little bear toy. She kept her head down, drinking her beverage, not even glancing at Bai Jinxian, as if afraid of revealing her secret. Bai Jinxian frowned and realized something was wrong. He used to think he knew Xiao Meiqiu quite well, but now he felt that he didn't know her well enough. But he believed he knew Shi Jiji quite well. That guilty look of hers suggests she has some secret. She was fine just a moment ago, and then suddenly she's like this. Bai Jinxian glanced around the room, then took 2 steps back to the doorway, where he found that half of the room and the sofa where he had just been sitting were completely visible. Suddenly, he understood something. To reiterate, bad men are bad and willful, but they are never stupid. But thinking about it carefully, he really was bold. Knowing that there were people in the house, or even that one person was inside, he still dared to do such a thing. This fully illustrates the thrill-seeking and daring nature of bad men. But that's not the point right now. Bai Jinxian looked at Shi Jiji, pondering whether to pretend to be unaware or to use coercion and enticement. He quickly made a decision. Pretending not to know wouldn't work. He couldn't let Shi Jiji ruin his plans, and besides, Shi Jiji was already one of his targets, and they were going to be together sooner or later, so he might as well take some action now. Bai Jinxuan's sharp gaze fell on Shi Jiji, and then he slowly approached. Shi Jiji also noticed Bai Jinxuan's oppressive aura and unconsciously began to back away until she was forced into a corner. Bai Jinxian braced himself against the wall with both hands, trapping Shi Jiji inside. Jiji Bear, did you just see something you shouldn't have seen? Upon hearing this, Shi Jiji shuddered and immediately began to deny it without thinking. No, I didn't see anything, really. Alright, Bai Jinxian is now certain that Shi Jiji must have seen it. So he stopped pretending and slowly moved closer to Shi Jiji, and the two looked at each other. You saw it, you saw me kissing little coal ball. Shi Jiji was stunned when Bai Jinxian said those words outright. She felt like she was about to be silenced or excluded from the circle. I don't want to be disliked by Lord Bai. I didn't see it, I really didn't see it. I was wiping the floor the whole time, I don't know anything. Shi Jiji spoke softly, her voice trembling with tears. TSK, she looks so pitiful yet adorable. Poor Jiji Bear, she was so upset that she almost cried when she saw her crush and her best friend doing something naughty. I told you I didn't know, but you still forced me to come up here and brought up that matter directly. It's like killing someone's spirit, it's like killing someone's spirit. And then there's that wretched Zhou Yumeng. When everyone was chatting together, only she and Jiang Lishuan missed Bai Jinxian and talked about their childhood memories. Only Zhou Yumeng remained silent, neither saying nor expressing her affection for Bai Jinxian. She thought Zhou Yumeng didn't like Bai Jinxian, but it turned out that Bai Jinxian had kissed her the day after he returned, in public, without trying to hide it from anyone. Zhou Yumeng, you're absolutely despicable. Even an honest woman like Shi Jiji would have some unspeakable fantasies about a man like Bai Jinxian. Such fantasies are normal for mature women after all, we're not saints or anything like that, we all have emotions and desires. It's a good thing that Bai Jinxian is back, it's a good thing that she came to help, it's a good thing that Bai Jinxian did something bad to her, and it's even better that she got to drink a beverage made by Bai Jinxian himself. Only Zhou Yumeng, that despicable fellow, has caused me to fall to this state. Seeing Shi Jiji's expression, Bai Jinxian got a little angry, and his hands started itching again. He wanted to bully her and do something bad. He pinched Jiji Bear's chubby cheeks, forcing her to look at him. I know you saw it, and to prevent you from ruining my plans, so. Shi Jiji's heart was in her throat, fearing that the two outcomes she least wanted to accept would happen. Why don't you join in too? Ah? Shi Jiji was dumbfounded, her round little mouth agape, unable to say what she wanted to say. She doubted she had heard correctly. This is equivalent to Bai Jinxuan's previous life, where a boy discovered that the person he liked had kissed his best friend, and the two had no relationship, it was just a simple kiss. At this point, you could use some Japanese slang, but because you're too honest and naive, you can only pretend you didn't see it. But the person you liked discovered your weakness and actually made the first move. And what she did wasn't a threat or anything like that, she actually got you involved. Oh, is this kind of development even possible? Shi Jiji probably felt this way. Of course, the above is just one example. The underlying rules of the two worlds are different. In this world where there are more women than men can indeed marry multiple women, so such examples are more acceptable. So to be precise, Shi Jiji's current mood is, oh, there's such a good thing? Bai Jinxian stared intently at Shi Jiji, want to kiss me? It's hard to say at this point who actually wanted it, but it's all good news. A unique fragrance mixed with masculine scent wafted onto her face, making her forget to breathe for a moment. Her body tensed, and she unconsciously stood on tiptoe, savoring the most wonderful sensation. Shi Jiji wasn't as aggressive as Zhou Yumeng. She was very honest and simple. When they kissed, they just kissed and didn't dare to do anything else. The force from her thigh made Shi Jiji unsteady, but she passively accepted it, just like when she was a child and let Bai Jinxian bully her. For bad men, such cute and obedient things are incredibly destructive, making them unwilling to leave them at all. I never expected to find cat toys in the city and a teddy bear toy in the countryside. The two quickly separated, and Shi Jiji was panting heavily with her mouth open. If Bai Jinxian hadn't felt that the little toy was almost suffocating, he wouldn't have let go. How are you feeling? The bad man whispered in little bear Jiji's ear. There was no response, as expected. Shi Jiji looked stunned, her eyes filled with tears, her mind completely blank. Bai Jinxian felt another surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. Calm down, stay calm. The time isn't right yet, and there are people below. We can't keep acting recklessly, we need to stop. Chapter 65 The Restrained and Courteous Little Maid. Bai Jinxian took a deep breath, but only inhaled a fragrance emanating from the fragile little bear, followed by an inexplicable surge of anger. It's all your fault, Jiji Bear. He pinched Shi Jiji's chubby face hard and rubbed it vigorously. Mo, I know I was wrong. Although Shijiji was not yet fully clear-headed, admitting her mistakes was an instinct. If she didn't admit her mistakes now, she would suffer again later, so she might as well surrender obediently as soon as possible. Snort! Bai Jinxian turned and left, drinking half of the drink he had given to Shijiji before he left. Shijiji didn't react much, but just stared at the spot where Bai Jinxuan's lips had touched. Anyway, so? Compared to life in the city, Bai Jinxian, now back in the countryside, has completely let loose. Moreover, he seemed excited to have encountered his long-lost follower, which made him feel excited without his own awareness, and he even did something extremely bold. The main reason is that his followers' feelings for him haven't changed over the years, and have even become stronger, which is why this situation has arisen. Rest when you're tired, go back to your room when you're hot. There's plenty of time, no need to clean it all at once. After saying that, Bai Jinxian went back to his room, which had already been cleaned by Jiang Lishuan. Watching beautiful women fight is a pleasure, and watching beautiful women in nice clothes cleaning is also a pleasure. But Bai Jinxian was a bit hot-tempered, and he was worried that if he continued watching, his little hands would get dirty again, so he simply went into his room to enjoy the air conditioning and out of sight, out of mind. The room had not only been cleaned, but also tidied up. The boxes we brought were all taken out and put away, and the items we brought were also placed in their proper places. This must have been tidied up by the maid Su Yuning. Ah, isn't this too leisurely? You don't have to do anything yourself. Even an emperor wouldn't be this comfortable. Bai Jinxian jumped onto the bed, which now had a new set of sheets, thrashed around like a salted fish for a couple of seconds, then rolled up the little blanket that had always been with him and let out a sigh of relief. Besides, I've been an emperor before, and I didn't have to do those troublesome things. I just had to listen to their flattery. In this world where there are more women than men, Bai Jinxian, with his outstanding looks and bad boy personality, is truly a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, this guy still retains some characteristics of his male past life, and he occasionally gives the girls small rewards. He imagined how women would treat him in his past life, and that's how he treats women in this life. Wow, the effect is surprisingly good. No one has been able to withstand it yet. So even though it was their last meal together before parting ways, his classmates were willing to play the Emperor's Court game with him, and they'll probably remember to play it with him again in the future. I checked my phone, the signal wasn't great. It was okay for watching videos and reading novels, but playing games was out of the question. While playing, Bai Jinxian fell asleep in the small blanket in the air-conditioned room. I traveled all day yesterday and didn't arrive until evening. I was busy there all morning. I was exhausted and hot. Now I'm curled up in my familiar blanket and I fell asleep in no time. Su Yuning was still a little unaccustomed to not having noticed Bai Jinxian. Usually at home, Bai Jinxian was always busy, either with his hands or feet, and his presence was very strong. She got up, looked around, and then walked towards the room. Upon opening the door, they found Bai Jinxian lying on the bed asleep, the blankets billowing up and down. She glanced at Jiang Lishuan, who was diligently mopping the floor, then quietly slipped into the room and closed the door behind her. Su Yuning remained expressionless, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. She quietly approached Bai Jinxian and then squatted down to observe. Actually, she really wanted to have some intimate contact with Bai Jinxian, but it wasn't nighttime, and the sleeping Lord Bai would easily be woken up at this hour, so she couldn't do anything inappropriate. Actually, Su Yuning was very happy to be here, even though Bai Jinxian still had 3 childhood friends. This place was so remote and deserted that Su Yuning was always reminded of scenes from some of the novels she had read. And she's about to go to university. If she can't win over Bai Darren by then, she'll never have another chance. With Bai Jinxuan's good looks, the women who want to date him could stretch from here all the way to the French Tower. In previous years, Su Yuning was unsure about her feelings, but this year she is completely certain. Although he says every year that he wants to be Bai Jinxuan's servant for life, now this servant wants to add 2 words to his title: personal attendant, personal servant. She not only wanted to take care of Bai Jinxian, but also to comfort him. Su Yuning suddenly came to her senses, rubbed her head, and quietly slipped out. Skipping work all day won't solve the problem. The anger hasn't been vented at all. Now, when he looks at Bai Jinxian, he unconsciously drifts off into daydreams. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. Jiang Lishuan straightened up and rubbed her lower back. At home, she's always exhausted and would never do anything like cleaning. Moreover, the bulky thing on the chest is also a nuisance. Bending over for a long time is really tiring. Not to mention it's summer now, so she was covered in sweat and felt sticky. But it was all worth it. Jiang Lishuan had scrubbed the floor until it shone. If Bai Jinxian saw it, he would definitely look at her with new respect. Ha, those two idiots, Zhou Yumeng and Shi Jiji, actually fought to go upstairs. You should know that Lord Bai is currently living downstairs, and the kitchen is also downstairs. This means that Lord Bai will spend a relatively long time downstairs, and will naturally see me working hard to clean. Whether you work hard or not isn't important. What's important is making sure those in higher positions see your efforts. Zhang Lishuan felt good about herself and was even thinking about how she would help her two best friends if she succeeded in winning them over. I went inside to enjoy the air conditioning, Su Yuning replied. Zhang Lishuan became even more disdainful. Compared to the lazy Su Yuning, her work results would be even more conspicuous. Those from the city don't seem to have the same hardship as us country folk. When it comes to taking care of people, you'll have to look to me. Zhang Lishuan picked up the mop and continued to mop the floor vigorously. Today's workload is comparable to what she does at home for a month. Su Yuning didn't say much and went straight to the kitchen. It was almost afternoon, time to cook. The meal had to be prepared before Bai Jinxian woke up. Moreover, he didn't eat breakfast, and lunch was all vegetarian. We need to prepare some meat for dinner. We need to take good care of Lord Bai. For Su Yuning, she did really want to win over Bai Jinxian, but her duty as a maid was the most important thing. She had to take good care of Bai Jinxian. This was a vow she made when she was a child, and it will be her vow in the future. Chapter 66: The Incredulous Little Maid. Bai Jinxian slept until evening, which wasn't actually very long, only an hour or two. After getting up, I sat on the bed in a daze, looking around at the scene in confusion. It took me a while to remember that I had returned to my hometown. She originally wanted to call out to Su Yuning and get close to the little servant to ease her emotions, but then she remembered that she still had 3 little followers at home and couldn't easily expose her vulnerability. You can only be willful after you've completely conquered it. The next moment, the door was pushed open, and Su Yuning walked in quietly, closing the door behind her. Lord Bai, you're awake. Bai Jinxian didn't speak, but simply opened his arms. Su Yuning obediently walked over and hugged Bai Jinxian, then Bai Jinxian forcefully threw her onto the bed and pressed her down, rubbing against her like a doll. The maid has lived with him for a long time, so it's okay for her to occasionally reveal some of her needs. Smelling the fragrance emanating from the little maid, Bai Jinxian finally felt a bit better, and his mood stabilized somewhat. You shouldn't go to sleep close to evening, as you're more likely to experience mood swings when you wake up. But since he had nothing to do all day, all he did was flirt with the servants. Su Yuning occasionally receives the privilege of being hugged, but it happens very rarely. Bai Jinxian has always had a stable Dao heart, and he only does this when he is physically or emotionally uncomfortable. She placed her hands on Bai Jinxian's back, feeling him rubbing against her stomach. He was like a kitten that had been petted and was willing to open its belly to her, which was something that made her very happy. Lord Bai, the meal is ready. It's time to get up. So timely? The food was ready as soon as I woke up? Bai Jinxian raised his head and found he couldn't see anything, so he looked forward again and found something supporting his head. Su Yuning didn't react much, but her face flushed slightly. Yes, so get up quickly, your 3 friends are waiting. Actually, that's not the case. Every 10 minutes or so, Su Yuning would come in to check on Bai Jinxian's condition, and the frequency would increase, which is why she was able to run into Bai Jinxian, who had just gotten up. At home, Bai Jinxian would definitely be willful for a while, making Su Yuning fulfill his requests, doing all sorts of strange things, and saying all sorts of strange things. One of them is willful, but the other is willing to spoil him. Okay, I'll get up now. Bai Jinxian sat up, though he was still on Su Yuning's body. Aren't you getting up? He asked seriously, but his eyes were full of mockery. Su Yuning, lying down, felt somewhat helpless and could only force herself to bend over and sit up, as if doing a sit-up. She is physically fit, and sit-ups are a piece of cake for her. Su Yuning had barely sat up properly when she felt Bai Jinxian push her shoulder, and then she uncontrollably fell back onto the bed, her black hair scattered messily across the bed. The attack was so sudden that her eyes were filled with confusion, but she showed no anger or resentment. Lord Bai, your childhood friend is still waiting. Su Yuning's face is always expressionless, you can't tell what emotion she has. Bai Jinxian bullied the little maid since she was a child, and the little maid was submissive and would accept anything. Even if you made an unreasonable request, she would find a way to fulfill it for you. It can be said that Su Yuning cultivated the somewhat willful personality of the bad boy. If you also had a very obedient maid who could fulfill any of your requests, wouldn't you become increasingly demanding? Bai Jinxian placed his hands on either side of Su Yuning, his beautiful eyes looking directly into hers. You're not actually expressionless, you just have a hard time making other expressions. I want to see you show other expressions. This is a very difficult thing, and my facial expressions are not under my control. We have already experimented with it, Lord Bai. Su Yuning said calmly. Bai Jinxian has made many unreasonable demands, one of which remains unfulfilled. He wants to see Su Yuning show an expression different from her usual one. I know, so I'm going to try external factors. External factors? Su Yuning looked somewhat puzzled. This is the countryside, there are no hospitals here, and I don't trust those folk remedies. If Lord Bai really wants to see it, I will try my best. Bai Jinxian said nothing, but quickly lowered his head and left as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water. Su Yuning stopped abruptly, as if she hadn't quite caught up. Then a blush spread from her neck, and her pink lips parted slightly, her face showing disbelief and shyness. Lord Bai, did you kiss me? This thought kept pounding in the little servant's mind. She even wondered if she was dreaming, otherwise how could such a thing happen in reality? Bai Jinxian simply looked at Su Yuning intently, then nodded in satisfaction. The expressionless maid is cute and has a very anime-like feel, but if she had more expressions, she would be more realistic and better reflect the girlish charm. But it seems a bit too much. The little servant seems to have crashed. Well, I'm going to eat now. Take your time. Bai Jinxian poked the little servant's cheek and quickly fled the scene of the crime. Actually, a kiss is nothing. He's kissed me before at home, just not on the lips. No, they must have kissed when they were little, and it was the little servant who gave them a forceful kiss. Back then, the little servant wasn't a servant yet, he was just a playmate. As soon as I opened the door, a wave of heat hit me. Actually, it's not that hot in the countryside in the evening, it's just that the temperature inside the room is so different from the outside temperature that it feels very hot. Lord Bai, come and eat. Zhang Lishuan sat in a chair and greeted them. Sitting next to her were Zhou Yumeng and Shi Zhizhi, both of them quieter than the other. The food on the table was much better than at noon, with meat, vegetables, and soup. It looked like the maid had made it. Bringing Su Yuning to the countryside was definitely the right decision, otherwise, Bai Jinxian wouldn't know how he would take care of himself. They're here. Bai Jinxian quickly went over and sat down next to Shi Zhizhi. Zhang Lishuan originally wanted to remind Bai Jinxian that was Su Yuning's seat, but since the bowls and chopsticks hadn't been touched, she let it go. This was a slightly smaller rectangular dining table. Zhang Lishuan sat at one end, Shen Yorua and Shi Zhizhi sat on either side, and Su Yuning sat next to Shi Zhizhi. Only two seats were left for Bai Jinxian, one next to Zhou Yumeng and the other opposite Zhang Lishuan. Chapter 67. Seemingly serious on the surface, but what's underneath? Zhou Yumeng had a cold face and looked fierce, completely different from before, so Bai Jinxian was very unlikely to sit next to her. In that case, Bai Jinxian would have to sit opposite her. Just thinking about being able to make eye contact during the meal made Zhang Lishuan incredibly happy. Actually, she originally planned to sit on either side, so that there was a chance she would sit with Bai Jinxian. But Zhou Yumeng and Shi Zhizhi were acting strangely. They had just gone upstairs to clean together, but after coming down, they sat separately, one on each side. Zhang Lishuan had no choice but to choose a separate seat. Unexpectedly, Bai Jinxian had taken Su Yuning's seat and was sitting with Shi Zhizhi, looking at Zhou Yumeng. This was really hasty. But why hasn't Su Yuning come out yet? If she comes out with Lord Bai, then I'm sure I'll get what I want. Zhang Lishuan thought to herself. Su Yuning came out faster than Bai Jinxian had expected. He thought the little maid would be stuck inside for a long time, but she had already composed herself. She didn't react to Bai Jinxian taking her seat, but instead sat down opposite Zhang Lishuan, still sitting with Bai Jinxian. Well, Zhang Lishuan, who had spent half a day thinking about how to grab a spot, ended up with a complete defeat. She was clearly the first of the three to see Bai Jinxian, and she brought a lot of food from home. She also worked hard to clean up the house. But why did she seem to be the one with the worst progress? Zhang Lishuan picked up a piece of chicken and fell into deep thought. Once everyone arrived, they began to eat. The maid's cooking skills were as good as ever, and with the all-natural ingredients from the countryside, the taste was even better. This guy, clearly a city dweller, with delicate features and a great figure, also has amazing cooking skills. It's terrifying. When Zhang Lishuan learned that Su Yuning was going to make dinner while cleaning, she felt a sense of crisis. After smelling the aroma, the sense of crisis intensified. As the saying goes, to win someone over, you must first win their stomach. This works for both men and women. Now that she has tasted it, Jiang Lishuan feels utterly hopeless. There's no comparison at all. She can make such delicious food, while I know absolutely nothing about cooking. Shijiji, Zhou Yumeng, it seems I'm not going to be able to lead you to conquer Lord Bai. Jiang Lishuan was in low spirits, but her hands kept moving as she ate. Alas! Shijiji suddenly made a strange sound, then immediately covered her mouth. Jiang Lishuan glanced at Shijiji strangely, but didn't seem to care much. This guy is usually impulsive and restless, and I don't know what he's thinking all day. It's perfectly normal for him to make strange noises while eating. Sigh, I can't count on Shijiji anymore, I'll have to be the one to win over Lord Bai. A surge of anger rose within Jiang Lishuan. Now that she had seen Bai Jinxian, she could no longer tolerate any other man. And she has 2 foolish sisters, so she can't just give up. What's wrong, Gigi Bear? Bai Jinxian moved a little closer and asked with concern. Shijiji looked at Bai Jinxian with teary eyes, and clamped her legs around his hands that were acting recklessly. No, it's nothing. But Lord Bai, you should focus on your meal. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you. Look, even though Gigi Bear got bullied, he still has to apologize. It's okay, you're my little follower. Bai Jinxian spoke gently, subtly withdrawing his hand. Zhou Yumeng calmly watched this scene without saying a word, simply focusing on eating her food. Thinking about it, she glanced at Jiang Lishuan again, wondering what she would discover. Jiang Lishuan glanced at Zhou Yumeng, then at Bai Jinxian. Suddenly I realized. He said, Lord Bai, you're still so kind to us. That silly Shijiji always makes small mistakes, but we have to be tolerant of her. Zhou Yumeng reluctantly looked away. She shouldn't have relied on Jiang Lishuan in the first place. It depends on how well she puts a good word for him with Lord Bai. After all, the 3 of them grew up together, and it would be even better if they could continue their friendship. Su Yuning could tell that Bai Jinxian was playing another prank, but she didn't know exactly what had happened. She won't expose Bai Jinxian, in fact, she'll cooperate if necessary. After all, this is in front of outsiders, so we must give Lord Bai plenty of face. The little maid is loyal to the heavens and earth. Bai Jinxian regretfully withdrew his hand. He hadn't expected Gigi Bear to be so startled. It was just a little excessive that she actually shouted out loud. In the past, when he was at home, he would tease the servants instead of playing pranks like this. He glanced at the young servant again, but then regretfully looked away. The little servant is not as easy to deal with as Gigi Bear. After eating his meal quietly, Bai Jinxian turned his attention back to Zhou Yumeng. He stared at her for a while, then grinned mischievously. Zhou Yumeng, sitting opposite him, felt something moving around on her leg. However, she is different from Shijiji. Her mental fortitude is extremely strong. Zhou Yumeng tensed up, looking at Bai Jinxian with a shocked expression. Are you going to play such big games as soon as you arrive? Bai Jinxian gave another gentle smile. His appearance was innocent and delicate. Who would have thought he would do such little things under the table? Jiang Lishuan stared at Bai Jinxian with a dazed look, thinking that he was indeed the man she had chosen. Every move he made was so handsome, not to mention the way he smiled now. Eat up, eat more, don't waste food. Bai Jinxian greeted them warmly, a broad smile plastered on his face. Snort! Zhou Yumeng suddenly snorted, then nervously raised her head, her face tense, pretending nothing had happened. Su Yuning sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She didn't doubt Bai Jinxian. After all, the 2 were sitting opposite each other. Jiang Lishuan frowned and looked at Zhou Yumeng with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you now? She was so disappointed in her 2 sisters. She had put in all her effort to win over Bai Jinxian and even thought of taking them along, but these 2 only knew how to hold her back. Zhou Yumeng ignored him, only staring at Bai Jinxian with a blank expression, but her eyes were full of pleading. All right, eat up, everyone stop talking. Bai Jinxian spoke again and then withdrew his small gesture. Zhou Yumeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, took a step back, and crossed her legs, afraid of being attacked again. Su Yuning remained expressionless, increasingly sensing that something was amiss, yet she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Surely it couldn't be that her naive Lord Bai played a prank, could it? That's impossible. It just means that Lord Bai's friends are all a bit. Chapter 68. The Endearing Little Servant. Su Yuning never doubted Bai Jinxian. To her, everything Bai Jinxian said was correct. This is also what Bai Jinxian likes most about Su Yuning. She is obedient and intelligent. The group was exhausted from cleaning the house, and no one spoke up. They just kept eating. They cleaned with absolutely no effort. Fortunately, someone comes to look after the house every week, so apart from some dust, the interior isn't too dirty. Otherwise, it would be difficult for just 4 people to clean the whole house properly. Then we'll be going now. Remember to contact us if you need any help, Lord Bai. John Lushwan stood at the door waving, with Shi Jiji and Zhou Yumeng beside her. After many years, the group finally re-established effective contact. Yes, you can also come and play with us, Shi Jiji added, but her face turned red for some reason. Okay, I'll definitely have a lot of fun then, Bai Jinxian replied with a smile. Goodbye then. Come find me once you've settled in. Zhou Yumeng had the biggest harvest today. Although her identity was somewhat different from what people would imagine, she still managed to get a meal. Goodbye, hurry up and go, it'll get dark soon if we linger any longer. I'll definitely come visit you guys when I have time. Bai Jinxian waved his hand, watching the 3 walk further and further away until they disappeared into the path in the forest. The room fell silent immediately. I used to have my parents and stepmother, but now I'm all alone. Bai Jinxian sighed, but then suddenly heard the sound of dishes being cleared behind him, and his expression relaxed again. No, there's also a personal servant. The door was closed, and Bai Jinxian excitedly went to find the little servant again. All the lights in the house were turned on, and the kitchen was bathed in a warm yellow glow. Su Yuning, dressed in a maid's outfit, was washing the dishes with a serious expression. It's strange, but in modern society, if an ordinary person wears strange clothes, they will definitely be met with strange looks. But Su Yuning was different. She seemed to be the kind of well-mannered and polite maid who didn't care about outside opinions. She wore her maid outfit openly and honestly, as if it was her natural way of being. So much so that she can appear in any setting wearing a maid outfit without being considered strange, including today. Perhaps this is the effective belief: if you yourself don't find it strange or doubtful, then naturally others won't either. Su Yuning suddenly felt herself being hugged, with a pair of hands reaching out from her waist and wrapping around her. She paused for a moment while washing the dishes, but immediately resumed. Lord Bai, you can only hold me, I'm still washing the dishes. It wouldn't be good if I broke them or got them dirty. The maid didn't stop them, she just spoke gently. I know, and I would never do such a thing. Bai Jinxian is lying through his teeth, as if he wasn't responsible for all the messes he made in the past. Time passes by, second by second. With someone by your side, even when doing chores, time flies by. Su Yuning rinsed her hands one last time, then wiped them clean with a blue cloth, and said softly, Lord Bai, it's all done. Bai Jinxian pressed his ear against Su Yuning's head and rubbed it a couple of times, saying from the bottom of his heart, Xiaoyu, it's so good to have you. Having grown up with Bai Jinxian, Su Yuning naturally understood how valuable such simple words were coming from the mouth of a bad man. Why did you suddenly bring this up, Lord Bai? Shouldn't you be saying you can't live without me at a time like this? You little servant, you're such a spoilsport. Bai Jinxian pinched Su Yuning's waist and said with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, but didn't I already say that I can't live without Lord Bai? I want to take care of Master Bai forever. I want to stay with Lord Bai forever. I wish Mr. Bai to be happy and healthy forever. I thought you knew. For some reason, Bai Jinxian could detect a hint of grievance in the expressionless maid's tone. This actually caused him to exhibit some of the emotions and irrationality that a bad man shouldn't have. Bai Jinxian peeked out from Su Yuning's side and whispered in the little servant's ear, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Can you forgive me? Please. He doesn't have any concept of male chauvinism. Although he has a plan to train dogs, he will apologize without hesitation if he needs to. Moreover, people are not plants or trees, how can they be without feelings? Su Yuning has taken care of him for so long and done her best, so Bai Jinxian has no way to continue to criticize and push his bottom line at this time. The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Su Yuning felt a shiver run through her body. Her ear tips turned red without her noticing, and she gripped the kitchen table with both hands. I'm not angry. I will accept everything about Lord Bai. I've already accepted it, so I won't be angry. For Su Yuning, Bai Jinxian was indispensable, she always noticed everything about him. To her, Bai Jinxian was like a cat, always doing bad things while she was doing housework, making a little noise from time to time, either teasing her or being willful. Or like now, pulling and tugging at her, reducing work efficiency. However, if she can't sense Bai Jinxian, and Bai Jinxian isn't beside her, Su Yuning will feel uneasy and nervous. She couldn't live without Bai Jinxian anymore. She really knows how to please people. Bai Jinxian muttered to himself, feeling a surge of warmth throughout his body. Although it was still hot, it was different from the heat of the afternoon. It was a comfortable feeling, as if one were soaking in a hot spring. I'm not trying to please anyone, this is just my honest opinion, and it won't change even in 100 years. The expressionless maid always managed to say things that made Bai Jinchuan's heart flutter. But he never believed these vows, especially when he had a clear understanding of his own appearance. Let's talk about this after you've been with me for 100 years. Bai Jinxian bit Su Yuning's earlobe with dissatisfaction, then gently licked it. Alas! Su Yuning's body trembled uncontrollably, and her hands gripping the kitchen counter tightened involuntarily. She turned her head, her eyes burning as she stared at Bai Jinxian. Sensing that something was amiss, Bai Jinxian had already retreated to the kitchen doorway, pretending that nothing had happened. I'm going to take a shower now, you can continue with your work. After saying that, he ran away. This place was deserted, and if he were really pinned down, he wouldn't be able to call for help. At that point, he would only have one option left. If he were really arrested, the little servant might not stop until he was done, and 3 days might pass in the blink of an eye, leaving traces of battle everywhere. When I saw Bai Jinxian again, I can't think about it anymore. Bai Jinxian grabbed his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Chapter 69. Where did my bath towel go? Su Yuning looked at the empty doorway and sighed silently. When will Lord Bai understand that I am a mature woman? He keeps doing this to me all the time. I just have facial paralysis. I look like an iceberg, but I'm not a real iceberg. If this continues, I'll have a hard time controlling myself. Su Yuning turned around and started wiping the kitchen counter again. Only by doing housework diligently can she calm her restless mind. Bai Jinxian grabbed his clothes and quickly went into the bathroom. The layout here seems no different from that in the city, except for the building materials. The bathtub here is flush with the floor and made of special wood. It takes up a lot of space and is quite spacious. It's more like a bathtub than a bathing pool. Moreover, there is no ventilation furniture here, only small window panes on the upper part of the wall. What a long-awaited experience! Bai Jinxian took off his clothes and sat in the bathtub. The entire house doesn't completely imitate a single style, thanks to Bai Jinchuan's whimsical ideas from his childhood, which can be seen from the upstairs room full of pillows. Getting burned like this makes all my fatigue disappear. This was a trip to the countryside, and apart from misjudging the travel time when we arrived, everything else was good. He also got in touch with his 3 little followers, and even kissed and touched them today. However, at this point, there is something to consider. He couldn't support a huge harem with his own money alone. Of course, with Bai Jinchuan's good looks, there are plenty of women who would want to support him. But he has his own dreams and principles, so he cannot rely on a woman. Although we are currently making money and have some savings, our daily expenses are high, not to mention supporting more people. From this perspective, Bai Jinxian is quite outstanding. He could easily make a living off women, but he chooses to rely on his own abilities and still wants to spend money on his girlfriend. In a previous life, if a girl treated a boy like this, and the boy still wanted to break up or try something funny, he would definitely be attacked online. And the same will be true in this lifetime. So what should we do? Don't think this is a simple question. Bai Jinxian can indeed make a lot of money with his looks, but he also has to spend time. According to his plan, even dividing a day into 48 hours wouldn't be enough, so how could he possibly find time to work? So he had to find a job that could earn money and had short working hours, and that kind of job could only be found among various freelance jobs. Bai Jinchuan's first thought was to write a novel, because in his mediocre previous life, his favorite thing was reading novels, which was also the most cost-effective form of entertainment. Moreover, he still has many impressions of those novels in his mind, so being a plagiarist wouldn't be a problem for him. But then he realized that wouldn't work. It takes an hour to write 1 chapter. Even if you write quickly, it still takes half an hour. And you can't miss a day of updates. You also need excellent writing skills, or at least a smooth flow. Most importantly, I don't know if the novels from my previous life will be well received here, and even if they are, I don't know if I'll be able to make a lot of money. This is a job that is somewhat troublesome, but not too troublesome, and Bai Jinxian has listed it as a backup option. So, is there any chance of making videos and relying on online traffic? This is definitely possible, given the good looks and gender advantage. But internet celebrities are often embroiled in controversy, and most importantly, it can affect their daily lives. How can they then enjoy having fun with their girlfriends? But if you think about it from another perspective, if you have a lot of fans, the probability of finding a pretty girl among them is higher, and they will naturally have a good impression of you. Bai Jinxian also listed it as a backup option. But then he couldn't think of any other job that required little time, wasn't tiring, and could still make a lot of money. After all, there aren't that many good things in the world. Do you want to live off your second brother? Forget it, let's do both at the same time. I don't have many girlfriends yet, so if I have more time to work and earn more money, I can work less in the future. Bai Jinxian has always been a decisive person. He does what he thinks of and never procrastinates. As for novels, he wants to write fantasy, but he can't write about one woman and multiple men. He always feels like he'll end up in jail if he tries. Fantasy novels are great, the emotions are relatable. If you copy all those high-quality books from your past life, you should be able to earn a small fortune, though I don't know how long it will take. For videos, there's no rush to go live or show your face. Try filming rural life first, and you can also hone your voiceover and editing skills. I remember several bloggers who became famous in my past life with simple videos. Maybe he can succeed too. The matter suddenly became clear: write a novel and shoot videos at the same time, doing both simultaneously. Where did my bath towel go? With a delighted expression, Bai Jinxian stood up and looked at the hook for hanging bath towels, only to find that it was empty. He looked around in disbelief, then searched his surroundings, only to find that it was really gone. No way, it was here this morning. How could it suddenly disappear? Why not ask the mysterious little maid about the missing towel? Of course, you can't ask the maid. Bai Jinxian just finished teasing her, and she's still angry. Now, with the door open, he asks the maid to get him a towel. Is this some kind of hentai anime scene? Bai Jinxian was caught in a dilemma. It's no wonder that bad men overthink things given how outrageous his actions were. He, being so close to the situation, must have his own thoughts and feelings. Damn it, where did my bath towel go? But I still have to go out without a bath towel, otherwise the maid will come and ask me questions if I keep dragging myself along. Then he said that he had been taking a bath because he didn't have a towel. What would the maid think? You don't think I'm inviting you, do you? Bai Jinxian was getting anxious. The little maid hadn't been trained to her full potential yet, and more importantly, he couldn't be on the bottom and fall into a disadvantageous position. Left with no other option, Bai Jinxian could only fix his gaze on the clothes he had taken off. Tisk, let's just make do. Anyway, it's not wet and it's not that dirty. Xiaoyu, I'm done washing up, you should go wash up now. Su Yuning, who was resting on the sofa, noticed that Bai Jinxian came out with wet hair, and then angrily rushed into the room. Strange, why is Lord Bai getting so worked up over a bath? Su Yuning took her clothes and went into the bathroom, then locked the door from the inside. She won't make the same mistake twice. She first took off all her clothes, then glanced at Bai Jinxuan's clothes on the ground. Don't worry, unless there are special circumstances, she doesn't plan to do anything. After all, she just set fire this morning. Wait, why are those clothes soaking wet? Chapter 78: Tacit Understanding. Bathing involves separating clothes from the body, and generally the clothes are kept dry, unless Su Yuning did something to them. These wet clothes are a bit suspicious. Could it be that Lord Bai took a bath while wearing his clothes? Su Yuning glanced around the bathroom and realized she had forgotten to take Bai Jinxuan's bath towel down. So, Lord Bai, is it because you don't have a bath towel that you have to use your clothes to dry yourself? Su Yuning walked over, picked up the clothes, and sniffed them. The smell was even stronger, mixed with the fragrance of shower gel. No wonder Lord Bai was so aggressive and seemed unhappy earlier. It turns out his bath towel was missing. Su Yuning took them up to dry in the afternoon, and then forgot about them because she was busy. If she hadn't discovered something strange about them now, she probably wouldn't have remembered them even tomorrow. Thinking about this, she felt a little guilty. After you finish showering, take it down and put it away in a hidden place. That way, Lord Bai shouldn't find out that I took it, but rather that he didn't notice it. Su Yuning didn't want to hide it from Bai Jinxian, but the more she talked about it, the more complicated it became, and the more likely she was to make a mistake. If Bai Jinxian finds out what she's been doing behind the scenes. No. Su Yuning took one last sniff and put the clothes back. The water in the bathtub wasn't drained. It's a bit wasteful for two people to each have their own tub of water. We need to be more economical. In any case, Su Yuning herself did not mind the bathtub that Bai Jinxian had used. By the time Su Yuning finished washing up, it was completely dark. After taking care of her business, she stood in the living room for a long time, hesitating, before finally deciding to go into Bai Jinxuan's room. The incandescent bulbs in the room were not turned on. Instead, a nightlight was on, casting a warm yellow glow that only illuminated a small area near the head of the bed. Su Yuning could see Bai Jinshan leaning against the headboard in his pajamas, his phone faintly glowing in his hand. At this moment, Bai Jinshan also noticed Su Yuning at the door. Why are you taking so long to wash? Come over here, what are you standing there for? Su Yuning did not hesitate. She had already overcome her timidity when she came. As a girl, there were some things that she should clarify and do herself. She quickly climbed onto the bed and lay down obediently on the inside. Her dark eyes seemed to glow in the night, which was very beautiful. Cover yourself up properly, or you'll get cold. Bai Jinshan gave half of his blanket to Su Yuning, and then continued playing on his phone. Su Yuning was very puzzled at this moment. We agreed when we came that I would reward her by letting her sleep with me for one night, but why is she doing this now? But she didn't dare ask, worried that if she did, she would be kicked out. Besides, sleeping together was exactly what she wanted. Okay, I'll get rid of my cowardice tomorrow. Tonight, I'll just sleep peacefully. Su Yuning had no intention of playing on her phone. She figured that if she fell asleep, Bai Jinshan wouldn't kick her out, which was a kind of insurance policy. And she was really tired today. Not only had she worked as a miner, but she had also cleaned the house. Now, lying on the bed that smelled of Bai Jinshan, she didn't even know when she had fallen asleep. Bai Jinshan put down his phone and looked at Su Yuning, only to find that the little servant was already fast asleep, her breathing rising and falling gently. If you listened carefully, you could even hear her breathing. He didn't feel very tired, since apart from doing some work in the morning, he had been resting and even took a nap in the afternoon. Bai Jinshan showed no sign of nervousness at having his servant sleeping next to him, appearing completely at ease. It will be his property sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later. Good night. Bai Jinshan kissed Su Yuning's cheek, then turned off the nightlight and hugged her again. Sure enough, sleeping while holding something fragrant and soft makes it more comfortable. One of them wanted to come in and sleep with them, and the other had the same idea, but neither of them said anything. The young servant mustered her courage and walked in. Bai Jinshan pretended not to care and invited her up. Neither of them asked why, and they just slept peacefully. Bai Jinshan was awakened by the chirping of cicadas. There were more cicadas here than in the city, and they surrounded the house, making the sound come from all directions. Don't these bastards ever shut up? The sound of cicadas represents summer, which Bai Jinshan initially liked, but being woken up by them now was a different story. He rubbed against the wall in frustration, burying his head even deeper, as if that would help him escape the annoying noise. At this moment, Bai Jinshan had no idea where he was being buried or burrowed into. He only felt something soft and warm, with a pleasant fragrance. Su Yuning blushed and covered her mouth, one arm around Bai Jinshan, thinking to herself that not running away yesterday was definitely the right choice. He was fine when he went to sleep last night, and Bai Jinshan even used the little servant as a pillow. However, he had a wrong estimate of the cooling capacity of this old-fashioned air conditioner. By midnight, Bai Jinshan was freezing, so he started to burrow deeper into the blankets and snuggled close to the warm little servant. This also caused Su Yuning to wake up once in the middle of the night and turn off the air conditioner. The blankets had reached their waists by now, neither too hot nor too cold, just the right temperature. Moreover, even without a blanket, Su Yuning could still look at Bai Jinshan properly, and for a moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, as if this was her future life. Chirp chirp. Bai Jinshan found the noise outside increasingly annoying, and he was so frustrated that he groaned and fidgeted, wishing he could pull out a gun and shoot all the cicadas outside. Finally, Bai Jinshan opened his eyes, annoyed, and realized that he had been rubbing against something. However, in his dazed state, he couldn't care less about that. He sat up expressionlessly, looking somewhat sullen. Su Yuning woke up relatively early. She usually gets up around 6 or 7 o'clock every day. However, because she was indulging in some pleasure today, she didn't get out of bed after waking up. She sat up at this moment, wondering what was wrong with Bai Jinshan, and why he got up so early today, when he usually slept until 8 or 9 o'clock. What time is it? 6:30. Bai Jinshan was even angrier after hearing this, but he also couldn't fall asleep. Lord Bai, what would you like to eat for breakfast? Su Yuning could tell that Bai Jinshan was in a bad mood. Although she didn't know why, offering him some good food should cheer him up. As expected, Bai Jinshan's cold expression softened somewhat. We can just get whatever we need in the countryside. We don't have that many ingredients here, so let's just steam sweet potatoes. Although this place is very quiet, the quality of life is indeed not as good as in the city, but fortunately there are many wild foods, such as cicadas. Of course, not the kind that's making a racket outside now those have grown up and can't be eaten. Instead, it's the kind that just crawled out of the ground, rich in protein. Fry it up, and even the neighbor's kid will drool with envy. Bai Jinxian squatted down at the door with his cup and toothbrush, brushing his teeth while facing the forest and nature. It was a unique experience, a sense of freedom that he couldn't find in the city. Should we plant something in the small garden? In 2 months, some fast-growing plants should be ready before we leave. But he quickly dismissed the idea, since there would be no one to take care of the plants if he left, and they would die anyway, so he might as well not harm them. After completing this series of photos, he took another picture of the sun, posted it on his WeChat Moments, and wrote, "The sun at 6 in the morning." After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Bai Jinxian carried a small stool outside to enjoy the breeze. The morning breeze, carrying the scent of nature, is invigorating. It would be even better if it weren't for the chirping of cicadas. They shout all day long, don't they get tired? But then Bai Jinxian thought about it again and realized that cicadas really do live a wonderful and carefree life. After spending 7 years underground, it climbed up and kept calling out. The meaning of its calls was very simple: it wanted to mate and connect with someone. They're much better than hypocritical humans. Of course, disturbing Lord Bai would still mean certain death, so he planned to catch some that night and deep fry them. "Lord Bai, dinner is ready." Su Yuning called out from the dining table. "They're here." Although breakfast is made quickly, its quality is not low. 3 steamed sweet potatoes, 2 fried eggs, a piece of hot toast, and a box of homemade side dishes given to us by a villager. "Lord Bai, due to limited materials, this is all we can make for now. I will go shopping later and try to buy as many items as possible. These things are already quite good, and I don't mind them." Bai Jinxian picked up a sweet potato, didn't peel it, and took a bite. Su Yuning made breakfast very carefully, and the ingredients were cleaned very thoroughly. This is also why Bai Jinxian ate it directly. "Go to that little shop I took you to yesterday. They have all the necessities you need. Just pick what you want." Bai Jinxian didn't plan to go out, even though it was only morning and the sun outside was already unbearably hot. Staying in the shade and getting some fresh air is fine, but being directly exposed to the sun is still too terrifying. "Is there anything you would like to bring, Lord Bai? Just bring me some snacks." When Bai Jinxian first arrived in the village, he discovered that the convenience store had many snacks that he had never eaten before. "Those things have disappeared since I went to the city. The outside world is changing rapidly, but this place is no different from before, and has even become more desolate. And many people have also disappeared." Thinking of this, Bai Jinxian added, "Take some of every kind of snack I haven't tried before, they're not expensive anyway." As he spoke, he sent Su Yuning a 500 yuan red envelope. Su Yuning didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Bai Jinxian was very generous with the money, and she used all of it to improve Bai Jinxuan's quality of life. Su Yuning left as soon as she finished eating. She never had the habit of procrastinating. Bai Jinxian went up to the second floor, intending to spend a relaxing day there. The second floor was very empty. The lobby only had a sofa and a table and chairs, nothing else. The floor was mopped so clean that you wouldn't get dirty even if you lay down on it. This place was deliberately requested by Bai Jinxian when he was a child, because only with a large space could he play freely and however he wanted. I walked over and opened the glass door to the balcony, and the white curtains immediately began to flutter gently. Bai Jinxian took a deep breath and went back to the toy room next to the pillow room. It was filled with all kinds of small toys, as well as various comics and novels. These things were his greatest source of joy during his childhood. Sometimes, when he didn't want to go out, he would invite a few of his little friends to play and read books together on the second floor. Bai Jinxian opened a cabinet, which was filled with densely packed books. Novels of all kinds were neatly arranged here, all of them complete volumes. This shows how happy Bai Jinxian was as a child. He pulled out a novel about orthopedics, then brought the fan from it to the living room, and sat on the sofa to quietly enjoy it. While the novel was interesting, there were some of the settings in it that he couldn't accept. Until he actually had a younger sister later on. However, it's not too late to enjoy it now. Perhaps because of Su Yuning, Bai Jinxian was extremely engrossed in watching and quickly became absorbed in it. Setting aside the setting, the book's writing style and its delicate expression of emotions are both outstanding. That bittersweet feeling is tingling and numb, and the whole story is filled with love and restraint. This is the emotion of orthopedics, like the drizzling rain of the plum rain season. Near the end of the first volume, Bai Jinxian was awakened by the sound of a car downstairs. He went to the balcony and saw Jiang Lishuan driving a tricycle with a bunch of things loaded in the shed, and Su Yuning was carrying them away bit by bit. Jiang Lishuan noticed Bai Jinxian immediately and quickly greeted him. Bai Jinxian waved and quickly went downstairs. "Why did you buy so much stuff?" Bai Jinxian went over to help carry the things. "I originally planned to buy things little by little, but the old man said it would be better to buy everything at once, so they would send a car to deliver it to my home. So I bought everything I needed," Su Yuning said, carrying a bag of rice. Jiang Lishuan also followed beside her, carrying a large bag of things. "We've known each other for so long, if there's a lot of stuff, I'll definitely help carry it over. Besides, a good quality of life is only possible when you have good things to buy." At this time normally, she should still be in bed sleeping, since she plays games every night. But today, the old man woke her up to deliver goods. She was initially a little unhappy, but when she heard that it was by Jinshuan's house, Jiang Lishuan immediately got to work. "Have you had breakfast, little orange?" Bai Jinxian asked. Jiang Lishuan was stunned for several seconds before she realized that Xiao Juzi was calling her. Unlike the other two, she didn't have a nickname. Bai Jinxian usually called her by her name. For a time when she was little, she was upset because she didn't have a nickname. Not yet, the delivery was in a rush." Jiang Lishuan blushed slightly. After all, she usually slept until noon, but it was still a little embarrassing to talk about this. She never gets up in the morning, so her family doesn't leave her breakfast. Bai Jinxian smiled, knowing the answer. "I have a sweet potato and some bread here, which are leftovers from breakfast. If you don't mind, please have some to fill your stomach." Chapter 71. After you left, their lives. Jiang Lishuan was wearing shorts and a simple white top. Her hair was a little messy and casually tied up. And she seemed a little nervous, probably because she came alone this time? "Let's move the things first. We can eat after we've finished." Jiang Lishuan sped up the moving process, not daring to stop for a moment, keeping herself busy. Bai Jinxian shrugged helplessly and joined in. Although there was a lot of stuff, the three of them worked together and moved it all in no time. "All right, let's eat while it's still warm." Bai Jinxian took out the remaining sweet potato and 2 slices of bread. Jiang Lishuan took the things. "Lord Bai, how long do you plan to stay in the countryside?" 2 months, until school starts?" Bai Jinxian pulled out a chair and sat down, then pulled out the chair next to him, gesturing for Jiang Lishuan to sit and eat. Su Yuning was in the kitchen sorting and organizing the items, stuffing them one by one into the freezer. "I see. 2 months should be enough time if I work hard. Even if it doesn't work out, I still have their contact information so I can stay in touch when I go to a big city. And you, judging by your age, you should have graduated from high school by now, right?" Bai Jinxian and her 3 little followers are not far apart in age. Unless there is an unexpected incident, such as studying abroad, the 3 of them should all be college students. "Yes, both of us have graduated and are just waiting for our acceptance letters to come down so we can go to university when the semester starts," Jiang Lishuan said. "Can you confirm the school?" "I'm not so sure, because our results, Bai Jinxian wasn't surprised. It's rare for students to excel academically in the countryside. It's not that they never do, but due to various factors, the number of high-achieving students is lower than in the city. From this perspective, his plan to make money was not wrong. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how he could support so many people." "Tell me about what happened after I left. Although this place doesn't seem to have changed much, I still want to know more about your growth experience." Bai Jinxian rested his head on his hand, looking at Jiang Lishuan with a natural expression and a smile. No woman could resist him, including Jiang Lishuan. "After you left, Shi Zhizhi always mentioned you. Sometimes she would even shed small pearls while talking about you. She really doesn't count as a woman. In this world, women are expected to bleed but not cry, to be strong, and to be the pillars of their families." Therefore, Shi Zhizhi's performance did indeed make Jiang Lishuan somewhat dissatisfied. She missed Bai Jinxian very much, but she also knew that it was impossible for her to have a relationship with that kind of rich young master. Instead of hiding here fantasizing about losing little pearls, you should improve yourself. Maybe when we meet again, you can become one of their wives. Jiang Lishuan tried to study hard, but found that she wasn't cut out for it. However, she had a talent for games and had earned a lot of money through them. "What about Zhou Yumeng?" "Her?" Jiang Lishuan's expression was complicated. If Shi Zhizhi was the kind of weak woman she looked down upon, then Zhou Yumeng was a tough, resolute woman who could make her take notice. Since you left, Zhou Yumeng has made a training plan for herself and vowed to change her personality, and she has done just that. If anyone tries to bully her, even if she is thin, she will not hesitate to throw a punch. She has made sure that she will never be bullied by anyone again. Don't be fooled by the mere 4 words saying what you mean and doing what you say. The actual difficulty involved is, well, some people can't even quit masturbating. I see. That little coal ball must have suffered a lot. Upon hearing Bai Jinshuan's unconscious remark, Jiang Lishuan couldn't help but look over, and a feeling of jealousy towards Zhou Yumeng arose in her heart. She was right about the person she chose. Bai Jinshuan wasn't faking it, he genuinely felt sorry for Zhou Yumeng. I remember when we first met, Zhou Yumeng was very small, only 2/3 the height of her peers, and very thin. It felt like a gust of wind could blow her away. Unfortunately, her skin wasn't good either, it was rather dark, and she seemed to have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. But what about her now? He is taller and has a better physique than his peers, surpassing 95% of them, and his appearance is also superior. While potential is said to be a person's upper limit, can everyone really reach their own limit? It's clear that Bai Jinshuan has a tremendous influence on Zhou Yumeng, even to an unbelievable degree. He now somewhat understands Zhou Yumeng's actions of giving him things for free. If the roles were reversed, he probably would also want to be a dog. Oh, really, I was so naughty when I was a kid. To forcefully and willfully intervene in other people's lives, offer them warmth, and then set a series of difficult goals before leaving. Although it was all for the good of him, at that time his heart. Seeing that Bai Jinshuan looked a little down, Jiang Lishuan quickly comforted her, "It's okay, isn't the result good? Besides, it was her own choice, which is a good thing." Bai Jinshuan took a deep breath. Indeed, his motives were not good when he was a child. He wanted to recruit interesting girls as his followers, but he did not do anything bad, and the result was indeed good. High school life is so tiring, and considering her family situation, she had to do housework and exercise at the same time. I really can't imagine how she managed to get through it. Bai Jinshuan himself is also a high school student. Although as a boy, he has the right to be late and sleep in class, he can still see that Su Yuning is so tired that she falls asleep as soon as she hits the bed every day. She dropped out of high school. Jiang Lishuan continued. "I'm not reading anymore, why?" Bai Jinshuan was somewhat shocked. In his previous life, not studying was more shocking than jumping off a building, and here, the situation isn't much different. Because a teacher was biased and deliberately targeted her, she was also a tough person and beat the teacher up, knocking out 2 of her teeth. Besides, her grades weren't very good, so she simply dropped out of school. Jiang Lishuan still admires Zhou Yumeng when she thinks about that incident. She said she wouldn't be bullied, and from then on, she actually kept her word. Even if the outcome wasn't good, she was still following the path she had envisioned. Chapter 72 Reading. Bai Jinshuan now understood why Zhou Yumeng stopped studying. Her poor grades were probably a major factor. So what is she doing now? A short video blogger, and has already accumulated a large number of fans. Speaking of this, Jiang Lishuan admired him even more. She's probably old enough to move to the city and buy a house by now. For these strong, independent women, life is like a story straight out of a novel. Just hearing about it is enough to get them excited. Throughout his life, he has never acted inferior to anyone, and he would challenge anyone who disagreed with him, yet he is still living a very good life. When Bai Jinshuan learned that the dark brown beauty was little Coalball, he was shocked. He knew that a lot must have happened to Zhou Yumeng, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Which short video website is she on? It's on every website, but mainly on Douyin, and the name is Little Coalball. Bai Jinshuan quickly took out his phone to search and found Zhou Yumeng. The fan data showed that she had 890,000 followers, and her latest video was posted last night, with more than 30,000 likes and comments. This is quite shocking. Bai Jinshuan suppressed his curiosity and turned off his phone. After all, there was another person in front of him, and he couldn't ignore him. If he wanted to watch the video, he could watch it later. Next, Jiang Lishuan told some interesting stories, mostly about Shi Jiji and Zhou Yumeng, while she herself was like an observer, with very few of her own stories. It's not that she had a bad relationship with the other two, on the contrary, the three of them had a very good relationship. When Zhou Yumeng was about to be expelled, Jiang Lishuan begged her family to help her. She could have continued her studies, but Zhou Yumeng refused. Moreover, she said that Shi Jiji was just like a good-for-nothing who only knew how to throw away small pearls, but she was always there to comfort Shi Jiji whenever she cried. Bai Jinxian listened intently with shining eyes, nodding occasionally and adding interjections, his emotional tone radiating warmth. Jian Leshuan got more and more excited as she talked, and even mentioned that Shi Jiji had small animal patterns on every pair of her underwear. Bai Jinxian silently made a mental note of this matter and planned to verify it himself later. To avoid errors in the experiment, it is best to conduct multiple experiments continuously. This lecture covers the point where Su Yuning finished organizing everything. Jian Leshuan felt her throat was burning before she stopped. Bai Jinxian quickly got up, poured a drink, and brought it over. Jian Leshuan finished her drink in one gulp. I'm going back now. Remember to come visit me when you have time. As a woman, especially a recent graduate, I don't have the audacity to go to a man's house to play around, otherwise wouldn't my intentions be too obvious? I could ask Bai Jinxian out, but this is a remote, desolate place. Should I invite someone to go hiking? Or should I invite a guy to go hiking? Jian Leshuan had never pursued anyone before and had no experience whatsoever. Thinking back carefully, the most she remembered was arguing with netizens, all of which involved swearing. Sigh, I'll go home and think about it some more. If it really doesn't work, I'll go talk to the two of them. 3 heads are better than 1, anyway, she's definitely going to take action. Drive carefully. Bai Jinxian escorted him all the way to the door. After listening to Jian Leshuan recount so many things, memories of playing together as children resurfaced in his mind, making him feel somewhat sentimental about how things had changed and how everyone was different from what he had imagined, but all of this was for the best. When he was little, he thought Jian Leshuan would grow up to be flat-chested with pigtails, but now she walks with a bouncy gait. The only one who hasn't changed much is Shi Jiji. She's only grown a little taller, her figure has improved a lot, but her personality hasn't changed much. Lord Bai, when I was looking through my suitcase, I couldn't find my homework. Did you notice? Su Yuning walked behind her and asked in a low voice. She clearly remembered that her homework was in the corner of her suitcase, but she couldn't find it when she was packing yesterday, and she couldn't find it in any of the 3 suitcases. That's strange. She clearly remembered it very well, so how could it have disappeared? Could it have been stolen? But other items weren't missing either. What thief would steal homework? Xiaoyu, I brought you to the countryside for a vacation, why did you bring something as unpleasant as homework? Bai Jinxian turned around and said with a serious expression. Besides, you'll be going to university soon, so it's okay if you don't do your homework, right? But some of them are high-quality test papers that you bought. They are very valuable and very practical. There's even less need to bring this kind of thing. Just relax here. Bai Jinxian suspected that Su Yuning hadn't reached her full potential because of the immense pressure she was under. Of course, a large part of the pressure comes from Bai Jinxian. Relax? Su Yuning looked hesitant, or rather, confused. Before this, her life was very simple. That is to study hard and take care of Bai Jinxian. Studying hard is for getting into a good university, then graduating, finding a good job, and having money. Taking care of Bai Jinxian has always been her wish, and she enjoys it. Although her time was clearly allocated each day, she felt exceptionally fulfilled. Alright, it's all my fault for raising you to be like this. Seeing the servant's bewildered expression, Bai Jinxian felt quite uncomfortable. No, it's not your fault. It's just that I haven't made a plan yet, which is why it's like this. Su Yuning quickly came to her senses and explained. That's just the kind of person she is. She plans everything meticulously, including long-term goals, so that Bai Jinxian. Alright, don't think too much about it today. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Bai Jinxian grabbed Su Yuning's hand and led her upstairs. Su Yuning did not resist. She was always very obedient, and she would do whatever Bai Jinxian said. The only thing that wasn't very obedient was that she would secretly take some of Bai Jinxian's personal items and use them as a side dish for, The 2 of them went up to the sofa on the 2nd floor one after the other. The fan was running, with a strong airflow and a loud noise. Hey, this is the novel I just finished reading, let me help you relax. Bai Jinxian handed the first volume of the Sisters series to Su Yuning. You can't be tense all the time. I haven't seen you have any hobbies at home. Every time I ask you, you just give me some nice things to brush me off, or you say you want to study hard. Now that the college entrance exam is over, I don't know where you're going to find so many excuses. You should start relaxing. Su Yuning continued reading and, somewhat dazed, sat down on the sofa. Wait a minute, Lord Bai, what's going on? Su Yuning was pushed onto the sofa by Bai Jinxian, and then she saw Bai Jinxian taking off his shoes. Relaxing should look like relaxing. You should lie on the sofa in the most comfortable position and let your body feel free. Bai Jinxian spoke with great conviction. Chapter 73 Relax. Su Yuning always maintained a proper and upright demeanor. She hoped that she would be perfect at every moment, because only in this way could she win Bai Jinxian's favor. He said he liked maids, so he would do his best to be a good maid, since that was all she could do. Therefore, she couldn't be as carefree as Bai Jinxian. But Bai Jinxian will help Su Yuning do it. Lord Bai. Su Yuning felt her legs being lifted up, and the next second her shoes were pulled off by Bai Jinxian, revealing her delicate, fair feet with a hint of pink and pearl-like toes. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Jinxian placed her lower body on the sofa, where she lay flat with her head resting on the armrest and a small pillow under her neck. I came to the countryside to relax, so you should relax a bit too, don't be as tense as before. Bai Jinxian handed the first volume he had finished reading to Su Yuning, then sat down on the single sofa next to her and picked up the second volume. Su Yuning would never refuse Bai Jinxian. Since Bai Jinxian told her to relax, she would do it. So the tense body began to relax, and the body lay softly on the sofa. It has to be said that this is indeed very relaxing and comfortable. The fan next to her was still chasing away the heat, but she could still see her favorite Bai Jinxian right next to her head. This seems to be exactly the scenario I've been hoping for. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian, her gaze softening unconsciously, before turning her attention to the novel in her hands. Autumn Sky, what an elegant name. This reminded her of her older sister, Su Choyun, and she wondered how she was doing in the big city. The writing is delicate and has a touch of literary flair, but it's not annoying, it's a great way to pass the time. That was Su Yuning's initial thought. But what do you mean by the younger brother and older sister kissing? Su Yuning stared in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Although there had been some clues before, she still couldn't believe it until she saw the scene in front of her, at which point she was dumbfounded. She closed the book and glanced at the synopsis. At first glance, the synopsis seemed quite normal, but after reading the plot, every sentence seemed to reveal a deeper meaning. This is an orthopedic novel. She glanced at Bai Jinxian again. What he was holding was very similar to what she was holding, but it had a barely noticeable number 2 on it. It's still an erotic novel. Su Yuning never expected that the book Bai Jinxian handed her would be of this type. Is this hinting at something? But why is there only the older sister's storyline? Su Yuning didn't think there was anything wrong with it, she just felt that it would be much better if the older sister was replaced with the younger sister. And Bai Jinxian was watching it with great interest, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? It's just a novel. Su Yuning calmed herself down and immersed herself in the novel again. However, as she read, she felt a little hot, her ear tips turned red, and she felt uncomfortable. Reading these types of books is fine, since everything in them is fictional. The problem is that she really does have a brother, and he's very handsome, but they're not related by blood. Bai Jinxian, who was sitting on the single sofa, was fine at first, but soon he slumped over as if he had worms on his body. Even though he tried his best to make himself more comfortable, the space on the single sofa was only so big that there was no way for anyone to lie down. This diminished some of the enjoyment he had of reading. The bad man's eyes darted around, and soon his gaze settled on Su Yuning in the sofa beneath her. If we squeeze in, 2 people should be able to lie down, right? Although I really wanted to help Su Yuning relax, I couldn't make myself suffer like this. Bai Jinxian was indeed uncomfortable sitting here. He didn't have a very patient personality. If he had a grudge or was angry, he would say it or vent it on the spot. Without a moment's hesitation, he went to Su Yuning's side and squeezed in. While squeezing in, he kept saying, "Go inside, give me some space." Su Yuning was completely dumbfounded. Just when she was watching the crucial moment, how did Bai Jinxian suddenly squeeze in? And isn't this wrong? What are we looking at? Are you trying to incite someone to commit a crime by squeezing in? But no matter how many questions Su Yuning pondered, Bai Jinxian only had himself on his mind and didn't think about those strange things at all. It's summer, and even if you're wearing light clothing, it's still hot and stuffy when people are huddled together. Su Yuning felt a dull ache in her heart, as if a fire was burning intensely but could not be extinguished. She tried her best to ignore Bai Jinxian and focus her attention on the book, but the type of book it was. It's like being stubborn and having 2 blocked ends. The fire inside me is getting hotter and hotter, and I feel like my brain is about to explode. Bai Jinxian's bloodline genes hadn't fully awakened yet, so he was having a good time lying down, but Su Yuning behind him was in a terrible state. Her gaze was like it was on fire, as if it wanted to burn 2 holes in him. If it were a strange woman, Bai Jinxian would definitely stay as far away as possible, but if it were a servant, then it wouldn't matter. Because his small pillow was taken, Bai Jinxian was still a little uncomfortable leaning against the sofa armrest. He grabbed Su Yuning's hand and placed it under his head before he could finally start reading. Su Yuning watched Bai Jinxian's movements with a deep gaze, remaining as still as a stone. The scent of Bai Jinxian wafted to my nose, carrying the essence of summer. Never before has my body been so sensitive to touch, allowing me to perceive everything about Bai Jinxian so clearly. Master Bai. Su Yuning was startled by her own voice. It was so hoarse, as if she had been thirsty for days. What's wrong? Bai Jinxian's voice was as gentle as ever, but now it carried a hint of excitement, perhaps because he had seen something interesting. Su Yuning swallowed hard. What should she say? Did she tell her brother she couldn't hold back anymore? Was she letting her animalistic instincts run wild? She did love Bai Jinxian and had ideas about their future, but she never considered forcing him or anything like that. She wanted to stay with Bai Jinxian forever, believing that he would eventually understand her feelings. Even if that didn't work out, she was willing to be his servant for life. Or perhaps she could go out and work hard like her sister, and become a successful person who can provide Bai Jinxian with the best life he needs. Only then would she dare to express her thoughts. She didn't want to be a burden, she wanted to be Bai Jinxian's support. But she was always a burden. Bai Jinxian was her support. Why aren't you saying anything? Bai Jinxian asked again, while rubbing his head back, the soft strands of hair tickling people. Nothing, I just wanted to ask what you'd like to eat for lunch today? Su Yuning said that the desire in her heart had also dissipated a lot. Chapter 74: A Unique Bad Man. Bai Jinxian didn't expect Su Yuning to be so patient. Just now, the little servant's heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest, and his body was all warm. How did he return to normal in the blink of an eye? But it doesn't matter, isn't it easy to seduce someone? No woman could resist him if he made a move. Bai Jinxian turned around, and because of the cramped space, Su Yuning could feel her body being caressed, feeling a tingling sensation, and her heart trembled uncontrollably. Now, Bai Jinxian was facing Su Yuning, his face pressed against her soft flesh, his gaze fixed on the book he was holding up. He could have easily taken advantage of Su Yuning, but he wanted to have some fun first. In recent months, such teasing of the young female cook has happened frequently, and the changes in Su Yuning's expression make him extremely happy. What could be more fun than making a woman who looks expressionless reveal her true feelings? He also wanted to see what the servant would do to him when he could no longer tolerate him. Will the submissive servant go mad? Or will he continue to secretly resolve the situation? Bai Jinxian desperately wanted to know, and he also really wanted to see the little servant lose his temper and go berserk. When he first came into this world, his male identity brought him countless benefits, and these benefits increased with age, to the point that Bai Jinxian became more and more arrogant and willful. When they were little, bad boys liked to sleep with pretty girls and use them as pillows. This is a desire from his past life. However, the unique genes in the men here mean that they will not have any sexual desires before the age of 18, unlike other men who only focus on games or other things, and would never be interested in women. Women will only waste time and slow down your sword drawing speed. It's easy to imagine how attractive the unique and upright bad boy Bai Jinxian is. Unfortunately, he was willing but unable to do so. Bai Jinxian later realized that sleeping alone was better than sleeping with 2 people, at least he could sleep however he wanted. However, he hasn't changed his bad habit of teasing and harassing women. The teasing and taunting here are just literal meanings and do not involve any erotic desires. But things have been different these past few months. As the genes in his body have awakened, Bai Jinxian has experienced an even more wonderful feeling. My little servant is so sweet and soft, darling. Bai Jinxian gently nuzzled against her, took a deep breath, and then looked at Su Yuning with sparkling eyes. Boom! Su Yuning's mind went blank for a moment, and she scrambled up from the sofa in a panic, completely unable to think. I need to go and prepare the ingredients in advance. After saying that, she fled in panic. Bai Jinxian leaned against the back of the sofa, watching Su Yuning run away with a smile on his face. The little servant is as serious as ever, but that's what makes him even more lovable to bully, and even more worthy of my bullying. However, the sofa was finally empty, and Bai Jinxian lay down leisurely, continuing to read the novel with great interest. He was excited for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. It's not time yet. We have to be patient. The most delicious things should be savored slowly when they are in their most perfect and suitable state. 2 lifetimes of life experience have shaped Bai Jinxian into a unique bad man. He likes women, especially beautiful ones with unique qualities. But he wouldn't act like an animal in heat, wanting to sleep with every woman he sees. He prefers to select what he likes, then slowly cultivate and adjust it, and finally, at the most suitable time, devour his prey with the most devout attitude. The pure love from the previous life has changed here, but who cares? Intense love and lust are the perfect ingredients, and love that has changed is still love. On the other side, Su Yuning almost fell down the stairs, but she didn't care about that at all. She stumbled into the bathroom and frantically splashed cold water on her face. It took me quite a while to calm down a little. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was a little disheveled, and some fine water droplets clung to her delicate face. Her mouth was slightly open, and she was breathing rapidly. Lord Bai's behavior is getting more and more strange. What is he thinking? She didn't know whether this change was good or bad. But honestly, the fact that the person she longed for was looking at her with that expression and saying those unfair things made her feel incredibly excited. Yet there was also a sense of guilt and unease. She had always served Bai Jinxian, and it was clear that Bai Jinxian was an incredibly simple man, so why did he undergo such a change under her care? Was it because she didn't take good care of her, or did she overlook something? It must be said that the little servant was far too serious and upright. Even at a time like this, she was still thinking about Bai Jinxian's development, but that's precisely why Bai Jinxian liked her so much. But Su Yuning quickly lost track of time. Her mind was filled with Bai Jinxian, who was teasing her with all sorts of gestures, expressions, and words. Elder brother. Click. The bathroom door was locked, so the little servant wouldn't fall into the same pit twice. Then came the rustling of fabric and barely perceptible breathing. Bai Jinxian read for a while, then, feeling that it was about time, closed the book and quietly went downstairs. He first went to check the kitchen and found that no one was inside. Then they quietly went to other rooms, but no one was there either. Finally, he went to the bathroom with a wicked grin, carefully placed his hand on the doorknob, and then gently pressed down. Locked? The bad man pondered for a while, but still chose not to knock on the door. This is my favorite little toy. What if it scares me and I can't play with it anymore? Bai Jinxian arrived at the main gate somewhat bored. The sun outside was still scorching hot. But his expression quickly relaxed because he saw someone he hadn't expected. Gigi, what are you doing standing there? Come here. Bai Jinxian waved excitedly. Under the shade of a tree not far away, a girl wearing a yellow and white short-sleeved shirt, loose shorts, and a white hat was deep in thought. However, the sudden sound startled her, but it also seemed to help her figure out the answer to the question. She jogged to the outside of the courtyard, pushed open the iron gate, and stood in front of Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxian squatted down with a smile, and without any hesitation, pinched Gigi Bear's round face with both hands. How did you get so bold, you coward, to dare to appear in front of me at this time? Chapter 75. Let's take a look at the panties. Gigi is very timid. No, I shouldn't say timid, I should say she's very honest, too honest. She could never do things like skipping class or playing pranks. She always ended up being led astray by him and then left to take the blame. It's a bit strange that such an honest person, after being shown the glory of the group yesterday and then being forced to kiss, actually dared to come to my door to play the very next day. However, Bai Jinxian didn't want to delve into the reasons. Since this little toy had come to him on its own initiative, he wasn't going to let it get away. Let's see the panties. Facing Bai Jinxian's pure and expectant gaze, Gigi felt her face burning. Could it be that she was sexually assaulted by a bad man? What are panties? Gigi racked her brains, but she didn't quite understand what Bai Jinxian was saying. These simple words actually made Bai Jinxian feel a little ashamed. Gigi was already stupid, and he always bullied her. It's nothing. Did you come here to visit me? Bad men are quick to adjust their moods. They never let bad emotions linger in their hearts for even a second longer. Right. Gigi nodded shyly. Some blushed because of their own ulterior motives, while others were simply attracted to Bai Jinxian's good looks. If it were when they were children, Bai Jinxian would have already rushed out and grabbed Gigi. But now he's a mature adult, and looking at the sunshine outside, considering his health and skin, he doesn't want to go out. Lord Bai, is there anything you'd like to do today? Gigi looked up at Bai Jinxian and mustered her courage to speak. She knew that Jiang Lishuan liked Bai Jinxian, and she also knew that Zhou Yumeng liked Bai Jinxian. She's just honest, but not stupid. After comparing their respective conditions, Gigi felt that she really didn't have any advantages. She was so short and chubby, she probably wouldn't be liked by any man. Only Bai Jinxian was willing to play with her and didn't mind that she was a bit slow-witted. So, thinking about the future, she mustered up her courage and chose to take the initiative. Even if she could spend more time with Bai Jinxian, she would be satisfied. Bai Jinxian took Gigi's chubby little hand in his hand and unconsciously squeezed it. I don't really have anything I need to do. I just came back to relax and have a relaxing vacation. I was reading a book, and I just happened to run into you while I came down to rest for a bit. Hearing Bai Jinxian reading a book, Gigi felt a sense of inferiority. Her grades were so-so, and she wasn't very enthusiastic about studying. However, she really enjoyed farming and grew some vegetables very well, producing high yields and delicious food. Perhaps she should forget what happened yesterday. Thinking of this, Gigi said with a bitter face, "Really? Lord Bai is really working hard. It's nothing, I just enjoy watching it." Even though he was reading a novel, and one that wasn't very popular on the market, Bai Jinxian could accept the praise very naturally. "Come on, come with me to the second floor to play, it'll be cooler up there. There is a large balcony on the second floor, with the glass door open and the bottom of the sheer curtain swaying gently in the breeze. It's still unbearably hot today, but thankfully there are fans and air conditioning." As Gigi passed by the room where she had stayed the day before, her face became even rosier. "I couldn't sleep after I got back yesterday. My mind was full of Bai Darren. I finally fell asleep and had a dream. I felt like my sleep was over as soon as I opened and closed my eyes. I still need to take a shower and change clothes after getting up." Bai Jinxian sat down on the sofa first, then patted it with his other hand. "Come and sit down." Gigi's mind was in a mess, but she obediently sat down. The girl looked a little reserved, so cute and petite, yet she insisted on acting mature, which made Bai Jinxian want to bully her again. "What are your plans for this summer vacation?" "Huh? Me? I don't have any plans, I haven't thought about those things." Gigi spoke somewhat hastily, as if she had been frightened. She placed her small hands on her chubby thighs and gripped them tightly. Bai Jinxian has changed so much. She came with Jiang Lishuan and Zhou Yumeng yesterday, and she felt fine then. But now that she's here alone, she feels uneasy and restless. "Alright, relax a bit. Do you think I'm going to eat you?" Bai Jinxian grabbed Gigi's hand, otherwise he was afraid that this silly girl would hurt him. This is a very serious matter. Just in case, Gigi Bear should keep control of her hands. Thinking about it that way, he really is a great person. Bai Jinxian squeezed Gigi's little hand again, while unconsciously staring at Gigi's rosy cheeks. "You should all have graduated from high school by now, right?" "Yes, the next step in school will be university." "Oh, so everyone has a 3-month summer vacation this year, so we can all have a good time playing together." Bai Jinxian tilted his head and looked at Gigi, asking, "Will you play with me?" Bad men always manage to say things that make women blush with a straight face. Bai Jinxian felt that he could become a playboy if he went back to his original world. There's nothing difficult about it, you just need to be bolder, more sincere, and more humorous. Upon hearing Bai Jinxian's question, Gigi immediately answered very seriously, "Of course." When she was a child, this place was very remote and there wasn't much interesting to do here. Of course, they weren't aware of this at the time because they had no comparison. Until a city dweller came to the village. Gigi felt inferior the moment she saw Bai Jinxian. His clothes were the most beautiful she had ever seen, and she had never seen such a handsome person. He was fair-skinned and delicate, and especially when he smiled, he could attract the attention of all the children. This refined young master was not as arrogant as they had imagined. Instead, he seamlessly integrated into their group and became their leader. He would share countless novel snacks, countless fun toys, and all sorts of games they had never even thought of. Moreover, he has his own ideas and will stand up for Zhou Yumeng and other people who are bullied. He is more capable than the women. Naturally, Bai Jinxian holds a place in the hearts of every child. That year was the most different year, and also the most interesting and imaginative year. At least for a child from the countryside. Years later, Gigi met Bai Jinxian again. His personality seemed to have not changed much from before, and he looked very confident. "Let's play hide and seek. Whoever gets caught will get, he. Bai Jinxian said in a serious tone. Gigi tilted her head, looking confused. "Ah? Chapter 76. What are you babbling about? Come here and give me a kiss." Alright, hurry up and hide, I'm about to start the countdown. Bai Jinxian pinched Shi Jiji's cheek, and before she could react, he closed his eyes. 30, 29. Ha? Wait, no, it's starting now? Shi Jiji stood up in a panic and quickly began looking for a hiding place. Bai Jinxian could hear the sound of shoes on the floor, very hurried and somewhat muffled, followed by a slightly more distant sound, probably from downstairs. Don't go outside the house. He shouted it out again and then continued the countdown. 20, 19. Hide and seek is a common game in the countryside, and there are many places to hide. Usually, the seeker takes turns, but this time there are only 2 participants, and the punishment for the loser has changed slightly. In short, Bai Jinxian was still a little excited. 3, 2, 1. I'm coming for you. As soon as the countdown ended, Bai Jinxian rushed downstairs. The living room was completely open, with nowhere to hide, so he went to the kitchen first and searched every cabinet, but unfortunately he couldn't find the Jiji bear. There are only 2 rooms downstairs. One is where he sleeps temporarily, and the other has only been cleaned but not tidied up. There weren't many places to hide in either of the 2 rooms. That's strange. I clearly heard the sound of people coming downstairs, but I can't find them anywhere. Surely they couldn't have hidden in the bathroom, the door should be locked, right? Honestly, playing hide and seek indoors is the easiest because there are very few places to hide, and if you pay attention, you can find them very quickly. Therefore, Bai Jinxian's purpose in playing the game was not just to play, but to catch Shi Jiji and then reasonably bully Jiji's teddy bear. But he's actually having some fun now. We've searched every possible spot on the first floor. Even if it seems impossible, Shi Jiji must have hidden on the second floor. Little bear Jiji, you'd better hide yourself well, or if I catch you, hee. Bai Jinxian turned up the volume and listened carefully to the sounds inside the room, but he couldn't hear anything except the sound of the fan. This is really interesting. I wanted to catch her off guard, but I didn't expect Shi Jiji to get so absorbed in the moment and find a hiding place in such a short time. To avoid being caught off guard, Bai Jinxian carefully observed the second floor living room and then went to the balcony, but still couldn't find Shi Jiji. It's really strange, how come Shi Jiji knows my home better than I do? Bai Jinxian was a little puzzled, as he felt that he couldn't possibly find a hiding place so quickly. Unfortunately, there were only so many places to hide. Bai Jinxian was now immersed in the game and was planning to increase the punishment. Pushing open the door to my old room, the one filled with dolls. Jiji bear, I know you're hiding here. Just wait until I catch you. Bai Jinxian suddenly pulled open the cabinet door, revealing a pile of dolls facing him. Tisk, that's strange, where did it hide? After carefully searching the room, Bai Jinxian left the room, lost in thought, and began a mental exercise. Shi Jiji, who was hiding among the dolls, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Normally, playing hide and seek doesn't have to be so tense, but while Bai Jinxian was searching for people, he kept muttering about how to deal with Shi Jiji when she got caught. Although Shi Jiji knew these were just ways to scare her and make her give herself away, she still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But those words must have just been used to scare myself, right? She shifted her body slightly to relax. But the next moment, Bai Jinxian's voice suddenly rang out, and it was very close, as if it were only a door away from her. Ziji, I've found you. Alas! Shi Jiji couldn't help but cry out in fright. Now Bai Jinxian was truly certain. He immediately took a few steps, opened the cabinet door in the corner, and took out all the dolls inside, revealing Shi Jiji hiding in the corner. Shi Jiji is small, so she can easily squeeze into the closet and then use a large doll to cover herself. Bai Jinxian wouldn't have been able to find Shi Jiji so quickly, but he found Shi Jiji's shoes in the shoe cabinet downstairs, and immediately made a guess. There's nowhere to hide downstairs, but it's a different story upstairs. Sure enough, a little scare and he came out. Little bear, you're a little clever, but not enough. Bai Jinxian looked somewhat smug, then pulled Shi Jiji out. Jiji bear's hat was nowhere to be found, and her long hair was loose, with a knot tied at the end. There was a little sweat on her chubby little face, and her clothes were damp and stuck to her body. There were some red marks from being squeezed on her thighs, and she was wearing a pair of white lace ankle socks. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? You're hiding in a pile of dolls. Bai Jinxian took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped Shi Jiji's face. Look how hot you are. If you really can't stand it, just come out. The handkerchief had a unique fragrance, and the Bai Jinxian in front of me seemed to overlap with the Bai Jinxian of the past. His gentleness remains. I told you I would play with Lord Bai. Shi Jiji raised her head and said seriously. Bai Jinxian paused for a moment, then come and carry out your punishment. Huh? Wasn't that just to scare me? Shi Jiji was a little nervous. Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Bai Jinxian had a smile on his face, but his expression was serious. He slowly approached Shi Jiji, and Shi Jiji unconsciously backed away, but there was a cabinet behind her, and nowhere to hide. Why are you backing away? Don't you like me? The room was stuffy and hot, everything seemed sticky. The two could sense each other's breath and smell each other's unique scent. Their connection was so strong that it felt as if they were already embracing. No, but you're such a good person, Lord Bai, you can't be so casual. You should take better care of yourself. At this crucial moment, Shi Jiji only needs to stand still, and she will get what she wants most. But if she did that, she wouldn't be the honest Jiji bear, and she wouldn't attract the Bai Jinxian of the past. Seeing that Bai Jinxian had stopped, she continued, I know that boys are curious about those kinds of things after they grow up, but that's immature and not good for you. Yesterday I was stunned and didn't react, but I won't be like that now. She came today to talk to Bai Jinxian about what happened yesterday. She believed that Bai Jinxian was just curious because it was his first time encountering that kind of knowledge. After hearing this, Bai Jinxian liked Jiji Bear even more. His bright eyes stared at Shi Jiji. Are you done? Can I kiss you now? Chapter 77 The Little Bear Who Looks Easy to Bully. Are you even listening to me? Shi Jiji frowned and glared angrily at Bai Jinxian, but her expression was not very intimidating and made people want to bully her. She was a little unhappy. You see, she had mentally prepared herself for a long time before coming here today, and even when she arrived at the door, she was a little hesitant to come in and say hello. After coming in, I forced myself to resist the urge to take advantage of the situation. Her heart was bleeding. But bad men aren't simpletons, they've learned far too much in their past lives, even more than the girls here. After all, internet regulation wasn't very strict in the previous life, at least not in terms of pornography. But in this world, finding suitable resources is too difficult because men are too precious. Therefore, Bai Jinxian actually understands very well what he is doing. He wasn't a novice, rather, after his genes matured, he awakened his true self from his previous life. He could have chosen to explain to Shi Jiji and take things slowly, but he didn't do that because he would be happier doing so. Shi Jiji didn't get an answer, but she did get caught by the bad man Bai Jinxian. He pounced on Shi Jiji and pinned her against the cabinet. It's soft and fluffy, like a doll. Shi Jiji heard a murmur in her ear, and the next second she realized that she had been pinned against the wall. Wait, Lord Bai, don't do this. You're not acting rationally right now. You'll regret it later. When the two were pressed together, the air seemed to become thicker, and their clothes and bodies stuck together, like being soaked in hot water, which made them feel very uncomfortable and strange. But Shi Jiji couldn't care less about that now. Her eyes were wide open, and she was completely captivated by the kiss in just 0.1 seconds. Her futile struggle was quickly abandoned. There was nothing she could do. She liked Bai Jinxian so much, and saying what she just said was already a painful decision. Now she couldn't bear it any longer and didn't want to endure it anymore. However, why is Lord Bai so irritable and forceful? Shi Jiji's chaotic mind could only come up with such an adjective. She felt as if she were about to be completely devoured. She didn't know how much time had passed. She only knew that when Bai Jinxian released her, she knelt weakly on the ground. Who? Shi Jiji was panting, her pupils dilated, and her eyes were lifeless. The room was still too stuffy, making it hard to breathe. Bai Jinxian, however, was very interested in the Jiji teddy bear and licked his lips again. He always maintained a proper distance with Su Yuning or Jiang Yuyun because he understood his own strength. But when facing Shi Jiji or Jinshi, he was like the most wicked cat, wantonly bullying the little mouse. Wait until you've had your fill of playing before swallowing it. Let's go, let's get out of here. If you stay any longer, your brain will probably get fried. Bai Jinxian picked up Shi Jiji and walked outside. Upon arriving at the sofa, Bai Jinxian did not let Shi Jiji go, but instead placed her on his lap as if holding a doll. With the fan blowing, Shi Jiji leaned on Bai Jinxian and finally regained some of her senses, but the blush on her face did not fade and even became more pronounced. Her mind was filled with what had just happened. I know what I'm doing, and I understand those things very well. Only now did Bai Jinxian speak calmly. So you don't need to worry about me. What could Shi Jiji say? She simply hummed in response. Being held like a child by a man made Shi Jiji feel ashamed, and she unconsciously began to move, wanting to get off. But then she suddenly froze, her whole body tensing up. Knowledge she'd read involuntarily surfaced in her mind. It must be about men. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable sitting here? Bai Jinxian threatened in a low voice, his small hand already gripping Shi Jiji's waist. No, no. Shi Jiji dared not resist in the slightest. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp sound suddenly rang out from the stairwell, startling Shi Jiji, who jumped down in a panic. This time, Bai Jinxian didn't stop him. He picked up the novel from the other side of the sofa with a bored expression and then lay down. The next moment, Su Yuning appeared at the stairwell door, looking at Shi Jiji. Lord Bai, when did your friend arrive? Su Yuning's hair was a little damp, and she had changed into a casual outfit, intending to relax. However, upon seeing strangers, she unconsciously became serious again. The sound I just heard was her coming upstairs in slippers. She seemed much clearer and more rational at this moment. Of course, it's when you're taking a shower. You're taking so long, and I don't know what you're doing in there, so of course you can't see my friend coming over. Bai Jinxian originally wanted to do something naughty, but Su Yuning disturbed him, and now he's feeling quite annoyed. He kindly refrained from ruining Su Yuning's important plans, but the little servant turned around and ruined his trivial ones. Thankfully, Su Yuning is expressionless all day long. She's practically a stoic. Otherwise, she'd probably be in an awkward situation right now. She was indeed a bit irrational just now, actually doing that in broad daylight. It was also because of Bai Jinxuan's words that Su Yuning did not delve too deeply into Shi Jiji's sweaty face and flushed cheeks. It seems even hotter today, would you like a drink? I want iced tea. Bai Jinxian said. Shi Jiji stood up in a panic. I just came here to chat with Lord Bai. I should go home now. Let's drink again next time. She didn't know how to face Bai Jinxuan's sister, nor did she dare to look at Bai Jinxian. All she wanted to do was run away. Really not going to stay for a drink? No, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Shi Jiji didn't dare to say anything more, and hurriedly ran away after walking around to the side. To be honest, Su Yuning didn't think much about keeping Shi Jiji around. Although she was Bai Jinxuan's friend, she wanted to have Bai Jinxuan's time all to herself. If Shi Jiji really stays, Su Yuning will actually feel unhappy. Then, Lord Bai, let me go pour you a drink. Su Yuning turned to leave, but Bai Jinxian called her back. Wait a minute, come here for a moment. The bad man put the novel he couldn't get into aside again and looked at Su Yuning with a displeased expression. He never restrained his emotions in front of his servants. Su Yuning began to think about where she had gone wrong, and finally determined that the problem lay with Shi Jiji. So, did your appearance make Lord Bai's friend too embarrassed, so you ran away? But even if she could do it all over again, she would still do the same thing. Turn around, Bai Jinxian said. Although Su Yuning didn't know what Bai Jinxian was going to do, her body reacted faster than her mind, and she turned around without hesitation. The next second, a crisp sound accompanied by pain and shame spread through my heart. Chapter 78 Self. Then I'll go get the drinks. Su Yuning's face flushed slightly, but she remained expressionless, which annoyed Bai Jinxian. Go ahead, go ahead. He waved his hand, looking at the balcony and thinking to himself, what can I do to make the little servant show a clear expression? He has been researching this topic for a long time, but has not made any breakthrough progress. He could certainly use some rather vulgar methods to make Su Yuning show a surprised or broken expression, but that would be too boring and not entertaining. Well, actually, I didn't want to hurt Su Yuning. The little servant was just too useful. We could also just eat the little servant, maybe that would give him a different expression. The two had lived together for a long time and had developed a deep emotional bond. When Bai Jinxuan's genes matured, the first person he thought of was his little servant. Eating it directly would be too boring. What he wanted was for it to happen naturally, and then one day it would explode, leaving him with an extremely profound impression. So let's forget about it and just keep adding fuel to the fire for the little servant. Su Yuning then brought over a glass of iced tea with a straw, and she instinctively offered it to Bai Jinxuan's lips. What are you thinking about, Lord Bai? I'm thinking about how to make you explode. Bai Jinxian said, then put the straw in his mouth and started sucking. Make me explode? Su Yuning looked somewhat puzzled. It would be very difficult to make her explode, both physically and mentally. Especially when facing Bai Jinxian. Because she had long since gotten used to Bai Jinxuan's willfulness and mischievousness. Excuse my bluntness, but if you want to see me with a normal expression, this is not a good way to do it. Su Yuning also understands Bai Jinxian very well and knows what he wants to see. Really? I think this method is good, and it's very simple. Bai Jinxian took another sip of iced tea, then suddenly stood up, silencing the servant who was about to say something. Having a sip of iced tea on a hot summer day is a real treat, let alone when it's a special feeding service. Ugh, cough cough. A little bit of drink dripped from the corner of Su Yuning's mouth. Her bright eyes were completely bewildered. She didn't understand what had happened, or perhaps she couldn't believe what had happened. Brother, you. This was the first time in recent days that Su Yuning had called Bai Jinxian brother. She desperately wanted to break free from their sibling relationship, especially since Bai Jinxian had only recently matured. She wanted to stay with Bai Jinxian forever, but not as his sister. She had fantasized about this many times, but when it actually happened, she felt confused and worried, without any of the excitement she had imagined. Because she loves Bai Jinxian, and not just because of his looks, she worries about his behavior. This is similar to Zhuzhibear. It just goes to show that bad men have a knack for picking women. Compared to the bewildered Su Yuning, Bai Jinxian looked quite comfortable. Since the little servant let his little toy run away, then let him be your little toy. Unfortunately, even so, the little servant's expression remained unchanged. Was he not quite there yet? Seeing Bai Jinxian lying on the sofa reading a novel as if nothing had happened, Su Yuning felt compelled to speak up. Brother, what did you do just now? Did you see some information you shouldn't have? It took Su Yuning a long time to stammer out such a sentence. Bai Jinxian was actually somewhat regretful. He had acted somewhat irrationally just now. He had clearly planned to take it slow and devour the little servant little by little, but he couldn't help himself. However, he can't be blamed for this. Su Yuning scared Shi Jiji away, and what's done is done. Regret is the most useless thing to do. Thinking of this, Bai Jinxian took the initiative to look at Su Yuning and said, "What's wrong with me? Can't I kiss you? You're just a servant, I can kiss you however I want." Although her words were somewhat willful, Su Yuning actually breathed a sigh of relief. This simple and willful Bai Jinxian is the Bai Jinxian she remembers. He's just right. Of course, but the mouth area. That works too. I said I'll do whatever I want. Bai Jinxian got up unhappily, grabbed Su Yuning's collar, pulled her over, and kissed her rosy lips hard, then her cheeks, kissing her all over. Strangely enough, Su Yuning no longer seemed worried. She simply leaned against the back of the sofa, trying to keep up with Bai Jinxian, worried that she might crush him. All right, Lord Bai can do whatever he wants, I was wrong. Su Yuning tilted her head, finally managing to find a little space to speak. She was overthinking it. Lord Bai was still the same simple man, completely ignorant of matters between men and women. Come sit down and massage my legs. Bai Jinxian lay back down smugly. His personality is completely different now than in his previous life. The environment can change a person so much. But this was something Bai Jinxian actively integrated into. He understood what changes were happening within him and was happy to undergo these changes. People from the past life would definitely think Bai Jinxian is like a giant baby, with no manliness at all. But if a man has no pressure from birth, and society and family only give him love, he doesn't need to think about the future, he only needs to think about how to make himself happy in the present. So, will he have a masculine charm? Bai Jinxian used his own experience to illustrate that of course it exists. Because masculinity isn't something you say or show, it's something you do. Although Bai Jinxian looks like a child now, in Su Yuning's eyes, Bai Jinxian is an extremely reliable man. During their extremely difficult childhood, Bai Jinxian, a boy, single-handedly supported the entire family, ensuring that Su Yuning and Su Choyan could attend school and did not have to worry about living expenses. At that time, Bai Jinxian could have simply left and lived a good life on his own, because the world has so many advantages for men. But he didn't. Instead, he dragged the two sisters along with him. All I can say is that the bad man deserves all the enjoyment he has now. I've suffered enough in my past life, and I've endured plenty in this one too. Can't I enjoy myself now? Can't I be myself again? Little servant, keep massaging my legs. Bai Jinxian preferred their proactive cooperation rather than using assertiveness to mask their vulnerability. He didn't want to pretend. He usually showed his true feelings, took things as they came, and completely became himself, reaching a state where he could do what he wanted and say what he wanted. Chapter 79 Living Room Reward. Su Yuning placed Bai Jinxian's feet on her thighs and began to massage them. However, Bai Jinxian was very restless, his feet kept moving around and rubbing against each other. Lord Bai, please don't. Before the servant could finish speaking, a foot was placed on her face, silencing her. Bai Jinxian looked at Su Yuning with a mischievous grin, wondering what she would do next. Although the little servant always indulged him, this was, after all, a matriarchal world. Thinking back to his past life, if a beautiful woman pressed her foot against his face, well, it didn't seem so bad. Su Yuning grabbed Bai Jinxuan's ankle and gently moved it away, her obsidian-like eyes revealing no emotion. It wouldn't matter if he was kicked unintentionally, but Bai Jinxian showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he was quite smug and looked like he owed the supermarket a favor. Unfortunately, Su Yuning still didn't do anything. She simply put Bai Jinxuan's foot down and continued massaging it. This little servant is incredibly patient. Bai Jinxian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He pulled his foot back, crawled over, and approached Su Yuning. "Aren't you angry?" Faced with Bai Jinxuan's puzzled expression, Su Yuning simply said calmly, "What's the big deal? I've long been prepared to accept everything from Lord Bai. It has to be said that no man would dislike a woman like this. Love you." Bai Jinxian pounced on Su Yuning, their delicate faces touching, and he rubbed against her vigorously. "I want to give you a reward." "A reward? What you just did counts as a reward." Su Yuning thought to herself. Although such things are indeed somewhat shameful, when it comes to Bai Jinxian, it becomes quite enjoyable. But what kind of rewards will there be? Su Yuning paused, her thoughts momentarily interrupted, as Bai Jinxuan's hand rested on her upper abdomen. "Actually, it's not a big deal. The main thing is that Bai Jinxian doesn't seem to be planning to move his hand away." After noticing that Bai Jinxuan's hand had moved up again, Su Yuning realized that Bai Jinxian had another bad idea. Helplessly, she grabbed Bai Jinxuan's hand. "Lord Bai, stop fooling around." Bai Jinxian whispered in Su Yuning's ear, "I wasn't making a fuss, I just wanted to reward you." Before this, Su Yuning thought Bai Jinxian was a simple guy, that what he said earlier was just a joke, and that what he was doing now was just a prank. "I don't need that kind of reward. My greatest reward is that Lord Bai is happy. I've seen it." "What? You comfort yourself at night?" Su Yuning was stunned. Her mind was like a mudslide, her thoughts scattered and fragmented. "I know what I'm doing, and I know what those things mean." Bai Jinxian pressed Su Yuning's cheek against his. "Don't treat me like a simple guy. I'm actually a bad man." Bai Jinxuan's sudden change left Su Yuning dumbfounded, but upon closer reflection, it seemed that Bai Jinxian had always been like this, he just hadn't said it out loud. What she thought was always just what she thought. "Lord Bai, Su Yuning shuddered all over. Bai Jinxian didn't actually do anything, he just slid along the edge. "Little servant, don't you think this reward is good?" "Good." Su Yuning's problem wasn't that she couldn't resist the temptation, but rather that she understood Bai Jinxian. When he asked the question, the answer was already there. If she doesn't want to, she'll be forced to have it, which would be embarrassing and upset Bai Jinxian, so it's better to accept it. But is this really a good idea? No, it should be good. Lord Bai is not as simple as I imagined. He said he knows what he is doing. But does that mean we have to believe him just because he said it? While Su Yuning was still in a fierce internal struggle, the bad man's voice rang out again. "Although I've seen you do that many times, little servant, I've never observed you closely, so I'm still a bit clumsy. Could you show me how, little servant?" "Just with these hands." Before Su Yuning could figure it out, Bai Jinxian continued, Please, little servant, you can do it, right?" The string that was about to snap in Su Yuning's mind suddenly went away, and her mind was filled with Bai Jinxuan's please. Bai Jinxian rarely used such a tone or words when speaking to Su Yuning, he always used a commanding tone. Both are good, but Su Yuning is more unwilling to accept the current situation. Even if Bai Jinxian wanted the stars in the sky, she would find a way to get them. Su Yuning loosened her grip on Bai Jinxuan's hand for a moment, then quickly grabbed it back, their fingers intertwined. She made a decision. The white curtains on the balcony were blown even more wildly by the wind, and when they reached higher up, the lush greenery outside was visible, and the cicadas' chirping was louder and clearer. The faint voices of the boys and girls carried on the breeze and blended into the cicadas' chirping. Su Yuning squatted down beside him, wiping Bai Jinxuan's hands with a warm towel. Bai Jinxian lay on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, the lingering sensation in his hands seemingly still present, able to seep out from between his fingers. As if he had thought of something, Bai Jinxian smiled and then turned to look at Su Yuning. The other person had changed their clothes, but their expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect you to be so fragile, little servant. Or are all women like this, quick? Sensitive? Su Yuning's expression changed slightly this time. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes showed a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. It seems that even someone with facial paralysis can't remain calm when faced with this statement. Bai Jinxian didn't actually do anything special, he just went to play basketball, and the defense was completely overwhelmed, allowing the team to score 4 baskets. This was an accident. I didn't expect something like this to happen today, which is why. And this is the living room, so it affected me. Su Yuning argued her case based on reason. She had originally planned to talk to Bai Jinxian about what had just happened, as well as his changes in true self, but now she was only able to explain herself. A woman cannot be incapable, especially in front of a man. Because men have so many choices, if they don't have an advantage, wouldn't they be easily eliminated? Fortunately, she recovered quite well, which made up for some of the damage. I'm hungry, Bai Jinxian suddenly said. I'll go cook. Su Yuning banished all those thoughts from her mind and got up to go downstairs. Nothing is more important than Bai Jinxian eating, so everything has to be postponed. As Bai Jinxian watched Su Yuning's retreating figure, he marveled at how his willpower far surpassed that of his previous life. Like being thick-skinned, this is a skill I've acquired by spending a lot of time with women. Chapter 80: The Fate of a Parasite. As their relationship deepened, their interactions seemed unchanged from before. They remained the same as always. This made Su Yuning feel like the events of this morning were a dream, leaving her with both regret and relief. After finishing his meal, Bai Jinxian remained lying on the sofa, propping his head up with one hand and reading a novel with the other. A fan beside him blew a cool breeze. The room had air conditioning, but he didn't want to stay inside. Ah! Bai Jinxian yawned. The low hum of the fan and the incessant chirping of cicadas outside made him feel sleepy, especially since he had just eaten a full meal. Su Yuning was cleaning in front of me. She seemed to be very energetic every day, especially after receiving the award today. She didn't stop for a moment. The house had been cleaned before, but Su Yuning handled it even more meticulously, wiping every corner with a cloth. Even someone as wicked as Bai Jinxian felt a little guilty towards such a hard-working servant. They had come to the countryside with their young servant to relax and experience life, but the servant ended up taking care of everything. Xiaoyu, are you tired? Bai Jinxian was leaning against the back of the sofa, wearing only a thin short-sleeved shirt, looking clean and refreshing. Su Yuning had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her body was already soaked with fine sweat, but she didn't want to stop moving, because if she stopped, she would start having all sorts of wild thoughts. Upon hearing Bai Jinxuan's voice, she stood up, about to say she wasn't tired, but seeing Bai Jinxuan's expression, she quickly changed her mind. I do seem a little tired. She understood Bai Jinxuan's every move and expression. Although Bai Jinxian seemed unchanged, Su Yuning could still understand the meaning behind his actions. As expected, Bai Jinxuan's lips curled up slightly. Come here for a moment. Su Yuning put down the mop and slowly walked up to Bai Jinxian. Sorry, I'm a little dirty. It's all right. Bai Jinxian straightened up and leaned forward. Su Yuning was afraid of getting Bai Jinxian dirty, so she subconsciously prepared to back away, but was stopped by someone. Don't move. Chew. All right, you can continue with your work. Bai Jinxian smiled and lay back down. He has made a certain contribution, hasn't he? Su Yuning swallowed hard, her heart burning even hotter. She turned and picked up the mop, putting 3 times more force into it. All right, here comes the nuclear-powered donkey. After making his contribution, Bai Jinxian was finally able to close his eyes and sleep with a clear conscience. As the sun slowly set, Bai Jinxian remained motionless on the sofa, while Su Yuning's figure appeared in every corner of the house, as if she had inexhaustible energy. Bai Jinxian slept until evening, when he suddenly woke up with a start, feeling an indescribable sadness in his heart. He dreamt that he had returned to his previous life and become a cow or horse, working his whole life just to get married and fulfill his family's expectations. This is probably what happens when you become a parasite. Lord Bai, did you have a nightmare? Su Yuning's worried voice rang out from the side. She stood up from the other single sofa and sat down next to Bai Jinxian. Looking at Su Yuning, Bai Jinxian seemed to remember something, breathed a sigh of relief, and then threw himself into Su Yuning's arms, finally feeling a little more comfortable. He then gave a muffled It's perfectly fine to show vulnerability to loved ones. Having a big pillow to bury your face in is even more enviable. All right, it's nothing, just a nightmare. I've already prepared the food, including your favorite spare ribs, and I also stewed a pot of chicken soup. You'll be fine after you eat this. While taking the opportunity, Su Yuning stroked Bai Jinchuan's head and patted his back like she was coaxing a child. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Bai Jinxian slightly raised his head, his voice still muffled, as if something was blocking it. Bad men aren't that fragile, it's just that when they have negative emotions, it's better to vent them immediately to avoid bottling them up and ruining themselves. The reason he lay there for so long was that he hadn't experienced this kind of beauty before, and now that he's matured, he wants to experience it more. Even if they suffocated to death, it would be considered a happy death. Su Yuning could feel the hot breath on her chest and Bai Jinchuan's dissatisfied tone, but her expression and tone remained unchanged. No, I was just worried about Lord Bai. Bai Jinxian had no intention of holding a grudge against Su Yuning. After all, the little servant had done a good job this time. Someone asked what merit he had made? Making the young emperor happy is a great achievement. Let's go eat. Bai Jinxian slowly got up, took Su Yuning's hand, and leaned against her as if he had no bones. Women in this world are very strong and have excellent physical constitutions, they can easily support him. The two of them, all sticky and affectionate, went downstairs and sat down together. However, Bai Jinxian did not flirt with Su Yuning or continue to enjoy his decadent lifestyle, such as being fed. Because he was so hungry, his genes may have gradually begun to awaken, which can be seen from the recent pranks turning into intimate contact. He also had some desires to do naughty things with kisses. Bai Jinchuan's eating movements were elegant and graceful, but he ate very quickly. The main reason was probably that he was too handsome, so everything he did looked handsome. Not only did he eat quickly himself, but he also managed to squeeze food into Su Yuning's mouth when he had a spare moment. The two of them finished the meal completely. Then one of them went to clear the dishes, while the other ran to the front door to sit and digest. The countryside is different from rural areas. Darkness comes quickly here and is very thick, and you can't see anything if you're a little far away. It's not a good day, even the moon is obscured. Bai Jinxian lived halfway up the mountain, and he was the only one there, so he felt a little lonely at the moment. However, when I turned my head and looked at the busy little servant, that feeling immediately disappeared. He took out his phone to say a few words to Chao Ainen, teased Jinshi a bit, and comforted Jiang Yuyun for a while before the time was up. I felt like I hadn't done anything, I had just chatted with a few people. Lord Bai, would you like to take a bath first? Su Yuning had already cleaned up the dishes and prepared both of their changes of clothes. You go first, I'll wash later. Bai Jinxian said without turning his head. But he immediately stood up and turned to Su Yuning, do you want a body scrub service? But he immediately felt that this was not a good idea, and worried that he would not be able to control himself. The servant should dress up properly and then savor the food carefully. How could he do it in this kind of setting? However, given the servant's courage, she probably wouldn't agree, for the same reason as Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxian was worried about eating it, while Su Yuning was worried that she wouldn't be able to eat it and then it would explode. However, perhaps because she had experienced so much today, Su Yuning actually stopped and asked, is it just a scrub? If so, then I'd rather not. Chapter 81. The scheme succeeds. This bold statement impressed Bai Jinxian, but unfortunately, Su Yuning turned around and went into the bathroom. My courage has increased, but only by a little bit. However, this is also a kind of progress, as the time for regular meals is not far away. While the little servant was taking a bath, Bai Jinxian opened his phone and started writing something. I've considered it before, if I want to make a lot of money but don't want to be tied down, the only reasonable professions are writing novels and making videos. Bai Jinxian initially planned to shoot a video, but some of the tools he bought hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to read the novel first. The novels in this world don't seem as plentiful as those in his previous life, and the vast majority are harem-type novels. Judging from the progress, they should be in the early stages of becoming novels. To make money here, you first need to understand the environment of the novel industry and the popular novels of various genres. Bai Jinxian originally thought he would hate these novels. After all, the underlying code of the world has changed, who knows how the novels will be modified. But this is quite something. It is indeed a harem, but it is actually men who are running the harem. Something's not right here. Bai Jinxian quickly went online to check and then understood the reason. Due to the excessive gender imbalance, the idea of one woman having multiple men is pure fantasy, completely unrealistic, and does not comply with policy, thus constituting a violation. The consequences range from a ban to imprisonment. On the contrary, the more women the better, and then the women compete for the man's affections. This kind of vulgarity is more popular. Novels are about what people want to see but can't have. The men here are all aloof and selfish, and they think women are troublesome, so most women don't have men at all and can only focus their energy on other things. The male characters in the novel are all compassionate, and every heartbroken woman can cry in their arms. Bai Jinxian was somewhat astonished, and at the same time, he completely overturned the outline he had previously come up with. So what if it's a harem story? So what if it's a little erotic? He's an expert at that. Moreover, when it came to color, Bai Jinxian immediately became interested, and inspiration flowed like a spring, with countless bites appearing on the screen. When Su Yuning came out, she saw Bai Jinxian holding a phone and tapping away, making a series of dull sounds. Lord Bai, it's time for you to take a bath. She walked towards Bai Jinxian while drying her hair. Bai Jinxian paused, frowned, stood up, and pinched Su Yuning's cheek. You're disturbing me. I'm sorry. Su Yuning blinked her bright eyes, offering no resistance whatsoever. Humph, be more careful next time. Bai Jinxian turned off his phone and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom was steamy and filled with water. The bathtub was full and clean. Su Yuning probably didn't go in to wash. This little servant is so thoughtful, but it's a bit wasteful. Next time, let's ask her to wash with us so it won't be a waste. Squeezing out a little shampoo, Bai Jinxian sat down and began washing his hair. He wanted to wash himself clean on the side and then soak in the bath. This kind of bathroom is quite interesting to stay in. Through the small window above, one could faintly hear the croaking of frogs and the chirping of various insects outside. The countryside. The water in the bathtub began to slosh, but then returned to calm, accompanied by the man's long, soothing sounds. Comfortable. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Jinxian, feeling dizzy, climbed out of the bathtub, quickly dried himself off, put on a bathrobe, and went outside. I soaked in it for a bit too long this time. If I had stayed any longer, I probably would have fainted. One downside of older houses is that some of the furniture is outdated. Su Yuning was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book, looking serene. However, when she noticed Bai Jinxian walking unsteadily, she quickly went over to support him and then noticed his wet hair, which had obviously only been wiped haphazardly a few times. Lord Bai, why did you come out without even drying your hair? Su Yuning sighed and pulled Bai Jinxian back to sit on the chair next to the bathroom. Okay, let me dry your hair. Bai Jinxian didn't say a word, quietly lying on Su Yuning's stomach, making the little servant's clothes a little damp. Su Yuning plugged in the hairdryer, adjusted the temperature and airflow, and then gently blew on Bai Jinxian. Her movements were gentle and light, as if she were handling some kind of precious porcelain. Bai Jinxian could feel something warm and soft, and couldn't help but rub against it again. The little servant smelled wonderful after his bath, and it was very comfortable to hold him. He enjoyed the service with his eyes closed, and the gentle breeze in his ears only stopped when he was about to fall asleep. Alright, Lord Bai, if you want to sleep, you'll have to go back to your room. The air conditioning is already on. It's only a little past 9 o'clock now. If this were in the city, Bai Jinxian probably wouldn't be sleepy at all. In the countryside, it's pitch black outside at this time, and apart from the sounds of nature, there are no other noises. Moreover, staying here can calm one's mind, as if one has returned to childhood in an instant. Bai Jinxian didn't even open his eyes as he helped Su Yuning to her feet, leaning against her as if he had no bones. I'm sleepy, time for bed. A glint of triumph flashed in Su Yuning's eyes. Okay. As she spoke, she dragged Bai Jinxian toward the room. Although she slept with Bai Jinxian yesterday, she wanted to sleep with him again today. But they dared not speak up, afraid of being kicked out. Sleeping together is different from what happened in the afternoon. If you're not careful, things could go wrong. So Su Yuning waited on the sofa, hoping to find a chance to sneak in, and it turned out just as she expected. The room was completely different from the outside. Bai Jinxian thought the temperature outside was quite nice, but as soon as he entered the room, he felt a refreshing coolness. It seems he has already adapted to the outside temperature. Going into an air-conditioned room right after a shower feels absolutely amazing. Su Yuning put Bai Jinxian on the bed and watched him pull the blanket over himself and crawl in like a cat. I'm going to turn off the lights, Su Yuning said. Bai Jinxian only showed half of his head, revealing his fair forehead. The next second, the room went dark, but a small, dim nightlight was on by the bedside. Su Yuning carefully got into bed as well, quietly burrowing under the covers, wanting to get closer to Bai Jinxian. But the next second, a hand wrapped around her waist and forcefully pulled her into the blanket. Mingming Jinxian had only been in bed for a short while, but when Su Yuning got close, she felt a warm and fragrant sensation. Bai Jinxian pressed Su Yuning's head down, hugging the little servant like a pillow. Good night, Xiaoyu. Good night, brother. Chapter 82 Helping to Film Videos. Bai Jinxian slept soundly and felt refreshed. He hadn't felt this satisfied in a long time. Looks like I'll have to sleep with the little servant for the next few days. There was still no sign of the little servant on the bed, and the air conditioner temperature had been adjusted to be neither too hot nor too cold. Bai Jinxian checked his phone. It was only 8 a.m. When he first became conscious, he really enjoyed sleeping with girls, especially pretty girls. But his genes made him devoid of desire, and the habits he carried over from his previous life were quickly corrected. Sleeping with someone else was definitely not as good as sleeping alone in a big bed. This is why Bai Jinxian started sleeping alone at first. But now he has matured and rediscovered the joy he once had. Pushing open the door, it was quite hot outside, but still bearable. The gate was wide open, and it was bright outside. The sunlight was already intense, and there was the incessant chirping of cicadas. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, but there was an unexpected person on the sofa. Zhou Yumeng and Su Yuning both sat on the sofa, both expressionless, looking at Bai Jinxian. Little coal ball, what brings you here? Did you come to play with me? Bai Jinxian looked happy. He was quite interested in the little coal ball now. Yes, I'd like to invite you to go hiking in the mountains with me, and I also need someone to help with my video. Zhou Yumeng said. She is a blogger with over 1 million followers, and Bai Jinxian is also very interested in her because he wants to become a blogger as well. Okay, when do we leave? It'll be fine once you've finished eating. Okay, I'll hurry up. Bai Jinxian rushed to the washroom and started washing his face and brushing his teeth. Su Yuning's eyes were somewhat dark. She had thought she would spend another pleasant day with Bai Jinxian, but instead she found Zhou Yumeng waiting outside the door early in the morning. They even said that filming videos requires cooperation. But how were the videos filmed when Lord Bai wasn't around? I think this guy is up to no good. Zhou Yumeng ignored Su Yuning because she had already achieved her goal, and making a scene would be detrimental to her. Bai Jinxian quickly finished washing up and started eating breakfast, but for some reason, the atmosphere in the living room was a little strange. He looked at the two cold, robotic figures and thought to himself that this might be a case of like repels like. Thinking about it, he ate even faster. Let's go, we can set off now. If you've come all the way to the countryside and are still staying indoors, what's the difference between that and living in the city? So Bai Jinxian looked somewhat excited. By the way, is there anything I need to bring? Zhou Yumeng smiled and said, no need. I've prepared everything I need. I just need you to come and help. Let's go then, Bai Jinxian said. Su Yuning, standing to the side, looked annoyed. She rarely got angry, but she was furious at the guy in front of her who had ruined her wonderful plans. Zhou Yumeng turned around and led the way, with Bai Jinxian behind and Su Yuning following unconsciously. But when they reached the door, the bad man suddenly turned around and kissed the little servant on the corner of his mouth. Just stay home and wait for me. He wouldn't allow instability to occur unless he had already made the necessary adjustments. Su Yuning wanted to say something more, but Bai Jinxian stared into her eyes. I remember I was wearing a bathrobe when I slept yesterday, right? Su Yuning. Alright, wait for me patiently. Bai Jinxian rubbed Su Yuning's head. Su Yuning watched helplessly as Bai Jinxian and Zhou Yumeng walked away. The rule of this world is that no woman can have a man all to herself. Su Yuning understands this very well and knows that an outstanding man like Bai Jinxian would have many women. But while I understand, the possessiveness won't disappear. At that moment, she felt heartache and guilt. Needless to say, I feel sorry for her. As for feeling guilty, she did something bad again last night. It even implicated Bai Jinxian. And now it's been discovered. Su Yuning sighed helplessly, once again cursing herself for being so useless and lacking any self-control. The sun was shining brightly outside. Bai Jinxian walked close to Zhou Yumeng, who was holding a large umbrella and carrying a black bag. Zhou Yumeng's outfit today was as simple as ever, black trousers, a cropped tank top, and a jacket. As he walked, the lines of his dark brown abs were so clearly defined that they made bad men eager to get their hands on him. A smile appeared in Zhou Yumeng's eyes as she said softly, Lord Bai, you may do whatever you wish. Since Bai Jinxian left, Zhou Yumeng has been exercising without stopping for a single day. This kind of life is difficult and inhumane, but she found that through exercise, she could forget all her worries and gain strength to fight against those who disliked her. Now, it seems this well-trained body has even better uses. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Although Bai Jinxian said this, his little hands had already been reaching out to touch her. Such perfectly formed and beautiful muscles are rare and can only be attributed to natural talent. No one expected that the ordinary, dark little lump of coal would grow up to look like this. You've really changed a lot, Bai Jinxian remarked once again. You haven't changed much. Zhou Yumeng looked at Bai Jinxian with gentle eyes. You're still as handsome and eye-catching as you were when you were a child. Actually, looks were secondary. It was that unique personality that attracted Zhou Yumeng the most, making her unable to forget it to this day, and also making her feel a little strange. In short, all she can think about now is training in Bai Jinxian, and now there are all sorts of other things on her mind. The two walked up the mountain, where there was no one and the grass was growing everywhere. This is a small place. There used to be children and some young people here, so it didn't look desolate. Now everyone has gone out to work, and no one has set foot here for a long time. Are we going up the mountain? Yes, there is plenty of space there to exercise and film videos. What do I need to do? Just take a picture with your phone. The two walked uphill while talking. Bai Jinchuan's stamina is still pretty good. He hasn't felt tired yet, but Zhou Yumeng is even more over the top. She was carrying so much stuff on her back and holding a large umbrella, yet she wasn't panting or sweating, and her hands weren't even shaking. Bai Jinxian began to consider the comparison of their strengths and developed some concerns. Although the books say that men can experience a significant increase in strength, he has never tried it and doesn't know where the limits are. The destination was reached after some time. It was a small platform near the mountaintop, offering a clear view of the village below. Bai Jinxian looked down in surprise, while Zhou Yumeng looked at him tenderly. Chapter 83: A body combining flexibility and strength. Okay, what do I need to do? Bai Jinxian didn't forget that he came to help. Just hold my phone and take the picture for me. Zhou Yumeng put her things aside, then took off her coat, revealing her perfect curves and alluring figure. Aren't you afraid I'll film something weird? After all, I've never done this before. Bai Jinxian turned his head and began to admire Zhou Yumeng again. It's okay, as long as I'm in the mirror. This isn't a difficult thing. Like when she used to film videos, she would just place her phone somewhere and start exercising. Her videos usually lack special effects, camera work, and techniques. They are completely down to earth, just an ordinary person recording their own life. Since Zhou Yumeng has said so, how can Bai Jinxian refuse? This not-so-large area is very clean, mostly consisting of exposed rocks, and the scenery is beautiful, which may be why Zhou Yumeng chose to film her video here. Although her technique was poor, the scenery and her efforts made up for it. Before starting the actual workout, it's still necessary to warm up. Bai Jinxian watched in surprise as Zhou Yumeng stretched her body. Although her body looks taut, it is full of exaggerated flexibility. She can fold herself in half, resting her head on her calves, or support her waist with one hand and slowly raise the other leg until it is above her head, forming a straight line. The bad men were all dumbfounded, and their attention was elsewhere as they stared at Fu. With such exaggerated movements, the shape is easily highlighted. Zhou Yumeng wasn't shy at all. Instead, she displayed her strengths like a peacock spreading its wings. She did it all: splits, backbends, arches, you name it. This skill was one that Bai Jinxian had never seen in those videos. Zhou Yumeng's self-filmed videos only show exercise, not yoga or flexibility exercises like this. Seemingly noticing Bai Jinchuan's confusion, Zhou Yumeng explained calmly, although these movements can make my body more flexible, it's still a bit embarrassing for a woman to practice them, and I don't want to show them to others. Bai Jinchuan's eyes lit up. Does that mean he's the only one who's seen it so far? Alright, warm-up complete. Zhou Yumeng was still doing the splits, and it wasn't clear how much effort she was putting in, but she slowly and gracefully stood up, her two straight legs pressed together without any gap. Phew! She exhaled softly, already feeling her body warming up. Lord Bai, you may begin filming. For some reason, Bai Jinxian felt something was off, but he didn't stop what he was doing and quickly turned on the recording mode. Zhou Yumeng then did push-ups on the spot. Her muscle lines were not exaggerated, but rather quite graceful. Her stamina was incredible. She didn't start sweating until the 100th time. These are standard push-ups, not the kind that go up and down repeatedly. Bai Jinxian hasn't yet discerned Zhou Yumeng's limits. What he sees in the video and what he sees in reality are completely different. At least he won't be thinking about making empty promises anymore. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, his interest grew even stronger, and he was eager to see the contrasting expression on Zhou Yumeng's face. It seems these exercises are already too easy for you. If you want to continue to see results, you'll need to increase the intensity of your workouts. Yes, that's the power of perseverance. Zhou Yuming still has time to speak, and her breathing is smooth. Do you need to add some weight? Bai Jinxian asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuming assumed that Bai Jinxian was bored and wanted to end the meeting quickly. Actually, she also wanted to finish quickly and finish filming today's video so that she would have more time to play and chat with Bai Jinxian. I haven't tried it before, but with Lord Bai watching over us, it should be fine. Let us give it a try. Although Zhou Yuming didn't know what Bai Jinxian was thinking, she was still willing to go along with him and cooperate with him. How about 130 pounds? Can you handle it? Able. Women shouldn't say no, especially in front of men. Although she had never tried it, she trusted her well-trained body. Okay, then don't move yet. Zhou Yuming obediently stopped, then sensed a shadow approaching, and an unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. The next moment, she felt something heavy and soft pressing down on her, and then that familiar voice sounded from above her. Alright, let's begin. Bai Jinxuan's previous life was in a relatively developed entertainment industry, especially in short videos, so he would sometimes see videos of boys doing push-ups with girls sitting on top of them. It's unbelievable that such a thing would happen to him, and it's certainly a memorable moment in his life. Then sit down. Zhou Yuming didn't care whether the video was well made or not, she just wanted to prove her abilities. The next second, she started doing push-ups even faster than before, while Bai Jinxian felt like he was on a boat, his hands uncontrollably bracing themselves on Zhou Yuming's back. So powerful. Looks like it can try out a lot of mini-games. This was the first thought that flashed through Bai Jinxuan's mind. Before long, Zhou Yuming's body was covered in fine sweat, and her breathing became slightly heavier. The bad man knew what these women were thinking. If he didn't force them to stop, Zhou Yuming would probably work herself to death without ever uttering a word of complaint. He has his own way of dealing with this. Okay, stop for a second, I'm getting dizzy from sitting so long. As expected, Zhou Yuming stopped after he finished speaking. After getting off, Bai Jinxian walked to the side and continued, let's rest for a while. Do you have any water? I'm thirsty. After hearing this, Zhou Yuming stood up, putting her own idea out of the question. I brought it, I'll go get it for you. She brought all the necessary items, since she wasn't alone this time. The bottled water was quite heavy and sank to the bottom of the backpack, so I had to search for it. Bai Jinxian took the opportunity to squat down next to Zhou Yuming, twitched his nose, and gently sniffed, making a sound. Zhou Yuming froze, only then realizing that she was covered in sweat and probably smelled terrible. She suddenly moved to the side, afraid of incurring Bai Jinxuan's displeasure. But in the next instant, the bad man pressed himself against her, and the two leaned against each other. Zhou Yuming paused, then noticed that Bai Jinxian didn't have any strange expression on his face. He was just saying, I'll help you look, while reaching into his backpack and rummaging around. Chapter 84 What do you want? Details determine success or failure, and this phenomenon is even more pronounced in male-female interactions. Although Bai Jinxian was special to Zhou Yuming and they had had intimate contact, he still handled everything carefully. Knowing when to be willful and when to be serious is a skill that bad men are adept at. It's simply a variation of using both a stick and a tart. Just like Zhou Yuming right now, her heart was pounding uncontrollably. The scent of the bad man filled her nostrils, and his skin felt both cold and hot to the touch. Bai Jinxian found the water first, but it was in a black bottle, which should be Zhou Yuming's usual bottled water. I usually use this to drink water, Zhou Yuming explained, continuing to rummage through the container. She also brought some drinking water, the kind of mineral water bought from a store, specially prepared for Bai Jinxian, but this time she packed too much stuff, and her bag was too full. Then she saw Bai Jinxian unhesitatingly unscrew the bottle cap and start drinking. That's mine. Zhou Yuming was somewhat at a loss. She had never heard of such an aggressive fighting style before. Moreover, she didn't expect that Bai Jinxian would actually dare to drink the unfamiliar water in the bottle. Zhou Yuming stared blankly at the spot where Bai Jinxuan's fingers touched the bottle opening. She usually drank water this way too, and over the years, the bottle opening had long been covered with her marks. Although she cleaned it every day, it still gave her a strange, tingling sensation. Seemingly having drunk too quickly, Bai Jinxian coughed twice, and some fine droplets of water slid down from the corners of his mouth. Here, you can have some too. Bai Jinxian handed the water bottle back to Zhou Yuming, a satisfied smile on his face and a lively look in his eyes, as if he had succeeded. When he handed it over, he deliberately turned the bottle opening so that the part he had just touched was now facing Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yumeng looked at the spot where the bad man had just used it. There were still a few water droplets hanging on it, possibly from a bottle or something imported. This idea made her somewhat restless. She felt embarrassed if she were to have her own print on it, but she really couldn't refuse such a wonderful thing. Whatever, an indirect kiss is fine, as long as it's indirect, what you get is what matters. Zhou Yumeng picked up the bottle and started drinking. Perhaps it was psychological, but she felt the water was exceptionally cold and refreshing. Despite trying to act as if nothing had happened, Zhou Yumeng's face still had a slight blush, though it wasn't very noticeable under her dark brown skin. Bai Jinxuan's face showed even more satisfaction, and then he reached out and rubbed Zhou Yumeng's head. Unlike other women, Zhou Yumeng accepted it readily and looked at Bai Jinxian with longing eyes. "What, is there something you want?" Bai Jinxian asked in a serious tone. I want to. Zhou Yumeng got stuck. Although she said some strange things and did some intimate things, she couldn't answer such a direct question, or rather, she was afraid that her answer would frighten Bai Jinxian. Lord Bai is, after all, a man. Although he has a very popular and kind personality, saying things directly would definitely scare him, wouldn't it? How could Zhou Yumeng possibly know that Bai Jinxian came from another world? You see, even when they're about to explode with pent-up emotions and their minds are filled with all sorts of thoughts, these women still considerately think of Bai Jinxuan's feelings. In such a world, being so pampered, how could Bai Jinxian not be willful and not turn bad? Bai Jinxian didn't expect to get a reply from Zhou Yumeng. Sometimes you can get the answer just by looking at her reaction. So far, he was quite satisfied. But you can't say it out loud if you're satisfied in your heart. What's wrong? Why won't you say? Bai Jinxian slowly approached Zhou Yumeng, his clear eyes meeting hers intently. Instead, it was Zhou Yumeng, who looked fierce and beautiful, who lowered her eyes first and accidentally sat down on the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Jinxian smoothly took advantage of the situation and sat down on Zhou Yumeng's stomach with a wicked grin. He crouched down, pressing against Zhou Yumeng until their faces were only 2 centimeters apart. Sniff sniff. He twitched his nose, then said seriously, "It stinks." Zhou Yumeng felt her blood freeze, and her heart sank to the bottom. Sure enough, she shouldn't have dragged Bai Jinxian out to exercise. It was just an excuse. Why did she actually get so carried away with exercising? She's so stupid. But then the bad man said something that made her heart leap and her blood boil. But I don't hate it. All this sweat is your testimonies. You are transforming and becoming better and better. Bai Jinxian had a smile on his face, his expression was so gentle, and his eyes were so tender. He didn't care about the sweat on Zhou Yumeng's face and touched it with his slightly cold hand. You are amazing and great. You have escaped the unhappiness of your childhood. Really, I think you are as dazzling as a diamond. Zhou Yumeng's eyes widened, her vision filled with the image of the bad man. She felt like she couldn't hear anything anymore, and her vision was filled with nothing but bad men. Her heart was pounding, her blood was boiling, and she felt that there was no man who could understand her so well. In reality, these are just words, not very meaningful, and don't require much literary talent. All you need to do is look at the other person attentively and speak from the heart, treating others with sincerity. Moreover, it's not enough to just talk about it, you also need to express it through actions. Just like how bad men don't mind the sweat on Zhou Yumeng's body, but instead find it amusing. However, other men wouldn't be able to do this, because they genuinely dislike it. Zhou Yumeng felt her mind was in complete chaos and she couldn't think straight at all. I called Bai Jinxian out today just to deepen our relationship. If we could have a little bit of physical intimacy, that would be even better. But she never expected that things would develop in a way that completely deviated from her plan. But that's normal. The reason bad men are bad men is because they never act according to common sense. What did you say to me the other day? What was it again? Bai Jinxian pretended to be troubled, as if he couldn't remember. Own possessions. Zhou Yumeng reached out and gently placed her hand on her face. Your possessions. These slightly embarrassing things are actually very difficult to say, especially for women. The reason she was able to speak out for the first time was because of the excitement of their long-awaited reunion and Bai Jinxuan's genuine feelings. Although both of them knew about it, Zhou Yumeng couldn't bring herself to say it directly in a normal situation. But now her mind has been thrown into chaos by the bad man's tactics, making it impossible for her to establish an effective defense or think. Oh, right, then you're mine now, your soul, your body, everything you have. So now tell me, what do you want? I want you. Zhou Yumeng slightly rotated the hand that was touching Bai Jinchuan's, and then gently grasped it. Chapter 85 On the mountain, under the blue sky, cicadas chirping. What a greedy child. Bai Jinxian moved his hand that was pressed against little Coalball's face, and pressed his thumb against the corner of her mouth. But I don't hate her. Zhou Yumeng could feel that warm breath getting closer and closer, and then the fine, ticklish hairs fell onto her face. Next came tentative touches between the two, followed by a gentle press between their bodies. Zhou Yumeng's already chaotic mind became even more incapable of thinking, but she attacked frantically, instinctively, as if she had no teacher. Bai Jinxian didn't dislike this feeling. For him, as long as the person was right, everything was enjoyable. Unlike Zhou Yumeng, Bai Jinxian was still somewhat sober, but he was still immersed in the enjoyment. After a long while, Bai Jinxian slowly raised his head. A crystal-clear silk thread connected the two of them, but it broke very quickly. Zhou Yumeng was still lying on the ground, her eyes gazing blankly at the blue sky, her small mouth slightly open, her nimble tongue now seeming somewhat weak. Is it broken? Bai Jinxian poked Zhou Yumeng's cheek with a mischievous grin. Or is this all that's enough for you? Zhou Yumeng grabbed Bai Jinchuan's hand, suddenly snapping back to reality, and then stared at him expectantly. Is there a reward? However, Bai Jinxian just smiled and looked at Zhou Yumeng. You have to say what you want. Having already tasted the sweetness of success, Zhou Yumeng was completely incapable of rational thought, yet she didn't know how to express it. There are so many things you can do, and if you don't manage your time well, you might not enjoy any of them at all. She did want to take advantage of Bai Jinxian, but this place didn't seem safe at all. But if she didn't say anything and simply gave up the reward, she would never be willing to accept it. Zhou Yumeng's mind started racing, and she quickly decided to abandon her temporarily useless pride. She guided Bai Jinchuan's hand to her face, slowly rubbing it, and then looked at Bai Jinxian pitifully. Please help me, Lord Bai. Who says that just because the roles of men and women have reversed, women can no longer be charming and coquettish? In fact, in the previous life, there were also men who knew how to act cute and coquettish. Especially at such a crucial moment, should we really wrong our younger brother who has always been by our side just because of some unfounded sense of pride? In any case, Zhou Yumeng didn't want to wrong her second sister. Bai Jinchuan's eyes lit up. Even after 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't resist a woman's coquettishness, especially someone like Zhou Yumeng, who had a unique contrast that made him very irresistible. All you do is try to be clever. Zhou Yumeng did not reply, but continued to gaze at him pitifully. Even though the fire has already reached this point, she'll do anything, no matter how difficult it is, as long as it satisfies her. Bai Jinxian withdrew his hand and began to measure Zhou Yumeng, measuring her bit by bit, his expression very serious. Zhou Yumeng couldn't help but make a faint, strange sound, her body tense and trembling from time to time. In his eyes, besides Bai Jinxian, there was only the vast blue sky, so boundless and so relaxing, as if he had arrived in paradise and escaped all the troubles of the world. Bai, Master Bai. Zhou Yumeng gripped the protruding stones on the ground tightly, and her lower abdomen bulged slightly uncontrollably. Suddenly, all I could hear was the chirping of cicadas, and the sunlight gradually shone on the side, making the ground feel a little hot to the touch. A breeze seemed to blow from afar, rustling the leaves, and Zhou Yumeng's hand gradually loosened. The little coal ball, having been hit by 3 balls, was unable to accept the cruel blow and fell into a daze. Bai Jinxian sat contentedly on Zhou Yumeng's stomach, admiring the distant scenery. Bad men are really despicable, but what can you do when a rock is so hard and uncomfortable to sit on? They said they were there to help film a video, but after only a short clip, the main character was already unable to perform. And time flies by so quickly. I left home in the morning, and it's almost noon now. All I can say is that immersive kissing takes up too much time. The later mini-games take less time, but are more powerful. To be honest, Bai Jinxian was feeling a surge of desire, but he held back. He wanted to eat the little servant first, because he was the most important person to him. However, he didn't want to only have one person, firstly because he didn't want to go against his own heart, and secondly because it would be illegal. So he resorted to underhanded tactics with other women, dividing his pure love equally among himself. Although he loves many people, Bai Jinxian assures that all of this love comes from the bottom of his heart. Yes, it's another classic scumbag quote, but in this world, it should be called a warm-hearted guy quote. Yes, I am a very nice guy. Water. Zhou Yumeng's weak voice rang out from the side. Bai Jinxian looked over in surprise. Are you awake now? Do you want some water? I'll go get it for you. As the weight on her body was swept away, Zhou Yumeng seemed to recover. She didn't feel it was a huge burden. After all those years of training hadn't been for nothing. It was just that she was currently in a weak state, and the pressure was making her feel uncomfortable. And she was worried that after she recovered, she would. Bai Jinxian quickly came over with water. He pulled Zhou Yumeng up and handed her the water bottle. "Drink up." Zhou Yumeng drank the water rather quickly and coughed twice, but she still managed to finish the whole bottle. "Phew, I'm alive again." She checked the position of the sun and confirmed the current time. "It's almost noon, Lord Bai, you should go back now, otherwise your sister will be worried." Zhou Yumeng got up from the ground and then realized that her back was sore. However, compared to previous leg training, this kind of pain is bearable. The pants are a bit uncomfortable. Bai Jinxian stared meaningfully at the pants, which were a few shades darker than the ones he had brought. "It's time to go home. If we go back now, we should still have time to hang the clothes out to dry." Zhou Yumeng blushed and picked up her coat, tying it around her waist. "Let's go, the sun will get even bigger later." "Okay, but only a small part of the video was filmed, is that alright?" "It's okay, I can shoot videos at home too." "Then why did you ask me for help, and why did you come here?" "Because I want to see you." "What? I didn't hear you?" "Because I want to see you again, I want to be with you." "Why are you speaking so loudly? You're disturbing my ears." Snap. Your pants are quite wet, and your hands are also wet. Let me wipe it for you." "No need, I can do it myself." After saying that, the bad man reached his hand inside. Chapter 86 Confession. The descent was much faster than the ascent. Although there were some minor hiccups along the way, they were minor, and we arrived home before noon. "Then I'll head back now." Zhou Yumeng glanced at Su Yuning, who was walking out. "Okay, come visit me again next time." Bai Jinxian was understanding and didn't force Zhou Yumeng to stay, even though it would be interesting, as it might lead to unpredictable consequences. At this moment, Su Yuning pushed open the large iron gate and naturally came to Bai Jinxuan's side without even glancing at Zhou Yumeng. "The food is ready. If it's any later, we'll have to reheat it." Although he really wanted to ask what the two of them had done on the mountain, nothing was more important than getting Bai Jinxian a meal right now. After discovering that Bai Jinxian had no other problems besides his clothes being a little dirty and wet, the little servant then glanced at little Coalball. "Would you like your friend to stay and eat with us?" The servant was still a servant. He had good mental fortitude, was shrewd and capable, and even though he disliked Zhou Yumeng, he didn't make things difficult for her at this moment. This would also embarrass Bai Jinxian. "No need. She's been busy all morning and is tired. Let her go home and edit the videos." Bai Jinxian spoke up for Zhou Yumeng. "Yes, then I'll be going now. Let's play together next time." Zhou Yumeng gave Su Yuning a faint smile, then turned and left. Let's go, I'm starving." This is a long-awaited job for a bad man like me. Going up and down the stairs is indeed tiring. The soil in the yard had been loosened, and seeing that Su Yuning's clothes were different from those in the morning, Bai Jinxian instantly understood what the little servant had done that morning. She really can't stay idle. She only mentioned that she could grow some things, and now she's already started taking action. To be honest, Bai Jinxian felt a little guilty. To ease his guilt, Bai Jinxian kissed Su Yuning's cheek, which made him feel much better. The young servant, who had already experienced much, was no longer as red-faced as he had been at the beginning, but he was still clearly in a good mood. The little servant is so easy to please, but we can't mistreat him just because of that. Especially when Bai Jinxian saw the table full of food, his resolve was strengthened. The countryside is different from the city. It must take a lot of effort to make such delicious and visually appealing dishes. However, the little servant never complained about these troublesome things in front of him. He just did them silently and watched him from behind. The two sat down quietly and began to enjoy the delicious food. Bai Jinxian suddenly spoke up. "I kissed little Coalball this morning, you know, that woman from earlier. I quite like her." Su Yuning's hand holding the chopstick stiffened, and she felt a tightness in her chest. "But my first kiss and my second kiss were both for you." Su Yuning felt better again and didn't feel so bad anymore. This world is not Earth after all. The underlying rules are different, and women don't value sharing as much. Although they still have a possessive streak, it's not to the point of fighting to the death. "I'm glad you like it, Lord Bai." Su Yuning felt she was rather clumsy with food, so she picked up a small spare rib and fed it to Bai Jinxian. The two knew each other very well, so Bai Jinxian could understand what Su Yuning wanted to express, and because of this, he loved Su Yuning even more. I've always known what you're thinking, and you probably know what I'm thinking lately, right? Bai Jinxian continued, speaking calmly as if they were having a normal conversation, if one ignored the topic of the conversation. Su Yuning hadn't expected Bai Jinxian to bring this up so directly. Although she has recently enjoyed many benefits, she does not feel that Bai Jinxian has to marry her. This is because men are like that, they can do whatever they want, but doing it does not necessarily mean they want to. Su Yuning was still somewhat incredulous. She had thought it would be a very difficult and lengthy process. Getting a man to learn about relationships from scratch and fall in love with you is no easy task. But I never expected that after only a few days in the countryside, I would be so close to success. Seeing the servant's dazed expression, Bai Jinxian smiled, then moved his stool closer to Su Yuning's. Then, he collapsed onto Su Yuning. Bad men really enjoy this kind of physical contact with women without going too far, since women are all soft and fragrant, even in a different world. Moreover, you won't be lectured or scolded, and you can see women's blushing faces and tense bodies. I'm all sweaty, and I'd like to take a shower later, but I don't want to do it myself. Bai Jinxian has finally fallen completely and has succumbed to this evil world. Does anyone want to go to this world to see if evil truly exists? If so, type 6. These almost explicit words made Su Yuning swallow hard, her heart pounding. Can I help you? In a moment of impulse, she couldn't resist the temptation and blurted it out. But the next second I panicked, afraid of being hit or scolded, or even both at the same time. It's like in a past life, girls could say interesting things to boys without any consequences, but what boys say to girls might involve some risks and painful consequences. The young female cooks here are in the same situation. They dare not indulge themselves and are forced to face the advances of bad men. However, this time the bad man didn't want to bully the little servant anymore. It was time to give the little servant some rewards. Okay, call me when you're done relieving yourself. Bai Jinxian remained expressionless, showing no trace of the ordinary person who had no social connections in his previous life. The fan was humming nearby, but the two of them were still sticky and hot when they were pressed together. However, neither of them thought about separating. They were going to take a shower soon anyway, so they figured it didn't matter if they got a little dirty. Bai Jinxian discovered that his desires weren't particularly strong, at least not to the point of being driven by lust. His desires were in a state of immersive enjoyment without getting out of control, and they were also continuous, showing considerable endurance. However, we need to experience it in actual combat to know the specific data. Soon, Bai Jinxian finished eating, leaving the little servant alone, feeling bored and preoccupied with what might happen later. As soon as Bai Jinxian finished eating, she immediately started cleaning up. Little servant, you're too impatient. As usual, Bai Jinxian lazily lay down on the sofa after finishing his meal. I just wanted Lord Bai to enjoy the pleasure of bathing more quickly. Su Yuning hesitated for a moment, but her hands moved swiftly without stopping. This is a golden opportunity, my friends. She doesn't want any setbacks at all, since she finally has a chance to win a big prize. Bai Jinxian watched as the servant busily finished tidying up, then rushed into the bathroom to clean it and turn on the water. The little servant was still the same little servant. Even though she was impatient, she still wanted the bad man to enjoy the best service. Chapter 87. Everything is implied. The water is ready. The young servant whispered to himself, his eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and excitement. Bai Jinxian was still lying on the sofa looking at his phone, not even noticing when Su Yuning had finished dealing with everything. New. Despite it being their first time as well, Bai Jinxian appeared incredibly calm, even having the leisure to add with a smile, in the summer, a bath with fruit would be the best, wouldn't it? After saying that, he went into the bathroom. The bathroom door was gently pushed open, but the force disappeared just as it was about to close, leaving a gap. Su Yuning stared blankly, swallowed hard, feeling her mouth dry and her mind unable to focus. Then she silently walked to the kitchen and began washing the fruit. Bai Jinxian took off his clothes without hesitation in the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror to admire his perfect body. He basked in his own satisfaction for a while before stepping into the bathtub. It's neither ice cold nor hot, it's just the right amount of lukewarm water. Bai Jinxian never expected that the little servant could do such a thing, and could even adjust the temperature to his liking. So what else couldn't she do? Phew, that feels so good. The sticky feeling on my body disappeared instantly, leaving only comfort. He lay quietly on the edge of the bathtub, waiting for the little servant to come in with fruit. In terms of understanding women in this world, Bai Jinxian has reached a sufficiently high pinnacle. Even though we agreed that the servant would come to help with the bath, there's actually only a 50% chance that the servant will come in. Is it because I don't love you? Or because I'm too timid? No, quite the opposite is true. It's because I love you so much that I'm timid. If the maid were replaced with any other woman, upon learning that they could have intimate contact with Bai Jinxian, they would probably rush in without hesitation, without even a second's hesitation, to demonstrate their skills. But those are just physical interactions. Once the pleasure is over, it's over. You don't experience the ultimate joy, and at the same time, you're lowering your own quality. Back to the present, Bai Jinxian could certainly call Su Yuning in when she hesitated, but wouldn't that make him seem too proactive? So he said that it would be better to eat fruit while taking a bath, which left the little servant with no choice but to come in after she finished preparing the fruit. And when she walks in, wouldn't it be easy for the bad man to take her? It can only be said that men from Earth are far too overpowered here, because they don't need to change anything, they only need to reveal their true thoughts slightly to win over the women here. No matter how cowardly you are, it's just a unique personality trait in front of those proactive women. You'll loosen up after a couple of tries. However, Bai Jinxian did not want to indulge himself like that. He preferred to cultivate and adjust himself, and then naturally devour it. Lord Bai, I'm coming in. The servant's voice rang out from outside the door. Although it sounded no different from usual, Bai Jinxian could sense a slight tremor inside. It seems that no matter how expressionless he is, he still can't remain calm when facing me. The bad man felt a little smug and lazily replied, "Come in." Su Yuning took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door that, to her, symbolized heaven. There's no need to turn on the lights, the bathroom is quite bright. Sunlight streamed in through the window, creating a warm atmosphere, predominantly blue and white, making everything bright and cheerful. The brightness was so intense that the smooth skin was almost blinding. The bathroom was quiet, with only the sound of dripping water coming from somewhere. Oh, right, and the cicadas too, but you get used to it after a while and just treat it as background music. Su Yuning felt very strange. Her heart was pounding with excitement, but her mind was strangely calm, and she was calmly thinking about strange things. After entering, she subconsciously pushed the door, but it closed lightly again, leaving only a crack. The servant glanced at the bad man, then quickly lowered his head, quietly stepped forward, and placed the tray he was carrying on the edge of the bathtub. Inside were common fruits such as watermelon, apples, and grapes, all of which had been prepared and presented on an elegant platter, with a glass of juice placed next to them. Bai Jinxian curiously picked up the drink, took a sip, and found it to be orange juice, slightly sour but pleasantly so. Bai Jinxian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked curiously, "Where did this come from?" The little servant always manages to accomplish things he wants in an exaggerated way, whether it's preparing fruit or taking care of people. Even though it was just a casual mention, and the fruit was just an excuse, the little servant still managed to satisfy Bai Jinxian. "An old man gave it to me when I was buying groceries this morning, but I paid for it." Su Yuning lowered her head, not daring to look at Bai Jinxian. He was someone she saw every day, and his voice was the same as always, but she just couldn't lift her head and kept staring at her knees. She is now half squatting next to the bathtub. The little servant's appearance made Bai Jinxian want to laugh, and at the same time, the tension that had just risen in his heart inexplicably disappeared. That saying is really true: if you're having a bad time right now, you'll feel much better when someone is having an even worse time than you. Why are you keeping your head down? I've never seen you this nervous before. In Bai Jinchuan's eyes, Su Yuning was truly an all-around queen, capable of doing anything. He only needed to make requests, no matter how strange or difficult the requests were to fulfill. Moreover, Su Yuning is very determined and does not care about the opinions of others. She could even wear those fussy black and white maid outfits to the street to buy groceries, and her matter-of-fact manner always made other people think that she was dressed wrong or out of fashion. But now she looked embarrassed, her fair face flushed, her ear tips were also red, but her face still had no expression. "Lift your head up," Bai Jinxian said again. Only then did the little servant obediently and slowly raise his head. However, his eyes were like those of a thief, glancing at Bai Jinxian once and then quickly looking away, only to turn back again and then look away once more. The bright pearl was now glistening with moisture, trembling occasionally, so beautiful that one wanted to kiss it. The bad man raised his hand, water flowing down his arm with a soft murmur, disturbing the tranquility of the bathtub and stirring someone's heart. Su Yuning could feel that wet hand gently stroking her face, then slowly sliding down and lifting her chin. Two pairs of eyes met, but there was no intense, passionate love as one might have imagined, only warmth, only ordinariness, only letting things take their natural course. Everything is understood without words. The little servant approached slowly, trembling. Chapter 88. You help me, I help you. It was just a simple kiss, but it was more delightful and captivating than any of Bai Jinchuan's previous little gestures. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. You feel your soul tremble, as if your whole being is being drawn in, leaving only a soft, refreshing sensation. The young servant thought the same way, and became even more engrossed and absorbed. The bad man only stepped back slightly, but the little servant immediately moved forward again, not wanting to give him even a sliver of space or air. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already submerged most of her body in the bathtub, her top completely soaked. Before him was Bai Jinchuan's mocking gaze, as if he were laughing at the little servant's lack of ambition. But what could the little servant do? She had no hobbies in her life, except for Bai Jinxian. She was happy when Bai Jinxian was happy and sad when Bai Jinxian was sad. She wasn't the kind of person who lacked autonomy, it's just that bad men were too special and too important to her. Seeing that Su Yuning was still a little shy and reserved after recovering, Bai Jinxian picked up a very good-looking grape, put it in his mouth, and slowly moved it towards Su Yuning. Her inner turmoil instantly crumbled under the weight of desire, like a sailor seduced by a siren, utterly unable to control herself. Some juice trickled down the corners of their mouths and dripped onto their clothes. Time flew by, and Bai Jinxian felt his tongue was going numb. Su Yuning, however, still looked like she hadn't had enough, her eyes lingering like a greedy little dog. "Didn't you say you'd help me take a bath? What's with all this kissing?" Bai Jinxian said helplessly. Su Yuning nodded without saying anything, and took out a bath sponge from the hook next to her. "Wait, you're just going to help me take a bath, I'll be shy." The bad man placed his hands on the edge of the bathtub, rested his head on his arms, and stared at Su Yuning with his alluring eyes. Su Yuning was stunned for a moment, then her face turned even redder, even though it was already quite red. "Me, I should take off my clothes too? Then you can go out too." Bai Jinxian teased him, knowing that the little servant would not be willing to leave, so he immediately pressed his advantage and relentlessly attacked. And indeed, after hesitating for a few seconds, Su Yuning began to unbutton her clothes. "Excuse me, Lord Bai, could you please close your eyes for a moment?" Bai Jinxian clicked his tongue, then looked helpless. Fine, I'll spoil you this once." Then he raised his hands to cover his eyes, but the gaps between his fingers were a little large. Soon, the little servant was clean and tidy, and his shy, coy demeanor excited Bai Jinxian. Having lived in this world for so long, his heart was already incredibly resolute, yet he never expected to experience such intense turmoil at this moment. But the little servant is really clean. I had only guessed before, but now that I see her, she is both beautiful and clean, like a steamed bun. Su Yu's face was flushed red, as if it were about to bleed, yet she had no expression. Only her eyes were watery and full of pitifulness, youthful and innocent. "Come in too, it looks weird standing outside." Bai Jinxian still covered his eyes with his hand, but the effect was almost negligible. After hearing this, Su Yuning quickly ran into the bathtub, which made Bai Jinchuan's eyes light up again. The water surface rippled again, and the two figures appeared somewhat distorted by the refraction of the water, making them difficult to see clearly yet arousing a strong desire to see them more clearly. Bai Jinxian shifted his body and ran to Su Yuning, leaning against her excitedly. Su Yuning's body stiffened, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. Then, after some hesitation, she gently wrapped her arms around Bai Jinxian. Being able to soak in the water in the summer, especially with someone you love, makes even the cicadas chirping outside seem less annoying. "What do you think about me marrying 3 wives in the future?" Bai Jinxian suddenly asked. Su Yuning's burning mind cleared up a bit, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, "Isn't it a bit too much?" Although the rules of the two worlds are different, humans are still humans, and their emotions and desires remain, which is why Bai Jinxian asked this question. He wanted to know what Su Yuning would think. He considered many possible answers, but this was the one he hadn't thought of. Even in this world, no woman wants her man to be shared with many people, she only obeys the rules out of necessity. Su Yuning's answer was quite unusual, and she genuinely thought so. Before Bai Jinxian could ask why, Su Yuning continued, "I can tell that Lord Bai likes that woman called Little Coalball, and he also likes to bully that woman called Shijiji, as well as that lovely woman in the house. Actually, I know all of this. Su Yuning's home is her home in the city, and the lovely person she refers to is in Jinshi. If you include herself, her sister, and other potential participants, 3 spots simply aren't enough." The young servant was thinking entirely from Bai Jinchuan's perspective. This genuine emotion made the bad man feel somewhat ashamed. He wasn't truly heartless, he couldn't possibly ignore the little servant who had served him for so many years. That's why he asked the question, wanting to know what the young servant was thinking. He would only ask this question to the young servant, not to the other women. Don't you ever think about this? Bai Jinxian couldn't help but turn his head to look into Su Yuning's eyes. But there was a great deal of openness and sincerity in those eyes. It's enough for me to stay by Lord Bai's side. Bai Jinxian felt his heart was out of control again, pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. He took the little servant's hand and placed it on his chest. Can you feel it? My heart is beating for you. This time, Su Yuning's heart was out of control, but unfortunately Bai Jinxian couldn't feel it. You will always be with me, Bai Jinxian said. Okay, I will always be with you, Su Yuning said. A bad man believes that the only person he can treat with complete sincerity is his servant. He loved other people too, and his love was genuine, just not with the same tenderness he showed to the little servant. Your answer made me very happy, so I've decided to give you a little reward. Bai Jinxian said with a smile. Upon hearing the word reward, Su Yuning couldn't help but lick her lips, then looked at Bai Jinxian with longing. Bai Jinxian simply guided the little servant's hand slowly downwards. Last time, the little servant helped me find a seat, so this time let me help the little servant find a seat. Su Yuning felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. To receive such a reward, she could die without regrets. However, she couldn't speak right now because after Bai Jinxian made a strange sound, he tilted his head, physically blocking their way of speaking. Chapter 89: The Girls Who Came One After Another. In this world, men are completely ignorant about the relationship between men and women are not much better off, since there are no real-life videos available and they can only imagine it from written texts. Therefore, when a man is willing to let a woman understand his body, it is seen by the woman as a sign that the man is opening his heart to her, which is something that makes her extremely happy. Doing this one thing will instantly increase a woman's affection for you by 100%. After all, men are willing to give their bodies, so what else can you complain about? Su Yuning is in the same situation now, feeling her heart filled with a surge of emotions, and the mark of the bad man is even more deeply ingrained. But she remained calm, afraid that if she exerted too much force, she might hurt Bai Jinxian. The two stayed in the water for 2 or 3 hours before it was finally over. Bai Jinxian was surprised to find that his physical strength was actually quite good, which was completely different from what he had imagined. No wonder the government of this world could enact such a peculiar marriage law. It turns out it was stuck at the limit. The little servant, however, was different. He would become mentally disoriented every time he came. Bai Jinxian had always thought that even if the world changed, a man would still be a man, but it seems that this is not the case. The two had done almost everything they needed to do, except for the last step, but Bai Jinxian didn't want to take that step in the bathtub. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a big feast after we've tried everything? Bai Jinxian got up, rinsed himself with hot water, and went out with a towel. This isn't a city. There aren't that many people watching you, and there aren't that many rules and regulations binding you. Not to mention that this place is remote, and most of the young and middle-aged people in the village have left, leaving only some elderly people behind, which is why Bai Jinxian appears so unrestrained. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, shouts came from the main door. Lord Bai, I've come to play with you. That was Jiang Lishuan's voice. Was this all planned? One person walks towards another, and then another follows. Bai Jinxian was still dripping wet, but he wasn't flustered and quickly wiped himself off. Wait a minute, I just finished showering and I'm drying myself off. Bad men don't feel ashamed about this, and they know that saying it will make other women feel ashamed. As expected, Jiang Lishuan was stunned after hearing this, and her mind began to wander. She didn't rush in, but obediently waited at the iron gate, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at the door that wasn't closed properly. If I heard correctly, the sound was coming from the living room, right? So, Lord Bai is now. Jiang Lishuan felt lucky. Alright, come in. Why are you grinning like a fool? Bai Jinxian stood at the doorway, his hair still wet, wearing a loose bathrobe. He didn't feel uncomfortable, because the weather was just too hot. Oh, I'm coming right now. Jiang Lishuan was a little afraid to look at Bai Jinxian, and a blush appeared on her face. Since Lord Bai is so open with me, it seems I've already surpassed the other two. Once I get to eat, I must take them along, if they can beg me. The blonde girl was already having inappropriate thoughts, and in a sense, such thoughts are not wrong in normal male-female interactions. The problem is, Bai Jinxian isn't a normal man. He's too wicked and despicable, and his favorite thing to do is bully the young female cook. Why did you come over so soon after noon? Did you just wake up? Bai Jinxian hadn't forgotten what Jiang Lishuan's family thought of her. How could that be? Jiang Lishuan instinctively retorted upon hearing this, I woke up a long time ago, I just didn't get out of bed. The girl was wearing a white shirt and a plaid skirt, with leather shoes on her feet. The top was bulky and somewhat see-through. This was a style she meticulously created by studying the outfits of rebellious girls online. However, she considers herself a delinquent girl, but in reality she is a rebellious country girl, and there is no trace of her being a delinquent. Before Jiang Lishuan could speak, Bai Jinxian noticed the nail polish on her fingernails. When did you make this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lishuan immediately became interested, forgetting that she originally wanted to ask Bai Jinxian why he was acting this way. Ahem, I taught myself. I bought some props in town and painted them myself. Show me. Bai Jinxian became interested and sat down next to Jiang Lishuan. He then took the girl's hand and examined her closely. Jiang Lishuan's eyes widened slightly, looking incredulous. Bai Jinxian's wet hair brushed against her arms and neck, but the itch was felt deep inside. And perhaps because she hadn't dried herself properly after showering, Jiang Lishuan could smell a strong shampoo scent and a pleasant but unidentifiable fragrance. Dealing with young male or female chefs doesn't require much complexity. Just get a little closer to them, and they'll become flustered, overthink things, and ultimately be defeated. Jiang Lishuan didn't dare to move at all, letting herself be manipulated like a machine. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Bai Jinxian, whose loose bathrobe could not conceal his delicate collarbone and a small part of his shoulder. Some red marks are very obvious on it, perhaps it's because they're not used to rural life? Jiang Lishuan felt a pang of heartache again. Are these nail polishes easy to remove, or are they difficult to wipe off? Bai Jinxian suddenly looked up, catching Jiang Lishuan off guard, who hurriedly looked away. And all of this is under the control of the bad man. You ask him why he's so good at it. There's no other reason than practice makes perfect. Similar levels, anyone who plays them hundreds or thousands of times will experience the same result. It can be removed, there are special makeup removers. Jiang Lishuan answered quickly. I'd like to try it too, but unfortunately you probably didn't bring it with you. Bai Jinxian was a little disappointed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lishuan immediately stood up. It's okay, my home is relatively close by. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Without waiting for a reply, she rushed out like a gust of wind. However, as she rushed out of the house, she seemed to see a familiar person coming out of the bathroom. Did I see things wrong? After all, Bai Jinxian had just come out of the bathroom. That should be true. Jiang Lishuan didn't want to delve into the issue, she just wanted to finish what Bai Jinxian wanted to do as soon as possible. Chapter 90 Familiar Events. Su Yuning paused in her steps, her eyes momentarily blank. What did she see? It looked like Lord Bai's friend. She watched Bai Jinxian leave like that and followed suit, even fantasizing about some fun games that would happen after she left. But before anyone could go out, they saw a yellow gust of wind rush out. The young servant, his expression somewhat frozen, picked up a bath towel and wrapped it around himself. She probably wasn't seen, right? Just then, she thought of Bai Jinxian again. Bai Jinxian had only taken a towel with him when he went out. Thinking about it, she didn't have time to wipe herself off and quickly walked out. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Bai Jinxian wearing a bathrobe and sitting comfortably on the sofa. Lord Bai, did one of your friends just come by? Bai Jinxian looked at the servant who was only wearing a towel with a puzzled expression. It was not common to see a servant like this. She always took good care of herself and was not as casual as him. Yes, didn't you hear what I just said? Su Yuning looked puzzled. What did she mean? She was lying in the bathtub, completely absorbed in the memory, oblivious to her surroundings, utterly absorbed in the experience. Anyway, she'll be coming over later, Bai Jinxian added. He was quite bold, showing no concern whatsoever about having done something wrong and then inviting his friends over. Anyway, the little servant has already been subdued and will definitely not resist him. As for Jiang Lishuan, she is even less likely to resist. She was his little follower when they were young, and even now she can only be suppressed. Su Yuning listened without saying anything, turned around and went back to the bathroom, and came out a few minutes later in her home clothes. Apart from her hair being a little damp, she looked no different from usual, and was completely different from before. Lord Bai, there's not much time left. Let me help you change your clothes. Bai Jinxian readily agreed. Don't be fooled by the fact that the bad man is enjoying himself, the one who's truly enjoying himself is the servant. It's hard to say who's happier than whom. Having just experienced the frank exchange, Su Yuning is no longer as shy and uneasy as before. She carefully helped Bai Jinxian clean his body, then took out a change of clothes and began to change. Bai Jinxian only needed to follow instructions to lift his feet and raise his hands. He thought he wouldn't be able to stand this kind of service, but to his surprise, he adapted to it quite well. After careful consideration, I think it's probably because this isn't a distinction of lowliness under the feudal system, but rather a modern form of enjoyment. If we were to describe it in a past life, it would be like you changing clothes for your most beautiful wife, and she wouldn't struggle at all, cooperating perfectly, and wearing the clothes you picked out. Can you say this man has no status? You can't. Not to mention that after Bai Jinxian was helped to change his clothes, he would give him a small reward. Thank you, little servant. Bai Jinxian cupped Su Yuning in his hands and gently kissed her, only letting go after a long while. All I can say is that this world is just too perfect for men from a past life. If it were a man in this world, he would probably treat the little servant like a slave. But if it were Bai Jinxian, that would be a more playful and sensual way of doing things. Ultimately, the difference between the two lies in the change in their thinking. You think I'm a really great person, and coincidentally, that's what I think too. In fact, I think every beautiful woman in this world is a really great person. Just having this idea means that even an ordinary man from a past life could marry a woman with top-tier looks. After changing my clothes, it's time to blow dry my hair. Bai Jinxian sat quietly in the chair, enjoying the servant's service, his eyes narrowed. The young servant had grown up with him since childhood and had studied him for decades. He had long since figured out all his preferences and knew that making a bad man happy was extremely simple. Of course, it's even easier for a bad man to make his servant happy. All he needs to do is show his true self. Just as the servant was drying the bad man's hair, Zhang Lishuan rushed in carrying a bag. She was bent over, panting, and the enormous size of her breasts made Bai Jinxian stare in astonishment. Lord Bai, I've brought the things over. Bai Jinxian pulled out a tissue and walked over, wiping the fine sweat from Zhang Lishuan's forehead under her questioning gaze. I told you not to rush. You usually seem quite steady, so why are you so impatient now? There's no time to lose. Zhang Lishuan believes she's the only one among the three sisters who can take the lead, and for everyone's happiness, she has to take the initiative. In hindsight, it was worth it. Hee hee, Lord Bai wiped my sweat. If those two knew, they'd be green with envy, hee hee. Alright, look at you, you silly thing. Come here and get some fresh air. Aren't you afraid of getting too hot? Oh. Bai Jinxian pulled Zhang Lishuan, a bad girl, to sit on the sofa. Despite its seemingly arrogant appearance, it is actually surprisingly obedient. Even though the yellow dye is of poor quality, it still can't hide its beauty. Especially her great figure, no wonder she's a woman who has a convenience store at home and unlimited snacks. Lord Bai, what's wrong? Zhang Lishuan asked with some confusion. It's nothing, I just want to paint my nails, but I don't want to paint them on my hands. I'm also afraid of making a mistake if I paint them on my feet. I'm thinking about what to do. Upon hearing this, Su Yuning quietly retreated to the kitchen. She knew immediately that the bad man was about to do something bad again. She's usually like this at home. She's lazy, willful, and mischievous at other times, but when she's about to do something naughty, she pretends to be innocent, harmless, and pitiful. Logically speaking, such incidents are easy to distinguish, and Bai Jinxian has never tried to hide them, so women only need to be careful to avoid being pranked. But theory is theory, and practice is practice. Although bad men are willful, despicable, and like to do bad things and bully others, they are undeniably handsome. This one advantage alone can overshadow all the disadvantages. Therefore, when a bad man is about to do something bad, Su Yuning's mind simply can't process it. Her mind is filled with images of the bad man. Just like Zhang Lishuan now, her expression is as if she can accomplish anything, and going through fire and water is nothing to her, as long as Bai Jinxian smiles. No problem, I'm the best at painting nails, I'll help you. Zhang Lishuan looked like she was doing something for the greater good, and her chest bounced back and forth as she patted her chest. Really? You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? The bad man had a suspicious look on his face. How could that be? Zhang Lishuan said righteously. Don't worry, I will never do anything other than paint your nails. Okay, fine. Bai Jinxian pondered for a while before speaking. Then go ahead and apply it. He simply sat on the sofa, lifted his foot slightly, and then looked at Zhang Lishuan. The incident seemed somewhat familiar, reminding him of a woman who had massaged his legs. Chapter 91 Pranks. Thank you for your trust, Lord Bai. I will certainly not make any mistakes. Jiang Lishuan sees this as a challenge, and also as a way to gain favor. No matter what, she was determined to finish it. Moreover, in order not to annoy Bai Jinxian, she had to complete this task without making any demands. Thinking it over, Jiang Lishuan got up, then knelt on one knee in front of Bai Jinxian and placed the bad man's foot on her lap. Bai Jinxuan's eyes were filled with a smile. Look, Jiang Lishuan is kneeling down to paint his nails, and she still has to thank him and beg him. Is this something I could have imagined in my past life? Most importantly, Jiang Lishuan's words came from the bottom of her heart. Lord Bai, I'm about to begin. Jiang Lishuan said something seriously, then took out various tools and began to work carefully. Bai Jinxian didn't do anything bad from the start. Instead, he tilted his head, looked at Jiang Lishuan, and enjoyed the service. The girl's hands were soft and warm. With a little force, her hands made his feet feel as if they were being held captive by something soft. What if I accidentally straighten my leg and kick her? Will she be angry? Although he thought this to himself, a hint of excitement and curiosity flashed in the bad man's eyes. But one thing he was certain of was that it would be soft and have a pleasant tactile feel. Su Yuning appeared silently next to Bai Jinxian, placing a plate of fruit and a drink on the table beside her. Then he quietly returned to his room. If Lord Bai wants to play, let him play. What's wrong with a good man liking to play? Besides, he didn't hide it from me, he did it right in front of me. He has me in his heart, he is thinking of me. Don't think these words are exaggerations. Su Yuning really thinks this way. Because the gender ratio in this world is so skewed, men have an extremely high status in terms of gender relations, and they often explain themselves to you when they do bad things. Keep dreaming. Bad men, while also enjoying doing bad things, also enjoy doing bad things to different people. But he never hid it, and he would even comfort the unhappy women afterward. How can you say he doesn't love her? Soon, bright blue appeared on Bai Jinxuan's toes. He himself is not interested in nail polish, which is why he asked in advance if these things could be removed quickly. But to my surprise, it actually looks quite good when applied. Okay, I'll be gentler if I accidentally hurt myself later. Bai Jinxian waited quietly for his opportunity, and it soon arrived. When Jiang Lishuan raised her hand, she accidentally scratched Bai Jinxuan's foot with her fingernail. Great opportunity. Bai Jinxian pretended that his leg was cramping and he couldn't control it, but he didn't get the angle right and it went a little too high. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Bai Jinxian hadn't expected this. No matter which world it was, this seemed to carry a sense of humiliation. Jiang Lishuan didn't react in time, she only felt a sudden darkness before her eyes as if something had blocked her view. Bad men act decisively, while wicked people file false accusations first. Didn't you say you'd be careful? You've scratched my foot. His tone carried a hint of anger. A little trick, as long as he gets angrier than Jiang Lishuan, then Jiang Lishuan won't get angry. As expected, before Jiang Lishuan could even think about what had happened, she apologized immediately, looking somewhat flustered. I'm sorry. I got a little too into it, and squatting was tiring, so I didn't control myself well. Bai Jinxian needs a reason to pretend to be angry. If it was just a scratch and no damage, then his anger would be pointless. Because the other party cannot empathize, and may even think you are doing it on purpose, trying to extort money. But at this moment, there was a red mark on the instep of his foot, so conspicuous that it was the source of his preemptive confidence. Some people might think after reading this, is Bai Jinxian even a man? How can his body be so fragile? Please, if you never do any work from childhood to adulthood but are instead pampered and spoiled in all sorts of exquisite ways, you will also become a vase like that. While most high school students had to go to school at 6 a.m., Bai Jinxian could sleep until 8 a.m. and his daily route was simply from his room to the door, and then he would take a private car. Rather, it's more accurate to say that with this level of training and endurance every day, the bad boy is quite gifted, even if he's using that talent in the wrong way. I'll blow on it for you. Seeing Bai Jinxuan's slightly furrowed brows, Jiang Lishuan quickly took remedial measures. Before the bad man even agreed, she took action. The bad man struggled slightly, and this time, despite only moving a little, he unexpectedly achieved his goal. Jiang Lishuan's figure was rather exaggerated when she was half squatting, there was simply no spacious room for her. However, perhaps because I was a little distracted, I didn't feel much this time. On the contrary, Jiang Lishuan's face turned slightly red. Snap out of it. What are you daydreaming about? Bai Jinxian shouted unhappily. Since you like my so much, how about I give you a reward? It was meant as a joke, but to everyone's surprise, Jiang Lishuan's face turned even redder, and she didn't even refute it. The bad man was genuinely stunned this time. Strange, it seems that all the women he meets have some kind of strange personality. You really want to? Faced with Bai Jinxuan's question, she seemed to understand why women in her previous life didn't understand men's obsession with foot fetishes. Jiang Lishuan quickly retorted. No, how could that be? I would never do such a thing. Of course, if her gaze were a little more determined, the bad man might have believed her. Just as she was about to explain further, Bai Jinxian said, if I like the color you're wearing, it wouldn't be a problem for you to try it. Jiang Lishuan was somewhat incredulous, wondering if she had misheard, and then looked up at Bai Jinxian. But the bad man turned his head away, seemingly embarrassed, his eyes staring blankly out the door, as if trying to avoid the conversation that had just taken place. Of course, if you don't want to. He muttered something under his breath, but Jiang Lishuan interrupted him. Okay, let's do it this way. Of course, I'm not actually doing this for the reward, but to prove that I know you well and can definitely paint the colors you like. Bai Jinxuan's lips curled slightly, but he still didn't turn around, continuing to feign shyness. If he shows an expectant, excited, or queen-like expression, Jiang Lishuan will most likely not agree, because it will make her feel suppressed. Some people might not understand this explanation, but if you switch the male and female roles in the story, it will probably make sense. On the contrary, now that she's showing a shy expression, Jiang Lishuan feels incredibly proud of herself for making the person she likes blush. She must keep trying. Although I lost face a bit, he was embarrassed by it. I was the one taking the initiative, you know? So it was worth it. In the blink of an eye, we've reached 91, and as you can see, it's a real milestone. So, anyone want to give me a tip? If no one does, I'm going to steal your wallet. Chapter 92 Kiss. Next, Jiang Lishuan put a lot of effort into coloring Bai Jinxuan's toenails, and the accidental scratching incident from before did not happen again. Soon, the coloring of the toes was completed. It was a bright blue that wasn't too bad. However, Bai Jinxian still couldn't appreciate it. He didn't have a penchant for adding anything else to himself. Now that I've tried it once, I'm even more certain of this idea. Anyway, he didn't contribute anything from beginning to end. He just sat quietly and enjoyed himself peacefully. Jiang Lishuan looked up at Bai Jinxian with longing, praying in her heart that she would receive a reward. Faced with those innocent eyes, Bai Jinxian just wanted to do something to bully them. He was truly wicked from the bottom of his heart. Please remove the color from my toes as well. Jiang Lishuan felt a little wronged after hearing this. Bai Jinxian said that if he was satisfied with the result, he would give a reward. But now it seems that I am not satisfied, and even somewhat annoyed. Then she definitely won't get a reward. But it's okay, she can keep trying. At least she's made progress, which is faster than those two idiots, right? So Jiang Lishuan dutifully began to remove the paint from the bad man's toenails. Instead of arguing, they obediently continued to do their work. Bai Jinxian was quite satisfied with this. I don't like painting things on my nails, but I really like the color you chose, so I'll still give you a reward. If Jiang Lishuan had shown dissatisfaction just now, then she definitely wouldn't have received the reward. Really? She suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with the image of a bad boy. At that moment, she felt that Bai Jinxian was such a good man. Even though he was not satisfied with her, he was still willing to give her a reward when he saw her sad. He must like me, right? I like it at least a tiny bit. Actually, seeing a woman working so hard for you all day, you definitely need to give her some reward, even if it's just verbal praise. Anyway, whatever the reward is, it's all up to the bad man. It wouldn't be fun to just give it to them directly. You have to give their little hearts a roller coaster ride so they'll be even more grateful. Bad men have done so many things like this that it's become ingrained in their blood. They're practically born bad men. So, as a reward, you can play with it for a while? Bai Jinxian pretended not to care but was actually quite shy. Jiang Lishuan would feel like she'd hit the jackpot and would definitely choose this reward. Sure, I'll take anything Lord Bai gives me. Yes, that's right. This kind of thing seems to be quite a shock to a girl who only likes playing games. Although I was mentally prepared, when I actually faced it, I felt a bit overwhelmed and my mouth was dry. But shouldn't it be cleaned up before that? Bai Jinxian whispered a reminder, his eyes fixed on the trees and forest outside the door. I remember the foot basin was in the corner of the bathroom. After hearing this, Jiang Lishuan rushed into the bathroom, quickly found the foot basin, and started running water. Now that only the bad man was left in the living room, he curled the corners of his mouth, leaned back casually on the sofa, and took a sip of the juice next to him. Ah, that feels so good. Now I'm brimming with both material and spiritual fulfillment, a double satisfaction, and the smile on my face just won't leave my lips. The young servant stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with complex emotions. She seemed to see a reflection of herself in the blonde girl. Ming Jinxian seemed so innocent and easy to win over, but in actual interactions, she unknowingly found herself becoming inferior. Just like Jiang Lishuan. That guy is simple-minded and naive, but he wouldn't let himself be humiliated, let alone wash a boy's feet. Even she herself probably didn't expect to experience all of this in such a short time. What happened between the point where I never dared to imagine doing these things and the point where I looked forward to doing them? It was clear that the adult and she had only exchanged a few simple words. Remember how our initial topic was nail polish? How did things change so quickly? Su Yuning could already vaguely see through Bai Jinxuan's innocent and angelic nature. As expected, my brother is actually a born succubus, able to manipulate women without them even realizing it. What else could it be but this? Could it be that my brother is a man from another world, with completely different thoughts from the men of this world, and also carries the memories of his previous life, and is a well-read scholar? That's why he was able to manipulate these women at will. But that's simply impossible. The young servant shook his head and retreated back into the room. At this moment, Jiang Lishuan also came out carrying a basin of hot water. Won't it be too hot? Bai Jinxian frowned. He didn't consider that not every woman is as perfect as his little servant. Washing your feet with hot water in the middle of summer, won't that make you sick from the heat? It's not hot. I added cold water, it just looks a little hot. As she spoke, Jiang Lishuan put her hand in to prove it. Bai Jinxian slowly stretched out his foot. Then I'll trust you this once. When it came into contact with the water, it was indeed not hot, it was lukewarm water. Seeing that Jiang Lishuan was just watching without making a move, Bai Jinxian prompted her again, saying, then the task of cleaning her up is up to you. He himself was holding the drink, his eyes fixed on it, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Jiang Lishuan fell into the trap again, slowly reaching out her hand and beginning to carefully rub and wash. Bai Jinxian then looked away from Jiang Lishuan, feeling a surge of smugness. He has gone through so much to get to this point. If being a bad guy is considered a skill, then he's probably already maxed out his skill level. Jiang Lishuan came to visit him out of kindness, but after a few words, she was turned into a foot masseuse and was ruthlessly exploited and oppressed by the bad man. Having gone to such lengths, what is there that she cannot do? Jiang Lishuan washed Bai Jinxuan's feet very clean, then gently lifted them and carefully wiped them clean. Soon, fragrant, white and tender jade feet appeared. Just as Bai Jinxian was about to retract his foot, Jiang Lishuan spoke up for the first time. Lord Bai, what you just said about being able to play with it for a while, and even kiss it. Bai Jinxian was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Isn't letting you wash my feet a reward? Now they want to play around and kiss, and in that kind of place no less, isn't that a little strange? For some reason, Bai Jinxian didn't refuse immediately, instead, he had a strange feeling. Chapter 93 Relay Race. Oh no, I've been infected by these strange women. This thought immediately flashed through Bai Jinxuan's mind. He wanted to refuse directly, but looking at Jiang Lishuan's expectant eyes and thinking that he was also a little curious, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. How about we give it a try? Just to satisfy her curiosity? Bai Jinxian quickly made a decision, he agreed. But this time he was genuinely a little shy. There are countless heroes in the world. He thought Jiang Lishuan was just a talking tom, but he didn't expect her to suddenly deliver a critical hit, leaving him a little dumbfounded. Then it's up to you. The bad man tilted his head, speaking ambiguously, neither agreeing nor refusing, but without pulling his foot back, as if he were gesturing something. Jiang Lishuan pondered for a moment, her eyes gradually hardening, and then she slowly approached. He felt a ticklish sensation, as if he were being gently stroked by something that was feathers but not feathers, a sensation that was both pleasurable and uncomfortable. These people each have their own unique skills, and they can all make bad men lose their temper for a moment. She is like Shi Zhizhi, who is easy to bully, like Zhou Yumeng, who is different, and like Su Yuning, who is obedient and considerate. However, Bai Jinxian was in a bit of a predicament because this had aroused his desire, which he couldn't quell. Because he and his little follower Jiang Lishuan have only reached this stage so far. If only the little servant could be openly present, it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. Bai Jinxian thought to himself, because this feeling made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But he was soon drawn to another idea. What if I went any further? By the time he realized it, he had already done it. Jiang Lishuan wasn't angry, her eyes were just a little annoyed, but she didn't seem to be very hurtful. Although they initially said they would only play with it for a while, it was clear that neither of them had that much self-control. The story ends when Jiang Lishuan becomes a sage and regains some of her senses. At the same time, she was also very flustered after it was over because she realized what she had done. So after saying hello, he rushed out the door and fled without daring to linger for even a moment. Bai Jinxian lay on the sofa as if he had muscle weakness, pulling at his collar to let the wind in, but even with a fan blowing next to him, he still felt a little hot. Just then, a drink with a straw was handed to the side. Lord Bai, would you like a beverage? The servant's voice rang out from the side. She has always been so sensible and considerate. Although she had been thinking about many things and hadn't figured them out yet, she knew that Bai Jinxian needed some help right now. For example, take a sip of an ice-cold beverage when your mouth is dry. For example, a kiss. I don't want to use a straw. The bad man took out a straw and threw it on the ground, his eyes, which seemed to speak volumes, staring at the little servant. Su Yuning's eyes darkened slightly, desire churning within them. Although only 2 people were playing games in the incident just now, the ending is that all 3 people are eager to play games. The servant took a swig of Sprite and then kissed her. The bubbles were rolling and exploding wildly, and there was a hint of sweetness in them. The sun outside was still scorching, and the cicadas chirped as incessantly as ever. Bai Jinxian hooked his arm around the little servant's neck. Before long, a few scattered sounds arose, and clothes were piled up in a heap. The sofa, which wasn't particularly narrow, felt cramped with 2 people squeezed in, and it was also even more stuffy. The little servant seemed to have gained inspiration from observing the events just now, realizing that kissing is more than just kissing. Summer is so hot that you might waste your shower if you're not careful. Dinner was chicken again. These free-range chickens from the countryside taste great, and stewing them enhances their nutritional value. You can even add some medicinal herbs to turn them into a medicinal dish. The servant started stewing it not long after noon, and it wasn't taken out until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Bai Jinxian lay bored on the table, watching Su Yuning bustling around, seemingly busy with something. Okay, I already said I'm not angry. Come over and sit down quietly. Su Yuning, who was cleaning up non-existent dust, paused for a moment and then said, I'll go get the stewed chicken. It should be almost done by now. After saying that, she quickly slipped into the kitchen. Bai Jinxian stood up and sighed helplessly. Logically, the 2 of them played fun games in the afternoon, and their relationship should have progressed further. How did it turn into this somewhat awkward situation? The reason is actually quite simple. Beginners will inevitably make mistakes when challenging high-difficulty games, which is perfectly normal. There's no need to keep making things difficult for yourself. Even Bai Jinxian, who was hurt, didn't say anything. Moreover, the damage wasn't actually serious, it was just a scratch. Perhaps this is karma. I had just tried to extort money from Jiang Lishuan over a minor scratch in the afternoon, and now I've actually gotten a real scratch myself. Bai Jinxian quietly went to the kitchen, and just as she had expected, the little servant was reflecting on her actions. Even without seeing her expression, you could feel the disappointment she was showing. Bai Jinxian didn't rush in, but instead thought about it carefully for a while. Some parts of his thought process are still from his previous life, which is why he is quite different from the men here. Based on my past life, what just happened was probably. The man and woman finished playing the game, but it ended too quickly. However, the woman wasn't angry, instead, she smiled and said, It's okay, it's definitely because the environment isn't familiar to you, it's definitely because you haven't eaten enough, it's definitely because you're too tired. In fact, upon rational thought, although it may sound humiliating, and it is indeed humiliating, it doesn't seem as serious as one might imagine. It's at least better than it's okay, small ones are cute too. In this world, men make demands on women. Although the reasons mentioned above don't apply, technology becomes the benchmark. So Bai Jinxian probably understood that saying a woman's technique is bad is looking down on her and humiliating her. Now that you've figured it out, you can start working on the problem. Bai Jinxian quietly went in, hugged the little servant from behind, and then patted her head with one hand. Okay, this is only the first time. Just practice more and you'll get better. I believe you can do it. Even though Bai Jinxian had lived in this world for so long, he still felt something was strange when he said this. But I have to admit, this world is absolutely amazing. Chapter 94. Being too gentle is also a mistake. Su Yuning's mood has not improved. In actual interactions between men and women, economic and emotional factors are important, but if you want a stable future after going deeper, there is an even more important factor. That is, in terms of relationships. This applies to the world as a whole, even in a world where there are more women than men. In the servant's eyes, Bai Jinxian was such a good person, so good that no woman was worthy of him and could only let him choose whomever he pleased. She was simply lucky to have grown up with Bai Jinxian, which gave her the advantage of being close to him. But she made such a serious mistake today, damaging what is most precious to Lord Bai. If it were any other man, he would probably have already flew into a rage and thrown a punch. But Bai Jinxian didn't do that. Instead, he gently comforted her. This caused the young servant great distress. "Alright, what are you thinking about? Why are you still so sullen?" Bai Jinxian had some patience, but not much. In this kind of world, everything should give way to men, so don't expect him to have much patience. Men relinquished all rights except for providing reproductive seeds and social benefits. In reality, they don't want to work hard, they're content with just enjoying themselves. That is, the servant took care of him from childhood to adulthood, which is why the bad man was willing to put in some effort. Seeing that Su Yuning was still hesitating, Bai Jinxian impatiently pinched the little servant's cheek. "I don't want to play hide and seek. I've already forgiven you for what happened earlier, so why are you still upset? What are you thinking?" He didn't want to act in a romance drama like the woman in his previous life, where the role went on until the very end. "Ask me anything if you have a problem. If you don't tell me, I'll force you to. Anyway, you have to solve this for me." This tough stance worked. Su Yuning hesitated before saying, You are too gentle. I feel I am not good enough for you." Bad boys are a different thing from gentlemen, but generally speaking, their good qualities are more attractive. Upon hearing this answer, Bai Jinxian was both angry and amused. "You've been feeling down for hours, just because I was too gentle with you? Good heavens, how could this happen?" But then he thought, if he had met such a beautiful yet gentle girl in his previous life, he would probably have felt inferior too. Even if they don't perform well in the game, they will offer gentle comfort afterward. I seem to have become even more insecure. Bai Jinxian seemed to have truly understood what the little servant was thinking. Although Su Yuning was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed the truth. Bai Jinxian sighed. During his time in the countryside, the young servant always managed to say things that touched him. Unconsciously, she became much gentler towards the little servant, but unexpectedly, this caused the little servant trouble. Now that the problem has been identified, it can be truly solved this time. Bai Jinxian withdrew his hand, aimed at the thick spot, and slammed it down. Snap! Su Yuning tiptoed slightly, feeling a bit hot. "This time I'll teach you a lesson. If you do it again next time, you'll be in big trouble. Also, give me a shoulder massage tonight, and we can practice a bit while we're at it. If I make a mistake this time, Faced with Bai Jinxian's familiar demeanor, Su Yuning felt relieved. "I understand. I will definitely try harder and be more careful tonight. Alright, bring the chicken out as soon as it's done. If you have anything to say in the future, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself." Bai Jinxian left after saying a few words, feeling somewhat speechless at the sight of the servant. But this made him think of the men in his previous life, because he saw a familiar shadow in the little servant. No wonder so many men were manipulated in my past life. They were all shameless bastards. Bai Jinxian was truly grateful that he had come into this world. Before long, the little servant brought a clay pot to the dining table. The moment the lid is lifted, a rich aroma bursts out. It smells so good. Bai Jinxian's eyes lit up, and he forgot all the things he was thinking about. Su Yuning carefully took out a bowl, ladled in some soup, then put the chicken leg in, and finally handed it to Bai Jinxian, who was somewhat impatient. She also added a reminder. "It's very hot, Lord Bai. Be careful and drink it slowly." It seems she has moved on from her troubles. I know. Bai Jinxian scooped up a spoonful with a soup spoon, blew on it for a long time, and then carefully drank it into his mouth. In an instant, he felt the beauty of all things in the world, and his body felt much clearer. "I really can't leave you now, little servant, or I'll really starve to death." Su Yuning remained expressionless, but Bai Jinxian could detect a few tiny dots appearing at the corners of her mouth, indicating happiness. I will never leave you, never. The young servant always spoke very solemnly, especially in front of Bai Jinxian, as if she were making a vow, making people believe that she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Love you. Bai Jinxian gently put down his chopsticks and then moved closer to Su Yuning. Let me show you the taste of the chicken soup you cooked. Both of them are masters of directness, especially after their relationship deepened in the countryside. They were always exchanging sweet words and affectionate gestures. After a long while, the two parted ways. How do you think it tastes? Bai Jinxian licked his lips and asked with a smile. Great, it's really great, I'd like to try it again. Su Yuning first said okay, then solemnly added a sentence, and finally expressed her own thoughts. Well, you can think about it then. I'm going to have some soup. Bai Jinxian turned his head and continued drinking the chicken soup, leaving Su Yuning alone to savor the memory. For those who truly love something, simply sticking your finger on it is never enough. Each time you do it, you'll experience new satisfaction and new feelings. As Bai Jinxian drank his soup, he thought of his 3 little followers. If I'm not mistaken, those 3 people must have planned it out, with each of them taking up a day of his time. However, he can't just give his time to 3 people. Bai Jinxian glanced at Su Yuning again, a smile playing on his lips. Let's go to the mountain to play tomorrow. I also want to catch some cicadas. They're delicious when fried. Although Su Yuning didn't know that cicadas were edible, she would never refuse Bai Jinxian. Good. What she needs to do is solve problems, not question them. Then it's settled. Remember to wake me up tomorrow, otherwise it will get very hot. Upon hearing this request, a hint of bitterness flashed in the servant's eyes. She had done many things for bad men, but waking them up was the only thing she had ever failed at, despite repeated attempts. Either she wakes Bai Jinxian up, and then Bai Jinxian gets angry, and Su Yuning will be punished. Either she failed to wake Bai Jinxian up, and Bai Jinxian got very angry, and Su Yuning would be punished again. In short, neither side can escape punishment. Is this really not a way for Lord Bai to deliberately bully me? Su Yuning thought to herself. But she quickly ruled out that possibility, because Bai Jinxian didn't need a reason to bully her. Chapter 95. Lying in bed. It was past 9 o'clock when the two finished eating. Unlike cities, there are fewer forms of entertainment in the countryside, so everyone goes to bed early and gets up early. Although he had a cell phone, the self-disciplined Bai Jinxian did not plan to stay up late. He had come to the countryside to recuperate, especially since his hard-working servant needed rest. He needs to set a good example. He's been going to bed around this time every day these days. However, perhaps because the chicken soup was too nourishing, Bai Jinxian couldn't fall asleep at all, and felt warm and cozy under the covers. Can't you sleep, Lord Bai? The little servant, who had been lying quietly, suddenly spoke. You're not asleep? Bai Jinxian turned over to face Su Yuning. The little servant has been very quiet since going to bed, and it's quite reasonable that he fell asleep early after playing games for so long today. Yes, it's probably because the chicken soup was too nourishing. A mischievous smile flashed in Bai Jinxian's eyes. Although there aren't as many entertainment options in the countryside as in the city, there is one activity that you can dedicate more time to. I initially thought the little servant was asleep, and I was too embarrassed to move her for fear of disturbing her. Since I'm not asleep, I might as well keep myself company for a while. Bai Jinxian reached out and placed his hand on Su Yuning's waist, then slowly moved upwards, inching forward. The little servant's skin was very smooth and warm, and it felt wonderful to the touch. The bedside nightlight cast a dim, yellowish glow, which illuminated the young servant's face, adding a touch of mystery. But this very ambiguity makes the bad man even more focused on the servant's eyes. Those were a pair of watery eyes, filled with love and tenderness, as tranquil as a lake in autumn. Those eyes were only on Bai Jinxian at that moment, seemingly able to tolerate all his actions, as if she wouldn't be angry no matter what he did, but would instead gently cooperate with him. Su Yuning's small mouth opened slightly, and ripples spread across the lake-like surface of her eyes. Bai Jinxian couldn't take it anymore. He reached out his other arm and embraced the little servant, then pulled her sharply into his arms. The room suddenly became even hotter, and even the cool air from the air conditioner couldn't penetrate it. This time, the two got to know each other in more detail, and it wasn't until late at night that they finally fell into a deep, satisfied sleep. When Su Yuning woke up feeling satisfied, she suddenly panicked she must have overslept. Sure enough, when I took out my phone, it was already 9 o'clock. The sun is already quite strong at this time of day. Oh no, I'm so undisciplined. How am I supposed to take good care of Master Bai like this? Thinking back on the reason, it's probably because I went too far yesterday. If you count carefully, it's almost 10 times. No one should be treated like this, especially a young female cook. The little servant insisted on going to sleep only when he was completely exhausted. Before that, his mind was filled with lewd thoughts about Bai Jinshan. Just as she was about to get up to prepare breakfast, a strong hand reached out from under the covers, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her back. The pressure wasn't great, but Su Yuning cooperated and lay down again. Bai Jinshan moved closer and buried his head in the little servant's arms, then snuggled against him contentedly before falling back asleep. Su Yuning's movements were too vigorous, causing some cold air to seep into the blankets, which Bai Jinshan found unbearable, and he unconsciously began to look for a warm place. Su Yuning glanced at the air conditioner. The temperature was 18 degrees Celsius. For this old-fashioned air conditioner, the temperature was quite low. Without a blanket, it would really freeze to death. Normally, she would get up once at night to adjust the temperature. But yesterday, well, those who know I slept soundly until dawn. But thinking about it, there are some advantages, such as Bai Jinshan taking the initiative to hold her while she sleeps at night. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinshan with a gentle expression and quietly placed her hand on his head. Bad men have thick, healthy hair and seem to have no flaws, except for their penchant for doing bad things and playing pranks. However, this disadvantage becomes an advantage for women who want to get involved with bad men. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to get close to bad men on their own. They can only wait to be bullied, secretly enjoying it while pretending to be nonchalant, and then look forward to the next time they are bullied. Bai Jinshan showed no signs of waking up, and he was also greatly exhausted. Although it lasts a long time, it can't withstand a continuous battle. Su Yuning did not move, but slowly closed her eyes. As for Bai Jinshan's request to wake her up yesterday, it's impossible to do so now, so she might as well sleep in one more time. When Bai Jinshan opened his eyes, everything he saw was warm, soft, and fragrant. Did I get up that early? The little servant is still asleep. He couldn't help but marvel at how effective self-discipline and early to bed and early to rise truly are. Should I get up? Bai Jinshan glanced at the still sleeping servant and gave up on getting up. The little servant was so tired yesterday, let her rest a bit more. So Bai Jinshan closed his eyes again, feeling at ease. It is 10:30. At 11 o'clock, Su Yuning also woke up once, only to find that the bad man was still sleeping. She couldn't help but worry about the bad man's future. This kind of constitution won't do. Should we make more chicken soup from now on? She knew bad men loved to play around, but playing around required resources. There wasn't much she could do but make sure the bad man ate and slept better, and provide logistical support. While Su Yuning was thinking, Bai Jinshan also opened his eyes groggily. Upon realizing that the little servant was awake, he made some soft, strange noises and then rubbed around like a caterpillar. Lord Bai, isn't it time to get up? Okay, right away. Bai Jinshan doesn't have the habit of getting up as soon as he wakes up. He prefers to stay in bed a little longer. How long have you been awake? He asked. Not long after, Su Yuning replied. Bai Jinshan hummed in agreement, but he didn't really believe the answer. Just like the class monitor who had been waiting for him, even though he was sweating profusely from the heat, he only said that he had just come down. The women here, like the men of the past, never talk about how much they've sacrificed, they just do it silently. That's why Bai Jinshan didn't intend to reveal that he hadn't woken the little servant so as to keep her asleep. This is a good thing. If a bad man said it out loud, and then realized that she had been overthinking it, she would definitely be furious. It wouldn't be murder to silence him, but the little servant would definitely be in for a terrible time. His legs might even be covered in tally marks. Chapter 96 Going Out. Last night, the little servant practiced his skills again and has already become a skilled ventriloquist. Except for that last step, we've tried everything we could, and that last step isn't far off, probably soon. After brushing his teeth, Bai Jinshan moved a small chair to the doorway and sat down. It's still hot today, but there's a gentle breeze, so staying in the shade doesn't feel too dry. I originally planned to get up early in the morning to catch some cicadas that had just emerged from the ground, but I accidentally overslept, and I don't know if I'll be able to find any in the afternoon. Mature cicadas are not edible, only those that have just crawled out of the ground are edible and taste especially good, being full of lean meat and protein. The servant was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Bai Jinshan felt the breeze and watched the leaves swaying in the wind, feeling relaxed and carefree. He and his 3 lackeys just sent messages saying they were busy today and shouldn't waste their time bothering them. A qualified bad man should have a very reasonable plan for his time. The goal is to achieve impartiality towards any party, ideally making everyone feel that they have benefited. He believed he had achieved that. Lord Bai, it's time to eat. Su Yuning placed a bowl of stir-fried pork ribs on the table and then called out. Due to time constraints, I simply prepared 3 dishes and a soup. A stir-fried pork ribs dish, a stir-fried egg with yellow chives, a bok choy dish, and finally, an egg drop soup. They're here. Bai Jinxian glanced at the delicious-looking, appetizing dishes, then smiled and gently lifted the little servant's chin, giving it a light nod. This is a reward for you. Keep up the good work. The little servant was naturally full of energy, wishing he could cook 300 more dishes in exchange for 300 kisses. The women here are so easy to please, just like the men in a past life. If you don't want to do physical labor and don't provide economic value, then you should at least provide some emotional value, right? Is it so hard to say, baby, you're so great, and then give me a kiss? Bai Jinxian found it not difficult at all. He used this trick to win over the young servant long ago, making him busy serving him every day and then looking like he wanted praise. Why were his former classmates willing to play the role of the little emperor with him? This is a very important reason, because Bai Jinxian is willing to provide emotional value. Logically speaking, providing emotional value should drain one's own energy, but Bai Jinxian is from Earth, so he coaxes those women like he's coaxing kittens or puppies, and he enjoys it himself. So it has changed from one-sided provision of emotional value to both parties working together to enhance emotional value, and he can also enjoy the service. Alright, let's eat. Bai Jinxian first picked up a small piece of spare rib and then fed it to Su Yuning. Here, this first and best piece is a reward for you, to soothe your fatigue. The little servant tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, opened her small mouth to take it in, but her eyes were fixed on Bai Jinxian, her gaze as clear as autumn water, sparkling with light. There are far too many bad men in this world. They can easily capture the heart of every woman. Put yourself in her shoes. If you had such a beautiful woman by your side in your past life, comforting you after every busy moment, wouldn't you be willing to make sacrifices for her? So, don't be fooled by how much bad men seem to enjoy themselves. They also have to pay the price. For example, you can gently pat the little servant's head, kiss the little servant's mouth, or hug the little servant's waist. He's given so much, of course he deserves all that enjoyment. The meal was finished quickly. Bai Jinxian settled down on the sofa to rest, while the servant cleaned up the mess. Let's go catch some cicadas later, maybe we can eat them tonight, he said lazily. Actually, the main purpose of going out was not to catch cicadas, but to go out with the little servant and enjoy the atmosphere of doing things together. He could also take his little servant to visit the places he used to frequent. Is that stuff really edible? Su Yuning asked while washing the dishes. She has always lived in the city, and although she has seen cicadas many times, every year, she has never actually eaten them. She had never heard her classmates mention this. But since Bai Jinxian had spoken, she had to find a way to get things done. It's okay if you don't know, just look it up. But as you all know, what happened yesterday meant there was no time to look up information. Didn't you know that cicadas are edible? Bai Jinxian curiously peeked out and looked at the little servant. His memories of his past life gradually awakened, but even so, his intelligence and emotional intelligence far surpassed those of children his age. At such a young age, she was able to find ways to earn money outside by using her good looks, and then support herself and her sister Su Yuning. I remember that every time I came back, I would see Su Yuning waiting for me at the door, looking at me with an expression that said, "Wow, you're amazing." It must be said that the little servant was very pretty and cute when he was a child, which gave the bad man a great deal of vanity. But as time went on, the bad man had less and less to do, and the little servant took over everything. He didn't want to do this, but he didn't want to waste the little servant's good intentions, and in the blink of an eye, he was turned into a parasite. Nowadays, it's absolutely impossible to ask a bad man to cook and clean. They've become so dependent on their servants that they have to rely on them. Moreover, the young servant, in order to make the bad man more comfortable, learned everything and could fulfill any request. At first, it was just physical work, but later it turned into homework and mental work. If it weren't for the fact that this bad man has memories of 2 lifetimes and is inherently smarter than the average person, he would probably be a complete parasite by now, with the only thing he needs to do being to call out the servant's name and make his demands. Did you know that cicadas live underground? No. That's common sense, you can find it in books. But when cicadas first crawl out of the soil, they are still in their larval stage and cannot fly. They can only lie at the base of the tree. They are edible in this stage and taste especially good. Bai Jinxian had never eaten it in this life, but he had eaten it in his previous life and had a pretty deep impression of it. After all, being so poor that you have to find your own ingredients, it's impossible not to remember it vividly. Really? I'll remember that. Then let's get going as soon as you're done. I can't wait. Upon careful recollection, Bai Jinxian really wanted to taste the flavor from his memories. Su Yuning then wiped her hands and came out. Alright, I'll go get some more necessities, and then we can set off. What are the necessities? Sun umbrella, drinks, bags, snacks, napkins, small pillows. Wait, why do I need to bring so much stuff? And what's with this little pillow? If you get sleepy outside, you can take a small pillow to sleep. We're going to catch ingredients, why would I be sleeping? But last time you went fishing with me, The servant's mouth was suddenly covered by the bad man. It can only be said that there was a reason why she brought these things, which also shows the willfulness of the bad man and Su Yuning's tolerance and indulgence. She doesn't care whether these things are reasonable or not, or whether she should bring them at all. She only considered whether Bai Jinxian needed these things and whether they could make him happy. Chapter 97A Walk in the Rain. Alright, don't think too much about it. We'll come back once we've caught enough ingredients. Bai Jinxian pulled Su Yuning's hand and walked out. Wait, at least grab a bag and an umbrella. Su Yuning was still struggling. We already said we don't need it, we'll be back soon. In the end, Bai Jinxian made the decision. He took the little servant and went out the door, taking nothing but a bag with him. As soon as the two stepped outside, the wind picked up and became refreshing. See? The weather is so nice today, and there's even a breeze. We don't need to bring any of those things. Bai Jinxian said. Besides, I brought you to the countryside to relax, so you don't have to be tense all the time, and I'm not as fragile as you think. The women here are like the men of the past, they never carry umbrellas when they go out. Even in the blazing sun or rain, they just put on their hoods and start sprinting. So what the little servant said was all for bad men, but that would be too tiring. He was taking the little servant out to relax, not to add to the pressure. Look, there's one that just crawled out of the ground. Bai Jinxuan's gaze suddenly stopped at the base of a tree, or more precisely, at the cicadas lying there. At this time, the cicadas are golden yellow and have no wings. The body is plump, but the outer shell has not yet hardened, and the flesh is extremely firm at this time. At this stage, they can also be called cicada pupa. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian with some surprise as he boldly picked up the insect and stuffed it into the bag, without showing any panic or disgust on his face. Actually, when she heard Bai Jinxian say yesterday that he was going to go out and catch these insects, she didn't quite believe it. In her memory, Bai Jinxian was a lazy and very clean man. And surprisingly, he wasn't afraid at all of the insects that would make other men scream when they touched them. As expected of Lord Bai. Having been shown how to do things, she couldn't just watch Bai Jinxian work, so she also started searching under the tree roots around her, and soon found several. The two of them grabbed at something as they walked up the mountain. It was quite hot at first, especially since constantly bending over to catch cicada nymphs was both hot and tiring. But before long, the wind grew stronger and stronger, and the sun gradually shrank. The two, engrossed in grabbing the ingredients, didn't even realize what was happening. They only felt the temperature getting cooler and more comfortable. It wasn't until the leaves of the entire forest began to rustle that Su Yuning realized something was wrong, and she stood up to look at the clouds. Is it going to rain? Experiencing the rainy season in summer is certainly a great experience. But the two of them are on the mountain now, they're outside. Su Yuning hurriedly called out to Bai Jinxian, who had run to a distance, Lord Bai, it looks like it's going to rain. She ran towards Bai Jinxian as she spoke. When the two met under the tree, a drop of rain suddenly fell and hit Bai Jinxuan's hand. It's not just that it seems like it, it's that it's already raining. As soon as Bai Jinxian finished speaking, a shower of raindrops began to fall rapidly. Lord Bai, shall we wait here for a while? Su Yuning preferred to stay a while longer. Summer rain comes and goes quickly, and it might stop soon. However, the bad guy clearly had no such intention. He stretched his hand into the rain, feeling the raindrops, and then the next second, he stepped outside, letting the raindrops pelt his body. Su Yuning frantically tried to pull Bai Jinxian back, but Bai Jinxian looked at her and joked, how about we just walk back like this? In this world, men don't have the pressure of survival, so their minds become richer, and they always have some whimsical ideas. Sometimes they really are like children. Besides, who hasn't had the urge to go for a walk on a rainy day? However, only a minority actually put it into practice, because they have to consider how others will perceive them and whether it will not conform to the public's opinion. Following your heart sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to do. But if someone is willing to accompany you or cooperate with you, then it will be much easier. Su Yuning was initially taken aback, but then she took a firm step forward and stood next to Bai Jinxian. "Can I hold your hand?" Bai Jinxian smiled and said, "You should just hold my hand." The two were quickly soaked by the rain, their hair hanging down, but neither of them cared. They simply tossed their hair aside and continued walking home at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, the roads are relatively well maintained and the mountains are relatively small, making it easy to go up or down. However, because of the rain, Bai Jinxian still walked very carefully. "How are you feeling?" Bai Jinxian suddenly asked. "It's very free," Su Yuning replied. The little servant has always been very self-disciplined and has always performed perfectly. This is good, but it can also be a bit tiring. She felt a little irritated as the raindrops fell on her. However, after she was completely soaked, she felt completely relaxed and relieved, as if she had unloaded some kind of burden. "Don't bother with those things today. Just do what I'm doing and keep me company for a boring day." Bai Jinxian enjoyed these boring days, especially when he still remembered the 12-hour workday of his previous life. "Good," Su Yuning replied. "My home is already visible here, faintly visible through the rain." Bai Jinxian grinned mischievously. "Let's see who gets home first." She always obeyed Bai Jinxuan's requests and would never make him uncomfortable for the sake of some empty fame. "Let's do it the same way as before, run a little slower, so that Lord Bai gets home first. The prize for first place is the chance to be with me." Bai Jinxian started running first, and his voice only reached us after he had run several steps. This guy actually sneaked out first. Su Yuning's eyes widened slightly, her mind filled with those two words. The next second, she suddenly sprang out, catching up with Bai Jinxian almost instantly, and then overtaking him. Concessions are long forgotten, everything else has to take a backseat to this life-changing event. The little servant was naturally the first to arrive home. Bai Jinxian then slowly walked over, his face showing no anger or resentment. The physical constitutions of men and women are inherently different in this world, and he had some guesses about why his little servant always ended up losing in every competition. It's just that it's been confirmed now. But this made him even happier. With someone who's willing to pamper you without letting you know, what's there to be unhappy about? Looking at Bai Jinxian, the little servant's eyes were somewhat embarrassed, as if he had done something wrong. However, Bai Jinxian didn't care. He pushed the little servant into the house and said while taking off his clothes, "You're all soaked. Quickly get a towel to dry yourself off, and then run a bath." Chapter 98, Bathing Together, etc. Su Yuning grabbed Bai Jinxuan's hand, her eyes darting away. Her skirt had been pulled up to her shoulders, revealing most of her collarbone and snow-white shoulders. "What's wrong? Are you shy?" Bai Jinxian stared at Su Yuning's eyes with some confusion. They had been through so much together, so why was she shy? This is at the door." "What happened at the door?" "It was on the sofa yesterday." Upon hearing this, the young servant realized it made sense, and so he let go of the bad man's hand. "Shall we take a shower together?" Su Yuning asked. "You don't want to?" "Of course I'd like to." In the course of their question and answer, 2 piles of clothes quickly accumulated on the ground. "Okay, wipe yourself down before you finish draining the water, so you don't catch a cold." Bai Jinxian took 2 towels from the hook on the wall and handed one of them to Su Yuning. "The body is fine, but the hair is a bit difficult to dry, especially the little servant's long hair." More importantly, the little servant didn't care about himself, in fact, he was indifferent. Just like the men in their past lives, the answer to most small matters is either yes or no. After Bai Jinxian finished treating himself, he glanced at the still wet servant and thought, "He's good at serving me, but he just won't put in the same effort when it comes to me." Like the men of her past life, the women of this life will not spend too much energy on being refined. So the servant simply tidied himself up and even took the time to dry Bai Jinxuan's hair. "Alright, sit down properly. Don't just think about me, you're important too." Bai Jinxian pressed the little servant down on a small stool in the bathroom, quickly wiped the servant's body, and then gently dried the servant's hair. "This technique and pressure should be alright, right?" It's been so long since I've tried it, I'm almost rusty. Actually, it's more than just okay. Su Yuning felt very comfortable. She thought of Bai Jinxian again, who had seemed omnipotent to her back then. Of course, it still is now. Amidst the gentle touch and the rising steam, Su Yuning recalled her childhood memories. When she was born, her family was complete, lacking neither financial nor emotional support. However, she doesn't have much of an impression of it herself because she was too young at the time. What she knows now is all told to her by her older sister. It is said that children will suddenly develop self-awareness at a certain point in their lives. So, the moment when Su Yuning had self-awareness was when her parents were arguing, and her sister covered her ears, hugged her in fear, and they hid under the table together. Next came the divorce of his parents, the decline of the family's fortunes, and facing his mother's alcoholism every day. It seemed that both the economic and emotional support had collapsed all at once. It was under these circumstances that the normal child became the current human-machine interface with facial paralysis, unable to express any emotions. Because if you express your emotions incorrectly, you will be punished. 3 years passed like this, and then the family inexplicably became rich again, and a strange man and a strange child appeared in their home. Her mother told her, "This will be your older brother from now on." Su Yuning didn't care about this. For her, having a safe place to sleep and enough to eat was enough. Although there have been many misfortunes in the past, at least now we have enough to eat and a place to stay. As for older brothers, there's no need to care at all. Coincidentally, Bai Jinxian thought the same thing at the time. It's better to stay away from brats. None of the three of them expected that they would become so deeply involved with each other, growing up relying on one another, and even breaking through certain restrictions. All right. Bai Jinxuan's voice pulled Su Yuning out of her memories. He used a towel to tie up the little servant's hair, revealing her delicate, slender neck and smooth forehead. Even in such a simple situation, he could still find beauty in the little servant. Women in this world don't like to wear makeup, most are natural beauties. The fact that this little servant can stand out in this situation shows just how amazing her natural beauty is. However, this beautiful baby now belongs to him alone. Bai Jinxian smugly lifted the little servant's chin, completely satisfied with the sight. The little servant looked at the bad man with pure, bright eyes, offering no resistance whatsoever, which filled one with pity and desire. The little servant's lips were small, and perhaps because they had been rained on, they had lost their usual rosy color, making him look somewhat pitiful. I really want to kiss him. The bad man thought to himself, and then the next second he bent down and kissed her. This is his own treasure, and he can do whatever he wants with it. Once he has an idea, he will naturally put it into practice. At first it was slightly cool, like eating some kind of mint candy, then it became warm, making you want to swallow it all. Waiting for the water to fill up was supposed to be a long process, but by the time the two realized what was happening, the water had already overflowed. Perhaps kissing has a magical power, especially when you're with a loved one. It can make time seem to stand still. It's a little hot, but it's just right at this moment. Bai Jinxian first swiped around with his hands a couple of times, then crawled inside with satisfaction, involuntarily making a hissing sound. Su Yuning first turned off the water dispenser, then stepped inside as well. The moment the hot water touched her skin, she felt as if she had been soaked in water, dispelling all negative feelings. The two sat side by side on the edge of the bathtub, neither of them speaking, enjoying the comfort of the hot water. But the bad man soon couldn't restrain his little claws, and ripples kept spreading across the water's surface, causing the little servant to gasp softly. Finally, the little servant seemed unable to bear it any longer and launched a counterattack. She first glanced at Bai Jinxian with her watery eyes, then took a deep breath and jumped into the bathtub. Hiss. This time it was the bad man's turn to speak up. It can only be said that women are extremely quick to master skills when it comes to having fun. Yesterday he was just a newbie, always making mistakes at basic levels, but today he can unleash combos and advanced moves, leaving everyone in awe. Not to mention the snake-like boss that keeps attacking. It probably won't be long before we break through the level. Fortunately, the skill's duration was short, and Su Yuning soon had to surface for air. The moment she emerged from the water, water flowed down her hair, which cascaded haphazardly over her body. But she didn't have time to tidy herself up. She was just panting heavily, her chest heaving violently. Even in this state of being unattractive in public, Bai Jinxian still felt that Su Yuning was a little too beautiful, and her still bright and dazzling eyes made him lose his mind. He had seen Su Yuning, who was usually quite beautiful, so he didn't react much. But now that the little servant was all messy, he found her exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, it is only in such peculiar circumstances that one can discover whether a woman is truly beautiful. Now, Bai Jinxian is certain that Su Yuning is indeed a treasure, a top-tier beauty. Chapter 99 Wasting Time Together. While taking a bath is relaxing, please control the time, otherwise you might faint and end up being, well, you know. So, half an hour later, the little servant came out first. She needed to tidy herself up first, blow dry her hair, and then help Bai Jinxian with his hair. Not long after, Bai Jinxian also staggered out. Put your clothes on properly, or you'll easily get sick. Su Yuning adjusted Bai Jinxian's loose bathrobe and then tied the belt around his waist. Bai Jinxian casually responded, then sat down on the chair prepared by the servant, waiting to be cleaned up. A warm breeze gently blew through his hair, and the little servant kept tugging at it, which felt very comfortable. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted outside, instantly drowning out even the cacophony of rain. Unlike the harsh environment outside, the atmosphere inside the house was very warm and cozy. Is it dry? Don't move, it's almost done. Bai Jinxian naturally wouldn't listen to what the servant said. He put his arm around the young servant's waist, buried his face in it, and inhaled deeply. Hee, it smells delicious. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian, who was like a child, her eyes filled with doting affection and helplessness. Sigh, I can never resist you. So she had no choice but to continue drying Bai Jinxian's hair in this peculiar posture. The warm breeze that blew out traveled down the back of my head and into my back. Bai Jinxian felt warm all over, especially when he was holding the fragrant little servant. It was as if bright flowers were about to bloom around him. At a certain moment, the sound of the wind suddenly stopped, and the servant's voice rang out, "All right, Master Bai, you can get up now." Wow, that's fast. Bai Jinxian stood up, stretched, and took the little servant's hand as they went upstairs. Come upstairs with me to read a book. Reading books and playing on his phone are no different to him. They are both just him using up his abundant freedom to make up for the lack of freedom in his previous life. Don't ask him about the meaning of his life, and don't accuse him of wasting his time. Bai Jinxian just wanted to be able to waste his time as he pleased, especially his own time. You're busy at home, and it's still the same in the countryside. What's the point of your trip? Su Yuning wanted to retort that it wasn't a wasted trip, since she had eaten there. However, she didn't say it in the end because she was worried that her little bottom would suffer again. So why don't you try wasting your time too? Don't think too much, just immerse yourself in what you're doing. Come on, choose a book you'd like to read. The two arrived at the dollhouse, where one of the cabinets was filled with novels and comics. These are all books that Bai Jinxian used to enjoy reading, and they are still interesting even if the identities of the men and women in them are reversed. Su Yuning pondered for a long time before finally choosing the novel she hadn't finished reading last time, and also picked up the second volume. She wanted to see how the relationship between the siblings in the novel would change, and what difficulties they would encounter along the way. This is a novel that is both suitable for reference and for entertainment. After getting the books they needed, the two went to the next room. This is the room where Bai Jinxian used to live. The room was cozy and simple, with a large bed and a window on the side of the wall. Bai Jinxian stepped forward and opened the window, immediately feeling a refreshing coolness. The rain outside was still heavy, but the temperature didn't feel cold. Instead, it felt cool and refreshing. Bai Jinxian ran to the bed with satisfaction, propped the pillow up against the headboard, and then patted the pillow next to him while looking at the little servant and saying, "Come and lie down, relax a bit." Su Yuning carefully climbed onto the bed, and immediately sank into its softness. Having a bed like that in that era, Master Bai must have had a very happy childhood, right? Su Yuning felt somewhat happy about this. The two leaned against each other, both feeling genuinely content. Su Yuning flipped to the part she hadn't finished reading last time and began to read it carefully. Bai Jinxian was in the same boat, but he really couldn't calm down after seeing all of these things before. Boom! Another clap of thunder sounded, and the wind and rain outside intensified, causing the white gauze curtains in front of the window to flutter wildly. Bai Jinxian watched this scene with great interest, and had no intention of closing the window, even though it might make that small area of the window wet. The greatest benefit he gained in this world was the ability to act recklessly without bearing any responsibility. It's like strolling in the rain, or like watching the curtains dance right now. No one would say there was anything wrong with it. They would only clean up after him or accompany him in doing those whimsical things. Unfortunately, Bai Jinxian soon grew tired of the dancing curtains and shifted his gaze to the little servant's face. That face was small and delicate. Even though it had no expression, you could feel its warmth. Bai Jinxian stared at it for a while Su Yuning didn't react either, just staring intently at the novel in her hands, occasionally turning a page. He picked up the novel in his hand with some frustration, but he couldn't concentrate on reading for long. I had promised to relax with the little servant, but now I'm the one who can't control my temper. That's strange. I usually love killing time, so why am I suddenly finding myself feeling uncomfortable actively killing time now? Bai Jinxian felt bored but didn't want to bother Su Yuning. But he couldn't stay still for a moment when his little servant always catered to his every whim. If you want to play with the little servant but can't play with him directly, you can only play with him secretly. Bai Jinxian stretched out his hand and placed 2 fingers on Su Yuning's stomach like tiny people. He glanced at Su Yuning, but she still didn't react, so he boldly guided the little finger figure to take 2 steps. Su Yuning still did not respond. So the little finger figure quietly took 2 more steps, and even used a little force. Su Yuning simply turned a page of the novel, her eyes fixed intently on the words, as if hoping to find something within them. So, one of them would glance at the little servant if he did something wrong, while the other simply focused on reading. Bai Jinxian is currently playing a game called Bullying the Little Servant, but you can't let the little servant find out. Even though the game was time-consuming and somewhat boring, he played it with great focus, taking a few steps, moving around a bit, and then glancing at the little servant. Su Yuning was engrossed in her book, perhaps because of the similar plot points, so she was completely absorbed in the novel and didn't pay any attention to Bai Jinxian, who was causing trouble beside her. And it wasn't really causing trouble, it was just that my hands were itching to do something. But the more she looked, the hotter she felt. It felt like I was really there, and the male and female leads were replaced by Bai Jinxian and myself. He finally took the initiative and gently stroked her. The novel is described in great detail, so much so that it's almost unbearable. Su Yuning felt herself being touched. Then, in the next second, she came to her senses and realized that there really was a hand rummaging around inside her clothes. Chapter 100 Self-Entertainment, Role-Playing. Su Yuning looked at Bai Jinxian with a slightly speechless expression, saying, "How come you're getting hotter and hotter while reading a novel? I thought I was just too engrossed in the role, but it turns out someone was actually helping me out. This time I can finally immerse myself in reading the novel. Would you believe me if I said I was giving you a massage?" Bai Jinxian pinched it again, his face full of seriousness. Su Yuning glared angrily at Bai Jinxian and let out a soft snort. To be honest, I wasn't really angry. But we have to keep Bai Jinxian in check. This guy always likes to test the limits and then take advantage of us. Su Yuning always liked to go along with Bai Jinxian, but if she was too indulgent, problems would always arise. This was just some light play in bed. Who knows what even more embarrassing things Bai Jinxian will do next. He's always had a lot of ingenious ideas, especially when it comes to bullying people. He's particularly talented at it. Don't do that again next time. It's not like I'm telling you not to. Su Yuning originally wanted to say don't do it again, but then felt it was too harsh, so she changed it to don't do it again next time, and added a sentence to make amends. But halfway through the conversation, I realized that wouldn't work either. Wouldn't this just be indulging a bad man? So he stopped talking halfway through. What won't you let me have? Bai Jinxian moved closer to Su Yuning, nuzzling her face and kissing her every now and then. Little servant, speak quickly. How can you only say half the story? Su Yuning just bit her lip, determined not to say another word, and turned her attention to the novel, forcing herself to ignore Bai Jinxian. Ignoring me? Keeping your mouth shut? Bai Jinxian stared at Su Yuning with feigned seriousness. Today I'm going to interrogate you properly, prisoner, and see how long you're going to keep this up. You've already engaged with him, are you still trying to ignore the bad guy? That's impossible. It's like you're working a good job, and then during a break you make eye contact with your cat. Alright, forget about work for now, human, come and play with your kitten. It's okay if you ignore it, the cat will cause trouble on its own. Su Yuning was engrossed in reading the novel, and Bai Jinxian kissed her all over her face, but it didn't stop her from reading. Let's see how long you can hold out. The bad man whispered in the little servant's ear, then gently nibbled on her earlobe. The young servant let out a muffled groan uncontrollably, and his eyes became slightly moist. Bad men are really awful. Just like that cat, they ignore you when you approach them and like to boss people around. But if you try to do something serious, he'll stick to you and cause trouble. But they couldn't hit him or scold him, which made them both bitter and annoyed. When I'm really annoyed, I just pick up the cat and give it a good belly rub. The little servant is ignoring him right now, but he's having a great time playing by himself. 1 minute it's a peninsula police interrogation, the next it's a teacher checking if a student is paying attention, and then it's the Invisible Man storyline again. It was interesting that he added his own narration, saying things like how to treat the little servant, and he talked about all sorts of things, which made it impossible for Su Yuning to concentrate on the content of the book. She truly hadn't expected Bai Jinxian to possess so much knowledge, making even a well-read woman like herself feel somewhat inferior. I was wrong, Lord Bai. Su Yuning finally closed the novel in her hands with no choice. Suspect, where did you go wrong? Bai Jinxian had already sat on Su Yuning's stomach, looking at the little servant very seriously. I shouldn't have ignored you, Su Yuning said. A blush had already risen on her expressionless face. Yes, I'm glad you understand. Bai Jinxian nodded seriously. However, given your tight-lipped behavior just now, I need to find out what you're hiding. How do we investigate this? Su Yuning asked, her eyes filled with confusion. But the next second she understood how to investigate. Outside, thunder and rain raged, and the white curtains fluttered incessantly. The rhythm of nature becomes the accompaniment, and we dance to the beat. Gulp. Su Yuning opened her mouth to indicate that there was really nothing inside. She really had nothing more to say. Everything that needed to be investigated had been found. Bai Jinxian, however, did not feel tired, neither physically nor mentally. He simply knelt down to the side, carefully examined Su Yuning's mouth, and then said, "This patient's condition is quite serious. I haven't even figured out where she is sick yet. I must study it carefully." Su Yuning got into character in just 2 seconds. The first thing I did was feel helpless about Bai Jinxuan's playfulness. The next second, he quickly got into character and thought of his lines. "Doctor, I feel a bit of discomfort in my chest, could you please take another look?" As she spoke, she tenderly took Bai Jinxuan's hand and placed it on a spot that made her uncomfortable. Bai Jinxian was taken aback for a moment, then gave the little servant a good job look. "Ahem, well then I'll have to examine your condition carefully, starting with the place you mentioned that's causing you discomfort." Unfortunately, the little servant was in too much pain, and Dr. Bai's examination was slow and thorough, which caused the consultation time to be prolonged. Moreover, it seemed that the illness was too serious, as the patient was constantly panting and almost couldn't breathe. How pitiful. Fortunately, we have our dedicated Dr. Bai. With a little more time, we should be able to save this suffering patient. I don't know how much time passed, but I do know that the rain outside had lessened, the wind had died down, and the weather had become even gloomier. "Should we turn on the light, doctor?" "No need, my eyesight is good, and this blurry feeling is quite nice." "Aren't we here for a medical appointment?" "Ahem, this is my family's traditional medical technique. Anyway, don't worry about it." "Are you the doctor or am I?" Bai Jinxian glared fiercely at Su Yuning. "That wretched little servant ruined his performance, he must be punished properly. I have a pretty good understanding of your situation. Now I'm going to get serious. I need to understand your condition more thoroughly in order to cure you." The little servant looked at Dr. Bai expectantly, then nodded. After so many years, what she has been hoping for is finally coming. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside, and the room was instantly filled with a blinding white light, so clear that the two people could be seen stacked on top of each other. Boom! Immediately following was a deafening clap of thunder, which completely drowned out the gasps of breath, leaving no other sound. Drizzling! The rain, which should have stopped, started again, and even started heavier, as if following some kind of pattern. Outside, wind and rain raged, thunder roared incessantly, while inside, passion raged and heat filled the air. Chapter 101. I can't hold on anymore. Dinner was served very late today, and it was Bai Jinxian who cooked it. Although he considered himself despicable and wicked, he wasn't so bad as to make his servant do chores right after enjoying himself. Pushing open the door, you can see a person covered with a thin blanket on the bed, with a curvaceous figure, sleeping at the moment. The windows and curtains were already drawn, but the night light by the bed was still on. Bai Jinxian quietly walked to the bedside and saw the little servant's slightly furrowed brows. Perhaps the game time is a bit too long. Even the women in this world are finding it a bit too much to handle. In addition, this final step was more comfortable than the previous ones, and he had a taste for it. He said it was the last time, but his body was as violent as a supercar with a full tank of gas. "Xiaoyu, wake up, it's time to get up and eat." Bai Jinxian gently nudged Su Yuning. Su Yuning frowned even more, and smacked her lips twice, as if she wanted to say something. Bai Jinxian used a little more force and finally woke the little servant up. But the first thing she did when she woke up was to look at Bai Jinxian pitifully and plead, I really can't, tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, is that alright, Lord Bai?" Bai Jinchuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Okay, anytime is fine. Don't say things like that, it makes me feel guilty. No wonder this world has enacted 3 starting regulations. It turns out that men in this world really do have that kind of power. Since I have the ability, I should definitely try to push my limits, and it feels so good, I almost accidentally. In short, later on, the little servant cried and tried to run away, but was grabbed by the waist and dragged back. He was truly wicked, managing to frighten someone who usually has a stoic expression into looking scared and aggrieved. Okay, I just called you to dinner, don't worry about anything else. Bai Jinxian gently wrapped Su Yuning in the blanket and then picked her up. Playing pranks and doing small things is fine normally, but if you give them a princess carry or do anything that's too weak, it will make these women feel very uncomfortable. But look at the little servants nowadays, they're willing to do anything bad men do, as long as they don't do that kind of thing. This was the first time Bai Jinxian had done something like this in both his lives, but he had heard a saying, there are only things that die from exhaustion, not things that are ruined by plowing. However, after his own practical experience, he discovered that reality was not quite like that. I don't know if this is just how men are in this world, or if he himself is just too much of a freak. Is the power of genes really that strong? But no matter what, it's a good thing, it's a good thing. Dinner was light, but it was all quite nourishing. The little servant stayed obediently in Bai Jinchuan's arms, accepting being fed. Although the little servant is usually very obedient, his body obeys, but his heart only obeys halfway. You can't expect women in this world to be like women in the past, who would rather men rely on them than rely on men. But now the little servant is completely convinced, both in his heart and in his actions. Originally, she planned to raise Bai Jinxian to be a parasite, making him unable to live without her. Now it seems we're really going to be controlled. Although it was Su Yuning's first time doing that kind of thing, she never imagined the ending would be so exaggerated. I used to think that novels and comics were exaggerated, but now it seems that's not the case. Can 3 really satisfy Lord Bai? What will happen to me if my needs are not met? Thinking of the battle that afternoon, Su Yuning couldn't help but shrink back. What's wrong? Is it too cold? Bai Jinxian asked with concern. Although it's raining outside, the temperature isn't too low today, so you won't catch a cold even if you're naked. No, not at all. Su Yuning hesitated for a moment, then said, I quite like that Shijiji. Would you like to put in a little more effort? She decided she still needed to recruit some people to share the burden, but she had to be careful about who they chose. At least they couldn't be people she disliked. Why did you suddenly bring her up? Bai Jinxian curiously picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into Su Yuning's mouth. It's nothing, I just feel like I can't take it anymore. Su Yuning had no intention of lying to Bai Jinxian, and said those words with a sorrowful expression. It's like asking a man to admit he's incapable. But if a man says no, then no is no, no matter how much you say yes. Women shouldn't act like that. If she dared to say yes, World War II would be imminent, and she'd probably have to kneel down at lightning speed, which would be even more embarrassing. These words made the bad man both embarrassed and happy. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I've just met the standards of each reader. You haven't contacted them for a day. Go see them tomorrow. It'll be a good day off for me. I need to rest. Upon hearing this, the wicked man gave the little servant a serious look and nodded solemnly. The little servant's self-discipline was exaggerated. She could be considered to work year-round without a break. Bai Jinxian could never get her to stay with him for a rest. The other person seems to have something to do all the time, whether it's studying or cleaning. This was the first time the young servant had asked for leave to rest. Although the cause of the matter was somewhat strange, the outcome was good, and that's all that matters. While I'm on vacation, you can go and play with your little followers. Su Yuning added a sentence, then looked at Bai Jinxian expectantly. Bai Jinxian naturally knew what he should do. Then you can sleep in tomorrow. After I get up, I'll make breakfast and leave it in the pot. Then I'll go out to play with little bear. Sure enough, after saying those words, Su Yuning let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Bai Jinxian spoke with some displeasure, then poked the little servant's cheek. Hey, what do you mean by this? Su Yuning turned her gaze away and remained silent. Bad men are usually very nice, but Su Yuning really doesn't believe they can pull any pranks or engage in underhanded tactics. It's a pipe dream to convince someone who's been pranked since childhood that bad men have stopped playing pranks. So she decided to find a way to let the bad man go out and have fun, so she could catch her breath. Bai Jinxian was speechless. Was it wrong for him to be capable? Go ahead and go, you'll definitely regret it," he muttered to himself. After finishing his meal, Bai Jinxian took his servant to take a bath. I had originally planned to let my little servant spend some boring and leisurely time with me, but it inexplicably turned into a high-energy activity, and I ended up being more tired than usual. Bai Jinxian, on the other hand, was quite well behaved. After all, he wasn't the kind of person driven by lust. In such a tempting world, the fact that he could hold back until now before taking a bite is enough to make him a paragon of virtue. However, things did indeed deviate somewhat from his expectations today. The main problem is that this knowledge doesn't seem to match the knowledge he's already had. No means yes, and if it's not possible, then it's not possible. If it's not possible, then it's really not possible. Say, teachers, it seems your knowledge is only useful in the mid to late stages, it doesn't match up at all in the early stages. I have to try it myself. Chapter 102, Going Out to Find Little Bear. Although the rain was torrential last night, it disappeared completely by the next day. It was still drizzling at midnight, but it stopped in the early morning. The morning sun rose as usual, as scorching as ever. After putting the prepared breakfast into the pot, Bai Jinxian went back to his room and secretly glanced at Su Yuning. The other person was still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. After thinking about it, I decided not to disturb him. Anyway, we had already agreed on it yesterday, and the little servant should know that breakfast was in the pot. The door was quietly closed, and the room returned to silence. After a long while, Su Yuning quietly turned over and glanced at the door. They breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that Bai Jinxian had really left. Phew, I can finally relax a bit. Then she frowned again. Ouch, it still hurts a bit. I'll sleep a little longer. I can't serve Lord Bai without a healthy body. Bai Jinxian had already left. The land, nourished by the rain, exudes a wonderful natural fragrance that refreshes the mind and body. Going out, especially when the sun is just rising, makes one feel refreshed and full of energy. There are few people in the countryside, not to mention that he lives halfway up a mountain, so the feeling of having the whole world to himself is quite wonderful. However, humans are ultimately social animals. Too few people are not good, and too many people are not good either. Bai Jinxian felt that things were pretty good as they were. The place was not much different from his memory, except that there were some additional basic buildings. But it has lost a lot of popularity. Along the way, I only saw some elderly people, some sunbathing and some chatting. So far, he hasn't seen many adults or young people. The adults have gone out to work, and the young people are probably still up all night and haven't gotten out of bed yet. But in any case, the population in this place is pitifully small, and he has already seen several houses that are deserted. The elderly people were quite surprised to see Bai Jinxian. After chatting for a while, they recognized him as the young master from before. However, this time he went out to find Gigi Bear, and the bad man didn't spend too much time chatting. He wanted to show up suddenly and catch her off guard. Gigi's home is in the upper right corner of the village. It's not particularly remote, but it's not in a crowded area either. There's only one other house within 100 meters. Their family is considered outsiders, which is why they live here. It was an old two-story house with a yard and a platform on the roof where you could dry things. As soon as he reached the outside of the courtyard, he saw an old man carrying a basket, seemingly about to go out. "Who are you?" The old lady was a little confused. Their house is on the edge of the village, so not many villagers come here. Moreover, their Gigi is a bit slow-witted, and apart from those two girls, no one is willing to take her along. The sudden appearance of a handsome young man is truly puzzling. "I am Bai Jinxian, Gigi's friend." Bai Jinxian smiled gently. The old lady knew who it was as soon as she heard the first half of the sentence. In those days, the sudden appearance of a rich person in the village was very eye-catching. Not to mention the many contributions they have made to the village. Of course, what was more important to the old lady was that Gigi became more cheerful after that, and no longer remained a sullen goose. "It's you! Why are you back again?" The old lady was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that she didn't want Bai Jinxian to come back, but so many people had left over the years, and she hadn't seen many of them return. Aside from its beautiful scenery, this place has no real prospects for development and has long been out of touch with the outside world. It's only the elderly women who are still reluctant to leave. I came back to visit since it's summer vacation, and I also have friends here. The old lady understood instantly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Gigi is in the innermost room on the second floor. If you want to find her, just go up there. I have to go out, so I won't disturb you any longer. By the way, I probably won't be back for lunch either, so let Gigi eat whatever she wants. The old lady didn't do anything extra, and since she had already gone out on business, it just took her a little more time. She sighed the moment she turned around. Oh, silly child, this is all Grandma can do for you. With such an exaggerated male-to-female ratio, meeting such a handsome boy early on is hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. However, the child's happiness was genuine. No wonder he had been smiling more these past 2 days and had more energy for work. But would children from the city really be interested in us rural people? Grandma, she didn't have high hopes, but she didn't want to just watch Gigi standing there dumbfounded. Alright, that's all I can do. Any more and I'll become less likable. I hope that silly boy can become one of my marriage candidates. It's not like I'm losing out if he's such a high-quality man. She muttered to herself as she walked away. Although there were more women than men, marriages still occurred, only the number of couples increased to 3. But even in my past life, there were divorces in addition to marriage, let alone here. So when someone goes up, someone goes down. When someone goes down, someone goes up. That's how marriage candidates come about. Aside from not having an officially recognized status, there is not much difference between a marriage candidate and someone who is already married. However, there is no limit to the number of marriage candidates, which highlights the importance of official status. Men in this world live the good life. Bai Jinxian pushed open the door and went inside. These were all old-fashioned houses, which instantly evoked his memories. There were no tiles, but it wasn't dirty. A ceiling fan hung from the ceiling. Bai Jinxian arrived at someone else's home without feeling uncomfortable at all. He acted as if he were in his own home, quickly went up to the second floor, found Gigi's room according to the signs, and then quietly opened the door. The room wasn't big, but it looked cozy and gave a sense of security. The small space was filled with all sorts of little trinkets, bringing a touch of color that didn't belong in the countryside. The bed against the wall wasn't big, but it looked extremely clean and comfortable, and it faced the window and desk, like a dream bed. Gigi was sleeping on the bed, wearing white underwear and a suspender skirt, with a thin blanket covering her stomach. His chubby thighs and arms were just casually hanging out, completely unaware that someone had entered his room. Bai Jinxian grinned mischievously, quietly slipped inside, and closed the door behind him. He had a reason for coming to see Gigi. Yesterday's heavy rain meant the farm work could be put on hold for a day, so he was certain that Gigi Bear would sleep in today. That's why he got up so early to tease Gigi Bear. Such opportunities are rare, and Gigi Bear is a hard-working fellow who can't stay idle. Chapter 103. Good morning, Gigi Bear. As a woman with several acres of land, Gigi has always been quite busy. In addition to her studies, she rarely had any free time. Only when it happens to be a holiday, and this holiday happens to be rainy, can she stay in her room and sleep in for a while. It rained heavily yesterday, and the drizzle didn't stop even into the night, but it actually helped her sleep peacefully. I finally managed to find half a day to visit Bai Jinxian a couple of days ago, and now I have some free time again, which makes me really happy. Once she's had a good sleep, she can go find Bai Jinxian again and then spend another wonderful day. Recalling what had happened between the two of them, Gigi, with her eyes closed, smiled sweetly, as if she had eaten candy. Moreover, the air after the rain is very fresh, and the scent of nature flows into the room through the window, making you feel as if you are in a forest. But I remember closing the window, didn't I? Gigi opened her eyes, still somewhat groggy. First, she saw Bai Jinxian smiling at her from the side, probably still half asleep, and then she turned her gaze to the window. The window, which should have been closed, was somehow opened, and the white curtains fluttered occasionally. The breath of nature comes from there. What a beautiful day. Gigi turned over, her two chubby little legs clamping the blanket between her legs, and her head rubbed against the pillow. Yes, I think so too. Bai Jinxian said. Gigi was a little confused after hearing this. Can people in dreams talk? It seems so, but how come it sounds so similar? It's exactly the same as Lord Bai's voice. She instinctively turned back and saw that face she had been longing for again. Yo, good morning, Gigi Bear. Well. Gigi stared blankly as she reached out and placed her hand on Bai Jinxian's face. Warm, real, this feels just like Lord Bai himself. Well. Gigi suddenly sat up in bed, instinctively stepped back, and then fell headfirst to the ground. The blanket was pulled off along with her, covering her completely. Bai Jinxian could only see those two chubby little legs still dangling over the edge of the bed, struggling wildly. Gigi quickly struggled free, her chubby little face full of confusion and doubt, her two little hands tightly gripping the thin blanket. She looked at Bai Jinshan, who was lying on his side on her bed with one hand supporting his head, and said incredulously, "Lord Bai, how come you are in my house, in my room, and on my bed?" Bai Jinshuan's smile vanished instantly upon hearing this. He looked at Gigi with a mixture of grievance and disbelief, and said, "How could you be like this? I say good morning to you, and you should say good morning to me back, instead of asking pointless questions like why I'm in your room and on your bed. You are absolutely heartless." Because the bad boy acted so naturally and so naturally. Gigi even wondered if she had overreacted, and maybe that's how people in the city greet each other? No, that's impossible. Although Gigi is usually rather dull, it's just that she's dull, not stupid. So, "Good morning, Lord Bai," Gigi Bear said with a slight hesitation. "The tone is unclear, start over." The aggrieved expression on Bai Jinshuan's face disappeared, and he frowned. Gigi Bear immediately cowered. "Good morning, Lord Bai." Even silly kids have their own ways of dealing with life. She wouldn't argue with Bai Jinshan like a real idiot. That's more like it. Remember not to do that next time. Bai Jinshan patted the soft bed. "Alright, come up and lie down." The bad man acted as if it were his right, which really made Gigi wonder if this was really her room. I looked around. Yes, this is indeed my room. However, after seeing Bai Jinshuan's amused smile, she wisely refrained from saying those words. If you're being bullied, so be it. Some women want to be bullied but don't even get to enjoy it. Comforting herself with this thought, Gigi picked up her small blanket and climbed back into bed. Facing the enormous creature, Bai Jinshan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that its jumping ability was truly impressive. What's wrong? Gigi sat on the bed like a duck, holding up a small blanket in one hand to cover her body. She was wearing very light clothing, shorts that resembled lantern pants and a loose tank top. Facing Bai Jinshan with this shy demeanor, Gigi felt uneasy. She should have dressed up properly before meeting Bai Jinshan, just like she had a few days ago. Instead of looking so unkempt now. But it's not her fault. Who would have thought that a man would suddenly appear in her bed while she was sleeping soundly? Bai Jinshan didn't think there was anything wrong with Gigi's teddy bear. On the contrary, he thought the teddy bear was more tempting and made him want to bully it. He looked Gigi up and down again. Her face was round and chubby, her little mouth was pursed, her eyes were somewhat unfocused, and her thick, long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The chubby little hands clutched the blanket, pretending not to care and covering themselves, while the two chubby little legs leaned together, but couldn't hide the two little feet. It has a slightly pinkish white hue. Bai Jinshan smiled, his eyes full of mischievous intent. Gigi Bear, I'm suddenly a little angry about what you did just now. I'm really furious. But isn't that matter already in the past? Although Gigi thought this in her heart, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Her chubby little face looked a bit bitter. Then what should we do, Lord Bai? Shouldn't you apologize for doing something wrong? Bai Jinshan sat up seriously, staring at Gigi with a mischievous grin. Shouldn't an apology involve showing your belly? Gigi rubbed her round face and muttered softly, "There's no such saying, Lord Bai, you're just bullying me." What are you saying? Bai Jinshan raised his voice. Gigi immediately became serious. I say, Lord Bai is right. Then what are we waiting for? Bai Jinshan grabbed Gigi's blanket and pulled it over. With nothing to cover her, Gigi Bear felt completely lost, wrapping her left arm around herself and gripping her right arm. Seeing the shy demeanor, Bai Jinshan was even happier, and his eyes lit up. It seemed that because of her somewhat prominent figure, the thin halter dress couldn't cover Gigi's belly and instead floated in the air. All I can say is that little bear is exceptionally gifted. He probably mistook height for body shape when he was allocating points. I understand. Gigi's ears turned bright red, and she lifted the edge of her dress slightly with her small hands. Chapter 104. What, you're not convinced? Do you even know what true plumpness is? Being plump is not the same as being fat, rather, it is a more aesthetically pleasing state. When Gigi lifted her suspender skirt, her slightly chubby belly was revealed. It doesn't look bad at all, on the contrary, it has a good shape, like abs with some added flesh. It has lost that hard-looking feel, but it retains its general shape that is eye-catching. Ah! Gigi suddenly made a strange sound. Because Bai Jinshan reached out and pinched her stomach. I never expected that your little tummy would be so beautiful, little bear. And it feels so good, so soft. The bad man's breathing became heavier. The lavish meal he had yesterday opened a new world for him, and his self-control seemed to have weakened, especially when he was around people he was very interested in. No, I can't hold back anymore. Bai Jinxian pounced on Shijiji, burying his face in her stomach and rubbing it hard. It was warm and soft, and with the little bear's excited exclamation, everything was so satisfying. Ah, Lord Bai, please don't do this. Gigi Bear spoke with a pitiful expression, but dared not resist. With her 2 hands raised, she really looked like an animal that had given in. Bai Jinxian looked up and saw a large expanse of roundness, truly, so round and smooth, a masterpiece of nature. However, he didn't intend to take advantage of Shijiji right now. He had to win her heart before he could win her body. This was the rule he set for himself. That way it will taste even better and won't have any impact on the future. He could have easily devoured Shijiji right now, but this time he skipped the route and went straight to the end. What about next time? Those who have taken shortcuts are unlikely to continue on the main road. If things continue to develop this way, it won't be long before Bai Jinxian becomes a lecherous scoundrel, the kind of person whose mind is filled only with lust. They might walk down the street, see something pretty, and just go for it without any independent thought. And this is also the goal of women in this world. Men only need to contribute their seeds, and they will receive all the benefits they deserve. How many men can resist this kind of silent erosion? Bai Jinxian didn't want to become like that. When facing the person he liked, he wanted to devour them step by step and finally swallow them whole. He wants not only the body, but also the mind and soul. It's possible that this was one of the reasons for the previous extinction of men, and that the gene that awakens hormones at age 18 is actually saving men. However, none of this mattered to Bai Jinxian. He just wanted to be an ordinary person, enjoy his wonderful life here, and live out his life peacefully. At this moment, Shijiji's face was flushed, and her eyes were a little moist as she gazed at Bai Jinxian with deep affection. Some things are ingrained in our instincts and don't need to be taught. Lord Bai, may I have a kiss? Gigi the little bear asked pitifully. Bai Jinxian gasped. Although I've set rules for myself, how can I tolerate you using this to test your cadres? He just needs to be cautious about the last step, everything else is fine. So Bai Jinxian readily complied with Shijiji's request, and even started dribbling the ball. That wretched little bear, Gigi, how dare you seduce me? You'll be sorry. Shijiji exclaimed, her body tensed, and her face was full of grievance. Heaven help me, this is like a young male chef in his past life being attacked by a succubus, and then the succubus is someone you like who turned out to be him. If you can keep your underwear dry, that's impressive. And I didn't do anything at all. I was just bullied, and then they pinned a baseless accusation on me. Shijiji thought to herself. She has no idea how alluring a cute woman who is willing to be bullied can be. Bai Jinxian felt his adorable aggression was about to erupt, and he had to give him a good rub. The curtains swayed in the breeze, bringing a refreshing feeling. Bai Jinxian let go once he was having fun, while Shijiji looked completely bewildered and kept asking for the next step. Seeing this confused look, Bai Jinxian was both angry and amused. He slapped Gigi on the fleshy part of her body, which immediately brought her back to her senses. She instinctively arched her back and covered her buttocks. It hurts. Gigi looked at Bai Jinxian with a fierce and pitiful gaze, saying nothing, yet saying everything. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Then you're asking me to kiss you. Gigi blushed after hearing this, and feeling a little hot, she got out of bed to wash up. And you can't blame her for this. The morning is when you're full of energy, and then the person you like happens to appear in your bed. How can you be rational in that situation? Etc. Bai Jinxian suddenly called out to Shijiji. Then he got out of bed and slowly approached Shijiji. Shijiji thought she could kiss him again, so she closed her eyes and looked on with anticipation. But the next second, she felt a chill on her lower body, and then the bad man's voice rang out in a tone of sudden realization. Oh, it's bare underwear again. Shijiji opened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She was truly enraged, her teeth clenched, glaring fiercely at Bai Jinxian. After hesitating for a long time, he finally managed to say, Lord Bai, you're so wicked. After saying that, she quickly pulled up her pants and walked out, her steps hurried and flustered, her previous desires now replaced by shame. Bai Jinxian looked at Shijiji with a smug expression, showing no remorse whatsoever, and happily lay down on Shijiji's bed. He's done this kind of prank a lot, but only to people he likes and who like him, because that way he won't get scolded. Don't think that just because Shijiji looks cute, she won't swear. Moreover, her strength is not as weak as she appears. She just didn't want to use these tactics against Bai Jinxian. If you don't believe me, try doing this with another woman, and she'll immediately get a punch and curses at her ancestors. This is precisely what Bai Jinxian likes about these people. He knew these people liked him, and he liked it even more to see them indulge him or be helpless against him. He knew his prank had gone a bit too far, but so what? Go ahead and try to take me down. Very loudly. He came today not just to play with Shijiji, that's only one of the reasons. The second reason is that I want to shoot some short videos and post them online to see if I can make money, and at the same time create a hobby for myself. His novel is almost finished, but he wants to write a large part of it first before publishing it. Only when his bag is bulging can he bully others with more confidence. He wasn't like the native men of this world, so cold-hearted that he only cared about himself. Chapter 105, A blend of tightness and relaxation reveals the essence. Bai Jinxian quite liked the layout of Shijiji's room. It was small and exquisite, with all the necessary amenities, and it was both beautiful and made him feel safe, just like something out of a comic book. He stood by the desk in front of the window, his palm resting on it, as if he could see the little bear Gigi sitting in the chair doing her homework, looking dazed, and then being attracted by the scenery outside the window as she wrote. The desk and chair weren't very big, but they were still quite a bit larger than Gigi's. If Gigi Bear wants to close the window, she must have to stand on tiptoe. Bai Jinxian sat down in the chair again, moving back a little so that a tiny little one could stand in front of him. He unconsciously thought of Gigi Bear being punished by standing in front of him, having to hold onto the desk and stand on tiptoe because she was too short and couldn't stand it without doing so. Oh no, I'm getting more and more prone to overthinking. Bai Jinxian rubbed his temples and focused his gaze on the scenery outside. Because the house is also in a relatively remote location, there are no human buildings outside the window, only a lush green landscape and distant mountains. It is extremely beautiful, but it certainly doesn't make the people here wealthy. The scenery must be even more beautiful in winter. Just then, Gigi Bear's voice came from behind. Lord Bai, have you had breakfast yet? You finished washing up so quickly? Bai Jinxian turned his head and saw that Gigi had changed her clothes. She wore a loose-fitting short-sleeved top that concealed her rounded figure, and denim shorts that accentuated the flesh on her thighs. Continuing down, the soles of the feet were not as round and delicate as I had imagined, perhaps because they were used to working on the ground. They had a rustic feel to them. It's not ugly at all, on the contrary, it has a unique charm. Did you wash up properly? Bai Jinxian expressed his doubts about this. Even though he was spacing out for a while, it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, right? Thinking back to my past life, I could brush my teeth and get dressed quickly, taking only a few minutes. Gigi was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Of course I washed up properly. The bad man simply shook his head. I don't believe you unless you come over and let me check your mouth. The truth has been revealed. But in this world, who would think that a boy would take advantage of a girl? So Gigi immediately went over and opened her little mouth. Ah! It's pink and delicate, small and exquisite. Bai Jinxian leaned closer and sniffed, a minty scent wafting towards him. Oh, you're serious now. Gigi spoke incoherently with her mouth open, then suddenly froze. Because her tongue was kidnapped. What the hell are you doing? Gigi danced wildly, but dared not move her body. I'm checking it carefully. Bai Jinxian spoke earnestly and acted earnestly, but his hand gestures betrayed his true intentions. Gigi felt both distressed and helpless, and tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily. I'm a little angry, but not much. Because this is the Bai Jinxian she remembers. They're back, they're all back, that guy who bullied every child equally. Because of the long separation, all that remained in her memory were the good ones, but she forgot that Bai Jinxian was a bad person when he was a child. Not bad, it seems you did brush your teeth properly. Even with her good temper, Gigi was genuinely angry at the sight of such a bad man. You bullied me when I was little, and I didn't hold it against you. But you still bully me now that I'm an adult? Then haven't I grown up for nothing? A mere man, yet he insists on pinning you down on the bed. Gigi's eyes were filled with anger. She knew she could do it once, twice, but not 3 times. Today, she was determined to show her transformation. Lord Bai, you. Before she could speak, Bai Jinxian quickly and gently said, the little bear is so clean. Do you want me to reward you with a kiss? The harsh words were stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say them out, muttering you for ages. What's wrong? Don't you want it? Bai Jinxian leaned back in his chair, tilted his head, and asked with a puzzled yet innocent expression. If all he did was bully others, he would probably have been treated like a little devil and given a good lesson to teach him a lesson. After the stick comes the candy. The key is a balance of firmness and leniency. Shi Jiji is really in a dilemma now. She's an adult, after all. How can she be so teased and bullied like this? Doesn't she have any shame? But she really wants a kiss too. That's the legendary kiss with a man, something that only exists in erotic dreams. She repeatedly appreciated the beauty of words and special materials and imagined the scene behind the door to a new world. But just a few days ago, she actually stepped through that door. She only said one thing: heaven really exists. That feeling of being lightheaded, completely exhausted, as if every cell in your body has been invaded, is truly unforgettable. And now, she has another opportunity. She has to consider whether her pride or her enjoyment is more important. So, the young female cook is the easiest to deal with. Bai Jinxian revealed a mischievous smile. He wouldn't give Shi Jiji any extra time to think. Instead, he would relentlessly pursue her, gradually wearing down her bottom line. Does the little bear not want to kiss me? If so, then I won't kiss you anymore. Shi Jiji was shocked when she heard that. Having enjoyed it all, how could I possibly quit? Moreover, as a famous master once said, enjoyment is not a sin. So the answer has suddenly become clear. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. Shi Jiji leaned closer, her face full of anticipation. Bai Jinxian naturally didn't hesitate to give Shi Jiji candy, rewarding her handsomely. But this time it was too short, leaving Shi Jiji looking like she wanted more. Bai Jinxian knew how to maneuver, and he used all his little tricks on his lackeys. He leaned back in his chair contentedly. Even though I ate breakfast this morning, I still want to try little bear's cooking. Hearing this, Shi Jiji's wandering thoughts were pulled back. This is a great opportunity to showcase your strengths, so don't waste it. As the saying goes, the way to a lover's heart is through their stomach. She had to showcase her strengths as much as possible to increase her standing in Bai Jinxian's eyes. That way, we might be able to spend more time together in the future. Meeting such an outstanding man as Bai Jinxian ahead of time is both an opportunity and a test. Then please wait, Lord Bai. I'll go prepare breakfast now and be back soon. People in the countryside usually make their own breakfasts, and they often have unique skills. Then I'll look forward to it, if it satisfies me. Bai Jinxian just smiled and didn't say anything, but Shi Jiji's eyes lit up and she was full of energy. She immediately went to complete the task. Chapter 106: Fried Rice. Shi Jiji made fried rice, which is her specialty. It's economical, quick, and saves time compared to cooking, making it an extremely convenient dish. Fried rice is easy to learn but difficult to master. Making it truly delicious requires a high level of skill in controlling the heat and the stirring time. Shi Jiji undoubtedly possesses such skills. Bai Jinxian leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching the little Shi Jiji busily working in an orderly manner. Despite being small and adorable, it is very efficient in doing things, and can even flip a wok, which is a stark contrast. Her round, chubby little face was adorable, but her expression was serious and earnest, so cute it was almost unfair, making Bai Jinxian's little hands itching to touch her. One of his bad habits was to interrupt women when they were doing something important. However, the prank has already been done, and if it's done again, Jiji Bear might really get angry. After a while, a plate of soy sauce-colored fried rice was ready. Shi Jiji poured the fried rice from the pan into a plate, sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Soy sauce fried rice, perfectly done. Bai Jinxian hurried over, but his target wasn't fried rice, it was Shi Jiji. He held Shi Jiji like he was holding a large doll, his head resting on hers. The serious Jiji Bear is so cute, it's like a doll. But even though he was just hugging her, his hand unconsciously ended up rubbing Shi Jiji's stomach. There's no way around it, the feel is just too amazing, I simply can't control it. Wait, Lord Bai, please don't do this, let's eat first. Shi Jiji struggled slightly, feeling both shy and indulgent. No. Bai Jinxian said this, but he didn't let go of Shi Jiji. Instead, he hugged her even tighter and pushed her to the table. The soy sauce-colored fried rice in front of me wins first point because of its appearance. It's quite difficult to make this color look good. However, the standard for a dish is that it must have good color, aroma, and taste. The next step is to see if it smells good. Bai Jinxian moved closer, squeezing the poor Shi Jiji even tighter, leaving her pitifully pinned against the stove, unable to resist. It smells delicious and makes my mouth water. Gigi completely ignored Bai Jinxuan's evaluation, even though his voice was right next to her ear. She felt as if she were being squeezed and enveloped, surrounded by a hot, suffocating atmosphere, a hazy temperature, and strange sensations. Everything left her somewhat confused. Bai Jinxian smelled it for a long time before judging the fragrance to be acceptable. Alright, it's time to try it. Although I ate this morning, I feel like I can still eat a little more. Bai Jinxian gently stroked Gigi's face with his hand, then picked up the bowl of fried rice, chuckled softly, and returned to the living room. Only Gigi remained in the same spot, dazed and confused. It took her a while to recover. She looked around in confusion and then saw Bai Jinxian smiling at her with amusement. Her face flushed even more. Oh no, Gigi, why is your will so weak? You've embarrassed yourself again. Fortunately, it was just the two of them there, and their relationship was quite special, so although they were shy, they didn't go so far as to hide in a room. Besides, she's a woman. Bai Jinxian, a man, wasn't shy at all, so why would she be shy here? Have we mixed up our genders? Gigi, trying to appear calm, also sat down at the table. Bai Jinxian happened to scoop up a mouthful of fried rice with a spoon and put it in his mouth. He ate very hard, making a sound when he pulled the spoon out of his mouth. Not a single grain of fried rice remained on it. So delicious. Gigi was overjoyed by his satisfied expression. So, can satisfying the person you like also satisfy yourself? She didn't say anything, just chuckled foolishly. Bai Jinxian glanced at her, then scooped up another spoonful and held it out to her. I can do it myself. Gigi tried to take the spoon, but Bai Jinxian refused. Hurry up, For some reason, Gigi felt uneasy, as if she were being embarrassing. Even though she was in her own home, she kept looking around as if she was afraid of being seen. Because she felt that this was too weak, and not the behavior of a strong woman. But that's the spoon that Lord Bai used. Gigi felt ashamed, but she really couldn't resist. Especially since Bai Jinxian was looking at him with such a satisfied expression. In the end, the second sister prevailed over her ego, throwing all pretense of dignity aside. Gigi tried to open her mouth wide, and then it was stuffed full. This time, I truly felt a sense of satisfaction from the inside out. Bai Jinxian felt that he had Gigi Bear completely under his control, and he figured it wouldn't be long before he could experience a whole new feeling. The two of them quickly finished the fried rice. Gigi conscientiously tidied up the dining table, and after finishing, she returned to her chair and looked at Bai Jinxian expectantly. What's wrong? Bai Jinxian looked somewhat lazy. I had already made breakfast for myself this morning, and I ate again just now, so I'm quite full. But the one bite for you, one bite for me approach is hard to resist, and before you know it, you've finished the meal. Feeding Gigi was like feeding a child. That, the reward. Gigi said softly. Oh, a reward? Bai Jinxian suddenly realized. Then the reward is for you to come out and play with me later, just the two of us. Going out to play? Gigi looked a little disappointed after hearing this, but then she thought that it would only be her and Bai Jinxian going out to play, and she couldn't help but feel happy again. As expected of an easily satisfied little bear, it is content with just a little companionship. Where should we go for fun? Let's wander around like before. I haven't been home for so long, I kind of miss it. Once Bai Jinxian returned to the countryside, he couldn't stay still and kept wanting to lead people out to explore. Going out alone is no fun, so the key is the person leading the way. The sun has risen outside, and the temperature is gradually rising, but it is not as hot as it was a few days ago. Instead, it gives people a warm feeling. Let's go, let's wander around along the path. Bai Jinxian took the lead, with Gigi following behind in small, quick steps. As long as you don't go into the village, it looks very primitive from the outside, and apart from some roads, you can't see any human-built structures. If you take the side paths, the wilderness atmosphere and scenery will be even better. Lord Bai, would you like a hat? Bai Jinxian turned around and saw Gigi standing on the path, wearing sandals, shorts, a floral short-sleeved shirt, and a white sun hat. Youth is also full of innocence. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, and Gigi quickly adjusted her hat. The wheat fields behind her swayed in the wind. She looked at Bai Jinxian and smiled shyly. Chapter 107 Stream and Stone Beach. There is a small bridge on the road into the village, and a big tree stands next to the bridge. If you follow the main road, there will be a fork in the road. One leads to the town, and the other leads to the station. If you walk along either side of the bridge, you'll find a small path. Bai Jinxian used to like taking a group of children on adventures there. The scenery here is beautiful, surrounded by nature, and you're free from all worries. All you need to do here is play happily and carefree. I remember when I used to walk along this path, people would always fall into the river below. Didn't you kick it? Shi Jiji muttered softly. The river wasn't deep, so the adults felt comfortable letting them run around. Every summer, this place becomes a paradise for children. Cooling off, splashing in the water, catching crayfish, there are so many games worth trying. Nonsense, I would never do such a thing. Bai Jinxian stopped in his tracks with a serious expression, while Shi Jiji didn't dare to argue and walked forward with her head down. Just as she was getting closer and closer, Bai Jinxian suddenly bent down and leaned close to Shi Jiji, exclaiming, "Wow!" Ah! Shi Jiji was startled and unconsciously took a step back to the side. Then he lost his footing and landed hard on his bottom in the stream. The water here is quite shallow, and the ground is relatively flat, but there are some small pebbles. The stream transforms into a rocky creek here, the water becoming shallower and clearer, with a multitude of small fish swimming around, untouched by modern erosion. I didn't kick them at all. They were just walking carelessly and lost their balance and fell down, just like you are now. Bai Jinxian had a mischievous grin on his face. Shi Jiji felt a cold sensation on her buttocks. Her loose-fitting clothes were half wet, and her pants were completely soaked. She was stunned for a few seconds before realizing she had been tricked, while the man who had done the bad thing was still laughing at her from above. But Lord Bai's smile is really handsome. In the end, Shi Jiji could only angrily scoop up a handful of water and throw it at Bai Jinxian. Clear, cool water droplets splashed onto Bai Jinxian's face, bringing the scent of summer. He wiped it off casually, then pulled Jiji Bear out of the stream. In an instant, countless water droplets fell down Shi Jiji's body and then flowed into the stream. Lord Bai, your pants are completely soaked. Shi Jiji pouted and then tugged at her pants. If it gets wet, just take it off and let it dry. Isn't that how we always did it when we were kids? Bai Jinxian looked around and found a slightly larger rock. He pulled Shi Jiji over and sat down on it. The rock had become warm from the sun, and you could even stretch your feet into the stream in front of it. It was a perfect spot. Shi Jiji stood to the side shyly and said, "You said that was when I was little. I'm so grown up now, how could I be like that again?" "Why not? Aren't there just the two of us here?" Bai Jinxian looked completely innocent. It would have been better if the smile on his lips had been a little lower. "Or do you want to wear wet pants all day long?" Shi Jiji's expression changed, and she looked at Bai Jinxian with embarrassment and annoyance. She suspected that this was all planned by some bad man, who was always very good at coming up with bad ideas. She was always shy when she was little, and I didn't expect her to still be like this now that she's grown up. Shi Jiji, you can't keep bullying her like this. You have to fight back, or she, a dignified woman, will become a plaything sooner or later. She quickly came up with a plan to resist. "Lord Bai, you forced me to do this. I refuse to believe that you, as a man, aren't ashamed." Shi Jiji bent down, put her hands inside her loose clothes, gently pinched the sides of her shorts, and then pulled them down. Bai Jinxuan's eyes widened. Her alluring, slightly misty appearance was incredibly captivating, her fair skin almost blinding. Shi Jiji first lifted one chubby little leg and stepped out from inside, then the other leg. "It will dry in a little while, it's fine. I don't know if I'm trying to comfort myself or what." Bai Jinxian looked at the pants in the other person's hand, feeling somewhat shocked. There seems to be a piece of white fabric mixed in. The outside world is different from home, and adults and children are different too. It can only be said that Shi Jiji really mustered up her courage. But are bad men the same as ordinary men? Seeing this scene, he felt no shame, only excitement. Shi Jiji wrung out the fabric in her hand, and the moisture inside formed a stream that dripped into the stream. Although she tried to appear calm, the flush that was almost reaching the top of her head proved that she was not as composed as she appeared. Bai Jinxian suddenly felt a dry mouth and throat. Putting aside her act of being bullied yet trying to remain calm, just look at her wet lower half of her top, clinging tightly to her body, revealing glimpses of skin, the color changing from white to flesh. Moreover, her figure was curvy and soft, making one's hands itch uncontrollably. Bai Jinxian wiped his face again, his eyes hardening as if he had made a firm decision. The next second, a crisp sound rang out. Some finer droplets splashed, and there were plump, constantly bouncing waves. Alas! Shi Jiji suddenly straightened up, instinctively covering her buttocks, and instantly identified the suspect. And what about Bai Jinxian? Not only did he show no remorse, but he also faced Shi Jiji with a satisfied expression. Her eyes were still innocent and clear, but Shi Jiji knew that the man in front of her was a bad man who always pretended to be something he wasn't. Now they don't even bother to pretend anymore, they just openly bully people. Lord Bai, don't push me. If you push me too far, you'll definitely regret this. Shi Jiji was really anxious. But she really didn't know how to resist Bai Jinxian. I really like it, but I don't want to always be passively treated like a toy. As a strong woman, she should at least take some initiative and be on top, right? Yes, that's all Shi Jiji aspires to. I really don't know how to write the word regret, can you teach me? Bai Jinxian was still taunting him with a grin. The world has been too lenient with him, which has led him to develop bad habits. Moreover, this little dumpling in front of me looks really easy to bully. Who could resist going up and teasing it? Shi Jiji gave a soft hum and first laid out her soaked pants and underwear to dry. The little bear is so cute. Bai Jinxian was talking from the side, but it was unclear who he was praising. I'm going to wring out the water, Shi Jiji suddenly said. Bai Jinxian was initially puzzled, not understanding what it meant. Then they saw Shi Jiji tug at the bottom half of her clothes and twist them into a ball. However, this has led to a consequence. The area being covered is becoming less and less, and it is also becoming increasingly compact. Chapter 108. Am I a bad man? Shi Jiji did it on purpose. It's like a child from a past life always trying to scare a little girl with his little bird. Do you really dare to take your pants off? That's something I'm not too sure about. But will it be effective? It works most of the time. She simply couldn't believe that Bai Jinxian, a man, wouldn't feel shy. We're all about to become college students, so innocent and naive. We don't understand romantic relationships at all, so how could we not feel shy? Just as she expected, Bai Jinxuan's face turned red and hot. Shi Jiji's lips curled into a smile, thinking she had found a way to suppress Bai Jinxian. But the next second, Bai Jinxian suddenly reached out and pulled her clothes up a bit. Wow! The bad man observed it carefully and then exclaimed in shock. First of all, it's very aesthetically pleasing and free of clutter. Plump and round, just like a steamed bun. Shi Jiji blushed from her neck to the top of her head, her mind completely blank, not understanding what had happened. Even if she is a girl, she doesn't have the habit of going around with her lower body bare. And it happened in front of the boy she liked. Shi Jiji's face was flushed as if it were about to drip water. She finally understood her situation and immediately pulled her shirt back on forcefully. Master Bai. Shi Jiji felt she had no face to live on this planet anymore. It's better to do it yourself. Being forced to take off her pants and doing so willingly are completely different experiences. She now only feels like she's dying. Although I'm always being bullied, why is the level of bullying getting worse and worse? Unable to bear it any longer, Shi Jiji immediately lunged at Bai Jinxian. I'll fight you to the death. Although he was almost losing his mind, his body instinctively remembered that Bai Jinxian was a boy, so his small fists didn't have much strength when he swung them. Bai Jinxian also had his own way of dealing with this. That is to take the initiative and use even stronger lust to defeat social decay. Instead of retreating, he moved closer to Shi Jiji and kissed her. However, repetitive tricks will eventually become ineffective, so Bai Jinxian did not intend to stop there. Although Shi Jiji was strong enough, her size meant she could easily lift her up and hold her in her arms with both hands. And that's exactly what Bai Jinxian did. He held Shi Jiji as if she were a human doll, and with great force, as if he wanted to press her into his body. The physical contact brought a strange sensation, completely wiping out Shi Jiji's already dwindling rationality. She had no idea why things had turned out this way. But she didn't dislike it. Instead, she actively integrated herself into it. In fact, these things don't just exist in women's blood and instincts, men experience them too. When the time comes, you'll naturally know how to get physical. Feel your body with your hands, feel the temperature with your heart. Having already experienced real combat, Bai Jinxian naturally crushed Shi Jiji. Jiji Bear's body was trembling slightly, but it would be unnoticed unless you were very close to it. She desperately wanted to break free, but she couldn't control it. It felt like two consciousnesses were tearing her apart. One only wanted to follow his bloodline instincts, while the other said it was too dangerous outside and they had to find a different place. But in the end, instinct prevailed. But just as he was about to reach his peak, Bai Jinxian stopped, giving Shi Jiji a chance to catch her breath. Call. Gigi took deep breaths of the fresh air. Bai Jinxian rubbed his face against Gigi Bear's face, then whispered in his ear, "Am I a bad man?" Judging from his behavior toward Gigi, he is undoubtedly a bad man, and the worst of the worst. But this set of standards is from a previous life, not this world. Although he was a bad guy, he was actually good to the girls, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a living bodhisattva. Although Gigi is usually a bit slow-witted, she's not stupid and knows what to say at this moment. "You're not a bad man, you're not bad." Her voice was disordered and contained a hint of longing. But Bai Jinxian took Gigi's slightly burning earlobe into his mouth, gently biting and licking it. "No, I'm a bad man, really, really bad." Gigi couldn't care less about anything else right now. Although she didn't know why things had developed to this point, her second sister was now in control of her mind. If you say it's bad. If you say it's not bad, it's not bad. In short, whatever you say goes. As long as I. Do you really want it? Bai Jinxian said with a smile in his voice. Of course she wanted it, she was practically going crazy with longing for it. "Give me." Gigi the little bear rubbed against Bai Jinxian pitifully, its eyes full of longing, like a child craving candy. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered? This is outside." Bai Jinxian continued speaking, while also applying some force with his hands. Gigi hesitated for a moment, then quickly put that thought aside and said firmly, "I'm not afraid. Being with Lord Bai is something I've always wanted to do." For the simple-minded Gigi, her mind can't hold too many things, only the most precious things will stay with her forever. One of them was Bai Jinxian. "Can you understand what it feels like to live on the edge of a village and be ostracized by all the other children? Can you understand what it feels like to be chubby and clumsy, and to be ridiculed by everyone? Can you understand what it feels like to be poor and only be able to watch others eat snacks while you drool?" Gigi has experienced all of these things. If the story were to follow a normal narrative, there's a very high probability she would descend into depravity, become increasingly withdrawn, and ultimately die alone. But Bai Jinxian appeared out of nowhere like a sun, shining so brightly that he could discriminate against everyone equally. His family was so wealthy, his clothes were so eye-catching, and his appearance was enough to entice anyone. This feeling of being treated equally allowed Gigi to experience the taste of equality. People stopped comparing themselves to others because no one could compare to Bai Jinxian. If they wanted to eat well or have fun, they had to become his lackeys. But Bai Jinxian possesses the soul of an adult. How could he allow such bullying and exclusion to exist around him? Therefore, by ignoring external material things, people can discover the true inner qualities of those around them and thus choose the right friends. Bai Jinxian, with his composed smile, would occasionally appear in Gigi's dreams. He didn't look down on her, instead, he reached out to her, helped her up, patted the dust off her clothes, and finally placed a bag of snacks she had never seen before into her hands. "You are a very well-behaved and kind child. Keep it up, and you will find your true friends." Every time, Gigi felt that Bai Jinxian was shining, so dazzling, so captivating. Chapter 109. Today, there were localized showers along the stream and on the rocky beach. So while Gigi may seem easy to bully, that's only relative. Only Bai Jinxian could bully her without restraint, and she was happy to do so. "What a lovely, well-behaved child," Bai Jinxian said softly, and then began to act again. "Good children should be rewarded." The sun warmed their bodies, and soon another pair of shorts that needed to dry were laid out on the rocks on the beach. "Gigi Bear, look what you've done." Bai Jinxian snorted softly, staring at Gigi with amusement. The other person just kept their head down and didn't say anything, their face flushed. The extra pants next to it naturally belonged to Bai Jinxian. As for why they were being hung out to dry and who the culprit was, it was obvious. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Gigi Bear felt helpless. This was the first time she had experienced something like this, and she had no idea that it would end like this. She apologized, but she didn't seem to take it to heart. Her big eyes were fixed on something. Bai Jinxian followed the gaze and realized that everyone's eyes were on him. Although he had experienced this many times, Bai Jinxian felt incredibly good every time, especially when the person he liked looked at him like that. "How lewd you are, Gigi Bear. You're so small, but your mind is full of lewd desires. It also puts bad men in a superior position. But there's nothing we can do about it. There are simply more women than men in this world, and that's just how dominant men are." Gigi clearly had never experienced such an attack before. The young chef panicked immediately, fearing that she would be labeled and disliked. No, how could that be? I didn't think about those things at all. Bai Jinchuan's eyes narrowed immediately. So, you mean you have no feelings for me at all? That means you don't like me? Shi Jiji, who wanted to say something, immediately choked up, unsure whether to say something or not. At that moment, she finally understood something. That means that even though she has grown up, she is still no match for bad men and is just a plaything in their hands. If what just happened hadn't occurred, she would definitely have sought to take the initiative and see if she could attract Bai Jinchuan's attention. But she's already tasted the sweetness, and she knows the bad man's nature, so forcing it now would be counterproductive. Not to mention that she wasn't particularly hard before. Under Bai Jinchuan's curious gaze, Shi Jiji took the initiative to walk up to him and then lifted up her only large top. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Clearly, she remembered the bad man's advice to show her belly when apologizing. But she only had a top to cover her body, which not only gave the bad man another feast for his eyes, but also made him forgive her without hesitation. What a good child. Bai Jinxian touched his head with one hand and touched his head with the other. But who said this Jiji bear is silly? Isn't that clever? She not only satisfied the bad man, but also satisfied herself. Shi Jiji gripped Bai Jinxian with both hands, forcefully rising onto her tiptoes, her body pale with a rosy tinge. Summer is so wonderful. Bai Jinxian placed his feet in the stream, letting the water wash over him. He hummed a tuneless song softly, watching the little fish below swirling around his feet. Shi Jiji was washing herself with water not far away. Although we couldn't take the final step, there are still plenty of ways to tease the chubby little bear. Trying things step by step, nibbling away little by little, seems to be a pretty good experience. Before long, Shi Jiji walked back through the water, and the small fish around her scattered instantly, but soon gathered around her again. These pure, unpolluted little fish revealed the innocence of college students. Bai Jinxian could even grab a few with his bare hands. The temperature is getting higher and higher, Lord Bai. Although children in the countryside like to play wildly in the wild, they don't play under the scorching sun. That would be crazy. When we were kids, it was fine, since everyone was tanned. But now it's different. If you're exposed to the sun for half a day, it'll probably take half a year to recover. Bai Jinxian shielded his eyes from the sky with his hand, his eyes unconsciously narrowing. The sky stretched as far as the eye could see, a deep, clear blue, without a single cloud, and only a bright, shining sun. It is a bit hot. Do we want to go back? Shi Jiji asked. Her desires were temporarily suppressed, and reason regained its hold. Only then did she realize how crazy she had been. I couldn't help but feel a little worried and scared. Although no one has come here for a long time, what if? Besides, she's a girl, so it's not a big deal if she's seen. Bai Jinxian is a boy, so even if he's wearing underwear, he can't let other women see it. Let's go back then. If we stay any longer, we'll really get roasted to a crisp. Bai Jinxian stood up and stretched, feeling a sense of comfort. This is what it's like to relieve stress. The stream by the river in summer is wonderful, but the sun is indeed very strong. However, you could try camping here. This way, you'll have more time to play and a place to recharge. Yes, that's how we'll do it next time. The pants that were placed aside had already dried, so I could put them on and go home. The journey back was much easier than the journey there, and the two seemed quite satisfied with that. As Bai Jinxian approached the bridge at the village entrance, he saw 2 or 3 elderly people sitting under a big tree, enjoying the shade. Shi Jiji saw it too, and her heart tightened. She immediately wanted to pull Bai Jinxian away quietly. But the bad man greeted him loudly and directly. Grandma Li, Grandma Wang, it's been a long time. The elderly people then noticed Bai Jinxian, and then they noticed Shi Jiji following behind her. Hey, isn't this Abai? When did you get back? The elderly people were clearly more interested in Bai Jinxian, and their attitude towards him was much better. After all, the Bai family paid for a large part of the village's infrastructure, including the school. The group chatted like that, and Shi Jiji admired Bai Jinchuan's composure after doing that kind of thing. He could still be so natural. She wished she could dig a hole and disappear, or just run away, but unfortunately Bai Jinxian was still here. After chatting for a while, the elderly people finally mentioned Shi Jiji, who was standing to the side. What are you doing here? Oh, I just got back and wanted to catch up with some old friends, so Shi Jiji and I went to our old secret hideout for a while. Oh, I see. The old folks' expressions brightened. My granddaughter is here too. You can go visit her when you have time. Clearly, they didn't believe that Shi Jiji, a petite woman, could have any relationship with a handsome man like Bai Jinxian. They wouldn't even entertain the idea. Instead, he enthusiastically promoted his granddaughter. Shi Jiji felt uneasy standing there, and her mood was somewhat down. But they didn't dare to refute or interrupt. Because she felt that her own circumstances were really bad, both in terms of her family and herself. Compared to Bai Jinxian, it's like comparing the sun in the sky to a tiny insect on the ground, completely incomparable, and no one would ever put the two together. Sigh, that's true. Someone like me should be content with even the slightest connection to Lord Bai. How could I possibly fantasize about being a marriage candidate? Chapter 110. I'm willing to give everything for you. But Shi Jiji suddenly felt a heaviness on her head. It turned out that Bai Jinxian was patting her head. It's been so long since we last met, I've forgotten a lot of things. I'm already very happy to have met Shi Jiji, Bai Jinxian said with a smile. It was a very simple refusal, but the elderly people, perhaps not understanding, still wanted to introduce their younger relatives. Of course, it's more likely that they felt Bai Jinxian was just too outstanding, so even if they pretended to be stupid, they had to help the younger generation gain some connections. But Bai Jinxian grabbed Shi Jiji's hand and ran into the village, saying as he ran, "Everyone has their own ideas, so don't worry about them, it'll only make you upset." Since Bai Jinxian had already said that, the old men couldn't say anything more. Slow down, don't fall. Come over to my house for dinner sometime, and you can pick up some seasonal vegetables while you're at it. Okay, bye-bye. Being held in public was just as heart-pounding for Shi Jiji as what had just happened by the stream. However, Lord Bai handled this matter rather hastily. After walking a little further away, Bai Jinxian felt Jiji Bear struggling. When he looked over, he found that she had already broken free of his hand. Lord Bai, aren't you afraid they'll misunderstand you? There might be rumors going around, like people saying you have bad taste. Shi Jiji said earnestly. In this world, a woman's height is also one of the important considerations for men. Even though Shi Jiji is cute, her height makes her less popular. Even compared to some shorter girls, she is too short. This can easily affect the height genes of offspring. Why be afraid of misunderstandings? Bai Jinxian asked in return. Shi Jiji was stunned for a moment, then thought to herself, that's right. I'm so short, and Lord Bai is so handsome and tall. No one would ever think that there's anything between us, so what's there to worry about? Having such thoughts inevitably leads to some frustration. Just as she had thought. No one would compare a tiny insect to the sun, let alone connect the two. Although Bai Jinxian didn't know what Shi Jiji was thinking, his frustration and sadness were palpable, even though Shi Jiji was forcing a smile and pretending everything was alright. Really, I should have expected this. I was just too greedy. Actually, I should be thanking God that I was able to see Lord Bai again. Not to mention, something even more went on. Lost in thought, Shi Jiji suddenly felt her cheek being pinched. What are you doing? She was forced to look up, gazing pitifully at Bai Jinxian. Bai Jinxian met Shi Jiji's gaze firmly. Although I don't know what's going on in your little head, I feel it's necessary for me to explain. Shi Jiji, ? I said there's no need to worry because I don't care what other people think. When I said I wasn't afraid of misunderstandings, it was because I've always liked you, Shi Jiji. Shi Jiji's pupils dilated in disbelief. A fierce and powerful energy surged through her body, making her feel her blood rushing and her heart about to jump out of her chest. You like me? Shi Jiji seemed not to understand and stammered as she repeated it. Yes, I like you. Bai Jinxian continued to look into Shi Jiji's eyes. Eye contact is the second way humans kiss, a method that is more intimate and emotional. Shi Jiji felt her whole body burning up. She felt that she had no regrets in this life. She could do anything for Bai Jinxian. She could give everything. The next second, a hot tear fell onto Bai Jinxian's hand that was on Shi Jiji's face. Bai Jinxian was stunned, and an unbelievable thought arose in his mind. Was Shi Jiji moved to tears? Is it really that exaggerated? The bad man had anticipated that Shi Jiji would be happy, but he hadn't expected her to react like this. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Instead, Shi Jiji smiled and comforted Bai Jinxian, who seemed somewhat at a loss. She wiped away the tears in her eyes, but the more she wiped, the more tears flowed, and she couldn't stop them. It's shameful for a woman to shed tears in front of the man she loves. But she really couldn't help it. The surprise was so sudden that she was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. Shi Jiji grasped Bai Jinxian's hand again, her eyes filled with tears, but at this moment they looked at Bai Jinxian with utmost sincerity. I've figured it out. What have you figured out now? Bai Jinxian asked subconsciously. What I really want isn't any of those titles, all I want is your affection, even if it's just a little bit. I'm willing to give everything for this little bit of affection, even if you don't need it. Shi Jiji spoke with such sincerity, and her gaze was so earnest, that it made the bad man feel uneasy and bewildered. How did things get to this point? The first half of the experience was within his expectations, but he couldn't quite understand the second half. Would anyone really give up everything for a few sincere words of kindness? Bai Jinxian began to put himself in his past life to think about the problem, and then he was surprised to find that it seemed to be true. But in any case, the outcome met his expectations, and even far exceeded them. However, Gigi Bear's emotions were too intense and sincere, catching the bad man off guard. He started giving preventative injections again. I might like a lot of people in the future. It's okay, just glance at me occasionally, or even better, spend some time with me. I won't take up too much of your time. Shi Jiji said this frankly. She had already gotten what she needed and shouldn't ask for anything more. But the tears were still on her face, making her look so lovely and pitiful. Makes one want to. Honestly, the women here are so sensible and sincere that even the consciences that bad men have long since lost feel a pang of pain. Hey, you're really cheating. Well. Bai Jinxian suddenly picked up Shi Jiji and started sprinting, arriving at Shi Jiji's home in no time. Before Shi Jiji could even react, her mouth was covered. If your conscience is hurting, you have to do something to make it feel better. So what is something in this world that makes one's conscience feel at ease? Of course, I'll do things that will make Shi Jiji happy. What makes Shi Jiji happy? It's a bit hard to guess, so I'll just have to try them one by one. First up is the female floating teddy bear who was pinned against the wall because of the height difference. Chapter 111. The female suspension is indeed a female suspension. The door isn't closed. Shi Jiji struggled to utter a few words. She felt her senses being amplified infinitely, the faint sound of the wind, the rustling of the leaves, and the ceaseless chirping of cicadas. She was also afraid that someone would walk in at any moment. This mix of fear and excitement left her feeling weak and powerless to resist, especially with Bai Jinxian making unwanted advances. Even though Gigi Bear was trying her best to endure it, she had no choice but to type GG. Hee, how embarrassing, Shi Jiji. Bai Jinxian grinned mischievously and nibbled on Shi Jiji's cheek before putting her down, her eyes glazed over. Looks like it'll have to be dried again. Faced with the second accident, Shi Jiji was simply too ashamed and indignant to explain. She walked to the side, closed the courtyard gate, and then took Bai Jinxuan's hand and led him into the house. Take a shower, I have hot water here. Are we washing together? If not, I won't wash. Bai Jinxian could always come up with words that would make a woman blush. How can we shower together? Of course you should shower first. Showering together is just too much. Shi Jiji was too ashamed and indignant to speak. How could a simple cook like her think of so many different things? A kiss and a hug were already more than enough for her. Not to mention all the shocking things that happened today. Thinking about it this way, it seemed she and Bai Jinxian already showered together, and it was. Thinking of this, Shi Jiji's face turned even redder. But Bai Jinxian simply whispered in Shi Jiji's ear, don't you want to look at it again, touch it again? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I'm in a bad mood later, you won't have another chance. Shi Jiji. Think. Shi Jiji said softly. What are you thinking about? Look me in the eyes and say it again. Bai Jinxian chuckled softly and pulled Shi Jiji into the bathroom. The bathroom here is much smaller than the one in his home, and the space is rather cramped, with a bathtub taking up almost half of the space. The two of them squeezed together on the other side, inevitably resulting in some close contact. But Shi Jiji didn't dare to look back. She only felt a warm sensation on her back, and some parts of it were even burning hot. What a coward! You've already done so many things with me, how can you still be so adorable? Bai Jinxian hugged Shi Jiji from behind, his arms moving naturally up and down as if they were equipped with a map app. Lord Bai. For a moment, the only sounds in the bathroom, besides the constantly running bathtub, were rapid breathing. Big has its advantages, and small has its own charm. After the water was filled, Bai Jinxian sat down first, and then Shi Jiji carefully stepped in. Like the little servant you're meeting for the first time, Gigi Bear is so weak that you don't want to stop teasing her, so adorably weak that you want to bully her even more. Gigi leaned back slightly. Doesn't Lord Bai need some words of comfort? It's not the right time yet. We can't just, you know what I mean? Bai Jinxian gave a lazy reply. Since coming into this world, he has never been shy about such topics, nor does he need to hide anything. He says whatever he wants. Gigi was silent for a few seconds, then said, if it's uncomfortable, I can use other methods. Shall we give it a try? Bai Jinxian became interested. He doesn't mind Gigi's excellent initiative, because it makes him very happy. Gigi turned over, lowered her head, and whispered, you have to stand up first. And this is my first time, I don't know if it's okay. Looking at Gigi's chubby little face, some wonderful images came to Bai Jinxian's mind. He became interested and wanted to try it out for himself. Soon, the peaceful bathroom was no longer peaceful, and in the end, there was an uncontrollable coughing sound. Achieved the interim goal, oh. Because of the unique genes in this world, Bai Jinxian has a good grasp of his desires, basically maintaining a level that is slightly aroused but still controllable. It has to be said, this is truly an amazing skill. After all, only by remaining rational and calm can we go further. It also greatly improved my stamina, so my parents no longer have to worry about me only being able to go 7 times a night. Let's get back to the present. Having slightly released some of his desires, Bai Jinxian looked relaxed and was sitting in the hall, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Gigi went to the kitchen to cook. He told her that her grandmother wouldn't be coming home for lunch, and that he would be staying for lunch. Originally, there was no such plan. After all, the little servant was still at home and no one knew how he was doing. But when I sent a message to inquire, I found that Su Yuning was still lying in bed. She went back to sleep after breakfast this morning. There's no other way this way, no one at home will play with him. And coincidentally, his relationship with Gigi Bear was progressing very quickly, so he decided to stay and try Gigi's cooking. However, bad men are just as comfortable outside as they are at home. They never feel restrained or try to control their personalities. After a short while of quiet, he ran off to bully Gigi, sometimes hitting her, sometimes kissing her cheek. Gigi may have truly figured things out. When faced with the bullying of bad men, she simply accepts it passively, at most glancing at them with shame and annoyance before pushing them away to avoid being splattered with oil. The petite Gigi displays a mature and adult demeanor, creating a striking contrast that makes one want to tease her. Could this be what a little girl's mother is like? The little girl's height, her mother's figure and personality. In short, after a series of pranks by bad men, lunch was finally finished. It was all homestyle cooking, but the presentation was excellent. 3 dishes and a soup. Bai Jinxian leaned in and took a deep sniff. I've discovered another good thing about Gigi Bear. Faced with the praise, Gigi just smiled shyly. It's nothing, every woman can do it. Bai Jinxian just chuckled. Alright, let's take a picture, after all, it's been so long. Photograph? Gigi was both panicked and confused. But Bai Jinxian had already taken out his phone and pulled Gigi over, their faces pressed together. Wait, Lord Bai, I don't know what expression to make. What should I do? Although Gigi was flustered, she didn't run around, because this was what Bai Jinxian wanted to do. It's okay, look at the camera and say it with me. I like you. Connect them. I love you. Click. A perfect new photo has been taken. Bai Jinxian happily kissed Gigi. I love you too. Chapter 112. The characteristics of Gigi Bear. Poor little Gigi Bear has turned into a pressure cooker today, constantly emitting steam and turning bright red. Luckily, I took the photo quickly, otherwise Gigi would have been completely red in the picture. Bai Jinxian rubbed Gigi's face vigorously. So cute, Gigi little bear. Despite everything that's happened, a simple I love you can make her blush uncontrollably. She's incredibly naive. Bai Jinxian bullied Gigi even more now, even though he always did it this way and never stopped. Okay, let me post it on my WeChat moments. Bai Jinxian picked up his phone and started typing. Soon, Gigi's phone rang. That was the sound after paying special attention to a close friend. He took out his phone and opened it. It was a new post on Bai Jinxian's WeChat moments. The man above is smiling broadly and leaning close to me, with a slightly rustic country living room and food on the table behind us. His exquisite detail makes it seem like he's on a completely different layer from this image. There was another sentence above that read, "A reunion with my little follower back in the countryside. The man in the photo is just as handsome as he is in real life, that's amazing." Gigi thought to herself. But she was soon drawn to the continuous stream of messages from her friends below. John Lishwan, wait, Lord Bai, how come you're with Gigi? John Lishwan, didn't you say you had something to do today? Zhou Yumeng, I hope you can come visit me tomorrow. I can train with you. Xi Wutong, the contrast between the rough space and the refined person, by Jin Xian, you are as handsome as ever, which gives me some inspiration. Xiao Anan, Lord Bai, the countryside looks quite unique. We can go picnicking and camping there in the future, it would be a unique experience. Su Qiuyun, my little brother is still so handsome, kisses. And Jinshi, am I considered a follower? Looking pitiful. Shen Yorua, Jiang Yuyun, and Binglan, and Su Yuning gave it a thumbs up. Every post a bad guy makes on his WeChat moments gets comments and likes, and people seem to move in quickly, as if they've taken up residence in his circle of friends. He liked everyone who spoke so nicely and was so good looking. Meanwhile, Gigi was also sending messages, her forehead covered in sweat. I was so busy playing with Bai Jin Xian today that I forgot to pay attention to my two comrades. However, it's hard to say whether he really forgot. At this moment, they are being bombarded with messages because of their friend's betrayal. To be more precise, it was the overweight, blonde-haired girl Jiang Lishwan who dragged the less proactive Jiang Yuyun into denouncing Gigi. However, given that her temporary ally also had an ambiguous relationship with Bai Jin Xian, one can only say that the blonde guy was still a complete loser. No one knows what Gigi said, but her phone quickly went silent. Bai Jin Xian was looking at Gigi with a gentle smile. He was well aware of the impact his post on social media would have, but he was also curious about the outcome, so he did it anyway. Have you finished talking to them? Gigi blushed and nodded. Jiang Lishwan asked too many questions, and they were too direct, so she didn't know how to answer them. She was afraid that if she spoke too sincerely, her friend would be furious, so she hesitated and told a white lie. This is also why Jiang Lishwan calmed down. In her view, the three of them were not far from Bai Jin Xian, they were only a little bit apart, with each of them being just a step ahead of the other. Judging from the interrogation of Gigi, there was no significant progress on the other side's part. Thinking of this, she even sent a message to encourage Gigi. Gigi, you have to work harder. Of the three of us, I have the least faith in you. While you have the opportunity to interact with Lord Bai, you need to quickly increase your favorability so that we can continue to be sisters in the future. This slightly condescending attitude wasn't meant to look down on Gigi, it was simply their way of interacting. Gigi is usually a bit dull, and Zhou Yumeng isn't at school, so one of them has to be more sharp and decisive. Looking at the messages on her phone, and then at Bai Jin Xian in front of her who was about to feed her with a chopstick of food, Gigi was overwhelmed with emotions and ultimately dared not say anything. He simply replied, I will try my best to do it. Then she opened her little mouth and accepted Bai Jin Xuan's feeding. After lunch, it's time for a nap. And when you're sleeping, you need a pillow, so you have to choose a soft one. In the small but exquisite room, Gigi had already changed into her pajama set. A white silk camisole and a white silk shorts. She lay on the inside, her hands resting peacefully on her stomach, her eyes closed, afraid to look around. Bai Jin Xian lay to one side, naturally embracing Gigi, his eyes also half closed. He pinched Gigi's little belly. Okay, relax a bit, you're too tense, it's uncomfortable for me to hold you. Gigi trembled. Although she really wanted to relax and act more naturally, she just couldn't, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. After saying that, Bai Jin Xian stopped talking. Anyway, no matter how tense he was soft and relaxed. He would feel comfortable after falling asleep. A small fan sat beside the bed, blowing silently, and the window was open, with the curtains fluttering gently. The room is bright and natural, accompanied by greenery, and you can feel relaxed just by staying here. Bai Jin Xuan's breathing quickly calmed down, and he had already fallen asleep. Gigi then carefully opened her eyes, looking at Bai Jin Xian with tenderness in her eyes. There was nothing else she could do. My legs were trapped, and my waist was wrapped around her. It really felt like I was being used as a pillow. I should just calm down and go to sleep. Despite thinking this, it still took Gigi quite a while to fall asleep. And it seems that because the events of the day were so exhausting, I fell into a deep sleep very quickly after only a short while. It's also possible that she has a special talent. After all, she usually does farm work and goes to school, so she doesn't get good sleep and can't keep up with this kind of lifestyle. Time passed by, and soon an hour and a half had arrived, which was also the time when Bai Jinxian usually finished his afternoon nap. The first thing he did when he woke up was to rub against Shijiji, nibbling and biting her, and it took him a while to become more alert. However, Shijiji in his arms was still asleep, her chest rising and falling, her breathing very steady. Of course, the bad man at this time did not actually discover Shijiji's characteristics. He simply and naturally reached out and began to wander his hands over Shijiji's body. When he went a little further and started to use more force, Shijiji, apart from her face turning slightly red, was still asleep. The bad man sensed something was wrong and stood up, looking at Shijiji with a puzzled expression. Chapter 113. Keep it up. Isn't he awake yet? While making his own little moves, Bai Jinxian kept a close eye on Shijiji. They found that Jiji Bear hadn't changed at all and was fast asleep. This level of sleep quality is outrageous, almost frighteningly so. Shijiji, are you asleep or just exhausted? Bai Jinxian carefully leaned close to Shijiji and asked. But I noticed that her breathing was steady, as if she really was just asleep. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Shijiji's small body had unleashed tremendous energy today, and she must have been dehydrated, so it's understandable that she suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Now that he was sure everyone was alright, he relaxed. At the same time, his mischievous side was also bursting forth, wanting to test under what circumstances Shijiji would wake up. However, given that what he did next was a bit too outrageous, he had to obtain the original owner's consent. He is, after all, a good person and enjoys helping others. Shijiji, may I take off your clothes? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Bad men start with a bombshell. Without any gradual testing, they're all about thrills and excitement. He didn't want to get caught by the original owner halfway through doing something bad. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if he got caught without having done anything? Breathe in. Shijiji did not respond as expected, her breathing remained steady, and strands of hair swayed in the wind. Bai Jinxian grinned wickedly and stretched out his evil hands. The loose silk camisole was easily torn off, and as it was torn off, its bouncy, jiggling appearance was clearly visible. Shijiji lay with her hands outstretched at her sides, showing no reaction to what had happened to her, still fast asleep. Now that the parties involved had quieted down, Bai Jinxian could finally study the matter carefully according to his own wishes. Her breasts were bulging, round and exaggerated, incredibly beautiful, and even more eye-catching without the restraints. Bai Jinxian helped Shijiji massage her tired body with satisfaction and care. He's such a good person, he worked so hard without asking for anything in return. It's really strange, though. Even if I was sleeping soundly, it was still too deep. Bai Jinxian didn't tone down his voice while singing, not to mention his little fidgeting. Apart from her body being a little rosy and her breathing being a little rapid from time to time, Shijiji was still asleep. It was as if she was a sleeping wife choosing her first husband. Bai Jinxian changed direction again and came to stand in front of Shijiji. I did test it out this morning, but I didn't observe it closely. That's not good, we need to do both at the same time. After a full body massage, Shijiji finally opened her eyes, still half asleep. She usually sleeps very soundly, but not too soundly. I was really tired today, and I slept with Bai Jinxian, which made me feel very safe and happy. I didn't want to wake up at all. She also had a dream in which Bai Jinxian kept speaking in her ear, his tone as gentle as a feather tickling her ear, but she couldn't hear what he was saying. And because there was no one to block the wind, and her clothes had been stripped off, Shijiji felt very cool all over. Experiencing this coolness in the summer was absolutely wonderful, which only strengthened her resolve not to wake up. But her body was being manipulated, and the movements were quite large. Even if she was sleeping soundly, she should have reacted by now. After all, she was asleep, not dead. But why is Lord Bai making such a move in front of me? Shijiji was completely dazed, feeling like she was having a wet dream, otherwise how could she have seen this scene? In a past life, this action would probably be like a boy suddenly waking up while sleeping and finding the person he likes on top of him. Jiji Bear, you're awake? You slept really soundly. Bai Jinxuan's clear voice brought Shijiji back to her senses. This time, she was shocked. She felt incredibly hot, as if she had been burning for a long time. Lord Bai, what are you doing? Shijiji struggled to sit up, and then she saw Bai Jinxian bullying her. Then she looked at Bai Jinxian in disbelief, beginning to doubt whether there was something wrong with her eyes, otherwise how could she see the scene in her dream? Bai Jinxian just chuckled at this, but didn't back down. Caught off guard, Shijiji collapsed to the ground and was unable to get up. She stared blankly at the white ceiling, her mind a complete mess, and began to genuinely doubt whether she was dreaming. My childhood sweetheart, whom I hadn't seen for many years, turned into a very proactive male succubus when we met again? A shy, unsophisticated country girl will never meet a sophisticated city gentleman. Why would I have such a dream? Gigi smiled, having cleared her mind of all distractions. Seriously, I don't have any spare clothes. Bai Jinchuan's complaining voice rang out. Gigi just wanted to pretend that she was still asleep and knew nothing. But bad men obviously won't let their favorite toys go so easily, they haven't even started enjoying them yet. So Gigi soon became drowsy again, just letting herself be manipulated. Ding dong. The phone suddenly beeped. It's Gigi's phone. She struggled to reach out and grab her phone, tapped the screen, and saw that it was a message from Jiang Lishuan. The other party was asking about her progress and whether she needed any additional off-site assistance. If so, she would be happy to help. Gigi stretched out her fingers and began typing. No need, I feel great. The progress seems pretty good, I want to keep going, GLB. The village store. Jiang Lishuan was sitting cross-legged in her computer chair, biting her nails as she looked at the information on the computer screen. What is Gigi doing? Has she been farming too much and forgotten how to use a mobile phone? The messages she sends are so weird. And what do those last few letters mean? Why not just type them out? Jiang Lishuan fell into deep thought and felt that there must be a profound meaning in it. GL. What does that mean? And there's a B, is it white? Oh, she suddenly realized, GL stands for Strategy Guide, and B refers to Bai Jinxian. Gigi didn't want Bai Jinxian to know her little secret, so she used these initials instead. So, given the preceding text, GLB is probably going to try to win over Bai Jinxian. Thinking of this, Jiang Lishuan quickly replied to the message. Keep going. We can all succeed. She felt it was time for her to take the initiative. So what if there were some rumors? What matters is getting what you want. On the other side, Gigi picked up her phone, glanced at it again, and then tossed it aside. My mind is completely muddled. Chapter 114 Being controlled is also a form of control. The two of them were completely at odds. Those three letters didn't actually have any special meaning. Gigi was just confused and didn't even know what she clicked before sending it. However, she did understand the situation. Yes, she'll do her best, but for now, Bai Jinxian needs to slow down. Wait, stop for a second. When faced with the cries of the weak, bad men only find them pleasing to the ear and exhilarating. Seeing Gigi's pitiful pleas, Bai Jinxian became even more brazen, revealing a pleased smile. The benefits of being able to control desires are numerous. Putting aside things like endurance, at least the brain is always controlled by reason and logic, not by a novice. That guy only cares about himself. Now it's different. Bai Jinxian can slowly try it out, experiencing the appetizers, main courses, and desserts as if he were tasting a whole meal. There's not enough time today, the day is almost over. Gigi's parents might come back at any time, and it wouldn't be good if they were caught. Also, Gigi, as a young female chef, may have reached her limit today. If she continues, she might really turn into a relic. And if it weren't summer, he probably wouldn't even have any clothes to wear. Then I'll go home now. See you next time, Gigi Bear. Bai Jinxian happily kissed Gigi, whose eyes were still glazed over, then greeted his sister and the little rabbit before quietly leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Gigi wanted to get up and see him off, but she was too weak to do so. She felt as if her bones had been removed, and her whole body was limp. This would be perfect as a cushion. Lord Bai, see you next time. After saying this, she seemed to burn out completely, and closed her eyes peacefully. Just before falling asleep, only one sentence was on her mind. No wonder men need at least 3 parts, and this isn't even the real thing yet, it's already more tiring than farming for me. Bai Jinxian ran into Gigi's grandmother as he went downstairs. Bai, are you leaving? Yes, I had a lot of fun today. I'll come again next time. Hearing this, Grandma she seemed a little happier, but her face quickly darkened again. Where's Gigi? She's so old and still doesn't know any better. She didn't even come out to see you off. Oh, it's okay. She's probably just tired from spending the whole day out having fun with me. It was clearly a bad man who ruined Gigi, yet he can still pretend to be kind and understanding. Grandma she was overjoyed, feeling that Bai Jinxian was completely different from other men, a a truly well-behaved and considerate boy. Here, these fresh vegetables are ones I just picked. Take some home and eat them. They're not worth much, just a little something from me. Shijiji, this junior, is ignorant, but she, as an elder, cannot be ignorant. I'll go teach that little brat a lesson tonight. Honestly, he doesn't even know how to cherish such a good man. If Shijiji heard these words, she would definitely have something to say. How can you say you're not confident? Being confident is still a form of confidence. She's been under surveillance all day. Okay, thank you, Grandma. Bai Jinxian accepted the vegetables with a smile. In the countryside, these things may not be worth much, but the taste and the sentiment are incomparable, and the coming and going creates a sense of human warmth. Then I'll go home now, you don't need to see me off. I'll come to visit Shijiji again next time. Bai Jinxian turned his head and said something again, then walked towards home. I wonder if the little servant is feeling better now. Summer nights always come late, and it's not hot and there's a breeze in the evening. Walking along the road, looking at the fields and rice paddies, Bai Jinxian felt happy and cheerful. I'll cook today myself. The little servant will be so happy he'll cry. Bai Jinxian thought to himself. It took him about 10 minutes to get home. He could see the dim yellow light at the entrance and the courtyard from afar. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Just thinking about having someone at home waiting for him wholeheartedly made him incredibly happy. I carefully pushed open the iron gate to the courtyard and then went to the front of the gate. The door to the house was not locked, it opened with a push. The living room was somewhat dim, and the lights were not on. Bai Jinxuan's gaze immediately fell on the person lying on the sofa. It was the little servant. She was wearing a white shirt and shorts, lying on her side on the sofa with her legs bent, sleeping, and her beautiful figure was naturally revealed. She was facing the door, seemingly sitting on the sofa waiting for someone, but she unconsciously fell asleep. Her long black hair was tied up, but some loose strands fell out, adding a touch of messiness. However, she doesn't seem to be wearing anything underneath, and you can clearly see her biting her pants, making you want to go over and add fuel to the fire, making a mess of the little servant. The sleeping little servant seemed more affectionate than when she was awake, and of course, she was equally adorable. Bai Jinxian carefully placed the vegetables he had brought aside and silently approached Su Yuning. Then I looked at her carefully, and that was all I could do. Surprisingly, the bad man didn't do anything wrong. Instead, he found a thin blanket and covered the little servant with it. Even though it's summer, the temperature drops in the evening, making it easy to get sick. Then he quietly went to the kitchen alone and carefully prepared dinner. He didn't forget the bad things, rather, he had a much bigger goal. Afternoon naps are when people are most confused, and also when they feel most lost. When the little servant wakes up and sees me cooking for her, she'll probably be completely smitten. Even if she has to push me from behind from now on, it's fine. He. Before long, the aroma of food, along with the smell of cooking fire, filled the living room. The combination of these two flavors is the taste of home. Su Yuning sat up from the sofa in a daze, the thin blanket slipping off her body. She rubbed her eyes and subconsciously looked toward the kitchen where the noise was coming from. Just then, Bai Jinxian came out carrying the last dish. He also happened to see Su Yuning looking at him. He smiled gently and said, "It seems you were really exhausted yesterday, but you woke up just in time. Wash your hands and come eat. I made your favorite dishes myself." Su Yuning's mind went blank, and she felt a surge of emotions, unable to say a word. But for some reason, she felt her eyes getting wet. This warm feeling, this scene she had been looking forward to, and the person she had longed for so many years, it all felt like a dream. What's wrong? Still spacing out? Come and eat. Bai Jinxian said something with dissatisfaction. These words quickly brought Su Yuning back to reality, making her realize that this was not a dream. At this moment, the little servant, who had always been expressionless, revealed a genuine, beautiful, and warm smile from the bottom of her heart. Coming right now. Chapter 115. Be a woman who doesn't spoil the fun. There are many ways to win someone over, but the most classic and effective method has to be the honey trap. The beauty trap is not just about using one's appearance to seduce. Its most powerful aspect is leaving a mark on the other person's mind. For example, the white moonlight, the cinnabar mole. Of course, Su Yuning had already been won over. Both her body and soul belonged to the bad man. Now it's simply a matter of giving the hard-working little servant a little treat, making her even more obsessed with herself. The little servant, being quite accommodating, succumbed to the temptation. After replying with a single sentence, he walked with an air of cunning, constantly glancing at Bai Jinxian. "What's wrong? You're just staring blankly." Bai Jinxian walked up to the little servant, cupped her face in his hands, and admired her with satisfaction. "Are you still half asleep? My lovely little servant." His hand traced the little servant's chin, then his shoulder, and finally he moved behind the little servant and gently embraced him. Then he gently pushed her into the bathroom and led her to the sink. Four hands intertwined inside the sink, with bubbles constantly forming within them. Smelling the fragrance from the little servant's neck, Bai Jinxian let out a pleasant hum. "Okay, now that you're clean, we can go out for dinner." Su Yuning made a barely perceptible sound. Her face flushed slightly, and her mind cleared up a little. "There were some areas on my back that were really hot. Lord Bai is really something. He's been playing all day and still has so much energy, and he doesn't restrain himself at all." It's also because her clothes were too thin and she didn't wear anything underneath. They sank into her flesh with just a little pressure, making it hard for her to stand up straight. Dinner was cooked by the bad man himself. Although it didn't taste as good as the little servant who cooked all year round, it wasn't much worse. The most eye-catching dish was the plate of cicada nymphs, fried to a golden brown and exuding a fragrant aroma. "All right, sit down and eat." Bai Jinxian pressed the little servant down on the chair and then gently kissed her cheek. This instantly dispelled the barely perceptible jealousy in her heart, leaving her mind filled with happiness and sexual bliss, feeling that her life was already perfectly fulfilling. Unlike men who only care about their own enjoyment, Bai Jinxian pursues mutual enjoyment, and he also occasionally provides emotional value. This made the servant increasingly feel that Bai Jinxian was a worthwhile man, and even more worthwhile for several women to serve him, as long as he was happy. She couldn't take good care of Bai Jinxian by herself. "We're still students, so we don't need to experience the harsh realities of society yet. After graduation, if I want to make money, I have to work hard. If I work hard, I won't have time, and if I don't have time, I won't be able to spend time with Bai Jinxian. That's absolutely unacceptable." She would never let Bai Jinxian suffer any more hardship or toil. The man she loves can only enjoy, and must enjoy, the best of everything. If she were to go to work, then there would have to be a new woman to keep Lord Bai entertained, and then when it was her turn to be able to keep Lord Bai entertained, that woman would be the one to go to work. Only in this way can we achieve a perfect future. Therefore, Su Yuning was quite open-minded about Bai Jinxian going to see other women. Aside from a bit of jealousy in her genes, she had no other reaction. However, we also need to vet the women Lord Bai chooses. He has to find high-quality ones, beautiful and capable, like myself. Otherwise, it would just be causing trouble and wouldn't allow Lord Bai to continue to be happy and content. She wasn't worried that Bai Jinxian would ignore her, because they had already reached a mutual understanding. And it doesn't matter if she ignores it, she just needs to stand quietly behind and watch, and that's enough. She has already enjoyed the best of Bai Darin, and should be content. Perhaps this is true love, wholeheartedly thinking of the other person. Su Yuning thought to herself. "Try the food I made for you." Bai Jinxian picked up a cicada nymph and fed it to the little servant, interrupting her thoughts. Su Yuning glanced at the cicada nymph in front of her and felt a little uneasy. However, this was made by Lord Bai himself, and she didn't want to waste it or ignore his feelings. So, hardening his heart and steeling his eyes, he swallowed it whole. The first sensation upon tasting it is crispness, followed by aroma, and after biting through the crispy shell, you'll find the bouncy, chewy texture of the meat. Su Yuning initially thought this thing would be strange, and even if it wasn't, the taste wouldn't be very good. But after actually tasting it, she found it incredibly fragrant and had an amazing texture. It tastes like tender chicken, with a savory and salty flavor. It's simply incredible. Undoubtedly, the servant's immediate and highest praise gave Bai Jinxian an extremely exaggerated sense of psychological satisfaction. Are cicada nymphs really that delicious? Would you have an appetite just looking at its grotesque appearance? Su Yuning thought none of that mattered. Bai Jinxian's happiness was the most important thing. Bai Jinxian was now pleased with himself and looked at the little servant with a mischievous grin. "Are you feeling better? Will you be sleeping separately tonight?" "I feel much better. I don't need to sleep separately anymore," Su Yuning answered very quickly. Bai Jinxian didn't say anything more, but smiled and fed Su Yuning another cicada nymph. Su Yuning didn't say anything more, her thoughts already starting to imagine what might happen later. As expected, a woman really needs to know how to talk. My sister wasn't lying. It's not enough to just win over a man's stomach, you also need to provide him with enough emotional value and make yourself a woman who never spoils the fun. Well, during the meal, neither of them was really thinking about it. My eyes are practically spinning from looking at it. After they had almost finished eating, Bai Jinxian couldn't wait to pull Su Yuning into the bathroom. It has to be washed thoroughly, and he also wants to discuss some ways to play it beforehand. Do you know what I lost for this meal? The two lay in the bathtub, Bai Jinxian pressed tightly against Su Yuning, his hands never idle. What? Su Yuning's voice was a little muffled. So Bai Jinxian described the beauty of Su Yuning lying on the sofa, and then revealed what he actually wanted to do. Since taking advantage of Bai Jinxian, his thoughts had become increasingly numerous and increasingly unrestrained. Su Yuning blushed with embarrassment as she spoke. I understand. I didn't sleep well this afternoon, so I'll probably fall asleep soon, and I'll sleep very soundly. The young servant's eyes were almost watering, and he felt waves of excitement coursing through his body. Lord Bai has so many thoughts in his mind, but they really make one want to try. The little servant never refused Bai Jinxian. On the contrary, she would try her best to cooperate. So, before long, she was the first to walk out of the bathroom. Bai Jinxian also came out of the bathroom 10 minutes later. Chapter 116 Playing the Role. Bai Jinxian came out wearing only a bathrobe. He first calmly dried his hair, then sat down on the sofa in the living room. He hasn't forgotten about writing novels and making videos. The novel concept is almost complete, and the outline is also in place. It's still a harem novel, the kind with one man and multiple women. He did want to write about one woman and multiple men to make a lot of money, but the internet rules in this world were different from his previous one. One woman and multiple men was considered the ultimate borderline, and he would be banned after writing it for a short time. After all, there are already few men in this world. You're writing this kind of misleading and confusing stuff. What are ordinary women supposed to do? This evil writing must be banned. So Bai Jinxian had no choice but to settle for writing what he was better at. The video blogger is also an exception. He had planned to film it beforehand, but he got so engrossed in the game that he forgot all about it. Including today, I was thinking of taking pictures of cooking in the countryside or playing by the stream, but I forgot all of that and was too busy playing with Gigi Bear. Fortunately, I remembered it again when I got home in the evening. The sunset was beautiful, and the wheat was swaying in the wind, so I filmed a short video. He was choosing music and preparing to release his first video. This will also give the little servant inside a chance to calm down. I'll just rush in when he's half asleep, he. The bad man has already planned everything. The little servant obeys the bad man completely. So after he finished drying his hair and changing his clothes, he obediently went to his room and pretended to sleep. The only light in the room came from the warm yellow nightlight by the bedside. Su Yuning covered her stomach with only a thin blanket and slept on her side with her legs bent. Everything is done, the actions are in place, now we just wait for the main character to appear. But for some reason, Bai Jinxian didn't appear even after waiting for a long time. The room was well soundproofed, so she couldn't hear any noises outside. Although she was incredibly excited, she also knew that Bai Jinxian was always the kind of person who acted recklessly according to his own whims, and that he might be addicted to taking a bath again and wouldn't want to come out. Or perhaps their attention was temporarily drawn to other interesting people or things. As I waited, my excitement gradually subsided, and I even felt drowsy. She was still thinking about that incident, otherwise Su Yuning would probably have fallen asleep. So when Bai Jinxian sneaked into the room, the little servant didn't notice anything. Bai Jinxian quickly came to the bedside and examined the beautiful treasure lying there. Baisha's skin looked so smooth and lustrous under the warm yellow light, like jade. Her curvaceous figure clung to her thin clothing, making it seem as if she wasn't wearing anything at all, adding to her allure. A few strands of hair fell across her delicate face, her serene countenance was so captivating. Bai Jinxian admitted that he was both excited and heartbroken, and could no longer restrain his little hands. Starting from the smooth, jade-like ankle, explore upwards little by little. Perhaps because it had been a while, the little servant's skin was a bit cold, but it warmed up after a short while. It's a kind of heat that comes from the inside out. The little servant was undoubtedly dutiful and conscientious. Even though the sudden touch made her tremble uncontrollably, she kept her eyes closed, pretending to be fast asleep. The body temperature kept rising, and every part that was touched felt like it had been scalded by flames. Chapter 117 Every moment is beautiful. When the hunter reached the hill, she heard another soft laugh. The little servant blushed slightly, because she knew what the bad man was laughing at. She still didn't wear an inner layer this time. But you can't really blame her, since Bai Jinxian was describing her just now when she was sleeping, and she looked exactly like this when she was sleeping. Therefore, not wearing an inner layer is to satisfy Bai Jinxian, not for her own selfish reasons. However, although the little servant really wanted to fulfill the bad man's demands, sometimes she had no choice but to comply. For example, right now. She bit her lip, trying not to make a sound, but in the end she couldn't stop that muffled sound and heavier breathing. But this only piqued Bai Jinxuan's interest even more. It's like liking someone but being unable to express it because of your status, so you can only pretend not to see what's happening to you. After today, things will be as they are tomorrow. Bai Jinxian rearranged Su Yuning so that she was facing him directly. The little servant couldn't hold back any longer and let out a muffled groan. When you're with someone you like, everything becomes romantic. Shouting is one thing, trying not to shout is another, and trying not to shout but being unable to stop yourself from shouting is yet another. In conclusion, to sum up, if it's someone you like, whatever they do in front of you will seem like a temptation to you. So what should we do when faced with temptation? Of course, that's not enough. The young servant felt as if he were a small boat in a stormy sea, unable to control himself or steer, and all he could do was pray and plead. In fact, that's exactly what she did. I really can't keep up the act any longer. If I keep pretending, I'll go from pretending to be asleep to actually being asleep. But the power of nature never ceases because of individual prayers. At that moment, she felt that she no longer belonged to herself, but rather existed between heaven and earth, between paradise and hell. With the soul separated from the body, all that could be heard was the sound of raging winds and waves. The danger was no longer felt. Su Yuning had no idea when the storm had stopped. She simply accepted her fate with a smile on her face. Bai Jinxian finally let out a breath, lay down next to the servant, and breathed in the fresh air deeply. I really lost control just now, even my breathing got out of control. As expected, the little servant is different. When we're together, even reason disappears, leaving only a single desire. Bai Jinxian couldn't say whether this was good or bad, but the little servant seemed quite happy. The smile on his lips hadn't faded yet. He gently kissed the little servant a few times, then held her in his arms. Good night. He still has the strength, but the little servant is probably finished. After several tens of minutes, Su Yuning finally recovered, feeling as if she had come from heaven to earth, feeling both exhausted and comfortable. I can't believe these two completely opposite words could apply to me. Good night, Lord Bai. Her voice was indescribably hoarse and weary. Nothing was said that night. Bai Jinxian was the first to wake up in the morning. The little servant had been sleeping in late for 2 days in a row. This is what a leisurely and relaxing life should be like, going to bed early and waking up late, sleeping until you naturally wake up, doing whatever you want, and putting all plans and schedules aside. This was something Bai Jinxian had wanted to experience with his little servant from the very beginning. Although it's his fault that the little servant is staying up late and sleeping in, let's not worry about the process, as long as the result is achieved. The little servant looked very peaceful as he slept. It seemed he was going to sleep for a while longer. So Bai Jinxian didn't disturb her sleep. Instead, he adjusted the air conditioner temperature and then tiptoed out of the room. Once we're out of the room, we won't need to be so careful. The room is very well soundproofed. Bai Jinxian strode to the door, opened it, breathed in the fresh air, and welcomed a brand new day. The sun had just risen, and the temperature didn't feel hot yet. The woods are filled with all sorts of bird calls, sounds that you can't hear in the city. He stretched and felt better than ever before. It felt like all the fatigue and negative emotions had been drained away. It's rare to see a world where people become stronger with each battle, but it's truly delightful. Bai Jinxian got his toiletries from the bathroom, filled a cup with water, and squatted down by the door to start brushing his teeth. Perhaps it was due to the heavy rain a couple of days ago, but there was more greenery in the yard, some of which must have been planted by the young servant. Thinking of the little servant, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty, but this feeling quickly disappeared. He is no longer on Earth in his previous life, so we cannot use the concepts from his previous life to think about the outcome of this matter. Let's put it another way, a man is exhausted by the woman he likes until he falls asleep peacefully. Doesn't that make a lot more sense? Gurgle, Tui. Spitting out the mouthwash, I poured some water into my hand and rubbed it to create foam. Then I took my toiletries back to the bathroom for a more thorough washing. He then went to the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. When the little servant gets up for breakfast, his admiration for him will surely increase again. If favorability could be quantified, it would probably be off the charts by now. Although I was the one who made the little servant unable to get up early, I made breakfast with a slightly uneasy feeling. But from the world's perspective, this man is just too considerate of women. After doing all that, he still gets up early to provide breakfast for her. He's the best man of all, and he certainly can't let her down. If a normal man in this world had done what happened last night, he would probably have kicked the woman to the ground and made her serve him first thing this morning. The woman, having benefited from the situation, dared not say anything and could only smile and do her best to appease him. So when a normal Earthman comes to this blue planet, he experiences pleasure in everything he does. What used to be normal and taken for granted becomes a noble and considerate act here, making women fall even more madly in love with you. Most importantly, Bai Jinxian wasn't averse to doing these things, he was just trying to put his mind at ease. Besides, he doesn't do this kind of thing often, only occasionally. So why not do it? After breakfast was prepared, it was time to wake up the little servants, which was a rare but very fun thing to do. Such a self-disciplined servant doesn't need a bad man to call him, so this is a rare occurrence. And when a bad man wakes her up, he will definitely do something funny, so it's also a bit amusing. This truly shows how joyful daily life is, with beauty in every moment. Bai Jinxian opened the door with a soft hum, then quietly slipped inside and finally stood before the little servant.